Chapter 1. Transmigration. I have become a scion. Within this realm, one can create characters from 5 distinct races: Earthlings, Scions, Namekians, Magians, and the Frisia clan. Furthermore, multiple professions can be selected while there are only 5 professions available. Earthlings, Scions, and Magians are categorized by gender, with abilities varying accordingly. In contrast, both Namekians and the Frisia clan are asexual. Namekians reproduce by laying eggs, while the Frisia clan engages in asexual reproduction. A young man, standing over 6 feet tall, with a slender physique, hurriedly strides forward. His name is Pika Pika, a 27-year-old physical education teacher. He is affectionately referred to as Teacher Pika by students, a title that has often led to amusing situations. He is also a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, enamored with the series since childhood. He believed that mastering martial arts would enable him to soar through the skies like Goku, capable of obliterating planets with a single punch. Consequently, during elementary school, he enrolled in Taekwondo, only to later heed the advice of a friend and switch to Jeet Kune Do. Pika is an eager learner. The essence of Jeet Kune Do is to make the formless form and the infinite finite. In terms of martial arts from novels, Jeet Kune Do is akin to the legendary Dugan 9 swords. Thanks to years of rigorous training, Pika's physique, while similar to that of an average person, is imbued with explosive strength. After graduating from university, family connections facilitated his entry into the prestigious No. 1 middle school as a proud teacher of the people, albeit in the field of physical education. Pika's sunny disposition, coupled with years of training that have sculpted his features, has garnered him considerable admiration among students, resulting in a notable reputation. Within the school today marks the release of Dragon Ball Xenoverse on PC. Note: it has already been cracked. Upon hearing this news, he hurriedly drove his second-hand car home after finishing work. Upon pushing open the door, he found his room to be quite ordinary. The walls were adorned with several posters depicting Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan, alongside a poster of Bruce Lee as Chun-Jun, executing a powerful kick that shatters 5 wooden boards. Beyond that, the room was rather bare. Finally, I can play. I've waited so long for this. If I had known, I would have bought a PS. Pika muttered to himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy one, rather, a significant portion of his salary was given to his parents, who insisted it be saved for his future marriage and family. The remainder barely covered his car's fuel and personal living expenses. His computer was a result of careful frugality, taking him quite some time to save enough for a mid-range setup. Glancing at the download speed on Baidu Cloud, which hovered at 2 megabytes per second, he realized he still had to wait another 2 hours. I might as well read a novel, he thought. Pika opened the cheating client on his phone, logged in, and navigated to the novels he had been eagerly following. After reading for just a few minutes, he lamented, "Goodness, why does time seem to drag so slowly?" Watching the download speed, he felt an overwhelming sense of impatience. What should I do now? He pondered, shaking his leg, restlessly bored. He casually lit a cigarette and aimlessly sat in his computer chair, puffing away. At last, after what felt like an eternity of 2 hours, Pika opened the downloaded compressed folder, and within approximately 10 minutes, the game, over 8 gigabytes in size, was successfully extracted. Pika chuckled at the newly extracted game, yet his hands worked swiftly as he located the game icon and launched. Ida, familiar melody, filled the confines of his bedroom. 2 minutes later, Pika, utilizing both Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 3 forms of Sun Wukong, defeated Frisia, Cell, and Majin Buu in succession. Afterward, he replayed the opening theme. Unbeknownst to Pika, the previously dim sky had suddenly transformed into a tempestuous mass of dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. A lightning-like creature coiled within the clouds, while those on the ground merely assumed the tumult above was a mere flash of lightning. They failed to notice a majestic dragon spiraling through the sky. The computer interface turned white, and a dialog box appeared on the screen. The dragon's deep voice resonated. "Someone has summoned you from a distant realm, O brave warrior. Step forward." Upon concluding these words, the dragon transitioned directly to the character selection screen. Without even glancing at the introductions of other characters, Pika chose a Scion, reasoning, "One must select a Scion for this game. The other characters can wait for another time." Next, he proceeded to character customization, opting for a stylish appearance reminiscent of Vegeta's hairstyle. Note: please overlook the original hairstyles, they are quite unappealing. So consider it. Apache's attire was predominantly blue, with the inner vest being black and shoes resembling those of Yukon. Pika entered the name Kakashi, pronounced in Chinese as Kakashi. And look, Kakashi's true identity is revealed. This segment is a parody, and he will continue to be referred to as Pika. Upon clicking confirm, a resonant voice echoed in his ears. "Your wish has been granted." With that declaration, Pika's body transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors and soared toward the horizon. When Pika opened his eyes again, He found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by a blend of ancient Chinese architecture and futuristic structures. Pika gazed around in bewilderment, and upon turning his head, his mouth agape, he seemed to have encountered something terrifying. Isn't that the dragon god? What's happening here? A thought raced through Pika's mind. Goodbye. The divine dragon gazed intently at the summoned warrior before him, furrowing his brow before transforming into a flash of light, vanishing into the horizon. Tap, tap, tap. Pika heard footsteps approaching from behind, turning to find a young man with violet hair, clad in a long coat, a sword slung across his back. The violet-haired youth addressed Pika. I imagine you are quite astonished. I shall explain everything shortly. For now. Gripping the hilt of his sword with his right hand, he slowly drew it forth. Let me first assess your strength. Oh no! The violet-haired youth roared, charging at Pika with his weapon drawn. What the hey? What are you doing? Stop! With remarkable speed, the young man slashed his sword, tearing through Pika's coat. Lowering his gaze, Pika noticed the damage. This coat is before he could fully comprehend the situation. The youth launched a second attack instinctively. Pika leapt backward, watching as the violet-haired warrior sheathed his sword, preparing for another assault. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Do you realize that last strike nearly cost me my life? Pika shouted in anger. The young man regarded Pika coolly. I told you, I need to see your strength. With that, he charged once more, and before Pika could react, delivered a powerful punch to his face, sending him sprawling. Pika rolled on the ground several times before coming to a stop. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up slowly. Ugh, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip, he thought, do I really need to demonstrate my strength so severely? Pika had come to understand his circumstances. He had inexplicably traversed into the universe of Dragon Ball Super and appeared to have become a character he had created, the only distinction being a tail at his waist. It seems I have become a scion. While I had once wished to be a scion, I would much prefer to be with my family, even if it means idling away the days. Since the divine dragon has brought me here, gathering the 7 Dragon Balls and wishing upon the dragon should allow me to return to my own world. With this resolve, the determination in Pika's eyes grew ever more resolute. Very well. If you wish to see my strength, I shall show you. Come at me. Chapter 2. A distorted history seeking support. All right, you wish to witness my strength? Then let us proceed. Pika roared. Very well. Brace yourself. Trunks accelerated, appearing before Pika, delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen that forced Pika to expel the bitter contents of his stomach. Clutching his belly, Pika staggered backward. Ugh. Trunks furrowed his brow and remarked, is this all the strength you possess? It should be more impressive. The dragon summoned a battle-hardened warrior, yet you seem so feeble. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, this is not right. His energy intensity suggests a combat power of at least 1800. How could this be? Pika had only recently acquired this new body and had yet to fully acclimate, which accounted for his apparent weakness and inability to manifest his true combat prowess of 1800. Hey, Scion, what's your name? I'm Trunks, he inquired. I am Pika. Pika stammered in response. You must have just been summoned by the dragon. Your body likely needs time to adjust. This may be your first experience traversing space, causing your body to instinctively resist. Such occurrences have happened before, by the way. You will often travel through time and space. Soon enough, you will become accustomed to it, Trunks explained, as if his reasoning would help him trust Pika. Why don't you take a moment to rest, Pika? Yes, okay, I will lead you to designated room. Follow me. Pika, clutching his stomach with one hand, trailed behind Trunks. Surrounding him were individuals from various races, reminiscent of a game, including Earthlings, Scions, Magents, Namekians, and members of the Frisia race, along with many unknown species. So many. I never expected such a crowd here when I first watched the introductory video of this game. There were only a handful of people, and the scope seemed limited. I thought it would be small, but it is vast. Pika thought, astonished. Pika, allow me to introduce you to this place, Trunks said with a smile. This is the City of Time, and these individuals are time patrollers. They safeguard various timelines and protect history from being corrupted by malevolent forces. You will be one of them in the future. Trunks then elaborated on the layout of the area, which included the time machine platform, the commercial district, and the Plaza of Time, along with numerous smaller regions. I hope the dragon brings me a formidable ally to fight alongside me here. This is your room. Trunks indicated towards a semicircular chamber with a radius of about 3 meters. Please step inside and rest. I will send someone to bring you to the time nest shortly after exchanging farewells. Pika entered the room, muttering, this is rather rudimentary. Upon entering, he found a chair and a desk directly opposite the door, with a bed to the right and nothing else. The layout was exceedingly simple, akin to some basic inns. Outside, the room was clean, yet sparsely furnished, containing only a baby and determined to grow stronger, to acquire the Dragon Balls, and returned to the place that rightfully belongs to me. Pika lay on his bed, lost in thought, and soon fell into a deep slumber, his entire being in a state of heightened tension in this eerie place. Knock, 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 what is it? Pika mumbled, just let me sleep a little longer, I will head to work soon. The dream I had yesterday felt so incredibly real. Wait, this isn't a dream. Pika sat up, surveying his surroundings. Still within this ordinary room, the knocking persisted coming. Pika replied, opening the door to reveal an alien with white hair, gray skin, and clad in protective gear. Greetings, Mr. Pika. I am Link. Mr. Trunks requests that you prepare yourself and accompany me to the time nest. Link informed him, oh, very well, thank you for your assistance. Please, follow me as they traverse the landscape of the Time City. Pika marveled at the scenery, while simultaneously reacquainting himself with his body, mastering the strength of every muscle. He felt as if he could shatter anything before him with a single punch. Mr. Pika, this is the Time Nest. I am merely a reserve member of the Time Patrol and lack the qualification to enter here. Mr. Trunks awaits you ahead, Link stated respectfully, placing a hand on his chest. Oh, thank you, Pika said, patting Link on the shoulder before stepping into the Time Nest. Is this truly the Time Nest? It doesn't seem all that remarkable. Pika, you've arrived. Allow me to give you a brief introduction to this place. Trunks greeted him with a smile. This is the Time Nest, where the Supreme Kai of Time resides and oversees everything here. Turning, he pointed to a house topped with a large tree, saying, this is the Chronicle Chamber, which houses many significant texts. I have a small favor to ask of you. It's nothing major. Trunks continued with a smile. Come, let us first visit the Chronicle Chamber. Wow, this is the Chronicle Chamber? It's absolutely magnificent. How can the roots of the tree intertwine with the roof? What's going on here? Pika exclaimed, recalling his previous viewings of Dragon Ball Super Universe videos, which featured the Chronicle Chamber. Yet this one was far more opulent than anything depicted. In the games, there's no need for such astonishment. This place is constructed from the hardest and most defensive minerals in the universe, designed to house important texts. The Supreme Kai of Time has an eye for beauty, which accounts for the lavish decor. This tree is the Kaioshin tree, which protects the temporal magnetic field from disturbances. Trunks explained to Pika. Trunks retrieved a scroll emanating a malevolent aura from a certain location and approached Piccolo. The sinister presence of the scroll sent shivers down Piccolo's spine. What is this? This is the Book of Endings and Beginnings, a tome that chronicles all of time, all of history, everything encompassed within its pages. Trunks replied, his brow furrowed. However, Trunks shook his head and unfurled the scroll upon the table, saying, look here. The scroll appeared entirely blank at first, but gradually, images began to materialize on its surface, marked AG 750. Piccolo's lips twitched. AG 750? How could this be? Shouldn't it be AG 761, the era of Goku's battle against Raditz? What on earth was this AG 750? The scene depicted the World Martial Arts Tournament, showcasing a duel between two combatants, Goku and the disguised Master Roshi, competing as the contestant known as Tien. Shin and Master Roshi employed his formidable technique, the Mafuba, to ensnare the youthful Goku. Goku's hair stood on end, his gaze fixated on the full moon that appeared in the sky. A series of violent heartbeats echoed from within him, his eyes devoid of any rationality, replaced solely by a fervent thirst for annihilation. His physique gradually expanded, causing the Turtle Hermit's martial arts uniform to burst apart. Dark fur emerged across his body, his jaw protruded, and his canines sharpened. Ultimately, he transformed into a gargantuan gorilla towering over 10 meters, his eyes gleaming a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of relentless carnage. The gorilla easily deflected the Turtle Hermit's formidable technique, breaking free from control. It subsequently ravaged the arena of the world's martial arts tournament, sending all spectators fleeing in terror. The Turtle Hermit shed his upper garment, revealing a gaunt frame. With a mighty roar, his muscles began to swell, transforming his physique into that of a bodybuilder. He positioned his hands on his waist, adopting a lunge stance. A colossal energy began to coalesce between his hands. Behold the ultimate power of the Kamehameha, he bellowed, thrusting his hands forward as a massive shockwave erupted, blindingly radiant, leaving the onlookers squinting in disbelief. As the Turtle Hermit unleashed his ultimate technique, his muscles immediately began to retract. Looking up in astonishment, he exclaimed, "What?" A gorilla in the sky firmly grasped the Kamehameha, and gradually, the energy dissipated. The gorilla was enveloped in dark purple flames, with violet light swirling in its eyes. With a thunderous roar, it concentrated a beam of purple energy, obliterating everything in its path, including people and structures outside the arena. This This is impossible. The turtle hermit gasped in disbelief. The images within the scroll began to fade into monochrome. As you can see, history has been grotesquely distorted by malevolent forces, and what we know will be altered. Trunks stated gravely. He handed the scroll to Piccolo, saying, "We have no choice but to prevent this from happening. We must restore the tampered history." "Understood," Piccolo replied. The events depicted in the scroll appear to be from the first world's martial arts tournament. At that time, Goku's power level was merely 120. When multiplied by 10 due to his transformation into a great ape, that equates to 1200. Use your strength to assist the turtle hermit and the others in stopping Uncle Goku. I implore you. Trunks urged. Pika nodded and entrusted it to me. Holding the scroll, you sense the power within. This force will carry you through time and space to that place. I implore you, please stop Uncle Goku from transforming into a giant ape. Pika grasped the scroll tightly with his right hand, sensing the power emanating from its surface. A radiant glow enveloped him, gradually diminishing until Pika vanished from the chamber of engravings. Pika opened his eyes to a myriad of shimmering bubbles, each radiating a soft white light. Within these bubbles danced countless points of light, each displaying a spectrum of colors. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these luminous points were, in fact, the glimmering light emitted by distant stars. Are these the various timelines? Pika pondered, noticing a slender thread of energy connecting him to a distant bubble of white light. Is this the moment in time I am destined to restore? Then, let us proceed. Chapter 3. The Assault of the Mysterious Figure. With that thought, Pika quickened his pace, gliding towards the ethereal bubble of light. The vehicle came to a halt beside the white bubble, and he discerned a striking difference between this bubble and the others. Surrounding the white orb was a delicate haze of dark purple mist, indicating that someone had tampered with the history of this time period. Just as he was about to step into the white bubble, a peculiar laughter echoed from behind him. "TSK, TSK, TSK, is that not the esteemed time patrolman?" Pika turned to face the enigmatic figure before him. Clad in a long black robe, the figure's hood obscured his features, while a dark purple crystal necklace adorned his neck. In his grasp was a black spear, its shaft inlaid with a dark purple gem, upon which a trident symbol was etched. "Who are you?" Pika exclaimed, startled. The silent arrival of this individual suggested a power far beyond his own. Since becoming a scion, Pika's sensitivity to his surroundings had heightened significantly. He could sense malice directed towards him almost instantaneously. Yet, this person had materialized behind him like a phantom, and he had felt nothing. "Me? You inquire about my identity?" "Ha." The mysterious figure laughed heartily. "Aren't you time patrollers the ones relentlessly hunting for me? How could you not know who I am?" He removed his hood, revealing his visage. Long black hair haphazardly tied back, blue skin, serpentine pupils, and a scar that stretched from the corner of his mouth to his forehead. "It seems that my prolonged absence has rendered even the time patrollers oblivious to my identity. I suppose I must make more frequent appearances," he mocked, chuckling to himself. "What exactly are you here for?" Pika demanded, his voice rising. "Me?" The figure extended his tongue and licked his lips. "I am, of course, here to make my presence known." With that, he unleashed a powerful energy blast from his hand. "What?" Pika exclaimed, crossing his arms defensively in front of him. Boom. Pika was sent flying by the mysterious man's energy projectile. How astonishing that the current time patrollers are so feeble. The mysterious figure, looking down upon Pika, expressed his discontent. "I never imagined that today's time patrollers could be so weak, yet still manage to traverse time and space for their missions. Since you fail to pique my interest, you shall meet your demise. Death Destruction Wave, perish before me." With that, he gathered a sphere of violet light in one hand and launched it towards Pika. Pika instinctively sidestepped as the energy wave whizzed past. However, the mysterious figure's energy wave detonated upon contact with a white bubble, and the shockwave sent Pika hurtling away. "TCH, you actually evaded it," the enigmatic figure remarked disdainfully, casting a contemptuous gaze at Pika. Pika was momentarily disoriented by the shockwave of the explosion, his body propelled towards a white bubble he had intended to enter. In an instant, Pika found himself enveloped within this bubble. "TCH, did you escape?" "Alas, I cannot enter. Otherwise, your demise would be most tragic," the mysterious figure remarked before vanishing into the temporal corridor. In the hidden chamber of the time nest, Trunks sensed a disturbance within the time portal and swiftly retrieved a scepter, which recorded the scene of Pika being struck away by the enigmatic figure. "It's him. I can't believe it. He has returned," Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. He casually took out a communication device resembling a walkie-talkie. Please contact Philly, as I have a mission for him. Yes, Mr. Trunks, came the voice of Link through the device. Trunks anxiously gazed at the sky, his brow furrowed with worry for Pika's safety. In a dense forest, the voices of two children resonated. Krillin, look at this person, he seems gravely injured. Indeed, Goku. We must take him to Master Roshi's house, or he may not survive. All right, Krillin, wait here for me while I carry him to Master Roshi. Then we shall commence our competition. Goku declared as he lifted Pika into his arms. Nimbus. A swirl of yellow cloud rushed towards Goku, who gently leaped atop the Nimbus. I'm off now, Krillin. Take care, Krillin smiled, waving goodbye, then turned with a mischievous grin, muttering, Who would wait for you, you clumsy oaf? I will find the stone first. Master Roshi will surely teach me the turtle school martial arts well. You fool. Ha ha ha. Krillin laughed heartily as he dashed ahead. On a small island in the ocean, Goku shouted, Master Roshi, as he placed Pika on the ground. Oh, Goku. You've found the stone. An elderly man with a white beard emerged from the room. This old man wore sunglasses, leaned on a cane, and had a hunchback, carrying a massive turtle shell on his back, while wiping blood from his nose with a tissue. No, Krillin and I encountered a severely injured person in the forest. Krillin insisted I bring him to you first. Yes, it's him. Goku pointed at Pika. You fool. Master Roshi struck Goku's head with his cane. Now, immediately go find the stone, or you shall have no dinner tonight. Ouch, that hurt. Understood, Master Roshi. Then I leave this person in your care. Goku said as he flew off on the Nimbus, cradling his sore head. Who is this person? He seems somewhat familiar. Master Roshi pondered as he carried Pika inside, muttering. Goku is too pure-hearted. I hope this time I am not rescuing a villain. Lan Shi, could you lend a hand and bandage this young lad's wounds? The turtle hermit gazed at the blue-haired Lan Shi with a mischievous glint in his eyes, his hands involuntarily forming claw-like shapes. This individual bears quite severe injuries, remarked Lan Shi. She retrieved a medical kit from the cabinet, and in no time, Piccolo's wounds were expertly dressed. Lan Shi, once you've finished with this young brother, could you assist me as well? The turtle hermit leered at Lan Shi's figure, a lascivious smirk gracing his lips. No way, you're not even injured. I must head to the kitchen. Dusk is approaching, and Goku and the others will be back soon. With that, the blue-haired Lan Shi made her way toward the kitchen. The turtle hermit stealthily approached her. Just then, a fly buzzed past Lan Shi's nose. Achoo. In an instant, her hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Turning to face the turtle hermit, she exclaimed, What do you intend to do, you lecherous old man? Looking for trouble, are we? Suddenly, the golden-haired Lan Shi produced two submachine guns from behind her and aimed them at the turtle hermit. Ah, how terrifying. Chapter 4. I have learned to control my ki. Time swiftly passed. The Pikachu slowly opened its eyes, cradling its wounds and murmured, it hurts. Pika raised his head to survey the surroundings. Realizing that he was in an entirely unfamiliar place, yet it bore a striking resemblance to somewhere he had encountered before. At last, I can learn martial arts. I shall certainly exert myself. Two somewhat juvenile voices resonated from outside the window. Pika leaned out to glimpse the scene. There stood an elderly man, burdened with a colossal tortoise shell, accompanied by two children who carried smaller shells. One child had tousled hair and a tail protruding from his rear, while the other was a small bald boy, clad in what appeared to be the robes of a temple monk. Piccolo raised an eyebrow, and it became evident to him who the three individuals were. It's not about martial arts, he remarked. In truth, I have little left to impart to you. How can that be? Came the inquiry. The fundamental essence of the Turtle School's martial arts is already encapsulated in the daily training you both engage in here. You may not have realized it, but your eyes, hands, feet, and entire bodies, indeed, even your minds, have been finely honed. The turtle hermit paused, standing beside Goku and Krillin, and remarked, Martial arts is merely a question of application. Goku and Krillin stared wide-eyed at the turtle hermit, with Goku asking, Grandpa, how can we win without any special moves? The significance of martial training lies not in defeating others, but in transcending oneself. To that end, you should adeptly utilize the fundamentals you have learned and subsequently forge your own unique martial style. That is the true essence. But weren't we supposed to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament and secure first place? Krillin questioned. I do not expect you to triumph in the tournament. The turtle hermit stated with a grave expression. Participating in the martial arts tournament is meant to allow you to understand the limits of your capabilities. thereby motivating you to elevate yourselves further. All right then, for the month leading up to the tournament, I shall not impart any more martial techniques. You may continue your training as before, but there is one condition. Goku and Krillin exchanged glances, asking, "What is it?" The weight of the turtle shells on your backs must be doubled. He removed the turtle shell from his own back and declared, "You shall wear this. 40 kilograms of turtle shell." Boom. The turtle hermit placed the shell onto the ground, creating a crater upon impact. Indeed, he is the turtle hermit. His words resonate somewhat with the principles of Jeet Kune Do, which emphasizes the transformation of the formless into form and the infinite into the finite. The turtle hermit aims to encourage Goku and Krillin to create their own martial style using the foundational elements they have learned here. Though the turtle hermit may appear unreliable in the anime, he is undeniably a master of martial arts, which explains his ability to cultivate formidable fighters such as Goku, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, also known as Puar, whom I personally favor. He has nurtured two exceptionally powerful Dragon Ball warriors, the strongest on Earth, Krillin, aside from the androids, and the Super Saiyan, Goku. A fleeting thought crossed Pika's mind. "Greetings." Pika respectfully gazed at Master Roshi and inquired, "Are you the esteemed Master Mutien?" "Ah, young one. You are awake." "Indeed, I am the god of martial arts, Mutien," Master Roshi replied, striking a pose with his hands on his hips, exuding a mischievous demeanor. With a deep bow, Pika implored, "Please, Master Mutien, teach me the ways of the turtle school martial arts. I beg of you." Master Roshi shook his head and responded, "My dear lad, it is not that I am unwilling to guide you, but I sense that your energy far surpasses my own by several magnitudes. A powerhouse like you surely does not require the instruction of an old fool like me." "How can this be?" Pika exclaimed. "Master Mutien, I possess immense energy, yet I am at a loss on how to wield it. Thus, I seek the guidance of a master." "I see," Master Roshi remarked, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he pondered. "So you are naturally endowed with such formidable energy. Very well, I shall teach you how to harness it. Rest assured. I hope this individual will not misuse their power. Otherwise, I shall do everything in my frail state to eliminate them," he added. "Thank you, Master Mutien." Pika rejoiced, believing that the challenge would be arduous, yet was pleasantly surprised by the ease of the master's consent. "Follow me," Master Roshi instructed. "Yes," Pika replied eagerly. Behind Master Roshi's abode, he said to Pika, "Sit down and first calm your mind." "Yes, Master Mutien," Pika agreed, settling cross-legged on the ground, seeking tranquility within. "Now, gradually draw forth the power within you. Like this," Master Roshi demonstrated, forming a ball with his hands, gathering a sphere of blue light. "Huh." Master Roshi propelled the luminous orb forward, causing it to strike the ocean's surface, resulting in a spray of towering waves. The guidance of energy is essentially like this. "At first, it may prove somewhat challenging," he continued, his gaze fixed on the blue light in Pika's hands. "Ah, cough, cough, your aptitude mirrors my own from years past. I too easily mastered the use of energy. Huh. I recall when I watched anime. You, in your youth, were not as formidable as Goku during his childhood. Merely a cheeky youth who prattled and peered at girls bathing. When did you ever master the control of energy so effortlessly?" Pika quipped, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Well, cough, cough, since you can guide energy now, I have little more to teach you. As long as you can control the energy within you, your strength will soon surpass mine," Master Roshi stated with a serious expression. "However, should your intentions be malevolent and rife with wrongdoing, I shall not hesitate to confront you, even at the cost of my frail body. Fear not, Master Mutien. I shall not engage in any wicked deeds. You have my word," Pika assured him respectfully. "I recommend a location for you. Head in this direction. There lies a tower, known as the Karen Tower. Within resides a cat sage. Seek him for your training. I have also trained there before. He should be able to assist you," Master Roshi remarked to Piccolo. Karen Tower. Although the cat sage's prowess is somewhat lacking, the super divine water is indeed a remarkable substance. It should significantly enhance my abilities. Piccolo pondered. "Yes, Master Mateto. I will diligently learn to control my energy. I shall now go guide Goku and Krillin. By the way, it was that rascal Goku who brought you back," Master Roshi said, casting a cryptic smile towards Piccolo's waist. Piccolo cast a glance at his waist, following the gaze of the turtle hermit. With a faint smile, he murmured to himself, "It seems I am still basking in the glory of Sun Wukong." Pika exclaimed loudly to Master Roshi, "Thank you, Master Wutian." With that, Pika leapt into the sea, swimming towards the direction indicated by the old master. Gazing into the distance, Master Rashi remarked, "This young man, he is bound to achieve greatness in the future." Chapter 5. I adore cat-like beings. With the mighty Yangtze River flowing into the ocean and towering mountains scraping the heavens, as Lu Yu once expressed, the vastness of the ocean is boundless. Its heart is expansive, embracing all rivers, and the ocean's ferocity is reflected in its tumultuous waves. At this moment, our protagonist is frolicking in the ocean, having just departed from Kame House, splashing about in the water. Why must I swim? Pika pondered. Had I known, I would have mastered the flying technique before leaving the island. How much easier that would have been. As he swam, he recalled that in the anime, Gohan had taught Videl the flying technique, which involved concentrating one's energy within. Well, let me give it a try. Pika summoned the energy within his being, causing the sea around him to ripple in concentric circles. Gradually, the frequency of the waves intensified, and soon the water around Pika vanished, separated by a visible white aura emanating from his form. With a fierce roar, Pika soared into the air, exclaiming triumphantly. Pika exhaled a breath of frustration, remarking, "The art of aerial movement is indeed quite simple. No wonder even a woman like Bidalai could master it in less than a day. Although I could only manage to control my energy and release it externally at this moment, I was far from achieving the finesse of a Dragon Ball warrior, who can effortlessly manipulate their own energy." Whoosh! A long, white stream of energy streaked across the sky, heading towards the direction of Corin Tower. In the distance, a towering edifice reached into the clouds, crowned by an oval-shaped palace, while its body resembled a lengthy, robust rod. So this is Corin Tower? Pika mused, hovering before the stone pillar, which appeared quite imposing. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a white energy flame ignited beside him, soaring straight towards the pinnacle of the tower. Ah, so this is the summit. What material is this pillar made of? It is astonishing that such a slender structure can support such a grand palace, he pondered, a question he had long wished to voice. The decorations here seemed rather mundane. Upon entering the palace, Pika approached a pure white feline figure leaning on a cane and said, "Hello, you must be Master Corin. Young man, you should be aware of the rules here. If you did not ascend from the base of the tower, I cannot acknowledge you. Therefore, you must descend immediately and climb up again," the feline replied, narrowing its eyes and fixing a cold gaze upon Pika, surprised by the severity of the feline. Pika recalled a scene from an earlier film where Gohan, as a child, sought Senza beans at Corin Tower to heal his father. He had merely climbed halfway, yet had been reprimanded by the very same feline. "Very well, I shall climb again," Pika sighed, turning and leaping from the tower. The feline exhaled, wiping the sweat from its brow, astonished at how amicable this strong individual was. In the celestial realm above Corin Tower, a green-skinned deity addressed Bubbles. "Who is this person? Their energy is overwhelmingly powerful." "Indeed, my lord. Let us hope they do not pose a threat to this planet," Bubbles replied. "This feline. I hadn't even spoken before being sent away," Pika grumbled as he landed on the ground. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from the grass, and two figures resembling Native Americans appeared before Pika. They brandished spears and questioned, "Who are you? And what business do you have in our sacred Corin ground?" Well, I was just sent down by the feline above. It instructed me to climb Corin Tower once more, which is why I have come to your esteemed domain. I hope for your understanding," Pika explained with a smile to the duo. "You reached the top of the tower? Impossible. My father cannot even ascend this tower, and he is the strongest warrior of our tribe. If he cannot make it, how could someone as frail as you just come down from it?" The Native American child stuck out his tongue at Pika, disbelief written all over his face. UPA. The muscular Indian man cast a piercing glance at the boy named UPA, who promptly closed his mouth and fixed his gaze intently on Pikachu. UPA, after all, was the son of the two. Pikachu, gently scratching his head, spoke, "Greetings. My name is Pikachu. My sole purpose for being here is to ascend the sacred Kalinta. I harbor no ulterior motives, so you need not worry. I shall not intrude upon your affairs. Salutations. I am Bra, the chief of the Indian tribe and the guardian of the sacred Kalen site." Bra introduced himself to Pikachu. Pika smiled and remarked, "I shall not engage in further conversation with you. I have to ascend the tower now. I bid you farewell." With that, Pika leaped with great force, soaring several hundred meters into the air. Below, the father and son, Bra and UPA, stood in astonishment. UPA inquired, "Father, is it possible that this individual truly descended from the tower?" To which Good replied, It must be true, I suppose. Pika grasped the tower's column with both hands. His feet firmly planted on the intricate carvings, and with a vigorous push, he soared upward once more, soon arriving at the realm of the feline sage. Greetings. O cat sage. I am Pika, sent here by Master Wu Tian. I presume you are also in pursuit of the sacred water? Allow me to be candid, Pika continued. The sacred water is merely ordinary boiled water, incapable of enhancing one's strength. The feline sage interjected coldly. Well, I am not here to seek the sacred water. Rather, I hope you could assist me in mastering the control of my energy. The cat's expression turned awkward, and after a brief cough, he replied, Your abilities are already quite formidable. Why seek guidance from another? However, there is indeed a place atop the Karen Tower where an individual may provide you with the instruction you seek. Atop the tower, you say? Pika looked upward, understanding the implication. Thank you, O cat sage, and the mischievous grin on Pikachu's face widened as he slowly approached the feline creature. Pika, you see, I am not particularly fond of any animals, except for one that holds a special place in my heart, he chuckled. Pika gently embraced the feline creature, affectionately rubbing his face against it and playfully pinching its cheeks, showering the little cat with love and adoration. The cat, purring with delight, responded with soft meows. Pika settled beside the cat, one hand scratching its belly, and casually remarked, Oh, celestial feline, I have heard from others that there are two kinds of waters here. One must ascend the tower and undergo your trials to receive the sacred water. The other is the divine water, which can awaken the latent potential within others. However, many martial masters have perished after consuming this water, unable to withstand its power. Is that true? Meow. Indeed, the feline replied, wriggling free from Pika's grasp. I do not possess divine water. You are merely repeating hearsay. Oh, is that so? But you are a deity. Surely you wouldn't deceive an ordinary person like me. Pika teased, gazing at the cat with playful mischief. Actually, I do possess divine water, the cat admitted, its expression darkening. However, as you mentioned, countless martial masters have died after drinking it, severing their lineage. Thus, those who have ascended the tower have merely completed my trials. I no longer dare to let martial masters consume the divine water. Celestial feline, allow me to try the divine water. Pika exclaimed in surprise. What? You wish to drink the divine water? Did you not hear what I said? Those martial masters who drank it all perished. You dare to. Fear not, for I am unlike them. My ambition is to conquer the stars and the seas, Pika declared, pointing forward with the fervor of a dreamer. All right, I was merely trying to lighten the mood. I refuse to believe I am destined for a short life, he added with a slight smirk. Very well. Since you have made your decision, you must embrace the belief of certain death. Please wait here for a moment while I fetch the divine water, the feline instructed. After a short while, the cat returned holding a teapot adorned with a diamond shape, inscribed with the character for divine. Is this truly the divine water? It appears rather ordinary, Pika remarked. With a flourish, the cat poured the divine water into a teacup and replied, Ordinary? You shall not think so once you take a sip. Pika approached and seized the teacup from the paws of the feline creature, draining its contents in one swift motion. What? You aren't preparing for this? The cat exclaimed in a flurry of anxiety. It's surprisingly delightful, Pika murmured. Of course, there is no need for such trivialities. Those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with such minor details. Suddenly, with a thud, Pika collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck with both hands. His complexion turning an alarming shade of purple, veins bulging on his forehead, and intermittent groans of agony escaping his lips. Ugh! Pika cried out in despair. His body sprawled on the ground, arching his back, his eyes bloodshot. Thud, thud, thud. Pika pounded his fists into the earth with fervor, each strike creating a massive crater in the hallowed ground of the Caring Temple. Pika tumbled recklessly across the ground, a singular thought echoing in his mind. I cannot perish. I must return. Suddenly, a golden flame ignited around Pika, his eyes devoid of focus, softly murmuring to himself, I cannot die. I must go back. I cannot die. I cannot die. This heavy chant resonated from his lips. With a cry, Pika soared from Kalinta, propelling himself swiftly into the distance. Wherever he passed, a series of sonic booms erupted. How is this even possible? The cat star gazed at the distant speck, listening to the booming sounds around him. This little one is extraordinarily powerful. Whoosh! The Pikachu soared over the vast ocean, traversed towering mountains, glided through dense forests and past countless villages and cities. In a secluded woodland, a young man with 3 eyes and a pale boy gazed skyward. "You are slacking off again. How many times must I remind you to diligently cultivate your skills and refrain from idleness?" An elder, sporting a goatee and clad in a green jacket and black martial arts pants adorned with an embroidered crane, bellowed at his 2 disciples. "Understood, Master Crane," they replied. Pikachu arrived in a frigid world blanketed in snow, where feathery flakes swirled amidst hailstones the size of thumbnails. The heavy snowfall enveloped Pikachu, yet an aura of tranquility surrounded him, preventing a single flake or hailstone from touching his form. Pika extended his hands, gathering a sphere of golden energy in his palms, and with great determination hurled it towards a towering snow-capped mountain. A resounding explosion echoed as the peak of the mountain was obliterated into fragments by the energy wave. Subsequently, he unleashed a barrage of golden energy orbs, each striking the snowy ground and creating deep craters with a radius of 1 meter, only to be swiftly concealed by the swirling blizzards. Pika's expression grew increasingly furious as he swiftly propelled wave after wave of energy blasts into the snow below, each strike creating deep craters in the white expanse, only to be swiftly engulfed once more by the relentless snowfall. With a resounding roar that echoed through the air, Pika unleashed a surge of energy that sent the snow swirling outward, forming a vacuum with a diameter of 10 meters around his form. High above, within the celestial halls of the divine palace, the deity's brow glistened with beads of cold sweat, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this individual's power. It was utterly astonishing to realize that such a formidable warrior still existed in this world. Pika cast his gaze upward, fixating on the very realm of the divine. What? He can sense my scrutiny? How is that possible? The deity was taken aback. Suddenly, the energy surrounding Pika began to wane, and he plummeted straight down, crashing into the snow below. Before Pikachu lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness, rendering the surroundings utterly invisible. Where was this place? As Pikachu gazed at the obscured landscape, a sudden beam of white light pierced through the gloom. Instinctively, Pikachu moved toward this radiant glow, reaching out in an attempt to grasp it. Suddenly, the light intensified, forcing Pikachu to shield his eyes with both hands. A melodious sound of a baby's cry resonated in Pikachu's ears, followed by a gentle voice saying, "Shao One, you have worked hard. Look, it's a boy. Ha ha. I have become a father. I have become a father." The familiarity of this voice struck Pikachu, leaving him bewildered. His eyes sparkled with realization as he murmured, "It is my father's voice. It is my father's voice." Pika gazed at the young man before him, who bore a striking resemblance to his father, yet appeared significantly younger. This was his father in his youth. Pika slowly advanced, but it seemed as though an invisible wall barred his passage, preventing him from taking another step forward. He struck his fist against this unseen barrier with all his might. Yet no matter how forcefully he struck, he could not shatter the ethereal wall before him. "Child, it is time to name the boy." The weary woman on the bed gently urged the man beside her. "Very well, since it is a boy, let us name him Pika." The man exclaimed with excitement as he looked down at the child cradled in his arms. As soon as the words left his lips, the scene before Pika fragmented into disarray. "Father, mother!" Pika cried out, but the shattered image gradually transformed into luminous points, fading away before his eyes. "Child, do not weep. Be strong, for you are a man," echoed the voices of his parents. "If you encounter difficulties, remember, home will always be your safest haven. You are forever the best." Tears streamed down Pika's cheeks as he listened to their comforting words. With a fierce roar, Pika surged forth from the snow, the heavy snowfall outside having ceased. A radiant sun slowly ascended from the east, melting the snow and revealing the Earth's original beauty. "Has so much time truly passed?" Pika murmured, gazing at the distant rising sun. He recalled that he had ingested the divine water just around dusk, astonished that so much time had elapsed by the moment he regained consciousness. Pika looked at his clenched fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him. In Pikachu's eyes, astonishment glimmered. He had not anticipated the extraordinary effects of the super divine water, which had seemingly doubled his prowess. If, according to Trunks, his combat power upon arrival was 1800, then it now ought to be 3600. No, it was undoubtedly more than that. Chapter 7. The Temple of the Gods. As the sun rose, its radiant light enveloped the earth. Had the night passed, and was this young man truly dead? The cat being, wielding a scepter, gazed into the distance, filled with anxiety. "Oh, Is that laughter I hear behind me? After just one night apart, do you truly miss me this much? What an honor. You survived? The cat being exclaimed, astonished to discover someone who could consume the super divine water and emerge unscathed. Of course. Who do you think I am? Sunlight illuminated Pikachu, enhancing the sharp features of his already handsome visage. How much has your strength increased? The cat being inquired eagerly. Well, perhaps more than double. Double? That cannot be right. When I acquired the super divine water, I was told it could unlock all innate potential. Yet at your age, your power should far exceed that of Master Rashi, so merely doubling it seems implausible, the cat being pondered. The nature of the super divine water is merely to excavate the potential within one's body. It does not unleash all latent abilities, Pikachu explained to the cat being. If one could fully access their potential, wouldn't Goku have transformed into a Super Saiyan God long ago? It is simply not feasible. Let us not dwell on that. The fact that someone has managed to drink the super divine water without perishing is already beyond my expectations. There must be others in this world with equally resilient spirits, capable of consuming it as well. Indeed, without formidable mental fortitude, it is impossible to endure. Now that I have finished the super divine water and significantly enhanced my strength, I must take my leave. I shall visit you again when time permits, Pikachu declared, waving farewell to the cat being as he soared toward the Temple of the Gods. As the Pikachu ascended higher, the clouds surrounding it grew increasingly dark. Above the clouds, a multitude of lightning bolts surged, swirling like serpentine dragons in a tempest. With a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning struck toward the Pikachu, which retaliated by launching a shockwave in the direction of the oncoming lightning. With a thunderous roar, the shockwave shattered the bolt. However, the tempest of lightning from the surrounding storm clouds intensified, and a bolt of lightning, a meter in diameter, descended upon the Pikachu. What? The Pikachu exclaimed in alarm, thrusting its hands forward to unleash another shockwave. Yet, in an instant, the lightning consumed the shockwave entirely. The Pikachu crossed its arms, conjuring a spherical protective shield around itself. The lightning struck the shield directly, shattering it in an instant. With a scream of anguish, the Pikachu felt its hair stand on end from the electric charge, its clothing singed to the point of barely covering vital areas, leaving its body charred and blackened. Hissing sounds echoed as more lightning bolts from the ominous clouds aimed toward the Pikachu. With a swift motion, the Pikachu ignited in a white flame, propelled skyward along the path of the lightning. This is infuriating. What is the cause of this relentless pursuit? I possess nothing magnetic, the Pikachu thought bitterly. The speed of Pikachu increased once more, gradually revealing a hemispherical structure floating in the air. At last, Pikachu surged forward, traversing through layers of clouds. The deity has arrived, Bobo remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Indeed, a figure spun through the air and landed on the platform of the divine temple. Phew, Weavy finally arrived. I never expected the forces of nature to be so formidable, Pikachu exhaled, brushing off the dark soot from his body. Greetings, he smiled at the deity and Bobo. Ah, I am the deity of Earth. Greetings, formidable outsider. Who might you be? I have never encountered such a powerful being on this planet, the deity inquired. His demeanor grave as he wielded a staff, exuding an imposing presence directed towards Pikachu. Ah? Pikachu blinked, replying, Hello, I am Pikachu. To put it simply, my arrival here was not by my own choosing. I was pursued to this planet. What? Your strength far surpasses that of Earth's mightiest, even exceeding mine by a considerable margin. How can this be? The deity was taken aback. That individual is indeed powerful. He is not from this planet. However, I will ensure that I avenge this grievance myself. A flicker of anger flashed in Pikachu's eyes. The mysterious figure, the first to seek his demise upon his arrival in this world, would forever remain etched in his memory. Thus, I seek your assistance, Pikachu addressed the deity. Me? That is impossible. Your strength greatly eclipses mine, rendering me incapable of aiding you. The deity responded, his expression somber as he contemplated the veracity of Pikachu's claims. If they were true, would this individual come to Earth, and would his presence pose a threat to the planet? Yes, you can guide me. My energy is immense, yet I can only harness a fraction of it. I require a battle-hardened warrior or an exceptional mentor to instruct me in the ways of combat. Pikachu bowed respectfully to the deity, stating, I implore you. This individual emanated a dark aura, and he was intent on destroying the very things we strive to protect. After Pikachu finished speaking, he wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that deceiving others was indeed a skillful endeavor. Very well. In that case, I shall impart to you some techniques of combat. How much you manage to learn will depend on your own abilities. Come along with me. The celestial deity announced before striding towards the palace. This was the grand palace of the celestial deity, a sanctum for his cultivation. For the time being, I shall instruct you here. For any trivial inquiries, feel free to consult Mr. Bobo, the celestial deity advised Pikachu. Understood. Please take some rest for now. I shall return in the afternoon to guide you further. Thank you, celestial deity. Gurgle. Just as Pikachu uttered those words, his stomach emitted a resounding growl, signaling that his energy levels were nearing a critical point, necessitating a prompt intake of sustenance. Ah, you must be quite hungry. Please wait a moment. I will ask Bobo to prepare some food, the celestial deity remarked with a smile. Hee. Pikachu chuckled awkwardly while scratching his head. In the cafeteria, the sound of voracious eating echoed. Bobo and the celestial deity stood by, mouths agape, as they watched Pikachu devour his meal. One more serving, please, Pikachu requested, holding out his plate towards Bobo. Mr. Pikachu, you've already consumed 80 servings. Are you still not satisfied? Bobo exclaimed, astonished by Pikachu's appetite. Almost there, almost there. Perhaps just 80 more servings will suffice, Pikachu replied. Bobo's typically composed face betrayed a look of disbelief. P.S. Apologies for the delay in the first update. I was quite fatigued after a sleepless night spent with friends. Chapter 8. The combat doll above the temple. Two figures engaged in a fierce confrontation, trading blows with remarkable intensity. Their appearances were strikingly similar, both clad in pristine blue martial attire, white gloves, and black boots. However, one bore a vacant expression, his complexion ashen. Lord Celestial Deity, Pikachu has been here for merely a week, yet he is already able to hold his own against the combat doll. Bobo remarked in astonishment. Indeed, this fellow possesses an innate and formidable talent for combat. Fortunately, after these past few days of interaction, I have come to understand that Pikachu poses no threat to Earth. On the contrary, he is exceedingly kind-hearted, the celestial deity responded. 3 days prior, in the afternoon, Bobo addressed Pikachu. Your strength is truly overwhelming. Neither I nor the celestial deity could possibly serve as your sparring partners. Therefore, I shall need to borrow a strand of your hair. Sure, that's fine. Ouch. Pika plucked a strand of hair from his head and handed it to Bobo. The following day, Bobo approached Pika with a plaster figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Mr. Pika, this is a battle doll created through the combined efforts of myself and a celestial being. This doll possesses power equivalent to yours and will serve as your sparring partner for the time being. Its energy is expected to last for approximately a month, Bobo explained, gesturing toward the battle doll. Oh, so this is the battle doll. I recall that it appeared only once in the original tale, and it seemed to have left little Yukong quite exasperated, Pika pondered. Pika stood beside the combat doll, patting this and touching that. Is this a doll? It looks just like a real person, Pika exclaimed in astonishment. If it weren't for the icy coolness of its skin and its lifeless eyes, I would truly believe this was a living being. This combat doll was crafted using the yellow spring mud obtained from the Bridge of Hell by the celestial being, along with a small vial of divine water that takes a century to condense within our temple. These two primary components, combined with several rare materials, resulted in the creation of this combat doll, Bobo explained. Oh, Pika nodded, taken aback by the complexity involved in creating such a thing. Then, Mr. Pika, please follow me. I fear that this location may not withstand your onslaught, so the celestial being hopes you can engage in battle in the skies to prevent any damage to the temple. Very well, Pika replied, stepping outside and soaring above the temple. Bobo gave the combat doll a gentle pat, and it too ascended into the sky. Mr. Pika, although this combat doll possesses strength equal to yours, it can unleash 120% of its combat capabilities, so do exercise caution. Understood, Pika remarked, gazing at the combat doll before him and scoffing. Humph, capable of exerting 120% of its combat potential. Pika let out a cold snort, his form enveloped in a white flame as he soared toward the combat puppet. The puppet assumed the starting stance of Wing Chun, and as Pika appeared before it, the puppet delivered a powerful punch to Pika's abdomen, producing a resounding sonic boom behind him. How formidable! This was the last thought that crossed Pika's mind before he lost consciousness. Time rewound to our battlefield. Flowing chi blast. Pika thrust his palms forward, unleashing a barrage of golden energy spheres from his hands. The combat puppet positioned its body in a wide stance, generating a golden protective shield around itself. Pika's flowing chi blast struck the shield, only to be deflected. The combat puppet brought its hands together in a flower bud shape at its waist, coalescing a blue-white energy sphere in its palms. This sphere enveloped its hands, significantly amplifying the puppet's energy. What? Pika gasped in astonishment. This technique was conceived just the previous night. Although it was inspired by the Kamehameha wave, this technique suited him even better. He named it the Death Penetration Cannon, aptly indicating its formidable piercing power. With that in mind, Pika summoned a blue-white energy sphere of his own, compressing it in his hands. He repeatedly compressed the sphere and infused it with energy, cycling through the process. The combat puppet launched its Death Penetration Cannon, a massive energy sphere with a diameter of 20 meters, trailing a long tail as it hurtled toward Pika. Hurry up! The energy sphere in Pika's hand spun rapidly as the combat puppet's Death Penetration Cannon drew near. At last, it was ready. Go! Pika unleashed the death-penetrating cannon, propelling his entire body backward for several dozen meters due to the tremendous recoil. In midair, two air currents collided, generating a powerful gust. The deity atop the temple embedded his scepter into the ground to prevent being swept away by the forceful air, while Bobo clung tightly to a nearby stone pillar. The carefully nurtured flora within the temple could not withstand the onslaught of the gust and was uprooted entirely, even the stoutest trees being torn from their foundations. Pika shouted as the diameter of the energy sphere produced by the death-penetrating cannon expanded, engulfing the combat automaton. Wow, I finally won, Pika exclaimed, landing on the temple and collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Bobo, holding a clump of earth, remarked, Pika, you haven't truly won. It's simply that the energy within the combat automaton has been nearly depleted, leaving no force to sustain that tremendous shockwave. Pika widened his eyes in disbelief at Bobo. No way. A chilling scream echoed through the divine hall. Thud, thud. Oh, I'm so full. Pika patted his belly, reflecting on how, since becoming a member of the warrior scion race, his appetite had drastically increased, consuming food at a rate hundreds of times greater than before. Mr. Bobo, that combat automaton was truly formidable. If it weren't for your creation, I might never have reached this level today. Over the past week, my mastery of energy has significantly improved. Although I still can't control it perfectly, I can now exert 80% of my full strength. Thank you. There's no need for such formality, Bobo smiled at Pika. We can no longer create combat automatons. The materials have been reduced to a mere fragment due to your onslaught. Therefore, we will arrange for you to continue your training elsewhere. The deity entered the temple and spoke to Pika. After the meal, Pika accompanied the deity to a peculiar room housing an odd machine. Pika, this will be your training ground from now on, the deity explained. This machine can transport you to other planets for your training. P.S. This chapter is a belated edition from last night. I was unable to send it due to a power outage at home. It is somewhat brief. Chapter 9, Restoring History, Battling the Giant Ape and the Time Patrol. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and a man emerged from the divine palace. Pika's upper body was battered, his trousers tattered beyond recognition, and his skin marred with numerous wounds. How did you sustain such severe injuries this time? The deity inquired in astonishment. This time, Bobo sent me to a planet with a gravity 5 times that of our own. The inhabitants of that world are all fervent warriors. There, a mere disagreement can escalate into a fierce brawl, Pika replied with a nonchalant demeanor. What? How is that possible? I distinctly configured that planet to be devoid of any life forms. My investigation was thorough, Bobo exclaimed, bewildered. While the surface of that planet appears uninhabited, beneath it lies a myriad of beings. To my knowledge, that planet seems to serve as a prison for offenders. I engaged in battles with them daily, and now I can unleash my full potential, Pika declared proudly. He bore no resentment towards the deity and instead felt a sense of gratitude for being sent to that world, as scions thrive through combat. This time, it is indeed our oversight, the deity admitted. There's no need for such concern. My strength has far surpassed that of my initial arrival, Pika chuckled, giving Bobo a friendly pat on the shoulder. Given that, I shall refrain from further comments. We have prepared new garments and sustenance for you. Please take a moment to freshen up, the deity suggested. Thank you, esteemed deity, Pika replied with a beaming smile. A month had passed since Pika arrived at the divine temple, and he had now mastered the strength residing within every muscle of his body. I am so full, he contentedly remarked, patting his belly at the dining table. Bobo handed him a set of garments, stating, "These clothes are crafted based on your previous attire. Yet the quality surpasses it significantly." "Thank you, Mr. Bobo," Pika responded as he accepted the clothing. He changed into a blue martial arts uniform complemented by a black vest, which was no longer tight-fitting, and donned blue trousers. The black vest and shoes weighed a formidable 400 pounds, greatly enhancing the defensive capabilities of the outfit. "I have troubled you for long enough. It is time for me to take my leave," Pika said to the deity and Bobo before soaring into the sky. "Hey, Cat Sage, may I borrow a few senza beans?" he called out to the feline figure outside the Corin Tower. "Catch." A small bag of senza beans was tossed from the Cat Sage's hands. After catching the beans, Pika consumed one, swiftly restoring his injuries, and flew eastward towards Corin Tower. Even during his time at the Divine Temple, Pika had sensed a few powerful energies engaged in combat to the east. The World Martial Arts Tournament has indeed commenced, and those two energies unmistakably belong to Goku and Master Roshi. The final match has begun. I must hasten. With that, Pika increased his speed and soon arrived at the tournament venue. There, he witnessed Master Roshi and Goku battling fiercely, with Master Roshi wielding two bolts of electricity that ensnared Goku. However, Pika noticed a dark purple glow emanating from Goku's eyes as his body began to swell. In the blink of an eye, Goku had transformed into a colossal ape. The giant ape Goku struck Master Roshi, sending him crashing into the audience, blood spilling from his mouth. The referee, maintaining his professional integrity, announced, "Contestant Chung Long has been knocked off the stage by the giant ape Goku. The victor of this match is Goku." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in cheers and applause. "What fools," Pika muttered, watching the giant ape with disdain. Meanwhile, backstage, Yamcha and the spectators Bulma, Oolong, and Puar were alarmed, shouting, "Run! Goku has lost his sanity." Barely finishing their warning, the giant ape gathered a sphere of purple energy in its mouth, unleashing a shockwave. Yet, a man clad in battle attire deflected the attack with a single palm strike. This man had a stern expression, his eyes coldly fixated on the giant ape, murmuring, "All I need to do is sever the Scion's tail." With that, he transformed into a flash of red light, his energy amplifying by 50%. "This is the Kaioken," Pika exclaimed in astonishment. Realizing that this individual must also be a time patroller, I should lend him my assistance. The Pikachu transformed into a beam of white light, soaring towards the arena of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. However, fate had other plans, and unexpected events unfolded on the stage. A girl with cascading violet hair, clad in a form-fitting attire and wielding a crescent-shaped scepter, not to be confused with the character Tawa from the Super Universe, as she is an original creation of mine with significant early involvement, unleashed a stream of dark energy from the scepter, striking a man who subsequently fell to the ground, his eyes glowing crimson. His power surged, doubling as his combat index soared to over 6,000 points. The violet-haired maiden licked her lips, her voice resonating with an alluring maturity that belied her youthful appearance. "The Time Patrol has been brought under my control, and now no one can prevent the distortion of history." As she spoke, ripples of dark purple energy emanated from her, and her figure vanished from sight. Pikachu, oblivious to her presence, merely sensed the sudden disappearance of an ominous aura. "What?" Pikachu gasped in disbelief, as the colossal ape and the man began wreaking havoc at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament venue. The audience scrambled to escape, but debris rained down, claiming many lives in its wake. Rocky, a martial arts enthusiast, had brought his wife and child to witness the tournament, never anticipating the chaos that would ensue as the competitors went berserk, attacking innocent spectators alongside a stranger. A massive rock hurtled towards Rocky, who instinctively closed his eyes and shielded his family with open arms, awaiting the impact. To his astonishment, the stone did not strike him. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a young man clad in martial arts attire standing behind him, unleashing golden energy blasts that shattered the falling rocks. "Quickly, take your family and flee. This place is extremely perilous," Pikachu shouted urgently to Rocky. "Oh, thank you," Rocky replied gratefully, seizing his wife and child as they escaped the now battlefield. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha rescued Master Roshi, actively assisting the audience in their escape. Krillin spotted Pikachu and thought, "Isn't that the person I saved with Goku? What is he doing here?" Just as he was about to warn Pikachu of the danger, Pikachu soared into the air, heading towards the giant ape and the Time Patrol. "Hey, you two, look here," Pikachu called out, launching two shockwaves towards the giant ape and the time patrol. The time patrol effortlessly swatted away the incoming waves, smirking darkly. Hee hee, better make sure to collect those. P.S. This is the second update. There will be another one tonight. Chapter 10. If you catch up to me, I'll let you have your way. The colossal ape opened its gaping maw, gathering a sphere of azure and white light. The man swiftly extended his hands, aligning his thumbs and index fingers to form the stance of a ki blast, conjuring a golden orb of energy between his palms. With a fierce roar, they unleashed their ki waves towards Piccolo. Wow, you truly underestimate me, Piccolo exclaimed as he extended his arms before his chest, creating a circular barrier that absorbed the impact of both ki blasts, though he was still forced to stagger backward from their force. Seeing Piccolo successfully counter his ki wave, the giant ape, filled with rage, pounded his chest angrily before leaping into the air, aiming a fist at Piccolo. Humph. If you had the sense to coordinate your attack with that other person, victory might have been within reach. But as it stands, you will simply vanish, Piccolo thought disdainfully as the giant ape charged at him. The ape's fist swung towards Piccolo, only to pass right through him. It was merely an illusion. In the next instant, Piccolo materialized behind the giant ape, a golden aura emanating from his forearm, sharp as a blade. What? Just as Piccolo prepared to sever the ape's tail, a shockwave surged towards him. Instinctively, he struck the shockwave with his palm, cleaving it in two. The giant ape landed with a thud, causing the ground to tremble violently, even causing Krillin and Yamcha to fall to the ground. Krillin stammered to Yamcha, This person is incredibly powerful. Yamcha, too astonished to articulate, merely nodded in wide-eyed amazement at the spectacle involving Piccolo, the two combatants, and the beast. Yamcha, are you alright? Shouldn't we assist that person? Puar said, anxiously placing its small paws over its mouth. Yes, Krillin, let us together cut off Goku's tail, Puar. Yamcha exclaimed as he sprang to his feet. A massive pair of scissors appeared in Yamcha's hands. Krillin, you distract Goku while I take the opportunity to sever his tail. Okay, understood. Krillin also stood up, his gaze resolute as he looked at the transformed Goku, and shouted, Hey, big gorilla, look over here. He then turned around and, with a swift motion, dropped his pants, exposing his bare backside, a sight many might recognize, and began to slap it vigorously. The giant ape, incensed by Krillin's mockery, pounded its chest and charged towards him. Ha ha ha, big gorilla, if you can catch me, I will let you have your way, Krillin taunted as he sprinted away, while the giant ape unleashed another ki wave. Yikes, Krillin exclaimed, realizing the ki wave was headed straight for him, and he leapt into action. The energy wave struck the ground, sending Krillin tumbling gracefully through the air before landing smoothly. With arms outstretched and eyes closed, he bowed slightly to either side, only to hurriedly flee moments later. The giant ape released another energy wave, prompting Krillin to leap into action. Sweat glistened on his bald head as he shouted, Yamcha, hurry up, I can barely hold on. A dark shadow sprang forth from behind the giant ape, wielding enormous scissors that aimed for its tail. A sharp sound echoed as Yamcha severed the tail, but immediately after, the giant ape retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Yamcha flying. Blood spurted from Yamcha's mouth as he gasped, I did it, Krillin. Cough, cough. He then coughed up another mouthful of blood. Are you alright, Yamcha? Krillin rushed to his side, filled with concern, while Purr, who had transformed into scissors, returned to his original form, anxiously addressing Yamcha. Young Master Yamcha. I'm fine, cough. Just a few broken ribs, Yamcha replied, though he soon collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Piccolo, who was engaged in battle with a man, noticed that Goku had aided Yamcha in severing the ape's tail. He turned to his opponent and declared, It's time to end this fight. With a surge of energy, Piccolo's power doubled, igniting a white flame around him. The man retreated, enveloped in a red aura, and shouted, Kaioken. His hair stood on end as his power surged from 6,000 to 12,000. With a resounding clash, both combatants launched their fists at each other, their blows colliding with force. Simultaneously, Piccolo aimed a punch at his opponent's abdomen, but the man anticipated the move, resulting in a powerful clash that sent them both reeling backward. As they landed, they sprang off the ground once more, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, Piccolo attacking with fervor, followed by the man retaliating with swift strikes. The collision of their elbows reverberated, and the man executed a kick to Piccolo's chin, sending him tumbling back. The man unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, striking Piccolo's back and tearing through his clothing. With determination, the man lowered his hands, gathering a radiant white light around his fists, and launched a powerful punch towards Piccolo. Pika steadied himself with one hand on the ground, delivering a fierce whiplash kick towards the man. The man crossed his arms to shield himself from the impact of Pika's strike, yet the tremendous force compelled him to kneel on one knee. With a resounding cry, he propelled Pika away, sending him gliding just above the ground. In retaliation, the man unleashed a swift knife-hand strike towards Pika. In response, Pika gathered a sphere of azure and white energy in his right hand, accelerating his body to block the man's attack with his left arm. While the energy wave from his right hand engulfed the man was hurled backwards by the energy wave, rolling on the ground as he struggled to regain his footing. In an instant, Pika appeared behind him, delivering a decisive palm strike to the man's neck. The man collapsed, unconscious, as the dark purple aura surrounding him dissipated. Piccolo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out 2 magical beans, consumed one to heal his own wounds, and offered the other to the man, aiding in his recovery as well. Pika soared to Yamucha's side, producing a mystical bean and placing it to his nose, administering its essence. Upon swallowing the bean, Yamucha abruptly awakened, exclaiming, "Ah, my beauty." With a swift motion, Pika struck Yamucha's head, saying, "Wake up." Disoriented, Yamucha retorted, "Who hit me? Seeking death? Ah, thank you." He noticed Pika gazing at him with an unsettling grin, prompting an awkward chuckle from him. "Ah," Yamucha exclaimed, pointing behind Pika, "Be careful." He then leapt forward, delivering a punch towards a man, who effortlessly caught the blow and replied nonchalantly, "I am already awake. I was merely under someone else's control. Greetings, I am Pika. I look forward to your guidance." Pika extended his hand with a smile. "You are the Pika that Lord Trunks spoke of? You're still alive?" The man was astonished, recalling the news of an attack on a newly appointed time patroller who shared the same name. "Yes, that is I. Thank you for restoring my consciousness." "My name is Philly," he said as he grasped Pika's hand. Character profile name: Philly. Gender: male. Race: human. Height: 184 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Signature moves: Kaioken, burning attack. One-handed Kamehameha, Kamehameha. Combat power: 3000. Description: a valiant junior time patroller, tasked with simpler temporal missions, capable of employing a triple Kaioken to amplify his strength. P.S. This is the last update for today. P.S. Today, I discussed Kaioken with classmates. Well, this fellow directly quoted the esteemed Akira Toriyama, leaving me speechless. It has now been amended. The double Kaioken indeed enhances power twofold. Chapter 11. The mysterious individual named Teclis in his room within the City of Time. Pika pondered Trunks' words. The enigmatic figure once served as a senior time patroller in their realm, having saved numerous planets from devastation. He was a source of pride for the City of Time. Had it not been for that incident, he would not have betrayed them, lamented Trunks. Lord Teclis was my aspiration. It was for him that I ventured into this perilous vocation of time patrolling, Philly expressed, his expression grim. Lord Teclis was always kind, never showing anger. He was the ideal for all aspiring time patrollers. Is this Teclis truly as you describe? Why do I sense a malevolent, chilling aura emanating from him? Pika inquired, perplexed. Teclis, like you, is a scion. Yet, unlike you, he and I are but half-breeds, Philly clarified. With a wave of his hand, Trunks summoned a projection on the table of the chamber, revealing the entire history of Teclis. Upon reviewing his profile, I noted that he was a kind-hearted individual, incapable of betraying the City of Time, or so I thought. What could have transpired to alter his nature so drastically? Pika inquired. With a somber expression, Philly responded. He fell in love with a woman he should not have. Trunks sighed and remarked, that woman is the princess of the demon realm, daughter of Depura. What? Pika exclaimed. That woman disguised herself as a native of the planet while Teclis was on a mission, and the inhabitants of that planet were annihilated by time pirates. Trunks closed his eyes, gently biting his lip, and continued. However, as time passed, the woman fell deeply in love with the formidable and radiant Teclis, and he too developed feelings for her. At this point, Trunks paused, his expression darkening. Why have you stopped? Pika asked, intrigued. As such a cliché narrative seemed to unfold even in this world. On the very day of their wedding, the high-ranking officials of the City of Time. Those self-righteous individuals, Trunks slammed his hand on the table at this point. Those scoundrels believed that Teclis had betrayed the city of time and was clandestinely consorting with the denizens of the demon realm. Without a moment's hesitation, they slaughtered Teclis's entire family, branding him a traitor to the city of time. In a desperate attempt to save Teclis, the princess was also murdered by those despicable officials. Trunks paused for a moment, then continued. In his fury, Teclis transcended his limits, transforming into a super scion of the second grade, and annihilated every one of those officials without mercy. After his departure, the god of time summoned me to the city of time, appointing me as one of its overseers. Since the demise of those officials, their dark secrets have been unearthed, which is why we, the time patrollers, harbor such deep resentment towards them, Philly remarked to Pika. Reclining on his bed, Pika reflected on Trunks and Philly's words, pondering. Teclis is indeed quite pitiable, yet he truly sought to kill me within the time corridor. I shall certainly repay that debt. Teclis, await your reckoning. The night passed in silence. The following day, before dawn, Pika arrived at the training center of the City of Time, a facility established by Trunks after his arrival. The training center soared to a height of 55 stories, with the first 35 floors housing 13 training rooms each, while the number of rooms gradually diminished from the 36th floor onward. These training chambers are equipped with gravity modulation devices, capable of adjusting the gravitational force up to 500 times. The first 20 levels serve as the training grounds for prospective temporal patrollers, where the gravity can be set to 10 times the norm. Levels 21 to 35 are designated for junior temporal patrollers, with gravity adjustable to 150 times. Intermediate temporal patrollers occupy levels 36 to 45, where gravity can be increased to 300 times. The upper echelons, levels 46 to 50, are reserved for advanced temporal patrollers, who can modify the gravity to the maximum of 500 times. Beyond the 50th level, only advanced temporal patrollers possess knowledge of what lies there. As Pika has recently ascended to the rank of a temporal patroller, albeit as a junior, he took the elevator directly to the 20th level. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A young maid, clad in a uniform, smiled as she addressed Pika. The robotic figure, known as at 521 and designated as Alice, gazed upon the young girl before her, sensing an absence of vitality, as if she were a mere specter. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Alice, the administrator of this facility. How may I assist you today?" She replied, "Well, I wish to open a preliminary training room," the girl stated. "Kindly present your temporal patrol credentials," Alice requested. Pika produced the time patroller ID and handed it to Alice. Alice reached out and swiped the ID, addressing Pika, "Esteemed Mr. Pika, please follow me." She led him to a door marked 2012. Turning to Pika, Alice said, "Esteemed Mr. Pika, this is Training Room 2012. Kindly scan your identification here to commence your training." After bidding farewell to Alice, Pika opened the door and surveyed the training room, remarking nonchalantly, "The decor is passable at best. If Trunks were here, he would surely be infuriated. This is a place for training, not for leisure. Let me set the gravity to 10 times. I should be able to endure that." Pika adjusted the gravity to 10 times, merely feeling a slight heaviness in his body. He threw a couple of punches and noted, "It seems 10 times is insufficient. I shall increase it to 30 times. Suddenly, an overwhelming force of attraction emanated from the ground. Pika grunted as the immense pull tugged at every muscle and vein in his body, even affecting each cell. With a resounding thud, Pika knelt on one knee, bracing himself with his hands on the ground. Gritting his teeth, his face flushed crimson, and the veins on his forehead bulged, resembling writhing worms crawling across his skin. The breath within the body of the warrior began to coalesce gradually, and under the unwavering strength of his iron will, he rose slowly to his feet, his legs trembling slightly. "Arise." With a low growl, the young man flushed with embarrassment. His once loose martial arts uniform now stretched taut over his muscular form. He gradually rose to his feet. Pikachu stood firmly in a horse stance, sweat streaming down its face relentlessly. Pika strode forward with purpose, slowly navigating the room, each step resonating with a heavy thud against the ground. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. The training room echoed with the sounds of exertion as Pika practiced a set of Hungar Kung Fu. Character introduction name: Pika. Age: 17, not to be taken too literally. Gender: male. Height: 182 centimeters. Weight: 75 kilograms. Special moves: Chuan Luchi Gong Blast, Key Wave, Death Penetration Cannon, and various martial arts from Earth. Combat Power 10,000 Synopsis. Once a physical education teacher on Earth, Pika found himself transported to the universe of Dragon Ball Super due to his gaming adventures, becoming a proud scion. Through the time machine in the temple, he arrived at a planetary prison with a gravity 5 times that of Earth, where he constantly pushed his limits under the pressure of impending doom. Upon returning to the temple, his combat power soared to 10,000, marking him as a true warrior. Chapter 12. The World Martial Arts Tournament of Time City. After 3 days, Pika had acclimated to the 30-fold gravity. While he could not yet compare to the extraordinary Goku, who adapted to 100-fold gravity in just 5 days, achieving a staggering combat power of 180,000. It was evident that he remained in a league far beyond the ordinary. Pika assumed a horse stance, his movements transitioning between the fierce form of the tiger and the graceful posture of the crane. Each punch he unleashed resonated with a series of explosive sounds, as he executed the twin tiger crane fist of Hungar. This martial art, a variant of Southern Fist, is said to have been adapted by Lin Shirong, blending elements of Hungar and Buddhist boxing, earning it the esteemed title of Tiger's Head, Buddha's Tail. The style primarily emulates the fierce imagery of both the tiger and the crane, absorbing the relentless offensive techniques of Buddhist boxing while embodying the strict defensive principles of Hungar. It was later refined by the legendary Huang Feihong, who synthesized the essence of various styles into a cohesive whole. The routine draws upon the tiger's strength and form, alongside the crane's grace. The tiger form cultivates both breadth and power, exuding a commanding presence reminiscent of a dragon soaring and a tiger leaping. Conversely, the crane form hones precision and spirit, characterized by swift and agile movements, embodying tranquility and composure. As he concluded his performance, Pika delivered a punch that echoed with the roar of a tiger and the cry of a crane. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he deactivated the gravity chamber and, with a swift kick, declared, "My current strength far surpasses that of my former self." After 3 days of rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Pika activated the old power level detector gifted to him by Trunks upon his departure, bemused by the fact that Trunks' mother, the brilliant scientist Bulma, would present her son with such a subpar device. The device affixed to Pikachu's face registered an impressive combat power of 22,000, exclaiming, "In just 3 days, I've increased by 12,000. Indeed, the gravity chamber is an essential training tool for early-stage science. I must persuade Trunks to gift me a portable gravity device next time." Alice bid farewell to Pikachu with a professional smile. "Oh, these days of training have been exceedingly tedious. Is there anything else to occupy my time?" Pikachu pondered while walking, only to discover a throng of people gathered around a bulletin board, the majority of whom were time patrollers. Huaxia, an ordinary resident of Time City, was particularly joyous today as his daughter had just joined the ranks of apprentice time patrollers. He planned to cook a sumptuous meal to celebrate his beloved daughter's achievement, but was interrupted by a strikingly handsome young man who began to inquire incessantly, "What is going on? Why are there so many people?" Pikachu asked, puzzled. Huaxia regarded Pikachu with a look of incredulity, disdainfully replying, "Are you from Time City? How can you not know this? Since I'm in a good mood today, I shall graciously enlighten you. In a week's time, we shall host the Grand Martial Arts Tournament here in Time City. Participants can include both time patrollers and ordinary residents, though advanced time patrollers are prohibited from entering. The rewards for this competition are quite substantial." "What kind of rewards?" Pikachu inquired. "Ugh, you're annoying. I have matters to attend to and can't be bothered to explain further. Go see for yourself," Huaxia retorted before turning away, leaving Pikachu behind. Pika exerted great effort to weave through the crowd, his gaze fixed upon the announcement board that proclaimed, "Dear members of the City of Time, in our endeavor to further enrich your leisure pursuits, we are delighted to announce the upcoming 15th Grand Martial Arts Tournament of the City of Time. The specific rules are as follows. 1. Prior to the commencement of the competition, staff will beat drums to rally support, with the striking of the bronze gong serving as the signal to begin. 2. During the contest, the use of weapons and external forces is strictly prohibited. 3. Strikes to the eyes or sensitive areas of opponents are forbidden. 4. A competitor is deemed defeated if they fall outside the ring, concede, or are knocked down and remain unable to rise within 10 seconds. 5. Disappearance or falling off the competition platform will also result in disqualification. 6. Contestants must not kill their opponents, as this will lead to disqualification from the tournament. 7. Injured participants will be carried to a nearby medical center for treatment. 8. Attacking spectators will result in immediate disqualification. The rewards for the tournament are as follows. Champion, training from the King of Time, accompanied by 10 million points. Runner-up, training from Trunks, along with 5 million points. Third place, a gravity bracelet, handcrafted by Trunks, capable of adjusting gravity up to 200 times, along with 2 million points. Top 8, 10 Sins of Beans, which allow for self-restoration of vitality and stave off hunger for 10 days, along with 500,000 points. We encourage everyone to actively participate in this event. Please register at the venue, as endorsed by the King of Time himself. Before the pickup, the gravity wristband caught my eye. It is indeed a remarkable device. I had just contemplated requesting one from Trunks when I discovered that this very item was a reward for the competition. Furthermore, it can be adjusted to a staggering 200 times the gravitational force. It is as if, whenever I feel drowsy, a pillow is conveniently placed into my hands. The pickup truck swiftly raced towards the venue for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament registration at the Square of Time. A long queue had formed in front of the registration desk. My goodness, why are there so many people? At the tail end of the line stood Pika, listening to the conversations of those ahead. The rewards for this martial arts tournament are truly lavish, Hark and Harlan. Even the God of Time is set to personally guide the champion. It seems that I, Feng Fei, have no chance, sighed a man named Feng Fei. Feng Fei, it's not that we're criticizing you, but you participate every 3 years, and last time you were eliminated in the preliminary rounds, Hark and Harlan mocked. This time, I will definitely make it to the top 8. Feng Fei exclaimed, his face flushed. Yes, yes, yes. This time you will absolutely make it. Hark and Harlan exchanged doubtful glances. You signed up very quickly, Pika remarked as he reached the front of the line. The receptionist, a charming young lady with an exceptionally sweet smile, caught Pika's attention, leaving him momentarily speechless. Sir? Noticing Pika's silence, the receptionist raised her voice slightly. Sir? Pika, bewildered, responded. Could you please present your identification? Oh, all right. Laughter erupted from behind Pika, and even the receptionist stifled a giggle. He handed over his identification, his face turning crimson as he thought, I'm nearing 30, in my age before crossing over. How could I make such a blunder? It's not like I've never seen a woman before. Perhaps I should find a partner to address my physiological needs. The receptionist casually swiped Pika's identification through a device and returned it with a sweet smile, saying, Sir, you have successfully registered. Please come back in a week to participate in the tournament. Thank you, Pika replied, taking his identification. He couldn't help but think, how adorable. The document still carries a faint fragrance. Pika, you're participating too? Came a cold voice from behind. It's Philly. Long time no see. How have you been? Pika greeted with a grin. Not bad. This time, I will definitely defeat you, Philly said, eyes glinting with determination as he looked at Pika. All right, but I certainly won T lose, Pika confidently replied. A chorus of gasps arose around Pika and Philly. Isn't that the ice assassin Philly? Chapter 13. The popular idol Lucia time swiftly elapsed over the course of a week. During this period, Pika acclimated to the 50-fold gravity within the training chamber, achieving a combat power of 40,000. Clad in his specially tailored martial arts attire, he hurried towards the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. As he navigated through the bustling streets, throngs of individuals made their way to the tournament. Although the population of the City of Time was not particularly large, the citizens rarely congregated in one place. However, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was an event they deemed essential to attend every 3 years. Each tournament ignited a fervor among spectators, instilling a martial spirit within the populace, who held the utmost respect for the strong. Upon entering the preliminary competition area, Pika encountered a crowd of over 100 individuals, clustered into several factions, with those of the same race gathered together. The Time-Space Patrol members congregated with their allies, while a few solitary figures, akin to Pika, stood apart. Before him loomed 8 fighting arenas, each presided over by a host, with numerous staff members below examining the sturdiness of the competition platforms and the energy of the protective shields. Note, these shields intelligently block energy projectiles, yet allow individuals to pass through effortlessly. Welcome everyone to the preliminary venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, announced Lucia. Suddenly, the arena dimmed, and 8 beams of light twirled, gradually converging upon a singular figure. A 16-year-old girl hovered in midair, clad in a combat suit, her long black hair cascading behind her. Although the combat attire was initially unremarkable, it clung tightly to her astonishing physique, accentuating her curves. Her doll-like face radiated innocence, while her long, fair arms hung gracefully above a waist as slender as a water snake. Most striking were her gleaming, radiant legs, which were fully exposed due to her impossibly short, form-fitting shorts, leaving onlookers parched with desire. Her white combat boots further elongated her silhouette, enhancing her allure. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers as Huaxia, illuminated by the spotlight, extended her porcelain-like arms, raising her fists towards the sky, proclaiming, "Here, I declare the commencement of the 15th Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Now, let me briefly outline the rules." Huaxia gestured towards the fighting platforms, stating, "There are a total of 8 arenas. Upon entering, each of you will receive a card, numbered 1 to 8, with each number corresponding to your designated fighting platform." Everyone present glanced at their cards, and a wave of commotion ensued. "I am number 5. What about you?" "I am number 3. "Ah, how fortunate. We are not in the same arena." "Oh, how annoying. We are competing in the same venue. I am certain to lose." Pika produced his card, which bore the number 7. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. "What is your number?" Startled, he exclaimed, "Do not appear out of nowhere and frighten me like that." "Well, I am number 7. What about you?" Upon realizing that Philly stood behind him, he patted his chest in a gesture of reassurance. "Ah, I am too," Philly replied, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. "Oh, I see. I look forward to an exhilarating match with you." Pika extended his hand toward Philly. "Likewise," Philly responded as they briefly shook hands before turning to proceed toward the number 7 competition platform. "Honestly, can't you spare a moment to chat with me? I'm rather bored on my own," Pika lamented, watching Philly's retreating figure. Everyone now understood the number of their respective platforms for the contest. This competition would adopt the defending champion format, allowing only one challenger to ascend the stage at a time. Only those who successfully defended their platforms would qualify for the top 8 of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. With that, Huaxia raised her hand and unleashed a ki blast that struck the gong, signaling the commencement of the match. The Piccolo approached the 8th arena, where a robust Namekian had just been flung off the stage by a powerful energy wave from the 7th arena. The defending champion, a competitor from the Earth, successfully held his ground. A youthful announcer then proclaimed into the microphone, "Since no one dares to challenge, I shall take the stage." A member of the Frisia race leaped onto the competition platform, his voice icy and resolute. "Let the match commence." The two combatants moved with astonishing speed, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that struck the protective shield surrounding the arena, creating rippling waves of energy. The Frisia warrior landed a sharp elbow strike into the Namekian's abdomen, sending him hurtling outside the protective barrier. As the match progressed, the excitement escalated, with challengers continuously replacing one another on the platform. At times, Earthlings would take the stage, only to be followed by Namekians. Yet none could withstand the relentless assaults of their opponents. Many had already expended their strength in a desperate bid to showcase their full capabilities, leaving them drained and unable to endure the onslaught from the 3rd or 4th challengers. "Wow, this next contender is truly remarkable. He is hailed as the prodigy among the temporal patrollers, a genius scion warrior named Alex, and he is also the younger brother of the popular idol, Huaxia," the announcer exclaimed, his voice filled with enthusiasm. A young boy with short black hair stood confidently on the arena, clad in battle attire. He appeared no older than 12 or 13, yet his overwhelming energy left many competitors astounded. "Who would have thought he would share the arena with us? This could pose a significant challenge," one competitor remarked. "Indeed, I've heard his battle power is an astonishing 10,000. Others whispered among themselves, discussing Alex's prowess. Pika observed Alex on the stage, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. 10,000. Judging by the intensity of his energy, that is merely a facade. His true strength must exceed 15,000, possibly even reaching 20,000. At the onset of the match, Alex delivered a swift palm strike to the defending championess' neck, causing the defender's eyes to widen in shock before he collapsed onto the arena floor, unconscious. The announcer watched in disbelief, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. Soon, a medical personnel approached the fallen champion, examined him briefly, and shook his head, declaring, "He is merely unconscious. And the victor is Alex," the announcer proclaimed. As Pikachu gazed at Alex on stage, he pondered, A strike aimed at the Yamen acupoint had failed to bring that individual to his demise. It seemed his mastery over the application of force was remarkably precise. The Yamen acupoint, situated at the nape, precisely 0.5 inches above the posterior hairline and beneath the first cervical vertebra, serves as a convergence point for the governing vessel and the yang-wei vessel. When struck, it impinges upon the medullary centers, resulting in loss of voice, dizziness, and unconsciousness. If the force is mismanaged, it could easily lead to fatality. Next, Alex pronounced coldly. While the crowd below chattered incessantly, yet not a soul dared to step forward. Pika remained oblivious, as their so-called popular idol stood beside them, observing Alex on the arena. Not too shabby, Lucia remarked softly. Only in this way can he be regarded as my brother. Pika turned to look at Lucia, yet she remained oblivious to his presence. The next host glanced around at the competitors and declared, since no one is stepping up, I shall. In an instant, Pika appeared on the stage, proclaiming, I will challenge. Both Philly, preparing to enter the arena, and Lucia, seated in the audience, thought to themselves, this fellow's strength has undoubtedly increased. Who is this person? P.S. Today I find myself at a loss for words as I sit down to write. Although I possess an outline, my mind feels utterly vacant, and my pen feels heavy. Yet, as I begin to write, inspiration floods in, one idea after another. I wonder if any of you have experienced this. P.S. Here, I once again implore everyone to cherish this book. Chapter 14, Easily Defeating the Opponent. The host, puzzled by Pika's sudden appearance on the competition stage, remarked, Who is this contestant? I am called Pika. As the match commenced, whispers filled the audience. Who is he? Does he have no sense of danger? They had never encountered Pika before and merely assumed he was an ordinary local resident. Hey, kid, this is not a place for you. You should return home and train for a few more years before coming back. Pika regarded Alex with disdain. What did you say? Alex, hearing Pika's scorn, felt a mix of anger and confusion, his body engulfed in a white aura. Alex charged forward, throwing a punch at Pika's face. Pika merely sidestepped slightly, evading the attack with ease, despite Alex's increasingly ferocious onslaught. Lucia in the audience frowned as she watched her brother Alex on stage. He was admirable in many respects, but had a tendency to be easily provoked by his opponents. Every punch Alex threw was executed with all his might, yet none found their mark on Pika. His movements began to grow erratic as he attempted a knee strike towards Pika. Smack! Pika effortlessly grasped Alex's knee with one hand and pushed back, causing Alex to spin thrice in the air before landing on the ground. With a swift motion, Alex's toe touched the earth, creating a small indentation, and he rapidly swung his fist towards Pika. Pika slightly shifted backward, turning to the side as Alex glided past him, his entire back now exposed. Pika placed a hand on Alex's back, and a surge of blue energy struck him. With a resounding thud, Alex crashed to the ground, his combat suit pierced by the energy blast, leaving a charred mark on his flesh. Below, Lucia glared at Pika with an intensity that seemed to ignite flames in her eyes. Kid, I've warmed up, and the game has reached its climax. If you don't unleash your full potential now, you shall face defeat. Pika crouched beside Alex, his tone laced with scorn, further igniting the fury within. You, Alex, filled with rage, delivered a powerful kick, channeling every ounce of strength within him. As the Pikachu instinctively raised its hand to deflect the attack, its body was propelled backward, leaving two distinct footprints on the ground. With a smile, it remarked, Now, that's more like it. The figure in the pickup truck was enveloped in a blaze of white flames, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. What? Their combat power has reached an astounding 20,000. How can this be? We have never heard of anyone of such caliber in our midst. Pika chuckled and said, My dear boy, I hope this time you can truly indulge me. As Pikachu finished speaking, it suddenly lunged forward, executing a side kick with its right leg. With a resounding thud, Alex extended his forearm to block Pikachu's kick. Upon witnessing the situation, Pika swiftly delivered a kick with his left leg, catching Alex off guard as the blow struck his waist. The force of the kick sent Alex soaring, but he managed to extend his hand and unleash a wave of energy that struck the protective barrier around the arena, preventing his body from careening out of bounds. Alex exclaimed, shooting forth a series of energy blasts with both hands. In response, Pika nonchalantly deflected each projectile with a single hand. That's not enough effort. It's too feeble, he mused, evading a punch from Alex. With a delicate touch, he placed his index finger on Alex's abdomen, suddenly exerting force at his wrist, driving his pinky into Alex's midsection. With a resounding thud, Alex was propelled backward, hurtling towards the edge of the arena. I shall not be defeated, Alex resolutely thought, placing his hands behind him and using the energy wave as a propulsion device, soaring back towards the stage, executing 3 graceful spins before landing deftly on the platform. He exhaled heavily, fixing a fierce glare upon Pika. If looks could kill, Pika would have perished thousands of times over. What's this? Do you still possess the strength to compete with me? Pika remarked with a calm smile, completely unfazed by Alex's murderous glare. You are the first to compel me to exert my full strength. Alex slightly parted his legs, aligning them with his shoulders, fists clenched and arms resting at his sides. With a mighty roar, Alex's muscles began to swell, starting from his forearms and expanding through his arms, legs, and chest, his aura surging dramatically. Ah. So that's how it is, Pika began, but before he could finish, Alex shattered the floor beneath him and charged at Pika. Incredible. Alex's combat prowess has surged by a significant margin. The spectators gasped in astonishment, while only Philip and Lucia furrowed their brows, observing Alex intently. On stage, Pika effortlessly parried Alex's relentless onslaught, as if it were even easier than before. The Pikachu accelerated its form, swiftly attacking Alex's vital points on his waist, back, and chest, ultimately delivering a punch to Alex's chest while standing sideways. Alex fell to his knees, gasping for breath, helplessly emitting moans. Do you comprehend the mistake you have made? Pikachu, gazing down at Alex from a commanding height, spoke with an air of indifference. Your fatal error lies in over-relying on the strength within your body while neglecting overall coordination, thus diminishing your speed and bodily harmony in pursuit of amplified power. This is your gravest misstep. Nonetheless, considering your youth, achieving this level is commendable. With further effort, your prowess can certainly ascend. Pikachu, he can no longer continue the fight. Pikachu turned to the referee and asserted, "Oh, countdown. 10, 9, 8, 1. Alex has lost his combat ability. Medical personnel." The referee waved a hand, and 2 medical staff members approached with a stretcher to carry Alex away. Suddenly, Philip appeared before Pikachu, coldly stating, "Next, it's me. Our next contestant, though a junior time patroller from the City of Time, possesses explosive power that approaches that of an intermediate time patroller, the Frost Assassin, Philip." The referee raised his hand and announced Philip loudly. "To think your popularity is so immense," Pikachu remarked, glancing at the cheering audience below, a hint of envy tinging his voice, audible even to the referee. "Less talk, more combat." Philip maintained his frigid demeanor. "Very well, as you wish." Pikachu assumed a ready stance, reminiscent of Wing Chun's starting position, and gazed at Philip. Triple KO Ken. Philip ignited with a crimson aura, charging towards Pikachu. Pikachu extended his hand to deflect Philip's fierce assault, pondering, this guy has only been training for a few days, and yet his combat power has surged so rapidly. Pika swung his hand in a decisive strike, forcing Philly back, and exclaimed with excitement, "I never anticipated your rapid improvement. It leaves me utterly astonished." Chapter 15. The Fierce Battle. "Of course," Philly replied coolly. Pika, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, "Ah, I can hardly tolerate your tone." He swayed from side to side before launching a powerful punch at Philly. With a swift motion, Philly gently deflected Pika's fist with his left hand. In that instant, Pika executed a side kick, landing it squarely on Philly's shoulder. A smirk appeared at the corner of Philly's mouth as his energy surged once more, pushing Pika back with the force emanating from his body. Is this for real? It's just the beginning. Is it truly necessary to deploy the quadruple Kaioken already? I haven't even warmed up. Pika exclaimed, astonished by the red aura surrounding Philly. Sixfold Kaioken. Philly's once black hair transformed into a fiery crimson, standing upright from the intensity of his aura. The ground beneath him buckled under the sheer force of his power, forming a deep crater around him. "This is my full strength," Philly declared coldly as he emerged from the pit. "Then I shall unleash my full potential as well." Pika shouted, his muscles slightly bulging, the fabric of his clothing rustling from the energy surrounding him. Bang, bang, bang. The majority of spectators' detectors could not withstand Pika's overwhelming power, resulting in explosions. How is it possible? His battle power has reached such a staggering height of 40,000. Philly remarked with icy disdain. "Do not presume that you are the only one enhancing your battle prowess. I too must keep pace with the times." No sooner had their words left their lips than they clashed fiercely, locked in a struggle of equal might. Bang, bang, bang. The audience could only perceive two fleeting shadows colliding, unaware of the multiple exchanges of attacks occurring with each confrontation. Who was that formidable individual? The spectators gasped in awe as they observed the silhouettes on stage. Even Alex, receiving treatment from the medical staff, and Lucia, standing in the audience, were spellbound by the unfolding spectacle. Death penetration cannon, Kamehameha. Two blue and white shockwaves collided, causing both Pika and Philly to leave craters beneath their feet. Philly's aura gradually intensified, and under the immense pressure, most of the audience shielded their eyes, squinting to witness the thrilling duel. Huh, Pika bellowed, amplifying the power of the death penetration cannon, which tore through Philly's Kamehameha. What? Felix was taken aback, swiftly turning to the side as the death-piercing cannon sliced through the air, narrowly missing his chest. The fabric of his clothing disintegrated at the point of contact. Exhaling a deep breath, Felix fixed his gaze intently on Pika, whose eyes reflected a singular message. I must prevail. With a fervent intensity, Felix bellowed each word with conviction. Realm, king, fist. What? Are you willing to throw your life away? Pika exclaimed in shock, rushing towards Felix in an attempt to intervene, only to be repelled by the force emanating from Felix's body. Pika crossed his arms to withstand the formidable gust emanating from Feli. Suddenly, a figure materialized, striking Pika's arms with tremendous force, sending him staggering backward, leaving two deep impressions in the tiled floor beneath his feet. Pika gazed into Feli's eyes, rendered speechless. For all he could discern was one word: battle. Very well, I shall give it my all, Pika declared, though reluctantly. Yet the fervor of combat in his eyes was no less than that of Feli's. It is well known that the Scions are a warrior race. Only through battle can they experience the exhilarating thrill that ignites their spirits. Pika adjusted his energy to its utmost peak as he faced off against Feli. With a swift motion, the two engaged in battle once more. Pika was struck by a powerful sidekick from Feli, sending him into a rolling tumble through the air. Extending his hand, Pika grasped the floor with his fingers, mitigating the force propelling him backward. Observing this, Feli quickly darted to Pika's side. In response, Pika pushed off the ground with his palms, launching a fierce kick toward Feli. With a resounding thud, Feli crossed his arms to block Pika's assault. Feli then crouched low, delivering a sweeping kick that struck Pika's right wrist. Without a point of support, Pika's body tilted sideways, and Feli seized the opportunity to deliver a crushing elbow strike to Pika's abdomen. Pika doubled over, clutching his stomach, resembling a shrimp that had been boiled, gasping for air. With a decisive kick, Feli sent Pika teetering toward the edge of the ring, and the audience watched in anxious anticipation, as if collectively urging him not to fall. Just as he neared the brink, Pika reached out, grasping the edge of the platform, executing a somersault back into the center of the ring. Upon landing, he coughed. One hand pressed firmly against his stomach. Pika expelled a chunk of blood-stained phlegm and gazed at Feli with a calm demeanor, remarking, "Your body must be on the verge of collapse, is it not? Shall we continue? Fight," Feli exclaimed, swiftly charging towards Pika. Landing blows that tore through Pika's martial arts attire, rendering it tattered and ragged. "Ah," Pika exclaimed, spreading his arms wide as streams of light emerged around him, coalescing into a spherical form that repelled Feli. Pika breathed heavily, the toll of the sevenfold Kyoken weighing heavily upon him, while Fairai also gasped for breath due to the severe strain on his body. "Let this final punch determine our fates," Pika declared, nearing his physical limits, addressing Fairai, who too had reached his threshold. Indeed, with that, they both surged towards each other, the audience below fixated on the climactic clash between the two warriors. The wind rushed past Pika's face, and for the first time, he felt the sting of the air against his skin. Bang! Fairai's fist connected with Pika's face, causing him to brace himself against the impact. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his defiant gaze remained locked on Fairai, who was expending every ounce of his strength. "Ah!" Pika shouted loudly, delivering a powerful punch to Feli's face, sending him sprawling out of the ring. As he gazed at Feli, who lay outside the arena, a smile crept across Pika's lips as he raised his hand triumphantly toward the heavens. "I have won." The audience erupted in cheers, having not witnessed such an exhilarating match in quite some time. As soon as Pika finished speaking, he fell heavily onto the arena, succumbing to unconsciousness. In the depths of his oblivion, a cacophony of sounds enveloped him. 7 ribs fractured, severe gastric hemorrhage, both arms shattered, and his scapula crushed. On this side, the situation was no better. Both arms were also severely broken, and 5 ribs lay fractured. So, I have sustained such grievous injuries. No wonder it hurts so much. This was the last thought that crossed Pika's mind before he completely succumbed to unconsciousness. An hour later, he found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling, assaulted by a pungent odor. With great difficulty, Pika managed to open his eyes, only to be blinded by the glaring light piercing through. He attempted to raise his hand, but discovered he could not lift his arms at all. "Doctor, the patient is conscious." A woman's voice called out to the physician. "It seems my treatment has yielded results, even though I am not a conventional healing Namekian. It appears I have some efficacy after all. How do you feel? Can you speak?" inquired a Namekian clad in a white coat. "I have senzu beans in my pocket," Pika managed to utter with great effort. "Ah, you possess such a miraculous item. This is truly astonishing," exclaimed the Namekian doctor as he retrieved a senzu bean from Pika's waist and placed it into his mouth. Pika swallowed the fairy beans whole without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, Pika's eyes widened, and he leapt from the bed, pulling out all the needles from his body. He immediately inquired of the doctor, "Where is Feli? What has become of him? The one who entered the hospital with me. He is receiving treatment in the adjacent ward." "Thank you." The pickup swiftly darted towards the adjacent ward. "Hey, over there," the doctor exclaimed in astonishment, hurriedly calling out as he observed Philip sprinting in that direction. Chapter 16. "I'm sorry, I saw nothing." Bang! Pika swung open the door to the ward and called out loudly, "Philly, are you all right?" His voice trailed off, and a faint blush crept onto his face. Just as he was about to step inside, a young girl, around 16 or 17 years of age, stood poised with one foot raised, mirroring his startled expression. Her eyes, a delicate shade of azure reminiscent of fresh leaves, complemented her well-defined nose and porcelain skin, while her long, luxurious hair cascaded to her waist, resembling blooming roses. Indeed, her exquisite and refined beauty was nothing short of extraordinary. If one were to catch her gaze for the first time, even Pika would find it hard to look away. At that moment, the girl was partially unclothed. Her upper body was clad only in a bra, while her snug garment clung to her above the chest, revealing her undergarments beneath. As she bent slightly, her figure was on full display, her curves exuding femininity. Her slender waist appeared delicate, as if it could bend with the gentlest breeze, while her healthy, elongated legs extended gracefully down to her toes. Between her shimmering thighs peeked a pair of alluring black panties. A dark tail swayed playfully in the air, an addition to her form that only enhanced her wild allure. Both stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, the girl maintaining her remarkable balance with one foot raised. Time in the room seemed to stand still, though, of course, that was impossible. "I'm so sorry, I must have entered the wrong room," Pika stammered, promptly turning to close the door, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. He pressed a hand to his heart, breathing heavily. His face flushed a deep crimson, akin to the legendary warrior Guan Yu from the Three Kingdoms era, though his embarrassment was of a different nature. What is this feeling? Pika couldn't help but replay the vivid scene in his mind. With a firm slap to his cheeks, he resolved, "No, I must check on Philly first." Inside the room, the girl with rose-tinted hair wore a slight blush, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. Her mouth slightly agape as she gazed at the now-closed door. "I will make you pay." Her voice lingered ominously, echoing through the room and drifting into the hospital corridors. Hearing the furious shout from within, Pika gulped nervously and hurriedly opened another ward door, this time ensuring he was correct. Lying on the bed was Philly, his entire body encased in plaster, several tubes inserted into the cast, through which a pale green fluid flowed. Philly occasionally furrowed his brow, his face twitching in discomfort. Pika retrieved a mystical bean from his waist and placed it into Philly's mouth, prompting him to swallow it. Philly glanced down at his body, encased in plaster, then turned to Pika and said softly, "Thank you." As he sat up and exerted himself, the plaster surrounding him shattered completely. "No need for thanks. Besides, your battle ignited a fervor within me that I fear I shall never forget," replied Pika. Indeed, just as I uttered my agreement, the door to the hospital room swung open, and a doctor from Planet Mech stepped inside. He addressed Pika, saying, "I hardly know how to comment on your character. The quarterfinals of the World Martial Arts Tournament are set to commence in just over an hour, and you can certainly make it in time." "What?" Pika exclaimed, and even Philly, who was seated on the bed, wore a look of confusion. "Did you two not know? It makes sense, considering you both lost consciousness." You were the final competitors at the 7th arena. Thus, Mr. Pika, you have already qualified for the quarterfinals, the mech doctor said with a smile. Therefore, you must hurry. Go, and do not lose. Philly looked at Pika, his eyes reflecting a mixture of helplessness, regret, and, above all, joy at Pika's advancement to the quarterfinals. Yes, I shall win it for both of us, Pika declared, bumping his fist against Philly's before gracefully opening the door. However, standing at the entrance was a young girl clad in battle attire, her long rose-colored hair cascading down her back. Her gaze was fixed on Pika, as though she wished to inflict 1,000 torments upon him. With one hand, she clutched a ki blast, hurling it towards Pika's head. The Piccolo tilted his head slightly, as the girl's energy blast struck the wall, piercing through the hospital structure. Hey, if you're going to fight, do it outside. Fighting is prohibited in the hospital. The Namekian exclaimed loudly to the two, before bending down to whisper softly in Philly's ear. After hearing the Namekian's words, a teasing smile crept onto Philly's lips as he gazed at Piccolo and the girl with rose-colored hair. The girl, under Philly's gaze, flushed deeper. This was not shyness, but rather a furious embarrassment. Dude, are you a Namekian? I recall that Namekians are typically serene and detached. I'll definitely strip you of your pride next time. Piccolo thought grimly as he regarded the Namekian doctor. Ah, you can go to hell, the girl exclaimed, her face flushed with anger, hurling an energy blast at Piccolo. The Namekian in the hospital extended his hand, and a transparent shield materialized around Piccolo and the girl, transporting them to the streets of Time City in the blink of an eye. Boom. The girl's energy blast detonated around Piccolo, while a particularly cunning blast targeted his vital point. Hey, girl, can we reason this out? You're trying to make me extinct. Piccolo dodged the energy blast, his eyes widening as he stared at the girl before him. Reason? You've already seen my body. How can you still talk about reason? You've tarnished my reputation, and I will surely kill you. Sparks erupted. The girl spread her arms wide, and dozens of flame-like energy blasts surrounded her, significantly larger than those before. The multitude of fiery energy blasts surged towards Piccolo along various trajectories. The Pikachu swiftly evaded, and upon striking the ground, the energy projectile erupted with a dull explosion, disintegrating into nothingness. Even the stone slabs of the cement floor were forcibly lifted. The magnitude of the explosion was significantly greater than the previous one. The remaining flames of the energy projectiles relentlessly assailed the Pikachu from all directions. In a moment of peril, Pika deftly evaded the oncoming attack, occasionally leaping and at other times curling his body, narrowly escaping the fiery energy projectiles. At times, he bent low, feeling the heat of the flames graze his attire. Witnessing Pika's nimble movements, the young girl widened her eyes in astonishment and coldly remarked, "It appears he is no ordinary peeping Tom." Hearing her commendation, Pika wiped the cold sweat from his brow, only to feel a wave of despair wash over him as she added, "He is quite the skilled pervert." A crowd began to gather, buzzing with fervent discussions. "Did you hear? This lad actually spied on Princess Selena while she was changing. Can you believe it? He brazenly watched Princess Selena change. That scoundrel even dared to pull aside Princess Selena's clothing. How enviable." The gossip grew increasingly distorted, and soon Pika found himself hearing that he had done something far more egregious to the girl named Selena. Indeed, the power of rumor is formidable. Selena's face flushed red with indignation as she cast a murderous glare at Pika, her voice dripping with malice. "This is all your fault. I will kill you." In an instant, Selena soared into the air, her hands clasped before her, summoning a blazing sphere of crimson energy that materialized between her palms. With a fierce thrust, she propelled it downward towards Pika, who stood on the ground below. Pika clasped his hands above his head, skillfully deflecting Selena's energy wave as it gradually dissipated. "It's been quite a while now. Surely your energy must be waning?" Pika gazed at the girl in the sky with a sense of resignation, pondering how he had unwittingly found himself observing her change of attire in its entirety. Impossible. The girl charged straight at Pika, her fist striking with increasing force. Yet he effortlessly parried each blow. "After all this commotion, hasn't it been enough? I have pressing matters to attend to. Once I am finished, I shall come to apologize in person." After Pikachu spoke, he struck Selena on the neck with a swift motion. With her mouth slightly agape, Selena collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, Pikachu swiftly lifted her and hurried to the hospital, placing her in the care of the Namekian doctor. "Oh, it's done," the Namekian doctor said with a cheerful smile as he looked at the two. "You keep an eye on her. I'll head to the competition and settle things with you later." Chapter 17. The Top 8 of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Second update. Oh no. Time is running out. With a determined leap, Pikachu dashed towards the World Martial Arts Tournament. Backstage at the tournament, an administrator held a list and inquired of the individuals present. Is contestant Pikachu here? The administrator scanned the 7 individuals before him, noting their complete indifference. He sighed. Since contestant Pikachu is absent, we shall proceed with a forfeit. I am here, came a voice as the administrator and the other 7 contestants turned to see a figure racing towards them from the horizon. Now that contestant Pikachu has arrived, let us commence the drawing, the administrator announced, holding a wooden tube before the 8 contestants. Pika drew a wooden stick from a cylinder, upon which was inscribed the character Jia. He proclaimed, I have drawn Jia. This sequence follows the order of Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, and those who have drawn Jia shall form one group, as will those who draw subsequent characters. The administrator addressed the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the matchup distribution for the quarterfinals. The first match shall feature competitor Pika against competitor Yalan. The second match will see Rooter face off against Brian. The third match will pit Manhuz against Lin Feihong. And the final match will have Fleeka contesting against Biter. Pika and Yalan, please prepare yourselves. The first match will commence in 10 minutes. Pika turned his head to survey his surroundings and noticed that his opponent, Yalan, was cloaked in a heavy robe, concealing his appearance entirely. 10 minutes passed swiftly. The first match was now commencing, with Pika as the first contestant to enter the arena. Lucia, after speaking, glanced at Pika as he approached the competition grounds, pondering how his injuries had healed so rapidly. Upon arriving at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Piccolo was astonished to find that the setting was an exact replica of that depicted in Dragon Ball. It was as if it had been meticulously copied and pasted. To his amazement, an immense crowd had gathered. Pika gazed in astonishment at the fan-shaped audience, having anticipated a turnout akin to that in Dragon Ball. Yet here the number of spectators was double that. The second competitor was the formidable Yalan. Emerging from backstage was a towering extraterrestrial, standing 3 meters tall. With a lizard-like head, a hunched posture, and 2 lengthy, robust claws dangling before it. Its legs were similarly bent, and it trailed a tail over 2 meters long. Clad in leather that crudely shielded its vulnerable parts, exuding an aura of primal savagery. The presence of an alien was unexpected. How had I overlooked this? The World Martial Arts Championship commenced, as Lucia declared, soaring out of the arena. Greetings, I am Pika, he introduced himself, finding the peculiar appearance of the alien quite intriguing. He greeted Yalan in a friendly manner. With a tremendous roar, Yalan unleashed a voice that belied his fearsome appearance. I am Yalan. Please take good care of me. The youthful tone, reminiscent of a 5 or 6-year-old child, emerged from the mouth of this imposing extraterrestrial, astonishing everyone present and prompting a wave of hearty laughter. Pika covered his mouth, coughing dryly, utterly astonished by the alien's voice. Even the host, Lucia, regarded the extraterrestrial with a twinkle of amusement in her eyes. Please, refrain from laughing. Their voice is simply inherent to them, and there is nothing humorous about it. The lizard-like alien exclaimed, his embarrassment evident. Ironically, his words only incited more fervent laughter from the audience. With a resounding roar, a shockwave erupted from Yalan's mouth, causing Pika to stagger under its force. The wall behind Pika in the audience section bore the brunt of Yalan's bellow, fracturing under the sheer intensity. Laugh again, and I shall slay you. Yalan's eyes glowed crimson, his voice carrying the weight of profound anguish. Throughout his life, he had relied on a voice modulator to communicate. But this match prohibited any mechanical devices, leaving him to rely solely on his natural voice. From the moment he unleashed his mighty roar, Pika sensed an overwhelming energy radiating from Yalan, a force rivaling the strength of a 6-fold Kaioken. It was evident that this was but a fraction of Yalan's true power. It seemed yet another fierce battle was on the horizon. Pika gazed silently at the furious Yalan before him, contemplating the intensity of the moment. With a mighty roar, Yalan charged towards Pika, each step leaving an imprint on the freshly laid floor. As Yalan threw a punch, Pika instinctively crouched, delivering a forceful blow to Yalan's chest, causing the air behind Yalan to ripple with the impact. As Pika lifted his head, he was astonished to find that Yalan was utterly unscathed. Yalan reached out and seized Pika, gripping him tightly. Ah! Pika screamed in agony as the bones in his body contorted. Yeah, with all his strength. Pika clutched Yalan's enormous hands, and gradually, A surge of energy enveloped him, forming a protective barrier of shimmering light that repelled Yalan. Bang! After Pikachu broke free from Yalan's grasp, it struck Yalan's face with considerable force. Yalan merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly swatting Pikachu away. The propelled Pikachu tumbled several times upon hitting the ground before coming to a stop, gradually rising to its feet and stretching its body, producing a series of crackling sounds. Pika gazed at Yalan, contemplating, this fellow's defensive capabilities are astonishingly formidable. I cannot seem to breach his defenses. What shall I do? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Pika's mind. And in an instant, his speed transcended the sound barrier as he launched a rapid assault on Yalan. Within less than a second, Pika had unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Yalan over 100 times. Among those blows, Pika noticed a fleeting expression of pain cross Yalan's face. This is it. Pika positioned himself behind Yalan, intertwining his hands to form a flower bud shape, and released a key blast directed at Yalan's tail. Heh. Yalan revealed a sly grin, exclaiming, "You've fallen into my trap." With a powerful swing, his tail struck Pika's shoulder, delivering a devastating blow that tore his clothing and left his shoulder bruised. "I never anticipated you to be so cunning. Your robust exterior belies your cleverness," Pika remarked to the grinning Yalan before him. "I'm not that foolish. Your speed is beyond my reach, so I must resort to cunning strategies," Yalan replied with a smirk. "Now, I shall engage you in earnest." Upon concluding his statement, Pika ignited with fiery energy, enveloping himself in a radiant aura as his battle power surged from 40,000 to 70,000. "Are you not utilizing your full strength?" Yalan exclaimed in astonishment, as his own battle power barely approached 40,000. He was taken aback by Pika's formidable strength of 70,000. With a ferocious roar, Yalan unleashed a long violet beam from his mouth, sweeping across the ground towards Pika and uprooting the very floor beneath him. Pika deftly maneuvered through the air, evading the verbal onslaught directed at him, while simultaneously unleashing several shockwaves towards Yalan. If you're capable, then stop running, you scoundrel," Yalan shouted furiously at Pika. "If you can catch me, I'll let you have your way," Pika retorted with a sickening grin, eliciting uproarious laughter from the audience below. Lucia, initially bewildered by Pika's words, felt her cheeks flush upon hearing the audience's laughter. She spat at Pika, exclaiming, "What a scoundrel!" P.S. Special thanks to Shinra for the generous support. P.S. Here's the second update for today. More to come. Chapter 18. Pika's King of World's Fist. Third update is here. The pickup swiftly evaded Yalan's shockwave in the sky, diving down and instantly arriving before Yalan. Pika struck Yalan several times, yet no sound emerged from the blows. He then leaped backward, distancing himself from Yalan. "Do you really think such feeble punches can harm me? Don't make me laugh," Yalan declared arrogantly. Pika snapped his fingers and remarked, "Do you truly believe that your formidable defenses render you invulnerable?" At that moment, Eileen felt a dull thud resonate within his body, which then echoed to the ears of those present. Thump, 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 splat. Eileen coughed up a mouthful of blood and exclaimed, "What manner of attack is this? How can it bypass my defenses?" "It is of no consequence to reveal it. This technique is known as Dark Force," Pika declared with pride. He had only heard of this level of mastery during his time on Earth, a realm reserved for the elder martial artists. Mr. Guo once stated, "The steps of Bright Force and Dark Force are identical, yet the former is audible while the latter is silent." Eileen cried out in agony, dropping to one knee and clutching his right shoulder. He looked defiantly at Pika and asserted, "I shall not concede so easily, roar." Suddenly, fissures began to appear on Eileen's massive frame, from which golden light emanated, illuminating the arena even more brightly. From the radiance emerged a green silhouette, standing under 2 meters tall, possessing a body with a perfectly proportioned golden ratio, adorned with a layer of hard green exoskeletal armor. This figure was none other than Eileen himself. Once resembling a monster, Eileen now appeared even more refined. The thick tail he once had vanished, replaced by a long, drooping antenna sprouting from his forehead, cascading down to his waist. "It has been an age since I last utilized this form," Eileen's voice transformed, now reminiscent of a youthful lad of 15 or 16. "Though this form significantly enhances my power, I can only maintain it for 10 minutes. Pika furrowed his brow and said, "Just tell me your weakness directly. Are you not afraid of losing to me?" "Not at all," replied Yalan, who had suddenly appeared beside Pika. "In 10 minutes, I shall defeat you." With the swiftness of lightning, he delivered a punch to Pika's abdomen. sending him flying several meters away. With a single hand, Yalan grasped the back of Pika's collar and declared, "My strength is now 5 times what it was before. Defeating you is akin to child's play." After saying this, Yalan effortlessly tossed Pika aside. "How could I have lost so easily? I refuse to accept this defeat. It is unbearable." Pika suddenly opened his eyes, enveloped in a blaze of white flames, interspersed with streaks of crimson. His aura had reached its zenith, his combat prowess soaring to an astonishing 80,000. The originally white flames, now entwined with red, began to swirl around him, consuming the white aura and augmenting its own intensity. In mere moments, the flames surrounding Pika transformed entirely to a vivid red, his hair billowing in the wind. Who would have imagined that the Kaioken could possess such strength? Pika murmured to himself as he gazed at Yalan on the arena. Gradually, Pika's figure in the sky dissipated, revealing that it was merely an afterimage. The true Pika had already appeared before Yalan, delivering a powerful kick. This kick, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, surged forth with a fiery aura, clawing its way towards Yalan. With a resounding crash, Yalan was sent hurtling backward by the force of the kick, creating a substantial crater in the ground. How is this possible? You merely utilized the double Kaioken. How could your power surpass mine so drastically? Yalan stared at Pika in disbelief. Did I ever claim to be using the double Kaioken? Pika retorted. I am employing the triple Kaioken. His aura erupted skyward, as if attempting to pierce the heavens. Even from afar, Trunks observed the soaring energy of the tournament of power, smiling at a petite and delicate girl beside him. Lord of the Kai of Time, it seems the dragon has indeed bestowed upon us a formidable warrior this time. How can this be? Yalan exclaimed in astonishment. As Pikachu fell to the ground, the force of his descent caused his hair to stand on end, revealing his forehead, previously obscured by bangs. Nothing is impossible, he declared proudly. The audience below, taken aback by the numerous twists in this battle, watched in disbelief as the once dominating Yalan found himself once again at the mercy of the seemingly powerless Pikachu. "Ah," Yalan shouted, throwing a punch at Pikachu. "Aren't you giving up yet?" Pikachu effortlessly intercepted Yalan's feeble strike. "I refuse to accept defeat." Yalan screamed towards the sky, tears glistening in his eyes. Slowly opening them to behold the clear blue above, he resignedly uttered, "I have lost." With Yalan conceding defeat, the victor was declared to be Pikachu. Lucia descended onto the arena, her gaze momentarily vacant as she glanced at Pikachu. She had witnessed his earlier duel with Philly and found it unfathomable that Pikachu, who could not possibly have mastered the Kaioken technique, could have learned it within such a short span. If this were true, he would indeed be a formidable opponent. The second match commenced, introducing the contestants Rit and Brian. Lucia, having finished speaking, took her place below the arena. The two Earthlings approached the stage, but instead of engaging in combat, they began to converse casually. "Brian, when was the last time we faced off? I've forgotten. How can you be so careless?" "Why should I remember? You lose every time, after all. This time, I will definitely win, without a doubt. Save your bravado for when you actually beat me." With a swift gesture, they each summoned their energy, forming luminous swords that extended to about 1.5 meters. Rit's blade glimmered a striking gold, while Brian's shone a vibrant green. The two engaged in rapid movement across the arena, their clashes manifesting as streaks of green and yellow light. Their battle quickly escalated, with Brian delivering a decisive strike that severed Rit's sword, scattering it into countless glowing particles. The tip of Brian's blade hovered ominously at Rit's throat. "Every time. It's the same. Must we always resort to swordplay to determine who is superior? It's so tedious," Rit lamented. "Who taught you to fight, if not me? Try defeating me with your sword next time," Brian replied with a calm smile. All right. Rit laughed heartily as he walked off the arena alongside Brian. The second match concluded with Brian emerging victorious. The next contest began, featuring contestants Manhus and Lin Feihong. Chapter 19. The Frisia clan. Lin Feihong, with his flowing crimson hair, was the first to ascend the arena, while Manhus, not wishing to be outdone, enveloped himself in fiery red flames. Two figures, one in front of the other, entered the arena. Manhus was engulfed in flames, his fiery aura rendering him almost unrecognizable, save for his gleaming white teeth and his twinkling eyes, along with the dark nostrils of his nose. Lin Feihong, an ordinary human, appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet his true prowess was concealed beneath his exterior. As the match commenced, a surge of flames charged towards Lin Feihong, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. "You are far too hot," It is quite unbearable. Keep your distance, Lin Feihong declared, striking the air with his fist, sending a gust towards Manhas. In an instant, Manhas felt a rush of wind pass by, and the searing flames surrounding him vanished. A sharp pain blossomed in his chest, propelling him backward until he collided with the barrier of the audience. Manhas was ejected from the ring, granting victory to Lin Feihong. Now, let us welcome the next pair, Frika and Bitter. The first to step forward was Frika. Adorned with 2 horns, 3 fingers on both hands and feet, clad in a protective suit on his upper body, and wearing only minimal attire below. His complexion was a vivid purple. It is Frika, the most formidable newcomer of the Frisia clan, the audience murmured, discussing his remarkable lineage. Frika's presence intrigued Lin Feihong, who observed him intently. Bitter, on the other hand, was a proud earthling, exuding a powerful aura comparable to that of the current Piccolo. Pathetic creature. I advise you to concede now lest you embarrass yourself further, Frika taunted with a sinister grin. Shouldn't that advice apply to you? Bitter retorted defiantly. Then let us see what you are truly made of, Frika replied, his smile growing increasingly menacing. The match began. With a resounding crash, the two clashed. Frika delivered a kick to Bitter's abdomen, launching him skyward. Do you understand the concept of volleyball? Frika exclaimed, as he struck Bitter downwards with a powerful fist. In an astonishing display, 2 images of Frika appeared. One gently set Bitter up, while the other sprinted forward, crashing him into the ground, creating a deep crater. How can you be so weak? I haven't even broken a sweat. Frika mocked, his gaze filled with disdain. You shall not push me around. Bitter protested, anger igniting within him. As Bit rises from the ground, his fists clenched, an overwhelming aura envelopes him, elevating his battle power index to a staggering 240,000. Even the lowliest of creatures must shine brightly. You refuse to concede, truly a mischievous child. Frisia, arms crossed, gazes down from above, observing Bit, who is expending every ounce of his strength. Do not be so arrogant. Bit roars, his body ablaze with energy as he charges at Frisia. His fists ignited with a golden glow, akin to a roaring golden lion ready to rend its foe. With a mere flick of his left hand, Frisia effortlessly intercepts Bit's full-force strike. How can this be? Bit's eyes brim with disbelief. Is this how you intend to challenge me? Frisia taunts, extending his right hand, which gathers golden light, shimmering as if it were a second sun. Though Frisia's fist remains 2 meters away from Bit, a whirlwind spirals around him, akin to an enraged lion roaring amidst a tempest. If Frisia's punch resembles a robust male lion, then Bit's strike is but that of a cub. How could a mere cub withstand the ferocity of a lion's bite? With a resounding crash, Bit is sent flying like a loose kite, caught in the wind. Lying outside the ring, his eyes reflect resignation, fear, and above all, disbelief. His years of arduous training and signature techniques, effortlessly learned by Frisia with just a glance. Has he truly squandered over 2 decades of his life? Bit is eliminated from the match, and Frisia emerges victorious. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait for 1 hour. The semifinals will commence thereafter. In the backstage area, Piccolo frantically stuffs his mouth with food, while Lin Feihong observes with keen interest the serene Frisia and the gluttonous Piccolo. Aside from Lin Feihong, Frisia stands out as the most remarkable figure here. His curiosity about Piccolo stems from the rarity of practitioners of the King's Fist technique, as it inflicts significant harm on the body, making those who pursue it exceedingly few. Picca's voracious appetite stemmed from the fact that he had not consumed a morsel since the break of dawn. His mouth felt parched, urging him to satiate his cravings. Ever since transforming into a scion, he had developed an insatiable fascination with combat. One could not merely call it interest. For a smoker, cigarettes are a necessity. For Picca, fighting had become his essential need. One day without a battle left him feeling utterly discontent. Moreover, his capacity for food was remarkable, rivaling the combined appetite of dozens. Ladies and gentlemen, the order of your upcoming battles has been determined. The administrator produced a sturdy wooden board from behind, inscribed with Lin Feihong versus Brian, Picca versus Frika. This was the result of a random computer selection, devoid of any clandestine manipulation. The administrator squinted, revealing an enigmatic smile, adding, should there be any doubts, you may consult the Lord of the Time Realm, for this decision rests with her. Ah, how absurd. According to the usual tournament procedures, I should be facing Brian, while Lin Feihong ought to battle Frika. This mischief must be the doing of that girl from the Time Realm, Picca thought with a menacing smirk. Frika cast a fleeting glance at Picca, followed by a frosty smile, clearly looking down upon him. Lucia stood upon the arena. Addressing the spectators, the match is about to commence. May I invite competitors Pika and Frika to the stage. Pika cast a glance at Frika and strode confidently onto the competition stage, with Frika floating gracefully behind him. Now, the contest commences. Ah, foul monkey. It would be wise for you to concede. I have a profound disdain for scion monkeys. Surrender quickly and spare my eyes from this disgrace. Chapter 20. The Fierce Battle with Frika, Part 1. Foul monkey yield. You stand no chance against me, Frika proclaimed with an air of superiority. Humph, that is impossible. Having come to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, I must conquer every challenge before me to claim the championship. You? Huh. Spare me your grandiose claims. Frika laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Very well, let us see whose skills prevail. Pika replied calmly, paying no heed to Frika's taunts. Frika extended his fingers toward Pika, emanating a glimmer of violet light that swiftly shot forth, targeting Pika's neck, hands, and legs with beams of martial arts energy. Pika's body swayed gracefully, effortlessly evading Frika's onslaught, and charged towards Frika along the trajectory of the attack. The little monkey certainly possessed some strength. Allowing me to indulge a bit longer in this bout, Frika remarked nonchalantly. However, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakably perceived by Pika. Even a clay figurine would exhibit some irritation, let alone Pika, a living being. With a fierce spirit, Pika unleashed a right punch. Akin to a dragon emerging from the depths, accompanied by a howling gale aimed at Frika. Frika leaned back slightly, narrowly dodging Pika's powerful blow. After delivering a powerful punch, Pika executed a complete 360-degree spin, his left hand morphing into a blade that he ruthlessly struck towards Frika, reminiscent of an ancient swordsman delivering a fierce slash. Intending to sever any obstacles in his path, Frika effortlessly caught Pika's hand blade between the two fingers of his right hand, coldly remarking, "Foul monkey. You ought to recognize the caliber of your opponent and refrain from overstepping your bounds." With a forceful grip, Frika slammed Pika to the ground, subsequently forming his right hand into a sword-like gesture from which a beam of violet light shot forth, striking Pika's right shoulder and immobilizing him against the arena floor. Ah! Pika cried out in anguish as Frika planted his foot upon Pika's face, disdainfully declaring, "Boy, do you now comprehend the disparity in our powers?" Having said that, Frika ground his foot against Pika's face a few times. In the backstage area, Brian frowned at Frika's actions, expressing his dissatisfaction to Lin Feihong. If his strength is so formidable, why does he not simply and decisively defeat this scion named Pika, instead of resorting to humiliation? Can he genuinely consider himself a martial artist? While one may regard themselves as a martial artist, Frika holds a different perspective. He would only identify himself as a warrior. A powerful warrior. Beneath Frika's foot, Pika's eyes blazed with a fire known as anger as he coldly retorted, "Do you truly believe that this alone will secure your victory over me?" The Pikachu was engulfed in crimson flames. Seizing Frika's tail with a single hand and casting him away, Frika spun through the air, momentarily taken aback as he exclaimed, "I never anticipated that you could still resist." Pika seized Frika's lightsaber and withdrew it from his shoulder, casting a cold gaze upon Frika without uttering a word. He surged forward with remarkable speed, unleashing a flurry of punches aimed at Frika. Frika, arms crossed, effortlessly evaded Pika's onslaught. With a swift motion, Pika's fist sliced through the air, narrowly missing Frika's face, who widened his eyes in astonishment as veins bulged on his forehead, glaring furiously at Pika. In retaliation, Frika struck Pika's face with a powerful blow, sending him crashing from the sky onto the arena, stirring up clouds of dust that soared several meters high. "You wretch, you've marred my noble visage. I shall not spare you, you filthy monkey." Frika roared, his stature gradually increasing, while the horns on either side of his head thickened. His expanding form tore through his battle suit, revealing his exoskeletal armor, and his tail grew even more robust. "You should feel honored. I shall effortlessly crush you in this form. My battle power now exceeds 600,000. Frika proclaimed, his physique transformed, and even his voice altered. 600,000 is merely a trifle." Pika retorted, his aura intensifying to a crimson blaze, amplifying his power severfold. "What? His battle power has reached 700,000, exclaimed a spectator clutching a computer, rising in astonishment. 700,000? How pretentious, Frika remarked, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes before it vanished. Is that so? 700,000 may indeed seem ostentatious, Yet defeating you will remain a trivial endeavor. Unbeknownst to Pika had positioned himself behind him, whispering coldly into Flika's ear. Flika, sensing Pika's presence, swung an elbow backward, only to have it gently intercepted by Pika's right hand. Pika gently pushed Flika away, the energy emanating from him instinctively pressing towards Flika. Flika's hands resembled a Gatling gun, unleashing hundreds of purple energy projectiles, each half a meter in diameter, directed at Pika. Pika stood firmly in place, his hands thrusting to the side, deflecting Flika's energy blast. Mocking, is that all you've got? Do you truly believe you can defeat me like this? Of course, I cannot defeat you this way, but how about this? A cunning smile crept across Flika's face as he extended his right hand and clenched it forcefully. The energy blast, previously sent flying by Pika, hovered nearby before hurtling back towards him. Boom. Flika, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, observed Pika shrouded in smoke. He realized that this would not be sufficient to overcome Pika. Yet it would buy him some time. Arching his back, Flika's mouth protruded forward, his head elongating backward, as several pairs of horns sprouted from his head. The shoulder pads on him flared outward, transforming Flika into a true monster, a far cry from his previously refined appearance. Wow, who would have thought that the once sophisticated Flika could morph into such a creature? Indeed, it is quite unexpected. The audience murmured, some casting fearful glances at Flika. To think you would resort to such tactics merely to buy time, allowing you to unleash your third form. Why not go straight for your fourth form? The smoke began to dissipate, revealing Pika's silhouette. Kid, do you truly wish to perish? If that is the case, I shall show you the power of my fourth form. A blinding light erupted from Flika's body. P.S. Flika's fourth form will not surpass the strength of Frisia in the original work. The next chapter will reveal Flika's true combat power. P.S. I played Pokemon Go for too long today. My update is late. My apologies. Chapter 21. Intense Battle with Flika, Part 2. With a resounding crack, a tail smashed against the floor, sending shards of stone flying. You foul monkey. This is my strongest form. Ever since I joined the Time Patrol, I have not transformed into this form for a long time, Flika stated nonchalantly, arms crossed, gazing at Pika, who was ablaze with crimson energy, ready for battle. My goodness, Flika's combat power has skyrocketed to 1,800,000. How could that scion named Pika possibly triumph? He is destined to be defeated by Flika. The audience buzzed with speculation. Who will win or lose? That is still uncertain, Pika remarked, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Flika. Who will win or lose? Huh, you are utterly amusing. Do you genuinely believe your current combat power can best me? A weakling remains a weakling. Flika laughed heartily. Enough with the idle chatter. With that, Pika lunged at Flika, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Flika merely extended a single finger, effortlessly neutralizing Pika's fierce onslaught. How is this possible? Piccolo contemplated, his punching speed accelerating with each passing moment, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. The Kaioken technique gradually ascended from 7 times to 8, and even approached tenfold. Pika grows increasingly formidable in battle. Initially, he could be effortlessly blocked by Flika with a mere finger, but gradually, Flika began to use his entire palm, and ultimately both hands. How is this insufferable monkey's offensive becoming ever more potent? After intercepting one of Pika's punches, Flika, with a single finger, pierced through the already slightly penetrated right shoulder once more. If one were to stand behind Pika, they would observe a gaping hole, roughly the size of an infant's fist, situated in his right shoulder. Pika clutched his shoulder, letting out a pained howl as excruciating agony clouded his mind, leaving him teetering on the brink of consciousness. Flika, like a bolt from a bowstring, lunged at Pika, raining down blows upon his face while mocking him incessantly. You arrogant monkey, weren't you just putting on a show? Why stop now? Look at you. There is an asymmetrical hole on your right side. Allow me to assist you, Flika taunted, as a sphere of violet light gathered at his fingertip, which he then directed towards Pika's left shoulder, creating another gruesome wound that mirrored the one on the right. Pika's hands hung limply, dripping with blood that flowed from the opening, cascading down his arms and pooling onto the floor. He coughed up a copious amount of crimson liquid, creating a stark contrast against his pallid visage. Pika's body swayed unsteadily, and his head gradually lowered, seemingly on the verge of collapsing into unconsciousness. A weakling is simply a weakling. Flika, with arms crossed, regarded the bloodied hands of Pika with a disdainful gaze, coldly remarking, Just as the referee was about to check if Pika had truly succumbed to unconsciousness, a chilling voice emerged from the bowed figure. "Who are you calling weak?" Pika replied, his tone devoid of any emotional resonance, akin to a soul emerging from the depths of hell. Upon finishing his words, the man raised his head, revealing a face resembling that of ash, with eyes ablaze in crimson. A peculiar smile, sinister in nature, curled at the corners of his mouth, evoking an overwhelming sense of malevolence. Pika slowly approached Frika, and with each step, ethereal blue flames emanated from its body, drifting towards the heavens. "What is happening?" The combat power tester indicated that this Pika possessed no fighting capability. "This is inconceivable. Even a newborn infant has a combat index." The spectator, documenting every match of the illustrious martial arts tournament on his computer, stood up in astonishment. Such pretense. Frika lunged at Pika, delivering a punch aimed at its face. Just as the fist was about to make contact, Pika glanced up at Frika, causing Frika to instinctively retract his hand and perform a backflip, landing on the ground. "This is impossible. How could I, Frika, fear such a decrepit waste?" Cold sweat trickled down Frika's face as he wrestled with his unwillingness to accept this reality. "Ah, you shall perish." Frika unleashed hundreds, if not thousands, of energy blasts directed at Pika. "Humph." With a disdainful snort, the Pikachu unleashed a surge of blue energy, igniting the energy blast that Flicker had fired. With lips as pale as death, Pika uttered a haunting question. "Do you comprehend the essence of despair?" In an instant, he materialized behind Frika, his feet enveloped in a swirl of azure flames as he descended upon Frika's back. With a thunderous impact, he drove Frika deep into the floor. "Ah, you wretched soul!" Frika cried out, trapped within the floorboards, straining with all his might to rise, yet rendered utterly immobile beneath Pika's oppressive force. Just moments ago, Pika's combat prowess had surged past 2 million, only to now revert to naught. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? The audience remained transfixed on the screen, their fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. The body of the pickup truck suddenly jolted, and in that moment of motion, Fleeka darted out from beneath it. Breathless, Fleeka gasped for air, feeling a deep imprint of a footprint indented approximately 1 centimeter into her back. The once faint blue aura enveloping Pikachu gradually diminished, and the frequency of his body's tremors increased. With one hand pressed against his forehead, Pikachu stared blankly at Frika, extending his other hand outward. A massive blue shockwave erupted from his palm, trailing a long tail as it surged toward Frika. "What?" Frika exclaimed in alarm, feeling utterly paralyzed, helplessly watching the energy wave approach him. Just as the blast was a mere centimeter from Frika's face, it dissipated into thin air, vanishing from the arena. "Huh. It seems I can't go on," Pikachu remarked before collapsing onto the contest stage, slipping into unconsciousness. 10 days later. "Ah, this ceiling again, how tedious." Pikachu muttered upon awakening and gazing at the overhead. "Ah, you're awake. How do you feel? Any discomfort?" inquired the Mikian doctor. "I'm all right, just feeling utterly drained." "Well, I have both good and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" the Mikian said, holding a report with a mischievous grin. "I'll take the bad news." "Oh, usually people prefer the good news first." If you had a group of unscrupulous friends, you'd likely choose to hear the bad news first too," Pikachu silently mused. "The bad news is, for reasons unknown, your lifespan has drastically shortened to only 10 years remaining. The good news is, both you and Brian were unconscious and unable to participate in the third-place match, yet the audience voted, and you were awarded 3rd place. Quite the silver lining. Wouldn't you agree?" the Mikian stated blandly, devoid of any hint of joy. "What? I have only 10 years left? How is that possible?" Pikachu questioned, looking at the Mikian doctor with skepticism. "Yes, you have but 10 years remaining. Do you not recall your match against Frika?" "I only remember losing too much blood and then fainting. Beyond that, I know nothing." "Take a look at this," the Mikian doctor said, activating a virtual projection in the hospital that displayed the footage of Pikachu suppressing Frika. P.S. Gratitude to the party security and Xianling Zero for their generous recommendations. Chapter 22. Dual personality. Who do you call weak? Do you understand what despair truly is? It appears I still cannot endure. Pika gazed in astonishment at the video being played by the Namekian. The novel website seems to possess nearly every book one might desire, boasting a remarkable stability and swifter updates compared to typical novel sites, all while presenting an ad-free reading experience. Is this truly me? Why do I lack this memory? Pika pondered. What do you think? Does it ring a bell? The Mikian had frozen the video at the moment Pika collapsed. I have no recollection whatsoever. I wonder, could that be me? Pika shook his head in bewilderment. From a medical standpoint, there is only one explanation that could elucidate this situation. What is it? Pika inquired. Dissociative identity disorder, the Mikian stated with gravity. Dissociative identity disorder? How could that possibly be? Pika shook his head, disbelief etched across his face. What you are experiencing is a form of dual personality within dissociative identity disorder, which means you possess two distinctly unique and separate identities. Your primary identity is the dominant one, while the fragmented identity serves as the alternate persona. This phenomenon is a psychiatric condition characterized by a dissociative separation of personality, also known as dissociative identity disorder. The Mikian elucidated. Pika, bewildered, blinked and said, "Teacher, I completely fail to comprehend what you are saying. In simpler terms, it means that within you reside two souls. You dominate your body and thoughts, representing the primary personality, while the other soul is a secondary personality. Well acquainted with all your experiences, yet you remain oblivious to its existence within you," explained the Namekian. In the realm of Dragon Ball, souls genuinely exist, thus rendering the Namekian's explanation quite plausible. "Oh, I see. Teacher, I have read extensively, so do not deceive me," Pika remarked, gazing at the Namekian with a hint of skepticism. "Do not refer to me as teacher. You may call me Guin or doctor," came the reply. "Very well, teacher. Understood, teacher. Discussing these matters is futile. Focus on your recovery. Your shoulder injury has yet to heal. The box on the table contains your prize for placing third in the World Martial Arts Tournament, and the card beside it represents your monetary reward. Your medical expenses have already been charged to your card," Guin stated as he approached the door. "Got it, thank you," Pika replied, his gaze lingering on the prize. Flooded with emotions. Had it not been for participating in the competition, he would not be facing a mere 10 years of life left. Had he not competed, he would not have sustained such grave injuries. Had he not entered the tournament, he would not have witnessed such a tantalizing spectacle. With these thoughts, a bittersweet smile crept across Pika's lips as he released his burdens, contemplating the Dragon Balls, the mythical artifacts capable of granting a single wish, which had brought him to this world. Enough of this. Son Goku has died once, so why should I fret over my fleeting lifespan? Pika said with a light-hearted tone. Suddenly, a girl rudely kicked open the door, glaring at Pika on the bed with malice. "Pervert. You were caught peeping, and now look where it has landed you. Hospitalized. You deserve the consequences of your own actions." This girl was Selena, whom Pika had inadvertently admired for her graceful figure. Come on, it was just a little accident. Did I really need to be pursued so relentlessly? Pika thought, attempting to scratch his chin, only to discover that both of his arms were immobilized in plaster. A little accident, yes, but what about my reputation? The rumors circulating outside claimed that I have become involved with you. How am I supposed to explain this to my friends? Tell me. Pika gazed at the blushing and flustered Selena before him, offering a resigned smile. He had glimpsed any revealing moments. All he observed were her bra and undergarments. Was it truly necessary? Back on Earth, he had watched countless films, including those featuring unabashed encounters with multiple partners. Yet, her still-developing figure evoked an undeniable surge of excitement within him. Though he had seen many in person, encountering someone as delicate and alluring as her was indeed a rare delight. Pika revealed a mischievous grin, while Selena, standing nearby, felt a sudden chill breeze and shivered slightly. Gazing at Pika's playful expression, "You lecher, are you thinking those indecent thoughts again? I'll slay you," Selena exclaimed, hurling a pillow at Pika. The pillow struck Pika's face, and he shook his head to toss it aside, retorting, "How can one know the joy of a fish if one is not a fish? What nonsense are you spouting? What fish?" Selena, perplexed, could not comprehend Pika's words, assuming he was merely teasing her. "Well, I say, you are not me. How can you know what I am thinking? Indeed, I am not you, but all men share a common nature. Your expression reveals your thoughts. Oh, so you are a worm in my belly then." Selena shot back, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "If it weren't for your severe injuries, I would surely kill you today. Goodness, you could hang 3 soy sauce bottles with that pout." "What do you mean by hanging 3 soy sauce bottles?" Selena inquired, baffled. "Why, your lips are so high." Pika chuckled. "Humph." Selena crossed her arms and turned her head away, refusing to look at Pika any longer. "Thank you," Pika murmured softly, his voice barely audible, yet clear to Selena. "What did you say?" She arched an eyebrow. "I said, Thank you for visiting me. I have few friends here. Pika replied with a hint of melancholy, feeling somewhat despondent. Unlike the natives of this place, who had grown up here, his life had been disrupted since he began playing Dragon Ball, Xenoverse. He had almost mustered the courage to confess to a beautiful teacher at school. His admiration for her had been blossoming for some time, and they both harbored feelings for each other. He had meticulously planned to confess, marry, and lead a blissful, tranquil life, and if he could return to Earth, he would undoubtedly confess to her immediately. Humph, no need to thank me. I'm merely checking to see if you're alive. If you are, I shall surely kill you, Selena stated with a hint of a blush, her pride evident in her voice. Pika chuckled at Selena's demeanor. What is so amusing? She questioned. I recalled a rather amusing incident from my childhood, he replied, a smile dancing on his lips. What was it? When I was in elementary school, my desk mate was a girl who drew an imaginary line down the middle of our desk, forbidding me from crossing it or touching her things. One day, I accidentally brushed against her pen, and she tossed it straight into the trash. Seizing the opportunity, I gently touched her face when she wasn't looking. What do you think she did? Pika burst into laughter at the recollection. What exactly is this imaginary line? Selena inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Pika. Ah, you seem to have missed the main point. Chapter 23. History once again altered. Trunks gazed in astonishment at the scroll laid before him. It contained an impressive array of literature, far exceeding the offerings of typical novel websites, with a stability and speed of updates that were commendable, devoid of any advertisements. Within the scroll, two figures clashed fiercely, both radiating an aura of malevolence, their power levels soaring beyond comprehension. The battleground was none other than the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament, featuring none other than Son Goku and Piccolo. This particular tournament marked the 23rd edition, with Son Goku emerging as the victor. Yet, observing the scene, it seemed uncertain whether Goku could indeed triumph over Piccolo. Goku exuded a dark energy. His scara turned pitch black, while Piccolo was enveloped in a dark purple blaze, his eyes glowing crimson. Beyond the visible realm of the scroll, two warriors engaged in combat. One was a scion, his tail severed, identified as Tecarus, the very scion who had once attacked Piccolo. Now, Tecarus crackled with electric sparks, his energy jetting from his feet to the crown of his head. The other figure donned a crimson, form-fitting trench coat, with the two positioned at the nape of his neck, his short white hair contrasting sharply with his deep azure skin, adorned with two black lines extending from the corners of his eyes down to his neck. Impressive. Your prowess is truly noteworthy. It has been ages since I've experienced such exhilarating combat, Tecarus exclaimed, his confidence palpable. Humph. A monkey is still a monkey. Your arrogance is insufferable. Tecarus and Mira faced each other, their immense energy dispersing all obstacles in their vicinity. Suddenly, their forms vanished, only to reappear moments later, fingers interlocked, electricity crackling between their hands. With a series of explosive sounds, they separated, exchanging powerful blows that transformed the landscape into chaos, rendering the skies dark and the earth trembling. Creatures within 500 meters were obliterated by the overwhelming force surrounding them. Tecarus, Mira, a purple-haired girl shouted to the two combatants battling in the skies. Lisana, I haven't had my fill of fighting yet. Tecarus responded to the girl. Humph. Although our objectives differ, we are all involved in the alteration of history. Let us hope to remain out of each other's way, Tower remarked, addressing Lisana and Tecarus. The four of them ascended into the air above the World Martial Arts Tournament. Mira, channel some of your power. I need to elevate the Dark King Piccolo's strength even further, Lisana urged, observing the irregular energy sphere coalescing in Mira and Tao's hands. Tecarus, you too must lend some of your energy. Was there not a stalemate in your earlier confrontation with Mira? Let us now discern whether the strength bestowed upon Son Goku by you is greater than that which Mira grants to Piccolo. Lisana displayed a mischievous smile as she addressed Tecarus. Oh, what a splendid idea. Upon uttering these words, Tecarus glanced at Mira, who exhibited a fierce determination in her eyes. Very well, let us see who is stronger, me or you, Mira proclaimed, hurling the energy sphere in her hand towards Piccolo. All right then, Tecarus responded, unleashing a golden beam of energy that struck Son Goku. The arena witnessed both Son Goku and Piccolo clutching their heads and howling at the sky, their energy erupting uncontrollably. Goku's spiky hair stood on end, resembling the hairstyle of a Super Saiyan, albeit in black, enveloped in dark flames that exuded an aura of malevolence. Meanwhile, Piccolo's veins bulged prominently beneath his skin, his upper garments torn apart by a swollen physique, muscles rippling as purple sparks of electricity danced around him. The two unleashed energy blasts with reckless abandon, disregarding the safety of the spectators, akin to a Gatling gun firing relentlessly. The scene on the scroll grew dim, culminating in a haunting image of Krillin, Yamchu, Tien Shinhan, and Master Roshi, all lying on the ground, their bodies in disarray. Even Trunks' mother, Bulma, had sustained a gaping wound in her chest, sprawled across the audience seats, her eyes vacant as she gazed into the sky, a look of confusion etched on her face. Witnessing this, Trunks slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes tightly shut in rage. Damn it! Lint, summon Lucia and Philly. It's infuriating that the high-level time patrollers and most of the mid-level ones are absent. We can only rely on mid-level Lucia and novice Philly. Trunks harbored no desire to call upon others, yet the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Lin Feihong, had recently embarked on a mission, and Frisia had exited the time-star to cultivate on his home planet. Originally, there was also Pika, but he was currently recuperating in the hospital. Engaging in light-hearted banter with the ladies. Our Scion recovery abilities are quite formidable. Why have you not yet healed? Selena inquired quizzically, standing beside Pika's hospital bed. During their time together, Pika had noticed that Selena had completely set aside her earlier inadvertent glances and was quite amiable. It's not merely a matter of my arms. The issue lies within my very essence. Do you understand? Fool. Pika mumbled, a delicious treat in his mouth. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? Selena retorted, gripping the collar of Pika's hospital gown with indignation. You could comprehend my mumbled words? What kind of auditory mechanism do you possess? It's astonishingly acute. He then chuckled and added, Dear lady, remember, this is a hospital, and shouting is prohibited. Did your mother never teach you that? Selena glanced at the resentful patients surrounding her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Releasing Pikachu, she bowed apologetically to those around her, uttering words of contrition. Well, I am magnanimous, so I shall forgive this thoughtless young girl. Pika teased Selena, and with a swift motion, she produced a book from seemingly nowhere and struck Pika on the head. Pouting in indignation. I didn't say anything to you. Why the unnecessary chatter? Pika responded with a chuckle, observing Selena's flushed face, unable to suppress his amusement. What are you laughing at? Selena inquired, noticing his mirth. I find it amusing that a beautiful young lady, who was once wailing about wanting to harm someone, is now here beside me, seeking distraction. Don't you think that's rather funny? Perhaps, but it is you who is truly humorous, she retorted, swinging the book at Pika's head once more. That hurts, Pika exclaimed dramatically, shaking his head in feigned agony. Look at you. When you smile, you look so lovely. You should smile more often. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept across Selena's cheeks, yet Pika's next remark incensed her. You see, it's precisely because you seldom smile that your face appears almost lifeless. You scoundrel. Go to hell. Chapter 24. Shopping as dawn broke, around 4 in the morning. The streets were nearly deserted. Pika yawned, stretching his back, and casually seated himself on a bench by the road, muttering to himself, honestly, after finally being discharged from the hospital, they won't even let me rest properly. Why must I go shopping at this hour? Are the stores even open? What a gentleman to arrive so early. When Selena reached the meeting point, Pika was struck dumb by her appearance, his eyes fixated on her without a blink. She wore a delightful dress in white and orange, its hemline slightly short, revealing her slender legs, which were adorned with knee-high socks featuring frills. In her hand, she held a petite parasol, her demeanor markedly more refined than usual. Though Pika was already aware that Selena was a beauty, her typically wild behavior made this elegant attire a refreshing sight. Is there something on my face? Selena asked, reaching up to touch her cheeks. Oh, no. It's just that your outfit today is quite fitting. You look adorable, Pika replied with a smile. What nonsense. You fool. After turning her head away, her cheeks flushed. She mumbled to herself, I'm not dressing for you, you idiot. Uncertain whether her embarrassment was born of shyness or irritation, she eventually turned her gaze back to Pika, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, Are you really going to wear that even while resting? Pika has always donned the martial arts attire gifted by the celestial beings. Although it has become tattered from recent battles, Pika possesses some sewing skills and has mended it, continuing to wear it. Alas, accompanying you out feels rather embarrassing. Selena expressed some disdain on her face. Well, I suppose I should head back. After all, I do not particularly enjoy shopping. No, Selena said, grasping Pika's shoulder. Her cheeks slightly flushed. I don't truly find you distasteful. What did you say? Pico inquired with a playful grin, leaning closer to Selena's face. I said nothing, you fool. Selena turned her head away, presenting Pico with the back of her head, pouting and crossing her arms, her face tinged with crimson. In that fleeting moment when Selena turned, her rose-colored hair brushed against Pico's cheek, carrying a delicate fragrance that lingered in his senses. Pico's face also flushed slightly. The scent from Selena's hair had left him somewhat entranced. Oomph, we are going to buy you some new clothes today, otherwise I would feel utterly embarrassed to be seen with you. Come along, Selena said, her face still glowing with warmth as she took Pico's hand and led him toward the bustling commercial district. Pico gazed at Selena, who was pulling him along, and a smile gradually crept across his lips. It had been quite some time since he had strolled through the shops with a female friend. While most men harbor a disdain for shopping, they often find themselves willing to accompany certain women, particularly those of striking beauty, to the bustling malls. Selena, with her tough exterior yet tender heart, had long since forgiven him for inadvertently witnessing her change clothes. Is it too early for the stores to be open? Pico inquired, still being dragged along by Selena. She halted abruptly and looked at him with an expression of incredulity, retorting, Are you truly this foolish or merely pretending? Do you not realize that the prime shopping hours here are from 4 to 6 in the morning? Pico assumed that this place was similar to the shops on Earth. However, this is the City of Time, where everything is distinct from elsewhere. The inhabitants of the City of Time revere the strong and have a penchant for combat. Some individuals work in the morning and dedicate their afternoons to training, leaving them with little time for shopping. Moreover, the aspiring time patrollers constitute 40% of the city's population. They engage in rigorous training almost daily, striving to become genuine time patrollers. Their relentless dedication often leads them to fall asleep immediately after training, leaving no time for leisure. Yet, which girl does not enjoy adorning herself beautifully? Thus, they rise early to indulge in shopping. Why not choose a less crowded time? Pico inquired, feeling puzzled, as he preferred a more tranquil shopping experience. Do you think everyone else is as leisurely as you? I have my training to attend to. Only in the morning can we roam the mall freely. Sometimes I wonder if you truly belong to the City of Time, Selena replied, exasperated. Oh, I see. The mall was resplendently adorned, with a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, emanating a soft golden glow. The floor was laid with imperial golden marble tiles. Surrounding them were various high-end boutiques offering an eclectic array of merchandise, from combat gear, weapons, and protective potions to an assortment of small trinkets like earrings and rings. Wow, the variety of items here is astounding, Pico exclaimed in astonishment, while Selena gazed at the merchandise with sparkling eyes, akin to twinkling stars. The bustling crowd created a striking contrast with the outside world. Here. Selena pointed to a shop ahead named the Yake brand store. Yake? I thought it was Yake. Pico remarked, unable to suppress his sarcasm at the store's name. This is the finest brand for fashionable men's clothing in the City of Time. There should be something suitable for you, Selena said with a smile, although her gaze kept darting toward a neighboring shop. You could just say you want to visit the shop next door. What is it called? Pico pondered silently, following Selena's gaze to the adjacent shop dedicated to female scions. Below, a brief description read, This establishment exclusively caters to the needs of female scions. Entry for males is strictly prohibited unless accompanied by a female. Pico's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but think, damn it, men are prohibited from entering. Must someone lead me in? I'm not a dog, yet I could act like one this once. As Pikachu gazed into the shop, he was struck by the sight of numerous women, with not a single man in sight. The highlight was a stunning woman, clad in lingerie, admiring herself in the mirror through a narrow gap. This was undoubtedly a paradise for men. Come on, why are you staring like that? Selena remarked with a hint of annoyance, tugging Pikachu into the Yakko brand store. This set, and this one too. Oh, and this as well. You go in and try them on first. If they don't work, we can choose again. She casually tossed a pile of clothes to Pikachu, urging him to enter the fitting room. How long will it take to try all of these on? Pikachu stared at the towering heap of garments, feeling as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Enough chatter. Just try them on as I said. Hurry up, Selena replied impatiently. All right then. Pico, clutching a selection of garments, entered the changing room, emerging repeatedly for a brief interlude, having tried on nearly 20 outfits. Wait a moment, this ensemble seems quite fitting. Selena propped her chin on her hand, bending slightly as she observed the attire adorning Pico. Pico's gaze traveled from Selena's collar deep within, where a delicate pink garment enveloped a generous pair of curves. The fair skin was graced with a hint of a rosy hue, as if a mere touch could elicit a response akin to the gentle release of water. Instantly, Pika's face flushed crimson, prompting Selena, who noticed his unusual demeanor, to inquire with a hint of indignation, "What are you staring at, you lecher?" With her hands tightly clasped around her collar, she glared at Pika, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment and fury. Chapter 25, Prelude to a Fierce Battle. Pika, clad in a black hooded vest and denim jeans, trailed behind the spirited Selena, burdened with numerous bags in hand as the sun ascended in the sky. Shopping is utterly exhausting, Pika lamented, despite having walked for merely over an hour. It felt to him as if he had been wandering for an eternity. Hearing Pika's discontent, Selena turned around, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "What seems to be the matter? Are you dissatisfied?" Pika gazed at Selena's devilish smile, promptly shaking his head and falling silent. Not far from Pika, another figure swiftly approached him. As the silhouette grew clearer, it revealed itself to be Linked, the one who had initially guided Pika to the time nest. "Is that not Linked?" Pika pondered, perplexed by the urgency that seemed to envelop him. "Mr. Pika, Trunks requests your presence at the time nest," Linked stated gravely, his demeanor serious. "What has transpired?" Pika inquired. "You will understand upon your arrival at the time nest." "Very well." Pika turned to Selena and said, "I apologize. Please hold on to these for me. Upon my return, I shall make amends." "Be careful on your journey," Selena replied, accepting the bag and waving goodbye, her expression akin to that of a wife bidding farewell to her husband. Inside the time nest, Trunks wore a troubled expression, his gaze fixed intently on the scroll before him. The imagery depicted on the scroll revealed Phil lying on the ground in agony, his left arm severed. Lucia, with a gaping wound in her abdomen, struggled to remain conscious, bolstered by the Scion's formidable vitality and her own indomitable spirit. Who on earth is controlling Uncle Goku and Uncle Piccolo? The battleground where Goku and Piccolo clashed had been reduced to ruins. Both warriors bore countless wounds, yet they fought on like relentless machines, locked in a frenzied collision. "Trunks, what on earth has happened?" As Trunks grappled with his worries, Pika entered the chamber, observing the fury etched on Trunks' face. "Pika, your timing is impeccable. I require your assistance with this," Trunks instructed, gesturing toward the scroll. Pika gazed in astonishment at the unfolding events depicted on the scroll. "What is this?" "This is the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament." "How could this be?" Pika was dumbfounded, turning his gaze back to the scroll. The visage of Sun Wukong appeared remarkably youthful, yet his overwhelming power was undeniably different from that in the original narrative. Even the younger Piccolo displayed an astonishing swiftness and strength, akin to a tempest sweeping through autumn leaves. Had those individuals begun to alter history once more? Pika furrowed his brow, aware only of the characters Tawa and the demon god Demigra within the game, yet the malevolent aura emanating from them was entirely dissimilar. If Piccolo's dark energy exuded an alluring desire, as though possessing it would render one invincible, then Sun Wukong's essence conveyed a sense of obliteration before all things. Suddenly, Trunks' hands appeared insubstantial, allowing a glimpse through them to the other side. Pika, taken aback, fixated on Trunks' gradually fading figure. "Pika, the rest is entrusted to you. If you can resolve this issue, I shall return to my original state. I implore you." Trunks, with his increasingly transparent hand, extended the scroll toward Pika. "I will handle the remainder. Simply await my good news," Pika declared with confidence. The moment approached when the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament were about to commence. And at that time, Philly and Lucia would also be present. Let them assist you in preserving history. They are here as well. It seems they did not succeed in stopping it. I shall proceed first. Pika grasped the scroll, channeling his energy into it. "You must be cautious," Trunks suddenly recalled something, speaking urgently, but Pika's figure had already vanished from the engraving chamber. "Pika, please be careful," Trunks expressed his concern. Holding the scroll, Pika materialized above the skies of the World Martial Arts Tournament, where below, Piccolo was sealing the Supreme Kai within a small vial, while the warriors on the arena had reverted to mere mortals devoid of any combat prowess. Pika, lost in contemplation, recalled the words spoken by Trunks and murmured to himself, "Should I be wary of Sun? Wary of Sun Wukong? Why?" As Pika pondered these thoughts, the final match of the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. At that moment, as Sun Wukong and Piccolo faced each other, a sinister aura emanated from both fighters, instantly triggering a violent explosion upon their entrance. Beside the arena, Feli and Lucia appeared, their arms outstretched, encasing the battlefield in a colossal energy shield. The audience, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the duo, nonetheless kept their focus firmly on the arena. Suddenly, the energy surrounding Sun Wukong and Piccolo surged dramatically, transforming them into the formidable forms that Pika had witnessed in the scroll. Upon seeing the situation, Pika silently cursed. This bodes ill. These oblivious individuals have no sense of danger. Whoosh! Piccolo appeared beside the arena, extending his hand to unleash a wave of energy directed towards the audience. Ah, help! Someone's been killed. Run! Forget about those things. We can buy them later. Mama! I want my mama! Cried a rough voice. The audience members capable of fleeing scrambled to escape, with the exception of the early Dragon Ball warriors and a few allies of Goku who possessed lesser fighting abilities. Krillin, Yamcha, take them and run quickly, Piccolo urged, his expression grave. Goku and I have lost our senses. We may harm you at any moment. Wait, weren't you the one who was with Krillin last time? Why? Yamcha questioned Piccolo, perplexed. Enough chatter, we must flee for our lives. Even I cannot save you this time. You are merely a burden here, Piccolo replied coldly. A stunning blonde beauty brandished an AK-47, firing it into the sky in anger as she confronted Piccolo. Who do you think you are, kid? Master Roshi approached to intervene. Addressing the blonde, it's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? 6 years, if I'm not mistaken. Indeed, Master Roshi. This place is no longer safe for you. I implore you to take them and escape at once. Upon concluding his words, Piccolo bowed deeply to Master Roshi, embodying the adage, once a teacher, forever a father. It was Master Roshi who imparted the ability to control his energy, and Piccolo held a profound respect for him. Indeed, I shall guide them, Master Roshi replied, shedding his usual frivolity for an unexpectedly stern demeanor. Thank you, Master Mateto, Piccolo remarked before soaring towards the arena. This lad, having been absent for merely 6 years, remains unchanged in appearance and possesses a depth of strength akin to an unfathomable abyss, he reflected. We must depart swiftly. This place has become exceedingly perilous. What about Goku? Krillin inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Indeed, they echoed in unison. Goku will be fine. I have faith in Piccolo. Bulma, covering her face in a bashful manner, added, yes, I believe in him too. That man truly possesses an undeniable charm. Chapter 26, Piccolo vs. Son Goku. How did this fellow arrive here? Lucia pondered, fully engaged in maintaining her protective barrier as she observed Piccolo soaring from the direction of Master Roshi and the others. Phil also noticed Piccolo, recalling that he should have been recuperating in a hospital, not appearing here. Piccolo suddenly spotted a man with golden hair adorned with sunglasses, holding a microphone, clearly the referee for this match. Oh, no, Piccolo exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he flew towards the referee. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why aren't you fleeing? This place is extremely dangerous. Are you addressing me? The referee asked, pointing to his own nose in confusion. Who else would I be referring to? Piccolo retorted. The referee then composed himself and said solemnly to Piccolo, it occurs only once every 3 years, this World Martial Arts Tournament. I must preside over this event without exception. In that moment, Piccolo found himself at a loss for words, realizing that among all in the Dragon Ball universe, this referee exhibited the utmost dedication to his role. Pika, with a fist held close to his mouth, stood beside the referee and said, how about this? I have a solution. The referee gazed at Pika with eager anticipation. You shall take your leave. Pika grasped the referee's garment and forcefully hurled it towards the horizon. He had imbued the referee with a sphere of energy, which would disperse upon the referee's rapid descent, creating a whirlwind to ensure a gentle landing. I shall return. The referee bellowed from the distant skyline. Pika approached the arena's edge and addressed Fei, saying, you ought to withdraw this shield. It is evidently depleting your stamina, and it cannot endure for much longer. The shield was visibly marred with cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. The two of them dispelled their energy, and in an instant, Lucia appeared before Pika, expressing her displeasure. This task can be accomplished by Fei and me alone. Your interference is unwarranted. Interference? Pika retorted, ire simmering within him. It is precisely because you are incapable of completing the mission that Trunks dispatched me here. I was enjoying a well-deserved respite, only to have my peace disrupted by you, which has left me quite vexed. Amidst their heated exchange, a dark Kamehameha surged towards the trio. Scatter. At once, they propelled themselves backward, as the ground shattered beneath the force of the blast, sending debris hurtling towards them. Fei was engulfed in crimson flames, evidently employing the Kaioken technique. Meanwhile, Lucia floated gracefully above, her eyes radiating a cerulean light, causing the stones before her to disintegrate as they descended. Surrounding Pika, 9 orbs of azure energy materialized, whirling around him in a swift ballet, coalescing into a spherical formation that pulverized the falling debris to dust. As Pika descended, he clasped his hands together, the 9 energy orbs swirling between them before he thrust his palms outward, unleashing them like arrows aimed at Son Goku on the stage. Goku, with a sinister grin, extended his hand, intending to intercept the energy blasts. However, Pika's lips curled into a sly smile as he snapped his fingers, causing the 9 energy orbs to halt midair, spinning rapidly before expanding into 9 10-meter-wide spheres, encircling Goku and Piccolo. With a thunderous explosion, the arena was enveloped in smoke. Emerging from the haze, Goku and Piccolo appeared unscathed, albeit their garments tattered and cloaked in dust. 3 more figures shot forth from the mist, with Pika standing resolutely, flanked by Lucia and Feli. Confronting the 2 warriors, "You two hold Piccolo at bay. Goku is mine," Pika declared as he soared towards Son Goku. "You," Lucia exclaimed, stepping forward to pursue Pika, but was restrained by Feli. Shaking his head, he gazed at Pika, who was already before Goku, and addressed Lucia, "Piccolo." A breeze rustled. A gentle rain began to fall. The battle was on the precipice of ignition. Pika stood with his left hand extended forward and his right hand resting gently against his face, gazing placidly at Sun Wukong. In return, Sun Wukong assumed the familiar stance he adopted before engaging in battle with others. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong struck first, launching a powerful punch towards Pika, his fist slicing through the air and igniting with dark flames. Pika swiftly retracted his body and retaliated with a kick aimed at Sun Wukong. True to his legendary prowess, Sun Wukong deftly seized Pika's leg before the kick could connect, hurling Pika away with remarkable force. He accelerated, delivering a swift kick to Pika's abdomen, sending him plummeting towards the ground. Boom! The Pikachu pressed the ground into a humanoid-shaped pit, its legs lifted to kick at Sun Wukong, sending him sprawling. With a swift turn, it crouched down, clutching its abdomen. A cough escaped its lips, followed by a spitting of blood. Rising, it was enveloped in a fiery crimson aura. With a flying knee strike, it collided with Sun Wukong's midsection, then swiftly turned to hammer its fist down upon Sun Wukong's back. As Sun Wukong descended, he delivered a backward kick that struck Pikachu's crossed arms. A brilliant blue light coalesced around Sun Wukong's feet, and from the soles, a Kamehameha blasted forth, propelling him rapidly towards Pikachu. In a heartbeat, the two had exchanged blows in 30 ferocious encounters, neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, Sun Wukong seized Pikachu by its tail, catching it off guard. Overwhelmed and drained of strength, Pikachu found itself suspended in midair, subjected to Sun Wukong's relentless onslaught. Pika struggled and unleashed a burst of energy from his hand, striking the tail held captive by Sun Wukong. Breaking free from Wukong's grasp, Pika swiftly tore off his own tail entirely. "Impressive. I hadn't anticipated your strength would ascend to such heights, rivaling my own 5-fold Kaioken," Pika remarked with admiration. Although aware that this was not the true extent of Sun Wukong's power, but rather an external augmentation, the shift in their battle dynamics was evident. Initially, Pika had dominated the confrontation, but now Wukong had turned the tide, clearly demonstrating his mastery over this newfound strength. Hee, Sun Wukong chuckled wickedly, his aura continuing to surge. Tenfold Kaioken. The energy that once merely surrounded Pika now erupted from his feet like a jet, emitting a formidable red blaze. Suddenly, Piccolo appeared behind Sun Wukong, tightly constricting his neck with his right arm and ensnaring his legs, rendering Sun Wukong utterly immobile. With both hands, Sun Wukong grasped Piccolo's right arm in a desperate attempt to break free, only to discover that he could not budge it in the slightest. At that moment, veins bulged on Sun Wukong's hands as he summoned every ounce of strength to pull Piccolo's arm a short distance away, before sinking his teeth into it. Piccolo instantly released his grip on Sun Wukong, clutching his right arm with one hand and blowing on it forcefully, hoping to alleviate the pain inflicted by Sun Wukong's bite. "You mutt. You could have just fought. Why did you have to bite me as well? It hurts." Pika was absent-mindedly rubbing his right arm when, in a sudden turn of events, Sun Wukong appeared behind him, tightening his grip around Pika's neck. Gasping for breath and his face flushed, Pika cleverly rolled his eyes. stretching his hands behind him to tickle Sun Wukong. The laughter erupted from Sun Wukong, his strength dissipating, which allowed Pika to seize the opportunity and escape. Chapter 27. Pika vs. Sun Wukong 2. A tempest roared, stirring up clouds of yellow sand for miles. The sky was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. A palpable sense of murderous intent hung in the air, with battle poised to erupt. In this pitch-black realm, two beams of light clashed, the first red, the other black. One embodying righteousness and the other malevolence. Each punch thrown seemed as though it could pierce the very fabric of existence. Boom. Pika and Sun Wukong stood facing each other. Their garments tattered and their bodies marked with numerous bruises. With a furious roar, Pika transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. The force of his punch slicing through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea. In a sudden movement, Sun Wukong leaned forward, sweeping a leg towards Pika's chest. Realizing the imminent danger of the strike approaching perilously close to his torso, Pika crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to deflect the oncoming force. However, caught off guard. He was struck by a ki blast from Sun Wukong, sending him hurtling away. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong transformed into a swift black streak, charging toward Pika. The Pikachu spun gracefully in midair, and before it, 9 orbs of energy, each the size of a fist, began to rotate in chaotic formation. Go! With that command, the 9 energy spheres shot forth along varied trajectories towards the advancing Sun Wukong. Whoosh! The orbs successfully intercepted Sun Wukong, swirling around him in a menacing display. I wonder if you can survive in a vacuum, Sun Wukong. Pikachu intoned gravely. The sphere spun ever faster, while Sun Wukong hastened his efforts to escape their grasp. Only to be repelled repeatedly, his attempts thwarted. The air around him was gradually siphoned away, and he gasped, his face turning crimson as he struggled for breath. Bending low, his expression twisted in rage, Sun Wukong summoned a dark, swirling energy from his back. This shadowy force coalesced into a figure, and with a single, powerful punch, it obliterated several of the energy spheres. The towering giant of darkness cast a glance at Pikachu, and the disdainful glint in its eyes sent a shiver through Pikachu's heart, draining the color from his face. This was Techalus. The name surged within Piccolo's mind, a bead of sweat trickling down to his feet. The dark energy suddenly dispersed, transforming into streams that surged directly towards Sun Wukong's chest, vanishing into him in an instant. Lucia and Firai, who were engaged in a confrontation with Piccolo, turned their gazes towards Sun Wukong, their faces etched with disbelief. This dark energy, akin to silken threads, began to spread from Sun Wukong's chest, gradually enveloping his entire being. A black protective suit seamlessly enveloped him, with a dark breastplate firmly safeguarding his heart. 8 pieces resembling black iron plates adhered to his sculpted abdomen, while the ebony shoulder guards seemed to absorb light from every direction. The black gloves adhered tightly to his hands. 2 leg guards, adorned with intricate, undecipherable patterns, clung closely to his thighs, and the high-topped black boots extended up to his knees, where a circular iron piece affixed to the knee was intimately connected to the boots. Even the color of his hair began to shift, fading from its original black to a morbid shade of gray. Clad in the black battle attire, Sun Wukong resembled an immortal warrior emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Could it be that Trunks had warned me to be cautious of Sun Wukong's attire? Piccolo pondered, his brow furrowed. Far away in the City of Time, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, "How is this possible? It shouldn't be like this." Sun Wukong, who had previously bowed his head, lifted it with a sinister grin. His figure suddenly appearing behind Piccolo, his right hand gripping the sword, poised menacingly towards Piccolo's neck. Pika suddenly sensed imminent danger. He turned his head to glance behind him and beheld Sun Wukong, his finger pointed like a sword, unleashing a fierce wind aimed at his neck. Instinctively, Pika leaned back. Although his awareness was acute, Sun Wukong's speed surpassed it. With a swift jab, he inflicted a 10-centimeter gash across Pika's face, from which blood began to flow. Humph! Sun Wukong scoffed disdainfully, tightening his fist and launching a rapid strike akin to a dragon surging through the river. 15 times Kaioken. His fist, adorned with swirling crimson dragons, collided with Sun Wukong's blow. A tempest of wind erupted from the point of impact, dispersing the surrounding dust and debris. As they momentarily disengaged, their hands locked tightly together again. The two exerted their strength against one another, their faces drawing ever closer, nearly touching at the noses. You shall perish. Pika suddenly rammed his head forcefully into Sun Wukong's, sending him hurtling away. Ouch, that hurts. A tear welled in the corner of Pika's eye as he cradled his forehead with both hands, crouching midair and gently rubbing it. Sun Wukong, momentarily dazed, shook his head and glared at Pika. His battle attire transformed once more, sprouting 6 black spikes from his back, each varying in length. The longest measuring 50 centimeters and the shortest 30. From his forearms extended short blades imbued with wind energy. Once more, they became 2 streaks of light, colliding in the heavens, trading blows in over 100 exchanges. Not far away, the two battling with Piccolo had shifted from struggling to suppress him to being soundly thrashed by him. Philly, having activated the 7-fold Kaioken, was teetering on the brink of collapse. Lucia, with her left arm pierced, faced a formidable assault from Piccolo's powerful magic flash. What? Pika, engaged in fierce combat with Sun Wukong, spotted a black-yellow shockwave hurtling toward Lucia. He immediately broke away from the fight, reaching his limited speed. This speed is utterly insufficient. Pika cried anxiously within. 16 times Kaioken. The muscles of Pika gently bulged as its speed accelerated once more. Just as the magic flashed within a meter of Lucia, Pika materialized before her. Snap! With a swift motion, Piccolo sent the several-meter-wide magical flash bomb flying. Lucia gazed in astonishment at Piccolo's figure before her, pondering, Why? Why would you save me? Be careful, girl, Piccolo said calmly, standing in front of Lucia. Unbeknownst to him, he had already etched an indelible mark in her heart. Watch out. At that moment, Sun Wukong had arrived beside Piccolo and delivered a powerful punch to his face, sending him sprawling. Damn it, a sneak attack, Piccolo exclaimed as he rose from the ground. Sun Wukong and Piccolo charged towards him, launching a barrage of attacks. Piccolo struggled to defend himself, feeling increasingly overwhelmed as their assaults intensified. Piccolo spread his arms wide, forcefully pushing the two individuals away from his side. Gasping for breath. Chapter 28. Piccolo vs. Sun Wukong. 3. After being propelled backward, Sun Wukong and Piccolo charged once more towards Piccolo, launching a flanking assault from both sides. Pika found himself compelled to defend against the relentless onslaught of the two adversaries, leaving him no opportunity for a counterattack. Suddenly, Sun Wukong paused for a moment, his brow furrowing, and in that brief interval, Pika delivered a powerful kick that sent Sun Wukong flying. He swiftly turned and landed another kick on Piccolo, launching a barrage of punches and kicks that inflicted further grievous injuries upon him. In no time, Piccolo's condition deteriorated significantly. The airborne Sun Wukong clasped his head with both hands, his hair fluctuating between black and gray, while a glimmer of rationality flickered in his eyes. Sun Wukong bellowed, his hair reverting to its original black hue. Yet his eyes brimmed with primal ferocity and an insatiable thirst for battle as he unleashed a fierce assault upon Pika and the engaged Piccolo. The trio was embroiled in a chaotic melee, simultaneously fending off the attacks of the other two while launching their own. Piccolo, the weakest among them, was struck in the abdomen by both Pika and Sun Wukong, sending him hurtling through the air. With Piccolo incapacitated, the intensity of the duel between the two escalated, each blow resonating with palpable excitement that ignited a wild fervor within Pika. He abandoned any concern for potential retaliation and pressed forward with unrelenting aggression against his foes. Sun Wukong mirrored Pika's fervor, his hair reverting to its original color, and the malevolent grin vanished from his visage, replaced by a straightforward and honorable approach to combat. With a resounding clash, both struck each other squarely in the face, immediately caving in their features and propelling their bodies backward. Gasping for breath, they bent at the waist, hands resting on their knees. You're quite formidable, Sun Wukong stammered, his expression still wild with fervor. Have you regained your senses? Pika queried in astonishment, recalling that in the Dragon Ball Super universe, none under control ever regained their rationality, not even the gods of destruction. Thus, Pika's surprise was immense. If Sun Wukong truly had regained his senses, it could signify the potential to create something capable of vanquishing that malevolent aura. Sun Wukong suddenly roared at Pika, unleashing a torrent of energy that stirred the ground beneath him, creating a vast trench that extended towards Pika. Just as Pika contemplated this revelation, a shadowy figure adorned with black flames surged towards him. Pika twisted his body, gripping the fist launched by Sun Wukong with both hands. Suddenly, he bent his legs, forming a right angle, and kicked straight towards Sun Wukong's chin. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was propelled skyward by Pika's powerful legs. Lion's roar. Pika soared into the air, directing his fists towards several vulnerable pressure points on Sun Wukong's body. Ultimately, his knee struck the space between Sun Wukong's chest and neck, igniting a crimson aura that rapidly propelled them downward. With a tremendous crash, a massive crater with a 10-meter radius was formed upon impact, and within it lay a smaller pit. Pika knelt on one knee atop Sun Wukong. A fragment of the chest armor shattered upon his chest. Blood gushed from Sun Wukong's mouth. "Watch out," Pika shouted, noticing a serrated purple energy sphere in his hand. A ki blast, scarcely 10 centimeters in diameter, shot toward Pika's heart, trailing a long tail. "What?" Pika turned his head to see a striking figure in battle attire intercepting the ki blast. However, it pierced through her abdomen, leaving traces of crimson. "Lucia?" Pika swiftly moved to catch her, preventing her from collapsing. Coughing, Lucia spat out a mouthful of blood. "Why are you so foolish?" Pika's heart raced, filled with regret. "Hell, why? I do not know," she replied. A trickle of blood escaping her lips as she offered a faint smile, exhaling softly. A strand of hair gently brushed her delicate forehead as she turned her clear eyes towards Pika, her face as pure as jade, pale yet beautiful like the luminous moon in the night sky. "If something happens to me, please take care of my brother. He is still just a child." With that, Lucia closed her eyes and fell into unconsciousness. Pika extended his right hand to cover Lucia's wound, a radiant blue light emanating from his palm. In no time, the gaping injury ceased to bleed profusely. "Take a moment to rest. I shall return shortly," Pika declared as he rose to his feet. His gaze fixed on the distant figure of Beak, who lay prostrate on the ground, fury blazing in his eyes. With a formidable punch, imbued with the strength to shatter mountains, he struck down upon Beak's back, unleashing torrents of dark purple energy that flowed from him. Piccolo extended his finger, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that obliterated the swirling dark purple currents, rendering himself unconscious in the process. In the distance, Sun Wukong, consumed by a surge of anger, clutched at his battle attire, as if intent on tearing it asunder. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed to the heavens. Piccolo, observing Sun Wukong, envisioned a colossal ape looming behind him, echoing the fury of its master, as Wukong's energy surged dramatically. Tiny fissures began to appear in his battle garb, a manifestation of power that should not have been within his current capabilities. With a ferocious cry, Sun Wukong charged at Piccolo, each punch delivered with the force to pierce the very fabric of the universe. Even Piccolo, having unleashed the power of a 16-fold Kaioken, struggled to withstand the onslaught. Resolute, he contemplated whether he could transcend the limits of his own body. In a decisive move, Piccolo delivered a powerful kick to Sun Wukong's chest. To his astonishment, Wukong staggered back, propelled 20 meters away by the force of the impact. The Pikachu twirled gracefully in midair, its left hand resting atop its left leg, while its right leg extended outward and its right hand supported itself on the ground. With a deep exhale, Pikachu felt the energy dissipate around it, eyes tightly closed, savoring the strength of its form. Its legs were positioned shoulder-width apart, and its hands rested confidently on its hips. The Pikachu was enveloped in a blazing crimson aura. 17-fold Kaioken, 18-fold Kaioken, 19-fold. Pikachu felt a sudden, fierce tug on its muscles, a wave of agony causing it to grit its teeth, uttering 4 words: fold, Kaioken, fist. The ground cracked open around Pikachu, sending small shards of stone floating in the air, suspended by its overwhelming power. The remnants of tattered fabric on its upper body were instantly reduced to ashes by this formidable energy. At this moment, Pikachu's muscles swelled slightly. Yet this would not hinder his speed. The formidable Pikachu, exuding an aura of power, coldly declared, "Sun Wukong, our battle has only just begun." As a gust of wind swept between them, lifting a few withered leaves, both combatants initiated their assault. Death Penetration Cannon. Pikachu unleashed a devastating shockwave with both hands. Roaring, Sun Wukong retaliated with the Kamehameha wave, albeit in a dark hue. The two energy blasts collided, creating a colossal energy sphere. As each fighter poured forth their energy, the Death Penetration Cannon surged forward, overpowering the Kamehameha, only to be met with a counter from Sun Wukong that pressed against Pikachu's assault. The black aura enveloping Sun Wukong intensified, and he augmented his energy output, forcing his Kamehameha to dominate the Death Penetration Cannon, pushing inexorably towards Pikachu. "Damn it! Is my 20-fold Kaioken insufficient?" Pikachu seethed, a mix of rage and despair coursing through him. What if his Death Penetration Cannon, amplified by the 20-fold Kaioken, Could not best, Sun Wukong. I refuse to concede. Pikachu bellowed, increasing the output of the energy spheres in his hands, his attack growing ever more formidable. The death-penetrating cannon of Piccolo surged forth, swiftly confronting Sun Wukong, directly returning his Kamehameha with a forceful impact. Sun Wukong, with both hands bracing against the death-penetrating cannon, found his feet deeply embedded into the ground, involuntarily sliding backward as the cannon pushed him, leaving behind 2 profound imprints of his feet. Suddenly, Sun Wukong thrust both hands upward, reaching a pinnacle before him, causing the death-penetrating cannon to ascend into the sky, gradually dissipating. Breathing heavily, Piccolo's face glistened with sweat. His stamina was nearing its limits. Sun Wukong, too, was not in a better state. His gloves were torn, revealing darkened palms that trembled uncontrollably. In a fervent cry, the two charged towards each other, their lightning-fast assaults resulting in a clash of no less than 100 exchanges in an instant. Pika shifted his body to the left, stepping forward with his right foot into a right bow stance, crossing his hands in front of his chest before thrusting them outward to the right. His gaze fixed ahead. He summoned his strength and unleashed a powerful punch that struck Sun Wukong, causing him to stagger backward several paces. This punch was a variation of the cannon punch within the art of Xingyiquan, possessing immense power. As Sun Wukong was pushed back, he swiftly planted his right foot, forcefully halting his retreat. With a swift pivot of his right foot, he propelled himself forward, launching an attack towards Pika. Pika positioned his legs shoulder-width apart, with his right palm horizontally extended and his left fist resting against his waist. With the fingers of his right hand directed to the right, he forcefully pushed against the chin of the approaching Sun Wukong, who tilted his head back to gaze at the sky. Pika then retracted his right hand to his waist, forming a fist, while his left hand, with fingers pointing downward, pressed firmly against Sun Wukong's abdomen. In response, Sun Wukong bent forward, expelling the bitter contents from his stomach, his eyes bulging slightly. As Pika swept his right foot to the side, Sun Wukong found himself losing balance, about to topple to the left. However, would Pika allow him to do so? The answer is absolutely not. Pika positioned his left foot forward in a lunge, swiftly launching 3 punches that landed squarely on Sun Wukong's abdomen. The impact caused Sun Wukong to bend over, curling up like a boiled lobster as he was propelled backward. With a resounding thud, he tumbled several times before coming to a halt, his body trembling on the ground. Struggling to rise, he steadied himself with trembling hands, his unsteady form and wavering legs indicating the difficulty he faced in regaining his balance. Why was Sun Wukong unable to stand firm? It was due to the fact that Pika's powerful strikes had struck critical points on his body, resulting in severe injury or, in the worst case, death. This illustrates just how robust Sun Wukong truly was. Pika had unleashed his full strength, and had those punches landed on Fei, they would have been fatal. The encounter was far from over. Pika dashed towards Sun Wukong, and as he approached, he leapt into the air. He executed a forward kick, rotating halfway in midair, and then delivered a second kick with his right foot, using the momentum to spin once more before landing a pointed kick with his left foot, followed by a similar strike with his right foot to Sun Wukong's chest. Upon landing, Pika casually wiped his thumb across his nose, with his left hand resting on his abdomen and his right hand poised in front of his mouth. Sun Wukong lay motionless on the ground, his black armor shattering piece by piece, disintegrating into powder that scattered on the earth, while a dark afterimage of him began to emerge. Tecarus, last time you assaulted me without cause. This time, I will obliterate your afterimage as a means of retribution. When we meet again, I shall defeat you, Pika declared menacingly, raising his hand to unleash a wave of energy that shattered the afterimage. Once it was destroyed, Sun Wukong returned to his original form, though he still appeared somewhat weakened. A sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through Pikachu, causing him to kneel on the ground, supporting himself with trembling hands. The distant roar of an engine approached, and a rotund figure drove a sports car, stirring up a cloud of dust as he made his way here. With a screech, the plump man executed a dramatic drift right in front of Pikachu, sending a vast plume of dirt into the air. Coughing, Pikachu attempted to wave away the dust, only to discover that he was utterly immobilized. Even the slightest movement sent waves of agony coursing through his body. Who is Pikachu? Coughing again, he lamented the inconsiderate actions of this scoundrel who raised such a tumult of dust. The hefty man leaped from his vehicle, fanning his hands before him. Upon noticing the battered Pikachu, he hurried to his side and offered him a magical bean. After consuming the bean, Pikachu felt the injuries mend, and he gazed at the man before him. This rotund figure donned a vertically striped kimono, wooden clogs upon his feet, a katana at his waist, and a small bag in hand. Without a doubt, he was a Kairobai. "I am Pikachu, and I sincerely thank you," Pikachu said, standing to face the diminutive, stout man with gratitude. "Oh, so you are the one. Here, this is a magical bean entrusted to you by the cat sage. Though it may not be plentiful, it should suffice for your needs," a Kairobai declared, tossing a pouch of beans toward Pikachu. He then crossed his arms, tilting his body slightly to the side as he regarded Pikachu, his eyes flickering with a mix of anger and a hint of fear, though he concealed it well, leaving Pikachu unaware of his true feelings. Pika gazed at the celestial beans in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. This pouch of celestial beans held particular significance for him, as it would aid in the recovery of Lucia and Philly from their injuries. "I am immensely grateful. This means a great deal to me. Thank you," Pika declared, before soaring towards Lucia and Philly. Once Pika had departed, Akalobe patted his chest, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "How terrifying! This is indeed the individual whom the cat sage spoke of, the one who battles against two formidable demons. The pressure emanating from him is truly daunting." "Oh, is that not Sun Wukong?" Akalobe observed Sun Wukong sprawled on the ground, battered and bruised. He hastily rushed to Sun Wukong's side and offered him a celestial bean. Upon consuming the bean, Sun Wukong's injuries began to mend, yet he remained unconscious. Pika knelt before Lucia, gently supporting her neck with his left forearm as he placed a magical bean near her mouth, whispering, "Come, open your mouth. This bean will heal your wounds." Though Lucia had already slipped into unconsciousness, it seemed she truly heard Pika's voice, as she instinctively opened her mouth and chewed the bean before swallowing it. With a soft gasp, Lucia opened her eyes, surveying her injuries. Even the puncture wound appeared remarkably pristine. Finding herself cradled in Pika's embrace, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she exclaimed, "This is the magical bean." "Indeed, it is. Now, let us rescue Philly," Pika replied, lifting Lucia into the air as he soared towards Philly. Upon landing, Lucia, still blushing, gently tapped Pika, saying, "Please set me down. This is rather embarrassing." "Oh, right," Pika acknowledged, placing Lucia on the ground before crouching to feed a magical bean to Philly. "Did we win?" Philly asked coldly as he rose. "Who am I? Do you really think I could lose?" Pika declared proudly. "Is it safe here? The devastation is extensive. Didn't T-Trunks say we must not alter history? How can we restore this place and allow Goku and Piccolo to compete?" Pika questioned, surveying the battleground marred by destruction. "Rest assured, Trunks anticipated this situation and has prepared accordingly." Lucia tossed 2 universal capsules, revealing an unfamiliar machine and a small box before the trio. Opening the box, Lucia revealed a handful of seeds, which she scattered into the sky. The seeds rapidly took root, transforming into towering trees in mere moments. Philly approached the machine, his fingers dancing over the buttons as an apparatus emerged, ascending several meters high. 2 beams of laser light shot forth, encircling the remnants of the defeated foes. After spinning a few times, the earth's stones and the newly sprouted trees swiftly disintegrated into granular particles, which quickly fused together, reconstructing the venue for the world's martial arts tournament and the surrounding structures as if by magic. "Wow, this is incredible," Pika exclaimed, dumbfounded, while even Yachirobe stared in awe at the suddenly materializing edifices, speechless. "It's time to go," Philly said, stowing away the machine and box as he addressed Pika and Lucia. "Yes, let us depart," Lucia replied, giving Pika a gentle tug and nodding in agreement. Pika gazed upon the fallen Bic, lying in a pool of blood, and turned to Philly and Lucia, saying, "Wait a moment." Pika produced a mystical bean and tossed it into Bic's mouth. Upon swallowing the bean, Bic's wounds began to heal, yet he remained unconscious. "Let us depart," Pika said to Lucia and Philly, and the trio soared into the sky, their forms transforming into streaks of light before vanishing from sight. Pika gazed at Akalobe on the ground, laughing heartily. "Akalobe, when I return next time, I shall treat you to a grand feast." "All right, I shall await your return," Akalobe replied, excitedly waving his hand upon hearing Pika's invitation. However, he soon murmured to himself, "Wait, that is strange. I never told him my name. How does he know I am Akalobe?" In the distance, a referee, clad in a suit and clutching a microphone, rushed over, seething with rage. "Where's that person?" I shall have my revenge on that little brat for throwing me into the sea. It is utterly unforgivable. He looked around but failed to spot Pika approaching Akalobe. He angrily grasped the collar of Akalobe's garment and demanded, "Where is that individual?" "He has left," Akalobe replied. "Left? How infuriating. P.S. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for all the recommendation votes and support. We have now reached a remarkable total of 100 votes. Thank you, everyone. In appreciation, I shall add an extra chapter. P.S. If anyone still has leftover recommendation votes, I hope you might generously bestow them upon me. It would be a delightful jest." Chapter 30, A Light-Hearted Interlude. Welcome back. This time, I sincerely thank you all. Without your support, the monumental shifts in history would have profoundly affected even our realm, Time City. Thank you once more. Trunks stood before Pika and the others, expressing his sincere gratitude. If that segment of history had unfolded as it did, Trunks would not even exist in this world. Without such intervention, the universe could well have fallen under Frisia's tyranny, and the Supreme Kai might have been absorbed by Majin Buu, plunging the world into utter chaos. "Trunks, this is merely our duty. You need not thank us," Pika replied, stretching languidly. "After such prolonged exertion, I am utterly worn out. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." Lucia intended to call out to Pika, wishing to accompany him, but with Trunks present, she abandoned that thought, deciding instead to visit him at his home the following day. Pika strolled alone through the bustling streets, his thoughts inevitably drifting to his confrontation with Sun Wukong. Given that Sun Wukong possessed a mere battle power index of just over 300 at that time, it seemed implausible that his combat prowess could have surged to 6,000 times that, even under duress. Could it be the influence of Tekris? The mere thought of Tekris ignited a fierce flame of anger within Pika's heart. Cursing softly under his breath, he continued on his way. As he turned, he caught sight of his modest dwelling, situated 200 meters behind the protagonist. Rubbing the back of his head in slight embarrassment, he made his way toward his home. Pika opened the door and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber in mere moments. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded, jolting Pika from his dreams. Groggy and disoriented, he stumbled toward the door, mumbling, "Who is it? Can't anyone let me enjoy a proper sleep? If I find out who it is, I swear I won't hold back. Why isn't Lucia at home resting?" Pika pushed open the door to find Lucia standing at the entrance. She wore a white cartoon-themed short-sleeve t-shirt on top, paired with black hot pants that accentuated her long, alluring, and fair thighs, showcasing her exquisite figure. Her cascading hair flowed freely behind her, contrasting sharply with her legs. "Surely you haven't been sleeping at home for 2 days?" Lucia inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. 2 days? Impossible. I've just woken up, Pika replied. "I only knew that we Scions had a remarkable appetite, but I never imagined we could sleep so soundly." Lucia lowered her head, murmuring softly. Pika gazed at the mumbling Lucia, somewhat bewildered. "What made you think to come and see me?" he asked. "Oh, it's quite simple. To express my gratitude for saving me that time, I'd like to invite you to dinner," Lucia said with a sweet smile, her face blooming like a white orchid. Her eyes resembled clear waters, and her expression radiated satisfaction and joy, with a beautiful curve at the corners of her mouth. How lovely, Pika thought, momentarily entranced by Lucia's enchanting smile. Lucia tilted her head and asked, "What did you just say?" "Nothing. I merely recalled a beautiful poem from my hometown that reminds me of you," Pika replied, turning slightly, his eyes involuntarily drawn to her lovely figure. Too shy to meet her gaze directly. "What is it?" "Do share," Lucia urged, stepping closer to Pika, hands clasped behind her back, bending slightly to look at him. In her short sleeves, the motion inadvertently revealed a hint of springtime allure. Pika swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back, lifting her head and blushing as she said, "Now, listen closely." Pika tightly closed his eyes, allowing the emotional tone of the poem to brew within him, before gradually opening his mouth to recite. Clouds yearn for garments. Flowers yearn for beauty. The spring breeze brushes the railing, and the dew is rich. After finishing the line, Pika took 2 steps forward, lifting his gaze to the azure sky. "Had I not seen the peaks of Mount Chuanyu, I would have met you under the moonlight of the Yao Terrace." Lucia was entranced by the verses. This poem is the first piece from the Qing Ping Diao, written by the illustrious poet Li Bai of ancient China. It uses the king of flowers, the peony, to depict the captivating beauty of Yang Guifei, making it perfectly suited to describe Lucia. "Wow, how beautiful! Although I can't fully grasp the meaning of this poem, the choice of words is exquisite. I can almost envision a stunning woman. Lucia closed her eyes, absorbing the impact of the poem. So what do you think? Pika inquired. Well, thank you. I feel really happy today, Lucia replied with a smile, her two small canine teeth peeking out, making her even more charming and delightful, which is precisely why she had become a popular idol in the city. Weren't you going to treat me to a meal? Let us go. I'm hungry too, Pika said to Lucia, who was lost in a reverie of happiness. Lucia opened her eyes, puffed up her cheeks in mock annoyance, and looked at Pika, as if to say that something was amiss. All right. Didn't you say I had slept for 2 days? I never expected to feel this hungry after 2 days without food. Pika chuckled awkwardly while rubbing his stomach and gazing up at the sky. Let us go. Today, this lady is in a good mood, Lucia declared, her face adorned with a hint of pride as she walked ahead. Wait for me, Pika exclaimed, noticing Lucia drifting further away, and he hurried after her. At the entrance of a restaurant, Pika looked up at the alien script of the establishment's name and the unique logo, which depicted a stylized figure resembling a human with their hands raised, releasing energy. What is this? Pika asked Lucia, who was beside him. Lucia turned her head slightly to answer. This logo was inspired by the appearance of a savior from the planet where this restaurant is located. With that, Lucia took Pika's hand and led him inside. The restaurant was warmly decorated, creating an inviting atmosphere that made Pika feel at home. The owner was a romantic at heart, and thus the main hall was designed to encompass various areas, each adorned with distinct decorations and culinary offerings. I see, Pika said, suddenly noticing a poster affixed to a door. The poster illustrated an unassuming hill, lush with trees and birds soaring overhead. At the summit stood a temple, with a monk performing traditional Shaolin martial arts in front of it, the words vivid and fragrant inscribed in traditional Chinese characters. Lucia, let us go there. Pika pointed towards the vibrant establishment and remarked to Lucia, this place hardly sees any patrons. I've heard the cuisine is rather unpalatable. Lucia furrowed her brow in contemplation. It might be delightful. We should be the first brave souls to try the crabs, she suggested. After Pika spoke, he strolled towards the lively venue. Crabs? What are those? Lucia inquired, having never encountered the term before, and in the city of Time, no one ever ventured to indulge in crabs, save for a select few from Earth. Pika and Lucia found a seat nearby and settled down. A waiter approached and presented a menu, saying, Greetings, I am the proprietor of this establishment. You are the first guest to enter here in the past decade, so I shall offer you a 50% discount on your bill. Pika recognized the shopkeeper's voice as familiar and, lifting his head in surprise, exclaimed, Is it you? Chapter 31, Culinary Delights, sir. Do you know me? The shopkeeper, clad in a chef's uniform, had his disheveled long hair casually tied back with a rubber band. No, I must have mistaken you for someone else, Pika replied awkwardly. He bore a striking resemblance to Yamucha, albeit without the scar on his face. The shopkeeper tucked a stray lock of hair behind his ear and smiled, saying, It seems that a friend of yours looks quite similar to me. Indeed, you two are like reflections of each other. He is a warrior and quite amusing, Pika remarked. Grinning at Yamucha, Lucia interjected, All right, enough chatter. Let us place our order. She then turned to the shopkeeper and said, Please, bring us your specialty dishes. Certainly. Please wait a moment, sir and madam. Your meals will be prepared shortly. The shopkeeper took the menu and headed straight to the kitchen. Hey, Pika, you mentioned he resembles a friend of yours. Is he an old acquaintance? Lucia inquired, tilting her head thoughtfully. Not exactly an old friend. I met him during a mission on Earth. He is quite remarkable, unafraid of those stronger than himself, and once helped me divert the attention of another foe, Pika explained. I see. So he is from that place we visited together, Lucia responded. Yes, he is a brother of Sun Wukong and quite formidable, Pika said, a smile gracing his lips. Yamucha noted that, although he did not require extensive explanation, this individual was an indispensable character in the Dragon Ball saga, possessing exceptional martial arts talent. Had it not been for the relentless emergence of formidable adversaries and his subsequent despondency, his prowess would undoubtedly have reached greater heights. Before long, the shopkeeper returned, balancing a tray laden with 2 plates, each over half a meter long, brimming with food that nearly overflowed. It was evident that these dishes were generously portioned. This dish is a specialty from my hometown, stir-fried pterosaur meat with mountain peppers, the shopkeeper announced, placing 1 plate down. The morsels of meat were not particularly large, each roughly the size of a soda bottle cap, and were stir-fried with an array of mountain delicacies. Remarkably, this dish did not require the addition of cooking oil. Instead, the fat from the pterosaur meat was rendered out, and this oil was combined with various spices before being stir-fried with the mountain ingredients. Finally, the crispy pterosaur meat was added, garnished with chopped green onions, and then served. As Pika and Lucia inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting from the dish, they instinctively swallowed, their eyes fixated on the tray held by the manager. With a knowing smile, Lucia reached for another dish from the tray. This delicacy, known as dragon and tiger fight, is one of the restaurant's signature offerings. The dish is composed of yellow and green hues, and it defies categorization as either meat or vegetarian. While it contains no actual meat, it envelopes the primary ingredients, yellow and green peppers, in the skins and fats of two types of meat, allowing the essence of these elements to infuse the peppers thoroughly. Finally, a savory sauce is drizzled over it, completing the exquisite presentation. "Wow, how beautiful!" Lucia exclaimed, swallowing hard at the sight of the dragon and tiger fight. Her father had once shared tales of his experiences, remarking that scion stomachs were constructed in a mysterious way, with everything consumed seemingly vanishing without a trace. This sentiment lingered in her mind, prompting the portions of these dishes to be notably generous. "Please, enjoy it while it's hot." The manager wiped the sweat from his brow with a designated cloth, chuckling at the sight of Lucia and Pika devouring their meals with fervor. The finest compliment for a chef is to witness patrons savoring every morsel of their creation. Clearly, after finishing their meals, Pika and Lucia licked their lips, gazing intently at the manager, their eyes conveying a silent message: "We are still hungry. Do what you must." "Ahem, how do you find these two dishes?" the manager inquired. "Delicious. In my lifetime, the only meals that have compared to yours are those prepared by my mother," Pika replied, not necessarily implying that his mother was the superior cook, but rather that her dishes carry the warmth of home. "Your mother?" The manager expressed surprise, astonished that anyone could surpass his culinary skills, and a hint of reluctance crept into his voice. Pika gazed at the shopkeeper's reluctant expression and chuckled. "To an outsider, your dishes would undoubtedly surpass those prepared by my mother. Yet, for me, her culinary creations are the most delightful meals I have ever savored in my life." "I see. The next dish is ready. I shall bring it out now," the shopkeeper replied to Pika and Lucia. The two indulged in their feast for nearly 2 hours before feeling satiated. "Wow, I am so full," Pika remarked, patting his round belly with a look of contentment. Lucia elegantly dabbed her mouth with a napkin and said to Pika, "Since we have satisfied our appetites, let us take our leave." Pika and Lucia stood up to express their gratitude to the manager before exiting the restaurant. "Where shall we go next?" Pika inquired. "Let us take a stroll," Lucia suggested. The two wandered aimlessly through the streets, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Some even approached Pika, seeking to provoke him, yet he effortlessly subdued them. "I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that they would trouble you because of me," Lucia remarked with a hint of remorse. "No worries. It is my honor to walk alongside someone as stunning as you," Pika replied with a smile. Unlike the artificial beauties often found on Earth, Lucia was a true natural beauty. "Thank you," Lucia began, but before she could finish, a figure suddenly unleashed a shockwave towards Pika. Sensing the impending danger, Pika swiftly retaliated with a kick, dispersing the assault. "You should distance yourself from Miss Lucia. She is not someone of your lowly status who can be approached," shouted a dashing young man clad in opulent attire, flanked by a retinue of dozens. Pika felt a surge of anger at the sudden attack and coldly addressed the elegantly dressed man. "Who are you to me? Why should I heed your words?" The man revealed a sly smile and replied, "Who am I? You shall tell me who I am." "You are young Master Kaka," several individuals declared in unison, their voices filled with reverence, clearly indicating that he was Kaka's bodyguard. "Did you hear that, kid? Be wise and quickly make way for me," Kaka proclaimed with arrogance. It turned out to be the heir of the City Guard Bureau. He was not someone to be trifled with. "We should leave quickly," one said. "Indeed. I heard he once silenced a scandal involving a woman, thanks to his father's influence." "Lower your voices and let us move," another urged. The crowd, which had previously been buzzing with chatter, dispersed as if they had seen a ghost. "Pika, what are you doing here?" A voice came from behind him. Turning around, Pika found Selena standing there with her bag, observing him and Lucia intently. Chapter 32, The Prodigal Son Kaka. Selena stood behind Pika with an inexplicable smile, gazing at him. When their eyes met, Pika felt as though he could see a multitude of emotions reflected in Selena's gaze, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Pika wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Well, today I went out for dinner with Lucia, only to be harassed by a scion of wealth. Look." He gestured toward Kaka, hoping to divert the conversation. "Oh, so you were dining with Lucia. How trivial," Selina remarked with a smile. Hey, that is not the point. The crux of the matter is that we were harassed by that scoundrel," Pika thought to himself in exasperation. However, the debauched Kaka behind them had a different perspective. Angrily, he shouted, "Is this a place for your idle chatter? Come on, take that kid down. Lucia and the Fire Princess belong to me. And this wretch dares to disregard me. I shall not let this slide." The pickup truck scoffed. "When have I ever regarded you, this spoiled brat, with any significance? I simply have no desire to acknowledge your presence." Pika, with a tongue sharp as a blade, engaged in a swift flurry of movements, effortlessly dispatching the advancing assailants with remarkable speed. After the skirmish, he nonchalantly shook off his jacket, gazing down at the sprawled figures on the ground, exclaiming, "Honestly, I finally managed to secure a date, and you ruffians have the audacity to interrupt." My mood has soured instantly. "Oh, a date, is it?" exclaimed Selina, delivering a swift kick to Pika's rear, sending him tumbling face first into the dirt. Lucia furrowed her brow at Selina, feeling a surge of displeasure. As she approached Selina to engage in a debate, a cadre of lackeys from Kaka lunged forward, only to be met with a formidable wave of energy emanating from Lucia, propelling them several meters away. Behind Kaka loomed an endless horde, continuously charging toward the three. Pika, now buried beneath nearly 100 individuals in a chaotic pile, struggled for breath. Selina soared into the air, her palms converging to form a fiery orb of energy, which she hurled down upon Kaka's minions, striking dozens with a single blow. Witnessing Selina's display of power ignited a competitive spirit within Lucia. She raised her hand, causing the minions to be enveloped in a faint blue energy. With a mere gesture, they were lifted into the air, rendered immobile. With a flick of her wrist, they crashed to the ground, against railings and walls alike. Kaka, observing the two women unleash their formidable prowess, felt an unfamiliar pang of fear. Having been the cherished child of his household, accustomed to ease and comfort, he had never faced reproach or violence. Frantically, he shouted, "Charge! Forward!" Yet, upon glancing over his shoulder, he was dismayed to find that his allies had vanished. Instinctively retreating, he stared at the two women, swallowing hard and cursing the informant among his ranks. Had it not been for the tip-off about Lucia being seen with a man, he would not have rallied such a force to confront them. Upon returning, he vowed to punish the one who had betrayed his trust. Suddenly, one of the lackeys pinning Pika down sneezed, pondering if perhaps a certain lovely maiden was thinking of him. A rumble erupted from beneath the mountain of bodies, as the minions, buoyed by Pika's explosive energy, were thrust apart, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is it over so soon?" Pika surveyed the canine minions strewn about, swallowing hard as he beheld the impending confrontation between Selina and Lucia. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "Oh, you are still here?" The debauched scion, noticing that Pika had diverted the attention of the two feuding women towards himself, instinctively recoiled, only to inadvertently trip over a stone and tumble unceremoniously to the ground. Pika approached Kaka with a mischievous grin. At that moment, Kaka resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, his face etched with terror as he shouted, "I am the son of Blinka. Dare to lay a finger on me." "Oh, how impressive," Pika retorted. "I shall indeed touch you. What will you do about it?" With a resounding slap, Pika struck Kaka on the head, the sound crisp and piercing. You dare strike my head? My father is the police chief. If you touch me again, I shall flay your skin." Kaka was momentarily stunned by Pika's blow. Throughout his life, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on him. He had always been coddled, handled with the utmost care, as if he were something fragile. Pika, bemused by the audacity of this spoiled brat, delivered another slap to his head and remarked, "Listen here, the more you resist my actions, the more determined I become to pursue them." Upon hearing this, Kaka's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization, and he exclaimed, "Come on, hit me again." With another swift slap, Pika struck Kaka's head once more, leaving him truly bewildered. Raising his head, with a few tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, he stammered, You said that the more I resist, the more you would insist. I have invited you to strike me, so why do you still hit me?" Pika gazed at the naive and endearing young scion, unable to suppress a chuckle. He playfully patted the lad's shoulder and remarked, "My friend, you've never encountered someone like me before. You were the one who suggested I strike you, and I am simply obedient. Ha ha ha." The crowd of onlookers erupted in laughter, finding great amusement in Pika's antics. Even the two lovely ladies stifled their giggles behind their hands. "You I shall slay," Kaka exclaimed as he clambered to his feet and lunged toward Pika. Just as Pika raised his leg to deliver a kick, an overwhelming force surged forth, and a figure materialized between them. With a firm grasp, this newcomer seized Pika's leg and flung him aside, while gently restraining Kaka with his other hand. Pika, propelled through the air, managed to pivot off a wall and executed a somersault before landing gracefully on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the enigmatic stranger. Upon recognizing the mysterious figure, Kaka's excitement bubbled over. "Uncle Tom, eliminate him." "No, killing him would be too merciful. Uncle Tom, incapacitate him, for I shall personally flay his skin and extract his tendons." Kaka seethed with rage. The events of the day would forever mar his existence, and he was resolute in his desire to exact vengeance upon Pika. The man named Tom, exhibiting impeccable butler etiquette, addressed Kaka with a composed demeanor. "Young Master Kaka, I have come at the behest of Madam to find you. She wishes to prevent you from causing further trouble. Although Master dotes on you and allows Madam to be lenient, given the occurrences of today, she will undoubtedly administer a severe reprimand." Kaka, brimming with indignation, attempted to voice his protests, but Tom dismissed him, turning his attention to Pika. "Good day, Mr. Pika. I am here to extend our deepest apologies on behalf of Madam for the events that have transpired. We sincerely hope you can find it in your heart to forgive my young master." Pika gazed at the man named Tom with a look of puzzlement and inquired, "Do you know me?" "Indeed, Mr. Pika," Tom replied respectfully. "Your remarkable duel with Mr. Fleeka is etched in my memory. My wife once took me to witness it, and I recall it vividly." Pika nodded and said, "Since that is the case, let us pretend nothing has transpired. Young man, I shall overlook today's events, but remember, do not let me catch you frivolously toying with respectable women again. Otherwise, each encounter shall result in a reprimand." Pika bellowed at the menacing Kakaka in the distance. "Thank you, Mr. Pika. I shall escort young Master Kakaka back now," Tom said, bowing to Pika, and with a swift motion, he clasped Kakaka's collar and vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 33. The charming lowly trower as they journeyed. Pika was accompanied by the incessant quacking of 1,000 ducks beside him. "Ah, you inquire about the origin of these 1,000 ducks? Allow me to enlighten you. A philosopher once proclaimed that one woman is equivalent to 500 ducks. Even if I were unoccupied, I would not tend to such a multitude of ducks, let alone with my numerous affairs at hand." Pika once held a stance of disagreement, and now remains unyielding. The quarrel between the two women is unlike the cacophony of 1,000 ducks. Their discord resonates like the thunderous roar of 100 airplanes, the clamor of 100 trains crossing tracks, the rumble of 100 freight trucks, and the blaring of 100 cars, each sound piercing to the ear. Furthermore, Pika dares not reveal his irritation. Indeed, he is quite vexed. He would rather endure the weight of 100 billion times gravity than listen to the squabbling of women. Suddenly, he spots a signpost ahead, surrounded by a throng of people, and hopes to divert the attention of the two ladies. He turns to them and inquires, "What are you all gazing at? Can't you see we are busy?" Selena casts a sharp glare at Pika, her eyes brimming with unspoken meanings. Lucia casually responds, "Go look for yourselves. Hey, this isn't how the script is written. Writer, come out here. I swear I won't harm you." Pika stands in a stupor, gazing blankly at the two women still engaged in their verbal sparring. They had begun amicably, with friendly banter and cheerful exchanges, but somehow, they erupted into a heated dispute over an unknown cosmetic product, one that Pika had never heard of, possibly a renowned brand among the latest trends. No matter how much he tried to mediate, his efforts were in vain, and he eventually surrendered, for sometimes, a woman's resolve is not something men should challenge lightly. Pika, with a hint of resignation, said, "All right, I shall go by myself." He turned to approach the bulletin board, yet no matter how he tried to squeeze through, he found himself unable to enter. Fearful of exerting too much force, he turned his head and caught sight of a little girl, holding a lollipop, gazing vacantly at the throngs of people encircling the area. Pika knelt down and gently touched the little girl's head, saying, "Little sister, would you like to see this notice board?" The little girl, noticing an unfamiliar man caressing her head, instinctively took a step back, concealing her lollipop behind her, and regarded Pika with the wary eyes typically reserved for a thief. Pika, observing her reaction, nearly stumbled in surprise, inwardly lamenting, "Dear sister, must you be so cautious? I am no thief. Had I wished to steal your lollipop, I would have done so long ago without your protection. How absurd, truly. Why should I engage in a dispute with a little girl? Little sister, rest assured, your lollipop is safe from me. Pika endeavored to project an expression of benevolence, assuring the girl with a gentle tone. The little girl tilted her head and timidly asked, "Really?" "Indeed, more genuine than pearls," Pika replied. "What are pearls? Are they delicious?" The little girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at Pika, as if pearls were indeed some delectable treat. As Pikachu slipped on the ground, he steadied himself with one hand, shaking his head as he remarked, "Pearls are merely ornaments. They are inedible." "Oh," the little girl pouted, her adorable face seemingly so delicate that it appeared one could easily pinch it to extract water. Pika pointed towards the signpost and inquired of the little girl, "Dear sister, do you not wish to see what is inscribed upon it?" The little girl blinked earnestly and replied, "No, my father instructed me to wait for him. He shall be out shortly." "Are you foolish? Can't you simply fly up to the sky to see it?" Came a voice from behind Pika, laden with palpable resentment. Belonging to Selena. Pika clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm, exclaiming, "Indeed, how could I have not thought of such a simple solution? Thank you." As he turned his head, he noticed Lucia and Selena standing behind him, regarding him with peculiar expressions. In their gaze, Pika seemed to envision a scene, a strange man, holding a lollipop, leaning down to a little girl, and saying, "Little sister, how about I take you to see some goldfish?" Subsequently, the girl followed this odd man away. And the next day, the news reported a case of a man abducting a young girl, describing his appearance and age, urging kindly citizens to report any sightings immediately. Pika stood up hastily and exclaimed, "It is not as you think. Please, allow me to explain. We have not accused you of anything. Why the urgency to justify yourself?" Lucia crossed her arms, ignoring him, and walked directly towards the little girl. Gently stroking her head, she said, "Little sister, do tell me if the strange uncle has committed any misdeeds." The little girl shook her head and softly replied, "The strange uncle has not done anything wrong." Lucia and Selena exchanged a glance with Pika, nodding in agreement with his conduct, and then inquired, "Why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" "Daddy is inside, reading something on the card. He will be out shortly," the girl responded. Xiaoer, a familiar boy, called out to the little girl. She looked at him and leaped into his embrace, affectionately hugging him while emitting a melodious laugh. "Daddy, you need to shave. Your stubble is so prickly." "Oh, is that not Philip? I cannot believe you have a daughter," Pika exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the man. Philip, noticing the cordiality between Pika and Lucia, acknowledged Pika with a nod as Lucia and Selena did the same. "By the way, what does the card say inside? Why are so many people drawn to it?" Pika inquired, stepping closer to Philip. Philip glanced at him and replied succinctly, "Celebration, event, prizes." Those three brief words conveyed all Pika needed to know, and he nodded, signaling his understanding. "Goodness, what is this? Must you always be so terse? Does elaborating cause you harm?" Pika thought to himself, feeling unsettled by Philip's brevity. Xiaoer hopped down from Philip's arms and playfully kicked Pika's calf, declaring, "Bad uncle, you must not bully Daddy." Her face puffed up in mock disapproval as she glared at Pika, causing the two women behind her to burst into laughter at the adorable girl's antics. Philip gently admonished Xiaoer, saying, "Xiaoer, that is not appropriate," while lifting her up, his eyes filled with affection. As Pikachu beheld the visage of Philly, he was inevitably reminded of his father, who was eternally stubborn yet tender-hearted. After each reprimand, his father would patiently wait until the dead of night, once Pikachu had succumbed to slumber, to gently apply ointment to his wounds. He often pondered when he might finally acquire the Dragon Balls. Time and again, they lay tantalizingly before him. Yet, out of a profound desire to preserve the integrity of history, he hesitated to collect them. Observing Pikachu's countenance, steeped in melancholy, Xiaoer extricated herself from her father's embrace, tugged at Pikachu's garment, and softly inquired, "Uncle, what troubles you? Did I hurt you with my kick?" Pika noticed the little girl running towards him and comforted her, lifting her up and playfully pressing his finger against Xiaoer's forehead. With a feigned expression of anger, he exclaimed, You've kicked Uncle very hard. I might just have to eat you up." "Nom nom." Xiaoer burst into laughter at Pika's antics. Perhaps it was the soothing quality of the little girl's laughter that lifted Pika's spirits, alleviating his earlier gloom. Philly looked at Xiaoer, who was joyfully playing with Pika, and said to him, "Pika, come to my house for dinner." "Oh, then I shall graciously accept your invitation." "Xiaoer, Uncle is going to your home for dinner. Will I be welcomed?" "Of course." Chapter 34. Moving houses, the sun had gradually descended, casting a warm, crimson glow over the streets. Originally, the city of Time was devoid of sunlight, and it was not a planet in the traditional sense. Rather, it was a man-made, high-tech continent, lacking both sun and moon. Later, the god of time, dissatisfied with this arrangement, crafted a star from stellar essence, allowing it to orbit the city of time. The moon was simpler to create. It merely required a discarded small satellite to be set on a predetermined trajectory, enabling it to block the sun's rays after 12 hours of daylight. Pika gazed in amazement at Lucia and Selena, exclaiming, "I never imagined that the god of time would possess such incredible power, capable of creating both the sun and the moon." "Indeed," Selena replied, her fingers combing through her tousled hair as she gazed at the crimson sun on the horizon. Unbeknownst to them, Pika and his companions had wandered close to his residence. Turning to the two ladies, Pika inquired, "It's still early. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea before heading back?" "Certainly," both Lucia and Selena replied in unison, stepping into Pika's abode one after the other. Selena furrowed her brow and asked Pika, "Aren't you the runner-up of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Why not choose a different place to reside?" Pika glanced around his humble abode. Living alone, he found no need for opulence. Shaking his head, he replied, "There is no necessity. I believe this suffices. At the very least, I do not feel an emptiness within." Lucia interjected, suggesting, "Why not consider a different residence? Must you always retreat to the training room for your practice? A new dwelling would eliminate the need to traverse to the training room every time you wish to train." Currently, many temporal patrol agents earn their rewards through various missions, making time an invaluable resource for them. Every moment counts, compelling them to transform their homes into suitable environments for cultivation. For these agents, the significance of a house diminishes, while a dedicated training space becomes essential. Otherwise, they would be burdened with the task of journeying to the training room daily. Pika tilted his head and remarked, "You make some valid points. But I wonder if my finances are sufficient. Ever since the bonus was distributed, I haven't checked how much I actually have in my account." With that, he produced his bank card, muttering, "I still need to go to the bank, but I haven't even seen one around here." Selena swiftly snatched the bank card from his hand, gliding her right hand across its surface. Instantly, a projection emerged from the chip embedded in the card. "Banks are relics from centuries past. We no longer require such cumbersome processes. Just come over for verification." Selena guided Pika to stand beneath the projection and addressed it. "Initiate scan." The scanning commenced. Loading information. Data successfully loaded. "Welcome, Junior Time Patroller Mr. Pika. How may I assist you today?" A synthesized female voice resonated from the projection. As Pikachu gazed upon the projection, he felt as though his entire worldview had been turned upside down. He was aware that the technology in this realm was remarkably advanced, yet he was astonished to discover that even bank cards had evolved to such an extent. Swallowing hard, he uttered, "Check balance." The inquiry commenced, revealing an account balance of 5,260,070 PT. The process concluded with the query, "May I assist you with anything else?" Upon perceiving the balance in his account, Pika was taken aback and exclaimed, "What is happening? I distinctly remember the runner-up prize being 2 million PT. Why do I have over 4 million in my account?" Lucia elucidated to Pika, "You have also completed 2 historical modification tasks, each yielding a substantial reward. Just like the task we accomplished together last time, where I received 300,000 PT as merely my share for participation alongside Philip. You, however, single-handedly vanquished those 2 formidable opponents, thus your reward is considerably greater than ours. Furthermore, the currency of Time City is universally accepted throughout the cosmos. Since the year AGE 307, a unified currency has been adopted across the universe, and these cards are imbued with divine power from the Kaioshin of time. Consequently, even while undertaking historical modification tasks, the funds contained within can be utilized." "Wow, that's impressive. With 5 million, I could purchase a grand house, couldn't I?" "Indeed, not just any grand house. For tasks involving time modification are rare opportunities. Even some elite time patrollers may not have the chance to undertake such missions in their lifetime, unlike you, who has executed 2 tasks shortly after becoming a time patroller." Lucia sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness regarding Pika's extraordinary fortune. Pika smiled gently to ease the awkwardness and said to Lucia, "How about you accompany me to view some houses tomorrow?" "Of course," she replied. However, Selena, observing their animated conversation, interjected with irritation, "No, I must go as well." Pika gazed at Selena, who was throwing a temper tantrum. "Aren't you training tomorrow?" He inquired. Humph, I can take a day off. After all, I am always the best, Selena retorted, crossing her arms and pouting, refusing to cast another glance in Pika's direction. Pika raised both hands in resignation and said, all right, we can go together. Subsequently, the three of them engaged in conversation over tea. Lucia, due to her younger brother returning home earlier, departed first, leaving only Pika and Selena behind. Pika watched Lucia depart, and as soon as she left, Selena leaned closer to Pika and inquired, how did you come to know Lucia? Upon hearing Pika exclaim in pain, Selena blushed and released her grip on his ear, saying, come on, tell me, how did you meet her? Well, you see, Pika began, I met her during a mission where I saved her life. In gratitude, she invited me to dinner. He spoke to Selena, unaware that the complexities of a woman's heart are often a mystery. Despite the common notion that women may be foolish or naive, when a woman truly dedicates herself, she is far more formidable than even the most astute detective, Conan. After an extensive explanation from Pika, Selena finally glanced at her watch and, fearing her family might worry, decided to take her leave. Pika shook his head and softly remarked as he saw Selena off, women, truly. Pika entered the room and unwrapped the prize he had won as the third place in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, a gravity ring, meticulously crafted by Trunks himself. The bracelet was adorned with exquisite floral patterns, and its clasp bore the emblem of the Universal Capsule Corporation. With a click, the ring fastened snugly around Pika's wrist, featuring a crimson gemstone at its center, inscribed with the numeral 1, indicating that the gravity had not yet been activated. A gentle twist would allow him to adjust the gravity as needed. As he gazed at the ring, he soon drifted into slumber. The night passed in silence. At dawn, Pika was roused by a series of persistent knocks at the door, each one more forceful than the last. Was it truly necessary to visit so early? He mumbled, stretching his hand to open the door. To his surprise, standing before him was not Lucia or Selena, but rather Lucia's younger brother, Alex. Alex was the very contestant whom Pika had easily defeated in the preliminary rounds, yet the memory of the encounter had faded in Pika's mind. You were that, Alex, right? What brings you here? Pika inquired, his drowsy expression only adding to Alex's irritation. With a fierce glare, Alex retorted, stay away from my sister. If you come near her again, I will surely make you regret it. Your sister? Who might that be? Pika replied, feigning ignorance. My sister is Lucia. Pay attention and keep your distance from her. Pika, bending slightly with discontent, exclaimed, why should I seek your approval on whom I choose as my friends? Alex took a step back, pointing at Pika, and declared, I challenge you. Should I prevail, you shall not come near my sister. Chapter 35. Who is Xiaong? Pika gazed at the solemn youth before him, recalling a time when he too aspired to be as resolute and decisive, embarking on endeavors without hesitation. He then addressed Alex, saying, if you wish to duel with me, should you emerge victorious, I shall distance myself from your sister. But what if I triumph? That would hardly be equitable. Humph. What do you intend to do? Alex replied with a dismissive snort. Pika's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke. If I win, you must agree to 3 conditions. Rest assured, these 3 are merely simple requests, ones that will not require you to commit any heinous acts, nor will they be beyond your capabilities. Alex bowed his head in contemplation, then replied, that seems unfair to me. Let it be 1 instead. Oh, farewell, Pika said, promptly shutting the door, leaving Alex alone, bewildered in the wind. Once he regained his composure, Alex began to pound on the door again. The pickup truck's door swung open with a hint of irritation. Kid, are you ever going to stop? Watch out, or I might just knock you out. Perfect, Alex replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I accept your challenge. Although last time you and Senior Philip demonstrated far greater prowess than I did, I assure you, I am no longer the same as I once was. Pika shook his head with a sigh and said, child, since you have made your promise, let us resolve this expeditiously. He stretched languidly and stepped outside with a lack of enthusiasm. Alex, holding a cubic crystal in his hand, glanced at Pika and remarked, then let us commence. He tossed the crystal into the sky, where it began to enlarge. From the crystal emerged 4 cylindrical objects that anchored themselves around Pika and Alex, forming a square. The 4 cylinders emitted a surge of energy, enveloping the 2 in a transparent barrier of light. The Pikachu pointed at the square in the sky and inquired, what is that? Humph, that is the virtual arena. It possesses formidable protective capabilities. allowing us to engage in combat without reservations. Pika rested one hand on his chin, contemplating the prospect of acquiring several of these impressive items. A synthesized female voice emanated from the cubic crystal, announcing, 3, 2, 1, the match begins. With swift footwork, Alex charged toward Pika, embodying the ferocity of a young cheetah. Once he launched his offensive, he became relentless, akin to a beast determined to tear into his adversary's throat, unwilling to relinquish his grip until victory was assured. Suddenly, the previously agile Alex executed a sliding maneuver, channeling his energy into a sword of air that arced menacingly toward Pika's neck. Unlike the two competitors from the martial arts tournament who wielded their fingers, Alex employed his entire arm to conjure this formidable strike. What appeared to be a certain hit grazed past Pika's neck as Alex narrowed his eyes in disbelief, realizing he had missed his target. In a flash, his left hand morphed into a claw-like formation, releasing a wave of energy that shot forth from his palm like a comet, trailing a luminous tail. Pika extended his hand to intercept this energy wave, and upon doing so, a knowing smile crept across Alex's face, a reflection of his confidence in controlling the unfolding situation. With both hands now charged with energy, Alex unleashed a rapid succession of 28 strikes, each one delivered with astonishing speed, reaching the threshold of sound itself. Pika moved with an air of nonchalance, occasionally twirling as if engaged in a tango. "Kid," it seemed to say, "do you truly believe you are the sole individual striving for enhancement in this world? Do you suppose my strength remains stagnant? At this point, you have already lost." As Alex listened to Pika's words, a fire ignited within him. "Who are you trying to deceive? You have yet to make a move. It has been I who has been attacking you all along." Did Pikachu raise an eyebrow? As the voice of Pika resonated, for luminous ropes suddenly materialized behind Alex, binding his limbs. Despite his relentless attempts to escape, I simply restrained him with the ropes. Pika observed as Alex clenched his fist, tauntingly asking if he could now strike him at will, implying his defeat. Alex, in a fit of rage, protested vehemently, declaring it an unfair ambush, insisting it did not count. "How old are you to still be throwing a tantrum?" Pika shrugged nonchalantly. "All right, fine, let us disregard this round. Shall we proceed?" The ropes binding Alex vanished into thin air. Rubbing his wrists, Alex charged at Pika once more. This time, he eschewed the chaotic energy blades and opted for a direct assault with his fists, advancing with a disciplined rhythm. His attacks mirrored the principles of the 8 extremes fist he had once learned: elbows, shoulders, squeezing, and exploding openings. Suddenly, Alex launched an elbow strike aimed at Pika's solar plexus. A blow of such intensity would normally incapacitate an average person, yet for Pika, this maneuver was still far too elementary. Pika's index finger made contact with Alex's chest, and with a single punch, Alex flew backward like a kite severed from its string. It was truly impressive that this young lad had reached such a level at such a tender age, Pika mused with genuine admiration. Clutching his chest, Alex rose to his feet, declaring, "I have not yet lost, come again." With that, he charged at Pika once more, his heart no longer tranquil. His punches became erratic, devoid of any technique, resembling a brawl among ordinary individuals. His sole intent was to land a blow on his opponent. Pika shook his head, reached out, and with a swift motion, brought Alex down to the ground. Your heart was already in disarray. Continuing the fight seemed futile. "Surrender. No, I shall not concede. I am determined to defeat you," Alex shouted defiantly while lying on the ground. Pika released Alex and inquired, "Why are you so determined to bring me down? It seems I have not wronged you in any way." Alex rose to his feet, a look of hatred etched upon his face. "You may not have offended me directly, but your intentions towards my sister are intolerable, you scoundrel." "Scoundrel? Me?" Pika questioned, pointing at himself. Having come here with only a few acquaintances, he had never been in a romantic relationship nor committed any significant wrongdoings. "Wait, perhaps it was someone named Kaka who spoke to you about me? Who is Kaka?" "Do not divert the topic," Alex shouted at Pika. Pika furrowed his brow and questioned, "Who told you that I am a scoundrel?" To label oneself as such is truly disheartening. "If only I knew who was responsible, I would undoubtedly flay your skin off." Alex retorted through clenched teeth, "Of course. I heard it from someone. Do you think I would falsely accuse you?" "I hardly know anyone here," Pika replied, counting on his fingers. "There's the entire Philly family, Lucia, Selena, Trunks, that's about it. If we include those I have sparred with, the list expands slightly." Pika pointedly asked, "Are you really going to claim that you do not know Xiao Hong?" Pika exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiao Hong?" "Yes, it's Xiao Hong." Who is that? As they engaged in a discussion about the identity of Xiao Hong, a graceful woman named Lucia stood outside the virtual arena. Lucia called out to Alex within the arena. Alex, cease at once. Chapter 36. The scoundrel Miller. In a cramped room sat three individuals. A man sipped his drink while observing a dramatic scene unfold. As a stern sister reprimanded her brother. How am I to address you? Do you never engage your brain when undertaking tasks? Xiao Hong, does anyone still bear that name? Lucia glared at her brother, a sight that left Pika both amused and bewildered. The once proud Alex appeared more docile than a lamb before his sister. Bowing his head in embarrassment, Alex had never paid heed to the rumors circulating among his classmates. However, this time, the gossip involved his sister, leading him to be overtaken by anger, prompting him to disregard everything and seek out Pika early that morning. Pika extended his hand, attempting to dissuade the two, saying, "Come now, let us not act this way. Children are often like this. They simply wish to protect their family from deceit. You, be quiet. And you, how old are you to be quarreling with a child?" Lucia turned and glared at Pika with equal ire. "Very well, I shall remain silent. Nothing I say seems to bear any weight. Women can be quite terrifying." Pika gulped down his drink, the sound of Lucia's scolding echoing in his ears. Sister, I acknowledge my fault today, but why are you with him? He does not seem like a good person at all. The young master of the Miller family has pursued you for so long. I believe he is far superior to this scoundrel," Alex exclaimed loudly. The Miller family represents a venerable lineage of scions in the city of Time, possessing formidable strength and safeguarding the scion populace of the city. There are nearly 100 scions residing in the city of Time, which vastly differs from those of planet Vegeta, where scions are known for their arrogance, belligerence, and indifference. In contrast, while the scions of the city of Time are indeed fierce, they exhibit a profound sense of camaraderie towards their kin. Lucia coldly regarded Alex. "Alex, listen to me. Although the eldest son of the Miller family is indeed a decent person, we are simply not compatible." "Not compatible? You have never even been together. How can you ascertain whether you are suited for one another?" Alex retorted, firmly believing that the young master of the Miller family possessed the finest virtues in the universe. "You only know one side of him. You do not understand his true nature at all." Upon hearing the conversation, Pika immediately grasped the implication. This meant that Miller was not a man of duplicity. There is a saying in our hometown. It is difficult to paint the bones after depicting the skin. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. This, I believe, encapsulates your sentiment. Lucia glanced at Pika and nodded in agreement. However, Alex, overhearing their disparaging remarks about the Miller family scion, felt a surge of irritation and shouted at Pika. "What do you know? Young Master Miller is a genuinely good person, especially kind to those of us who are less fortunate." Just as their discussion intensified, the door was forcefully kicked open by a woman. "We should be viewing the property now, shouldn't we?" It was Selena, and the morning light had already broken. "What on earth is happening here?" Selena inquired, sensing the discord in the atmosphere. Pika cast a glance, recognizing him as none other than the scion of the Miller family. "We were deliberating upon his character." As soon as Pika finished speaking, he noticed Selena's complexion had turned pale, her eyes suddenly shimmering, ignited by an uncontrollable fury. "That bastard," Selena articulated through clenched teeth, her body trembling involuntarily. Her hands were tightly balled into fists, and a solitary tear escaped from the corner of her eye, laden with an unspeakable depth of emotion. Pika grasped Selena's shoulder firmly and exclaimed, "Wake up. That scoundrel, Hoo-Hoo Miller." Selena collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Pika knelt beside her, offering solace for an extended period, until Selena gradually regained her composure. "I apologize for my outburst," she said, her eyes red as she took a seat. Pika, with a playful grin, addressed Selena, saying, "As long as you haven't lost your innocence, that's what matters, you rascal." Selena chuckled at his cheeky remark, diffusing the previously tense atmosphere. "Why do you harbor such anger towards that fellow Miller? Has he wounded your heart?" Pika inquired nonchalantly. Selena pressed her lips together, recounting, "I once had a dear friend named Lily, but she passed away 3 years ago." "Because of Miller?" Lucia interjected. Selena nodded. "Indeed. That was the case. On that fateful day, Lily and I encountered Miller and his group on our way home from school. They were captivated by Lily's beauty and began to linger around us. Sensing the impending danger, I grasped my friend's hand and urged her to leave swiftly. However, they shamelessly pursued us. In a fit of rage, I struck Miller across the face, provoking his furious outburst. I won't let you two little harlots escape." We were paralyzed with fear, knowing only to run until they vanished from sight. We laughed heartily then. It was the last time we shared such joy. The following day, I sought her out to walk to school together, but her mother informed me that she had not returned home that night. Days turned into weeks, and eventually, the police discovered her body in a nearby pool, alerted by a citizen who noticed a foul odor emanating from the water while calling for cleaners. She had been violated and brutally strangled. Clutched tightly in her hand was a fragment of clothing, a piece from the outfit Miller wore that night. Selena pounded her fist on the table, shattering the silence. From that moment on, I ceased my studies and enrolled in the Time Patrol Academy, hoping to one day exact vengeance upon that scoundrel. Lucia, filled with indignation, remarked, "I had no idea Miller was capable of such heinous acts. Why was this news never reported?" Such is the reality of the privileged. Wealth and power reign supreme everywhere. The Miller family silenced the press, ensuring that this tragedy remained hidden. Selena replied coldly, "Darkness permeates every corner of existence." Much like a saying from a place where Pico once lived, "My father is Li Gang." It's a tale of arrogance from a true second-generation official, stirring outrage among many. Pico coldly remarked, "No matter where you are, there will always be such individuals and occurrences. Now you comprehend the essence of Miller, don't you, Alexis?" Alexis's complexion turned pale. The events of the past few hours had overwhelmed him more than the entirety of his previous years. In his memory, Miller had always been a benevolent older brother, and he never anticipated that the revelations of today would utterly upend his perception. With a bang, Alexis flung open the door and fled. Lucia attempted to pursue him but was restrained by Pika, who shook his head, suggesting that Alexis needed a moment to collect himself. He was not a child anymore. It was time for him to confront certain truths. Living in a fairy tale would profoundly impact his future. Chapter 37. Without background. You are nothing. My father is Li Gang. The trio lingered for a while as the blazing sun shone outside. They approached a district of identical villas, reminiscent of the homes from Dragon Ball, all shaped like hemispheres. Upon entering the sales office, a pink-eared extraterrestrial approached them. "Excuse me, I am Tada, an employee here. How may I assist you?" "Hello, we are here to take a look at the houses," Lucia responded to the salesperson. With a professional smile, Tada replied, "Perfect. We just have a new batch of completed homes. What type of house are you interested in?" "Nothing too extravagant, just something livable with a spacious area. And a pleasant surrounding environment will suffice," Lucia stated. Tada's heart leapt with joy. Finally, a potential client. This month, my sales figures will surely rise. Grinning, he beckoned the trio, "Please, follow me." Tada led them to the simulated property display, pointing at a virtual house. "Please observe here. This villa is equipped with comprehensive amenities. The first floor comprises a living room and kitchen, featuring the latest 3D cinema system. As for the kitchen, it boasts top-notch culinary tools, ideal for both culinary enthusiasts. Whether male or female, it will undoubtedly dazzle you, transporting you to a heavenly realm." Ascending to the second floor, one finds primarily bedrooms, a master suite and 4 guest rooms, alleviating concerns about accommodation for visitors. The third floor is designated for entertainment, showcasing some of the most popular contemporary games, all crafted from the finest materials. The entire layout has been designed by the renowned architect Mr. Liang, hailed as the most fashionable and exquisite residence in the city. Tada extended her hand and pointed at the virtual villa, causing the entire house to suddenly expand, enveloping the 4 of them. With a wave of her finger, she indicated the amenities within the room, stating, "Behold, the leather furnishings are crafted from the exquisite hide of the starry cloud leopard. The sofas, chairs, and more are all of the finest quality. And look here. This bed measures an impressive 3.5 meters in length and 2.5 meters in width, perfectly suited for multiple occupants." As she spoke of the bed, Tada cast a peculiar glance at the 3 companions, causing Selena and Lucia to blush slightly under her gaze, accompanied by a soft gasp. "Look here." Tada waved her hand again, and the virtual villa shrank, placing them beside it. To the north lies a flower garden. Just imagine, opening the window each morning to the delightful fragrance of blossoms. What a truly enchanting experience. Furthermore, these flowers are all transplanted from the rarest blooms found on the flower star. Now, observe the west side, where an artificial beach allows us to experience the essence of the ocean, which our humble city lacks. Selena whispered to Lucia. "It feels quite nice. The layout is unique and stylish." However, Lucia frowned slightly, replying, but luxury is not what we desire. My dear lady, you are mistaken, Tada countered. If your abode lacks aesthetically pleasing and comfortable sofas, opting instead for hard benches, how will guests perceive you? They would surely remark, look how much they spent on this grand house, only to furnish it so poorly. Truly, a fade. Would you wish to hear such remarks? I think not. Therefore, we must insist on the finest configurations to complement our home. The resulting effect will undoubtedly exceed mere arithmetic. Tada explained to Lucia. Pico addressed Tada. This place is quite impressive. However, there is one aspect I must inquire about. If it is unavailable, then, I apologize, but we shall refrain from proceeding. What is that aspect? Do you have a training room here? Sir, you have inquired with the right person, Tada responded. This residence boasts not only the main level but also 2 subterranean floors, each offering unique training experiences. Allow me to show you the first underground level. With a gentle gesture, Tada tapped the virtual villa, and the scene transformed to reveal the lower level. Here, in the subterranean level, you will find an array of equipment, dumbbells, barbells, chest expanders, and much more, all enhanced with cutting-edge technology and magical training tools. Observe this, Tada said, lifting a dumbbell. Notice the button here. It allows you to adjust the weight, with a maximum capacity of 1 ton. The other fitness equipment operates on a similar principle, with adjustable weights tailored to each specific apparatus. Pika's eyes sparkled with excitement. These items would greatly enhance his future training. Is there a gravity regulator? He inquired. Indeed. Each level is equipped with one, adjustable up to 500 times gravity. However, I have yet to witness anyone capable of moving under such immense pressure. Many have reportedly been crushed into a pulp at 500 times gravity, Tada explained to Pika. Quite impressive indeed. What is the price? Pika asked. Tada, seemingly aware that the 3 of them were destined to purchase this villa, produced a contract from behind him and declared, not expensive at all. The entire villa is 3 million PT. Goodness, Tada, you truly lack ambition. What is so special about this villa? Came a shrill voice from behind them. A heavily made-up woman approached, adorned with various gold and silver jewels. With each step she took, it seemed as if the makeup on her face threatened to crumble, and the intensity of her perfume mingled with an unpleasant odor, causing a wave of nausea. Obeson, what brings you here? They are my clients, Tada said with evident disdain. Pika couldn't help but chuckle at the peculiar name of the woman and whispered to Lucia and Selena. Did you know that in my homeland, Obeson is a term for an old woman? The 2 ladies stifled their laughter, and Obeson, overhearing Pika's words, flushed with embarrassment and indignation. You should speak with more respect, young man. Do you know who I am? Tada gently tugged at Pika's sleeve and whispered, Sir. She is the daughter of a crime lord in our city. Oh, I see. Pika nodded, seemingly unfazed. I've never really encountered organized crime in my life. Obeson, I now recognize who you are. Knowing is one thing. You should apologize to me, Obeson replied haughtily, holding her head high. Knowing does not mean I will apologize. Besides, the odor emanating from you is quite repugnant. Organized crime? You can't compare to my connections. You ought to apologize to me, Pika retorted, mimicking Obeson's proud demeanor. Obeson scrutinized Pika's attire, noting that it was not from any renowned brand, and contemptuously remarked, Look at you, dressed in cheap goods. What background could you possibly have? Listen well, Pika said, pointing a finger at Obeson. My father is Li Gang. Chapter 38. Prelude to the festival in the basement of a villa. A man clad in martial arts attire struck a rotating wooden dummy with rapid precision, though it resembled a wooden figure. It was crafted from one of the hardest meteorite materials in the universe. Pika's footsteps were as elusive as a phantom, and his punches struck with the force of thunder, exuding an aura of formidable power. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the wooden dummy's hands moved with the swiftness of lightning, as though 2 opponents were engaged in a fierce duel. Each move, each technique, was executed with meticulous caution, fraught with the dread of being bested by an adversary's strike. His fists, propelled by a howling gale, cleaved through the air, clashing with the wooden dummy's hands. With a resounding shout, Pika delivered a powerful blow to the dummy, employing both hands and feet to counter the onslaught of its attacks. Breathing heavily, Pika wiped away his sweat with a towel, finding it exceedingly challenging to reach his zenith under 30 times the gravitational pull. Note, Pika had already acclimatized to 50 times the gravity prior to the World Martial Arts Tournament. The wooden dummy crafted by Tada proved to be exceptionally effective. During a visit to the sales office, Pika had purchased a property recommended by Tada. Oh, what is that? You inquire about Obasan? Huh. She merely emerged to provide comic relief, a detail best overlooked. After securing the property, Pika requested Tada to construct a wooden dummy for him. He dared not have it made of wood, for such a material would be incapable of withstanding his formidable strikes. Instead, he instructed Tada to fashion an iron dummy from a metal that could endure immense force, a creation suited to withstand his might. It has been a week since Pika purchased his house. During this week, apart from daily training, he has been indulging in leisurely outings with Lucia and Selena, exploring the streets and enjoying various activities. His life has been quite pleasant, especially considering that the cost of living in the city of time is relatively low. Thus, the funds at his disposal are sufficient for him to indulge in food, drink, and entertainment for an entire year. You might wonder how 2 million is enough for a year. I neglected to mention that after acquiring the house, Pika invested in over 20 spherical laser robots, which are of the same category as the training robots used by Vegeta, albeit of a superior quality. The expense for these alone amounted to over 1 million, causing a significant reduction in his available funds. Additionally, he has commissioned a custom wooden training dummy, leaving Pika with merely 700,000 to 800,000 PT. Pika engaged in a vigorous activity to stretch its limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds as it made its way to the training room on the second underground level. This space was considerably more spacious than the first floor, containing only a gravity apparatus, as all other training equipment had been relocated to the first level by Pika. Pika stood beside the gravimeter and pressed several buttons. The gravity chamber was no longer illuminated by a clear and bright light. Instead, it was engulfed in a crimson glow, signifying an increase to 50 times the normal gravity. This was the maximum weight Pika could endure while still being able to move freely. Any heavier, and his body would struggle to perform agile movements. Suddenly, several holes appeared in the surrounding walls, from which spherical robots emerged, each accompanied by a pulsating red signal. The RT-9527 model robots commenced their auxiliary training, speaking in synthetic voices. With a swift motion, over 20 robots simultaneously unleashed laser beams, encircling Pika completely. He had no choice but to ascend into the air. However, due to the confines of the room, evading at full speed was an impossibility. This exercise was designed to sharpen a person's neural reflexes in a cramped space. Contact with any of the beams would result in failure. In combat, every minute detail could alter the course of the battle. A momentary lapse in reaction to an opponent's shockwave, for instance, could mean the difference between life and death. In this training, not only was it essential to evade the laser attacks, but also to retaliate. Each robot was equipped with a button, its power switch. The victor of this exercise would be the one who could deactivate all the robots. While airborne, Pika caught sight of a robot's button becoming visible. The buttons were randomly positioned, deliberately obscuring their locations to heighten the challenge of the training. Here, Pika exclaimed, extending a finger towards the robot. Just as he was about to strike, a flurry of laser beams shot toward him. With no other option, Pika tilted his body and executed a swift rotation to evade the beams, landing back on the ground. The robots showed no mercy, launching another series of lasers in his direction. He quickly supported himself with his hands and performed a series of rapid flips. Each time he flipped, several beams would narrowly miss the spot where his feet had just been. On his third flip, a few beams altered their trajectory and headed straight for him. In a split second, Pika performed a sideways roll, narrowly avoiding the incoming lasers. The Pikachu darted swiftly, evading the onslaught of the relentless robots. What should I do? Their assault is overwhelming. How can I retaliate? As these thoughts raced through its mind, a button on one of the robots came into view, glimmering enticingly before the Pikachu's eyes. With a sly grin curling at the corners of Pikachu's mouth, he felt a surge of excitement within. Propelling himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, he lunged towards the robot, extending his fingers to press the button. The robot emitted a distinct sound of shutdown, and Pikachu secretly rejoiced, thinking he had triumphed. However, to his astonishment, other robots had already encircled him, forming an impenetrable barrier, unleashing a barrage of lasers. With a swift motion, Pikachu crossed his arms and curled his body, deflecting all the lasers. The gravity chamber's gravitational force ceased entirely, and even the robots addressed Pikachu, stating, "Welcome and good night." Pika plopped down onto the ground, exhaling sharply, utterly astonished by the remarkable intelligence of these robots. When I purchased them, I had been informed of their capabilities, yet I still fell victim to such a fundamental error. In Pika's subconscious, The extent of a robot's AI was limited to conversing and performing simple tasks. However, these machines exhibited a remarkable level of coordination. One would reveal a vulnerability, enticing the attacker, while the others collectively launched an assault to secure victory. No way. I refuse to believe that a genius like myself cannot triumph over these robots. Pika approached the gravity apparatus once more and activated it. The robots unleashed a barrage of lasers, and Pika struggled to evade them. Within the Temporal Patrol Academy, a class donned tight combat suits engaged in fierce battles. A young girl effortlessly unleashed a fiery energy wave, toppling her opponent. As she turned, her resplendent red hair flowed gracefully, tracing a stunning arc in the air, her curvaceous S-shaped figure perfectly accentuated by the fitted attire. The boy who fell to the ground was left mesmerized. Selena emerged victorious. A Namekian clad in combat gear addressed the two. Wow, Selena, you're incredibly strong. When will I be able to match you? Indeed, Selena, please teach us. I always get taken advantage of by those boys during our battles. It's so frustrating. Another chimed in. And Selena, your figure is amazing. Surely, you must be AC Cup. By the way, Selena, are you attending the Festival of Time the day after tomorrow? Surrounded by a group of blossoming young girls, Selena became the center of attention. The boys gazed longingly at the girls, particularly fixated on Selena and a girl with a papaya-like appearance. Selena's eyes sparkled. The Festival of Time? I haven't attended much before. I suppose I should go with Pika. A faint blush graced Selena's cheeks. In Chapter 39, Intelligent Butler Jarvis. A figure darted through the gravity chamber, deftly avoiding the laser attacks, leaving behind multiple afterimages. Each laser struck these phantoms while the figure swiftly pressed buttons on the robots, causing them to cease operation. Pika rapidly tapped the robots in succession, and in an instant, several machines powered down. Pika landed, scanning the surroundings. Something felt amiss. There was still one left. As Pika surveyed the area, one robot among the pile emitted a flickering red light. Suddenly, a crimson laser sliced through the air, aimed directly at Pika. There it is. Pika crouched low, propelling towards the robot. The machine fired 3 lasers in rapid succession to hinder Pika's advance. But Pika executed a mid-air flip, narrowly evading the beams as they zipped past. Pika narrowed his eyes, contemplating his imminent demise. As soon as he uttered those words, he materialized before the robot, swiftly reaching out to press a button. The robot's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, evading Pika's assault and repositioning itself behind him, unleashing a beam of laser. Humph, I anticipated this maneuver, Pika thought, deftly sidestepping the laser with a quick pivot. He managed to press 2 buttons on the robot's body, pondering why victory was proving so elusive. Just as Pika spoke, the laser unexpectedly curved in midair, striking him in the back and tearing a hole in his garment. Pika turned in astonishment, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. Throughout these training sessions, he had managed to rectify many of his past flaws. Yet he never expected that his ultimate downfall would stem from his own loquaciousness. Droll. Thank you for participating. Good night. The synthesized voice emanated from the machine, and Pika could almost discern a tone of pride in its intonation. When will I ever rid myself of this incessant chatter? Pika mused, gazing helplessly at the machine. No. I must absolutely secure a victory. Pika spent a full 2 days and nights in the gravity chamber, and although his body felt somewhat weary, his spirit was invigorated, eager to engage in yet another fierce battle. What is that odor? How unpleasant. Pika wrinkled his nose, slightly swaying his head from side to side, detecting a strange scent in the air. He soon realized that this peculiar aroma was emanating from his own being. How unexpected that the source was his own body odor. Oh. It felt sticky and uncomfortable. A bath is in order. As Pikachu strolled, he began to shed his garments. Jarvis, initiate the cleaning of the gravity chamber. Certainly, sir. A robust male voice replied to Pikachu. Jarvis, akin to the Jarvis from Iron Man, served as an intelligent steward. The reason Pikachu bestowed the name Jarvis upon his AI assistant was due to his envy of Stark's possession of such a remarkable aid when he had watched Iron Man years ago. Upon acquiring this residence, Tada had mentioned that it came equipped with an intelligent steward capable of managing the entire household, eliminating the need for an array of disorganized servants. As Pikachu entered the bathing chamber, the bathtub was promptly filled with steaming hot water, rising clouds of vapor enveloping the air. Without hesitation, he sank into the tub, exclaiming, "Ah, delightful." Pika reclined in the bathtub, arranging his body in a comfortable posture, eyes closed in restful repose. The water utilized in the City of Time was composed of advanced synthetic elements, each variant possessing distinct therapeutic properties. Take, for instance, the water currently enveloping Pika. It contains a remarkable substance that alleviates fatigue, far surpassing the effects of a natural hot spring, offering a palpable sensation of relief from sore and strained muscles. Pika now perceives that his once fatigued muscles are gradually rejuvenating, albeit not to the extraordinary extent of the legendary senzu beans. For such a miraculous elixir, this liquid serves as a remarkable tonic. Young master, Miss Selina is seeking your presence, Jarvis remarked to Pika, who was lost in a state of bliss. Pika slowly opened his eyes. Selina, isn't that girl supposed to be in class? Jarvis, would you kindly attend to her? Yes, my lord. With a sudden click, the previously locked door swung open. Selina entered, only to find the space devoid of anyone. Confused, she glanced around and wondered, where is everyone? Who opened the door for me? Hello, Miss Selina. I am Jarvis, Pika's intelligent butler. Please, follow me. A digital green silhouette materialized on the floor. Selina scrutinized Jarvis, her gaze appraising. So you are the intelligent butler Tata mentioned. I initially thought you were a robot. Miss Selina, please follow me. Jarvis extended his hand respectfully, leading Selina to the living room, where he gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa. Miss Selina, please wait a moment while I prepare some refreshments. Wait. Selina quickly interrupted Jarvis. Where is Pika? Where is he? Jarvis bowed slightly. The young master is currently taking a bath. He just completed a rigorous training session and is in need of rest. I see. Then you may carry on. There's no need for refreshments. Selina waved her hand dismissively at Jarvis. With a hand over his heart, Jarvis replied, Yes, Miss Selina. I shall take my leave then. Please consider this place your home, as the young master has instructed me to convey. As Selina sat on the sofa, she surveyed Pika's quaint villa. The once adorned walls, filled with decorative paintings and trinkets, were now conspicuously bare, lending an air of cleanliness and simplicity, devoid of any ostentation. Lost in thought, Selina's face flickered with a myriad of emotions. Pika, having finished his bath and clad in comfortable attire, entered the living room just in time to see Selina performing a silent pantomime with her expressions. Amused by her contemplative visage, he approached her. Hey, what are you thinking about? Pika plopped down beside Selina, startling her. She widened her eyes. You're done bathing? Indeed. If I hadn't finished, how could I be sitting next to you? He replied with a teasing grin. What has you so engrossed? Nothing, really, Selina said, her cheeks flushing. Pika extended his legs onto the table, cradling his head in his hands. What brings you to my home today? I recall you had classes scheduled for today, he remarked. Selina lowered her gaze, intertwining her fingers and fidgeting with them. Well, I heard. Just then, a series of doorbell chimes echoed through the room. Pika rose to his feet and addressed Selina. Please hold on a moment. All right, she responded. As Pikachu walked, he exclaimed, Here she comes. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Lucia, adorned in a delicate lavender dress, standing at the threshold. Lucia, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Pikachu chuckled, genuinely astonished that both Lucia and Selina had chosen to visit his home on the same day. Hearing Lucia's arrival, Selina promptly rose and made her way to the entrance. There is a celebration tomorrow. Let us attend together, Lucia suggested with a warm smile directed at Pikachu. Pika stroked his chin and said, Well, since I have nothing to do tomorrow, I shall accompany you. Wait a moment. I came to your house today to invite you to the celebration. And you, Lucia, remember? First come, first served. Chapter 40. The Festival of Time. 1. The Temptation of Culinary Delights. 18. As night fell, the Festival of Time commenced, and the streets surged with an overwhelming tide of people, each face adorned with a radiant smile. Groups of young individuals, some in threes, others in fives, strolled along the boulevard, clad in their most resplendent attire, clutching unique delicacies exclusive to the festival. Pika's eyes sparkled at the sight of these delectable treats, his tongue instinctively wetting his parched lips. Yet, the most spectacular display was the fireworks illuminating the sky. Some fireworks blossomed above like magnificent flowers. Others ascended as tiny circles, which then expanded in rippling waves, each ring boasting a different hue. Some fireworks cascaded down like a fountain, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The kaleidoscope of colors intertwined, rising and falling, transforming the night sky into a resplendent palace adorned with lights, as if one were immersed in an ocean of fireworks. Children tugged at their guardians, darting towards their favorite attractions, while elderly individuals leaned on their canes, attempting to call back their wandering offspring. urging them to refrain from straying too far. Among the crowd were a few reluctant souls, dragged along by friends, their faces etched with disdain. Yet, the most prevalent sight was that of couples, hand in hand, reveling in the festivities. Selina's eyes sparkled like stars. She flitted from one shop to another, poking and prodding, unable to contain her excitement, as if she had consumed a burst of energy. Lucia, by Pika's side, exhibited a more reserved demeanor, refraining from bouncing around like a playful monkey. In these moments, Pika was reminded of a classic poem by Xinchiji. Qingyuan, Lantern Festival. The east wind releases 1,000 trees of flowers at night, blowing down stars like rain. Bays adorned with fragrant horses and carved chariots line the road. The sound of phoenix flutes stirs the air, while the jade pot glimmers. As fish and dragons dance throughout the night, moths and snow willows entwined with golden threads, laughter and whispers linger in the air, in search of that person amidst the throngs. Suddenly turning back, there they stand, in the faint glow of lanterns. Pika joyfully wandered through the festival when suddenly he caught sight of a quaint eatery. The alluring aroma wafting from within was as enticing as a delicate, fair-skinned arm beckoning him closer. Unable to resist, Pika swallowed hard and found himself drawn towards the establishment. Inside, the place was bustling with patrons. Those unable to find a seat stood, each clutching a bowl of slender noodles, slurping them with fervor. The broth splattered onto the floor and their garments, yet they remained oblivious, consumed by the delight of devouring the noodles, only to follow with a sip of steaming, savory soup, their faces radiating sheer bliss. Pika swiftly squeezed to the counter, declaring, "Boss, one bowl of the specialty noodles, please." At that moment, Pika's expression resembled that of a glutton. "Certainly, just a moment." The person at the counter shouted, "One bowl of dragonbeard broth noodles." Pika kneaded with both hands, his legs involuntarily trembling, gently biting his lower lip. Lucia, who noticed Pika entering the establishment, followed him inside and couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his current state. "Here you go, your noodles." The proprietor presented a steaming bowl of soup noodles, where strands of dragon whisker noodles, as fine as hair, floated in a golden broth, adorned with vibrant green vegetables. The aroma wafting from the bowl was utterly enticing, making Pika's fingers itch with anticipation as he reached for the bowl. He picked up a few strands of noodles with his chopsticks and, with a slurp, devoured the entire bowl in one go. Each mouthful was filled with plump, chewy noodles that snapped against his teeth, the elastic strands dancing between his jaws. "Oh, what a delightful texture. Truly exquisite," Pika exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the chef. "Indeed, my establishment has stood for decades. It thrives because of the delectable cuisine we offer." Pika swiftly consumed the entire bowl of broth in one go, the rich flavors sending shivers down his spine, evoking the essence of nature that nurtures all living beings. In that moment, he felt as though he were immersed in a forest teeming with life, where birds and beasts dashed past him in a frenetic dance. "Boss, what sorcery is this broth? How can it possibly taste so divine?" Pika inquired, astonished. The proprietor chuckled, pride illuminating his features. "Of course, it took me several days, employing a variety of exquisite ingredients to craft it. You will undoubtedly feel compelled to order a second bowl." "One more, please," Pika exclaimed, his face radiating satisfaction. "Ah, this establishment serves the most delectable noodles." Lucia, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. As Pika requested his second bowl, she too decided to indulge, the lingering taste of the broth still tantalizing her palate, leaving her yearning for more. Suddenly, a vibrant figure surged towards Pika, landing a punch squarely in his stomach. "Hey, I merely glanced away for a moment, and you two vanished without a trace. Well done indeed." The fiery apparition was Selina. After perusing the shops, she turned to find Pika and Lucia missing, and upon discovering them, the sight of Pika's blissful expression ignited an inexplicable fury within her, prompting her to confront him directly. Clutching his abdomen, Pika felt an urge to regurgitate the delicious meal he had just savored, nearly on the verge of losing it. "I just spotted a bustling restaurant. I had to see for myself, and it truly was delectable. Honestly, remember this, should you dare to disappear again." "I shall have my revenge," Selina warned, her eyes glinting with mischief as she fixed her gaze on Pika's midsection. Instinctively, he crossed his legs and smiled nervously. "It won't happen again, I assure you." Selina nodded in satisfaction. "That is for the best. Now follow me." After a short walk, Selina led Pika to a shop brimming with a myriad of creatures, from common cats and dogs to rare extraterrestrial beings. As Selena entered, Pika yearned to follow, but felt a firm grip on his collar, preventing his advance. The tantalizing aroma of barbecued delicacies wafted through the air, infused with spices like chili and cumin. How delightful! Pika exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he scanned his surroundings, quickly zeroing in on a restaurant named 10 Mile Fragrance. Pika found himself irresistibly drawn to the restaurant once more, standing at the entrance as he watched the chef expertly grilling a myriad of fragrant meat skewers. He inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Boss, I would like 20 skewers of your finest meat." "Very well," replied the chef, who skillfully tended to the 20 skewers, each interspersed with onions or green peppers. Suddenly, he grasped all 20 skewers in one hand, arranging them in a systematic circle while holding a brush in the other, deftly applying the sauce with an elegant motion. The sauce was meticulously distributed across each skewer, ensuring an even coating. As the oil dripped from the meat onto the grill, a fierce flame erupted, enveloping the skewers and allowing them to sear to perfection. Finally, the chef sprinkled cumin over the skewers and presented them to Pika, saying, "Here you are. Your skewers are ready." Pika licked his lips and opened his mouth to reach for the meat piece, when a voice filled with resentment echoed from behind him. "Pika, have you forgotten my earlier words? How rude of you." Chapter 41, The Festival of Time, 2, The Racing Competition. In the bustling streets, amidst the clamorous crowd and lively festivities, a pair of individuals captured everyone's attention. The woman was furiously roaring as she tugged at the man's ear, while he pleaded pitifully, "Selena, please don't do this, it hurts." This couple, Pika and Selena, was accompanied by Lucia, who maintained a distance of about 2 meters from them, signaling to the onlookers that she was not closely acquainted with them. "All right, Selena, look around. Everyone is watching you too," Lucia remarked as she approached Selena. Selena released her grip on Pika's ear and said, "I shall let you off this time, but should there be a next, I will surely have my vengeance." Pika rubbed his reddened ears, fully aware that there would be no second chances. With unwavering determination, he declared, fearful that Selena might doubt him, even raised 3 fingers in an oath. The commotion from the crowd ahead drew the trio's attention. "Hurry, hurry, drift." "Yes, just like that," cheered 4 young men with hair of vibrant red, yellow, blue, and green, rallying around a figure seated at the arcade machine. The man rose, brimming with arrogance, and proclaimed, "Do you not see who I am? I am the most promising candidate to become a time patroller in the next generation. Otmar, you are our idol," exclaimed the blonde-haired youth, his face alight with admiration for Otmar, who, with a proud smirk, tilted his head at a triumphant angle, exuding confidence. Pika inquired of Lucia beside him, "What is this game? It seems so popular." Due to the throng of people blocking his view, Pika could not see the scene within. This is a racing game, a type of holographic simulation that replicates 80% of reality. Damage to the vehicles does not cause pain, yet everything else feels just like real life, Lucia elucidated. Meanwhile, Selena, standing nearby, gazed at the game with enthusiasm. She had 3 great passions. First, indulging in gourmet cuisine. Second, shopping. And third, racing. She relished all types of racing games, particularly those that offered a holographic simulation experience. Pika gazed at the exuberant Selena and inquired, "What? Do you wish to partake in some fun? Then let us proceed. I am quite intrigued by racing as well." Selena nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Pika chuckled and addressed Lucia. "Come, let us indulge in some amusement. After all, is not a festival meant for revelry?" The trio meandered towards the throng when a man approached. "Ah, are you 3 also interested in playing?" The man exuded the aura of a shrewd merchant. His smile reminiscent of a cunning deceiver, hands rubbing together, eyes gleaming with avarice at the sight of potential patrons. Indeed, Pico acknowledged with a nod. "You must be the proprietor here. What are the charges?" "We are currently hosting an event," the merchant replied. "The champion shall receive 300,000 PT and a year's supply of barbecue vouchers. The runner-up will obtain 100,000 PT and 6 months of barbecue vouchers, while the third place will be awarded 30,000 PT and a state-of-the-art combat power detector. What do you think? Are you 3 interested? Prizes are of little consequence. I merely inquired about the fees," Pika responded. "Not expensive at all, merely 1,000 PT. We require 6 more participants to commence," the merchant assured. 1,000. Pika frowned, pondering the pricing standards of the City of Time. Although unaware of the local charges, he knew that a meal for 3 cost around 500 points, making the game seem rather steep at 1,000. However, upon witnessing Selena's hopeful gaze, he resolutely nodded. Very well, let us partake. Excellent. Allow me to register you. Follow me. The merchant beamed, his smile radiating with the delight of a fisherman who has reeled in a catch. Indeed, to many merchants, Pika was a veritable goldmine, blissfully ignorant of the local pricing norms. In no time, the merchant efficiently filled out 3 registration forms, grinning as he informed Pika and his companions, just now, 3 more have signed up, and you may proceed directly to participate in the competition. Pika gazed in astonishment at the equipment utilized in this game, contemplating the surprisingly modest expense for such an experience. Before him lay 6 vehicles, each boasting the sleek, aerodynamic design reminiscent of concept cars on Earth. For an automobile enthusiast like Pika, simply sitting in one of these cars seemed worthwhile. Please select your racing vehicles, the unscrupulous dealer remarked with a sly grin. In an arcade, such a game typically costs 200 points, but this time it's quintupled. The top 3 positions are guaranteed to be filled by my associates. The displayed performance of their racing cars does not align with their actual capabilities. Even novices can secure notable rankings with such vehicles. The dealer's delight grew as he envisioned earning several million by the end of the night. There were 3 groups, each comprising 6 competitors. The final race would feature 9 participants, the top 3 from each group, culminating in a total of 12 racers, 3 of whom belonged to the dealer himself. Each race consisted of 2 laps, with a time limit of 3 minutes. Failure to reach the finish line within the allotted time would result in disqualification. If none of the 6 competitors crossed the line, all would be eliminated. Thus, the dealer harbored confidence that his team would claim victory. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The competition is about to commence. Pika nodded at the 2 women and entered a sleek black sports car. Upon stepping inside, he realized that the view outside was entirely obscured, the windows shrouded in darkness. The race was about to commence. A voice echoed, and the tint of the windows shifted, revealing the racetrack and distant mountains. Wait a moment, something seemed amiss. Where did those mountains come from during the festival? Pika was momentarily bewildered, but then recalled that this was a holographic simulation. Everything outside was merely an illusion. 3, 2, 1, go. All vehicles surged forward, but wait. One was still stationary. A black car remained in place. Pika stared at the buttons inside the car, uncertain of which to press. Onlookers gazed at a massive screen, noticing that one car had yet to start, and began to chatter excitedly. Why hasn't that person moved? Could they possibly be incapable? Or perhaps, I surmised, this individual is undoubtedly a racing maestro, deliberately delaying their start to give the novices a fair chance. I shared this sentiment. The commentary from above was spot on. Inside the black car, Pika felt a surge of anxiety. Wasn't it supposed to accelerate? He began pressing various buttons haphazardly, and suddenly, the car jolted as the player interface transformed into a screen displaying a speedometer, its needle spinning rapidly. The vehicle roared to life, emitting a thunderous growl. It shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, the scenery outside the windshield morphing at a dizzying pace. Observing the spectacle, the unscrupulous vendor gaped in astonishment at the black car displayed on the screen. What on earth is happening? Surely, someone should know where the override button is. He pondered, astonished. Among the 6 cars, each contained a button, insignificant in nature, merely a disc-changing button found in all vehicles. However, within this select group, it was indeed the button that unlocked the car's enhanced performance. He had only divulged this information to his subordinates, never anticipating that someone would actually press it. Unbeknownst to him, Pika had no idea where the ignition button was. In his memory, it should have been near the steering wheel. But this was a game. One merely needed to press the accelerator to set the wheels in motion. The vehicle driven by Pika surged forward, swiftly overtaking the 4th and 5th competitors within moments. Chapter 42, The Festival of Time, 3, Fighting RPG. I truly did not anticipate that you would emerge as the champion, exclaimed Selena, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Next time, do teach me, for I barely managed to secure 4th place in the preliminary round. Indeed, Pika, your driving skills are remarkably impressive, Lucia chimed in. Did you not notice the incredible speed of my vehicle? After the race, the game master cast a menacing gaze upon me, as if he wished to dismember me. The incessant chatter of the 2 ladies beside Pika was beginning to give him a headache. Hey, young man, would you be interested in participating in an eating contest? A chef clad in culinary attire inquired of Pika. What? An eating contest? Delicious food? Count me in. Pika responded enthusiastically. However, upon noticing the two ladies accompanying Pika, the chef apologetically declared, I'm sorry, but scions are not permitted to participate in this contest. With that, the chef departed, leaving Pika bewildered in the wind. Why are scions excluded? Is it a matter of disdain? Stop right there. If you dare, let us settle this one-on-one. Lucia and Selena each grabbed one of his arms, attempting to soothe him. Do not be rash. This is merely the rule of such contests. In the beginning, there were no restrictions and many scions entered, but eventually, only scions remained after eliminating all other competitors. Following several consecutive victories by scions, no one else wished to participate, leading the organizers to announce the ban on scions. I see, that makes sense, Pika replied, scratching his head awkwardly. Every scion is a champion of gluttony. Participating in such a contest would indeed be unfair. Now you understand, exclaimed Selena. Oh, what is that ahead? Fighting RPG. What could it be? She inquired, pointing forward. Do not miss out on this opportunity. The inaugural fighting RPG battle of Time City. Sir, would you be interested in participating? Called out an announcer from a platform, addressing a muscular man below. The man, towering at 2 meters with bulging muscles resembling small mountains, exuded an imposing presence. The muscular man pointed to himself. Are you asking me? His boisterous tone momentarily stunned the announcer, who then nodded, exclaiming, Perfect. This contest is tailor-made for someone like me. The muscular man leaped onto the stage with a force that caused the entire platform to tremble, even prompting the trio of spectators on the ground to feel the earth shake beneath them. With a series of powerful thuds against his chest, he bellowed, Who dares to challenge me? Excuse me, sir, but it's not yet time for the match. Could you please step down and wait a moment? In just a few minutes, we will commence, and I must first explain the rules, the MC said awkwardly to the muscular man. Frowning and glaring at the MC, the muscular man retorted, If we haven't begun, then let's hurry it up. I want the entire city of time to know of my existence, and make those who doubt my potential as a time patrol regret their skepticism. With that, he jumped off the platform. The MC, internally lamenting the situation, addressed the audience. All right, everyone, let me outline the rules. The match will last for 1 hour. Once the time is up, the contest concludes. Victory is not simply awarded to the last person standing. For instance, if this gentleman defeats 10 opponents, but is then bested by the 11th, the victor claims half of his defeated adversaries, plus the one who overcame him, totaling 6. The defeated will retain only half of their original count. This pattern continues. Should subsequent opponents defeat him, he will be left with fewer and fewer. Our combat rules are quite straightforward. No running, no jumping, and certainly no flying. Likewise, remote attacks such as energy blasts are strictly prohibited. It will be a matter of trading blows. If you are struck out of the designated circle, you lose. Simple enough, right? The audience buzzed with various opinions. Isn't this just like children fighting? You hit me, I hit you. Are we to behave like children then? I find it quite reasonable. It's a test of one's physical resilience. Oh, please, look at yourself. Do you have the right to say such things, you scrawny thing? Clearing his throat, the MC continued. Now let me announce the champion's prize, a complete set of interdimensional battle attire. Interdimensional battle attire? Count me in. Me too. The audience erupted in excitement, and the MC couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm. Pika turned to Lucia with a puzzled expression, inquiring about the chronospace battle suit. What could that possibly be? The name certainly sounds grand. The chronospace battle suit is a remarkable combat attire crafted by Trunks, possessing exceptional defensive capabilities and self-regeneration. It resembles the outfit you wore during the World Martial Arts Tournament, comprising a deep blue jacket and trousers, complemented by an orange undershirt. While the gloves and boots share a design akin to the battle suit, the excitement among the crowd stems from the rarity of this garment. Only 3 exist in all of Time City. One was sacrificed by a warrior during a catastrophic event to protect Time City. Another resides with Trunks. And the whereabouts of the third remain a mystery. Who would have thought it would appear here? Lucia explained to Pika, revealing her own admiration for the suit, albeit lamenting that it was designed for men, making it unsuitable for women. Wow, I knew the chronospace battle suit was precious, but I had no idea it was this valuable. Could it possibly be a fake? Selena asked, her brow furrowed in skepticism. If the suit is indeed so rare, the owner would surely not bring it to market. Lucia shook her head emphatically. This is undoubtedly authentic. The prizes for events held here must undergo thorough scrutiny by professionals before being presented for use. Hence its legitimacy is assured. The host, observing the lively crowd below, became animated himself. Ladies and gentlemen, given your profound interest in our competition, I shall refrain from further ado. Let the contest commence. A muscular man leaped onto the stage, bellowing at the audience, "Hey, weaklings, come up here and see who can defeat me." He punctuated his bravado by pounding his chest and roaring at the spectators. A brawny competitor jumped onto the stage and retorted angrily, "You shouldn't be so arrogant. I hadn't planned to come up here, but with your taunts, I'll ensure you learn why the flowers bloom so vividly. Please follow me, gentlemen." The host instructed, gesturing towards a circle measuring only 1.5 meters in diameter. "This is the arena for the competition. You are all aware of the rules I just outlined, correct?" The muscular man nonchalantly replied, "Of course we know. Stop dragging this out, and let us begin." "Very well, the match begins with the first contestant taking the initiative." "Humph. Let me show you what a real punch feels like," the man said disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at the muscular man. "Come on. Let me see how painful your cotton-soft fists can be." With that, the moment his words faded, the muscular man delivered a punch squarely to the competitor's chest, sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Stunned, the fallen man looked up at the muscular fighter in disbelief. "Impossible. You haven't even succeeded in joining the time patrol. How could you defeat me? A loss is a loss. Stop being so melodramatic like a woman." The muscular man looked down at the boy with a gaze filled with disdain. Angered by his words, Selena leaped onto the stage, pointing at him. "How dare you speak like that? Are we women really that pretentious? Don't you women exhibit pretentiousness as well? Go ahead, say it again. I declare that you women are pretentious. I will repeat it 100 times. I say you women are pretentious. I say you women are pretentious. How dare I heed your words?" The muscular man retorted angrily, eliciting laughter from the crowd below. His face flushed. He pointed at Selena and challenged, "If you have the courage, let us compete. If I lose, you women will no longer be pretentious." "Fine. Let us see who is truly formidable," Selena replied as she stepped into the center of the ring. With an arrogant grin, the muscular man said, "Considering you are a girl, I will allow you to strike first." He flexed his impressive chest muscles as he spoke. "All right, you said it." Selena clenched her fists, With a punch, she unleashed a fierce blow that stirred up a whirlwind of dust, the air visibly splitting under the force of her strike. Bang! Selena's fist struck the muscular man, yet he merely slid back a few centimeters, his expression unchanged. Rubbing his nose, he remarked, "That was a bit stronger than the last weakling, but you should step down. I fear you cannot withstand my counterattack." Selena gazed at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend that her full-force strike had caused him no harm. "How could this be? That was my utmost effort. Why did it not affect you?" The muscular man laughed heartily, radiating confidence. "Injured, right? That is simply impossible. I believe my muscles are as resilient as the hardest metals in the universe." Since he refused to concede, "It's my turn to attack now. Don't weep when you're hurt." Selena nodded seriously, tensing her muscles. The muscular man stomped down hard, shattering the stone slab beneath him. His massive fist loomed before Selena, and at that moment, all she could see was his hand. His punch sliced through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, each movement generating a sonic boom. Just as his fist was about to collide with Selena, a figure appeared before her, effortlessly catching the punch with one hand. "Why do you, a man, argue with a woman? Did you not claim women are pretentious? I believe you are merely petty." The muscular man, having exerted 50% of his strength, looked at the figure in surprise. "Who are you?" "An insignificant individual, unworthy of mention," remarked Pika with a hint of disdain. At that moment, a flicker of anger stirred within him. The immorality of a man striking a woman deeply unsettled Pika. "Since you have stepped onto the arena, the forthcoming challengers shall be none other than yourself," Pika softly uttered. "Very well." With that, he embraced Selena and gently guided her off the arena. "Think things through next time. I'll take my leave now. Be cautious." "That fellow might truly be formidable," Selena expressed with concern. "Rest assured, with someone like him, victory is beyond reach for him. I shall proceed." Upon finishing his words, Pika executed a somersault and landed in the center of the circle. "This is my first encounter with such a simple-minded yet physically robust individual. I hope he does not disappoint me." The muscular man, veins bulging on his forehead, retorted, "What did you say? My intellect is quite developed. Prepare yourself." He delivered a powerful punch to Pika's left shoulder, which merely shifted slightly backward, his body remaining steadfast. Is that all the strength you possess? Quite disappointing, indeed. Now, it is my turn. The punch from Pikachu landed squarely on the muscular man's chest, causing his pectorals to indent slightly. He merely stepped back with his right leg and chuckled. I thought you were stronger than that. It seems you're just a pretty fade with no substance. He taunted. Are you capable or not? If not, let me take over. Indeed, if you're incapable, step aside. Alas, this fellow is simply insufficient to be taken seriously. Pika found himself somewhat incensed by the murmurs of the audience below, and he shouted towards them. A man must never utter the word impossible. Do you understand? The crowd, taken aback by Pika's sudden outburst, began to chatter amongst themselves, exchanging remarks such as, just a boy who can talk but not act. If it can't be done, then it simply can't. No one will mock you, and other jests aimed at him. A radiant white aura ignited around Pika, and his fighting spirit surged dramatically. For he was exceedingly angered, and the repercussions would be dire. Even the muscular man beside him was astonished by the overwhelming force emanating from Pika, exclaiming, how can this be? This guy possesses an extraordinary power. With a powerful swing, Pikachu unleashed a punch that startled the muscular man, who immediately sank into a wide stance, his feet sinking into the ground. His muscles bulged impressively as the fist, imbued with cataclysmic force, tore through the air. The impact of the blow shattered the arena, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the atmosphere. Below, the audience fanned away the settling ashes, some coughing violently as they were caught off guard by the thick smoke. Gradually, the haze began to dissipate, revealing two silhouettes on the stage, surrounded by a fractured ground, save for a solitary circular stone beneath their feet. Wow, how formidable! This guy is astonishingly strong, exclaimed one spectator in awe. His companion replied, that burly fellow is impressive as well. The sheer power of that punch did not send him flying, which is a testament to his strength. Pika was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this muscular man possessed such formidable defensive capabilities. Despite exerting 80% of his strength, Pika found that he had not managed to move this individual even a single step. The muscular man exhaled a plume of gray gas, grinning with a bare display of teeth. Is that all you've got? Then you are destined to lose. What? Pika was astounded. He had never imagined that this fellow's fists could actually enlarge. Goodness, could this possibly be a form of amplification technique? Could it be that Dingxi has also traversed into this realm? A translucent, pale golden film enveloped the Pikachu, shielding it from the colossal fist capable of wreaking havoc. Although this delicate barrier offered some protection against the overwhelming force, it did little to alleviate the turmoil within, leaving a tempestuous sensation churning in its chest. Pika squinted, lost in thought, as he retracted his fist. The muscular man, gazing at Pika, felt a twinge of unease, hastily puffing out his chest, rendering himself rather uncoordinated. With your next punch, you're bound to lose, Pika declared with unwavering confidence. This punch is the culmination of a decade of training. Brace yourself. What appeared to be a light, effortless strike landed on the muscular man's chest, yet ripples emanated from the point of impact. A sudden flash of white erupted from the man's back, piercing through a massive boulder behind him. With a resounding thud, the muscular man's body was propelled backward like an arrow released from its bow, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, he clutched his chest with one hand, his face betraying a slight tremor. The blow had inflicted significant damage, completely bypassing the defenses afforded by his muscles, striking directly at his internal being. The muscular man was filled with resentment. Not long ago, during an examination for the time patrol, he had been dismissed with the words, only those with physical strength are suitable. This had left him feeling deeply unsettled, consumed by a desire to obliterate everything in his path. Finally, he had found a moment and place to unleash his frustrations, only to be struck down again, particularly in a manner that undermined his pride in his own physical defenses and offensive capabilities. Overwhelmed with frustration, he lifted his head and, in a conflicted tone, inquired, what kind of punch was that? Pika turned his head with a smile and said, inch punch. Chapter 44, Disciple Logan. Time passed through the night, and the ceremony had come to a close. The streets were no longer as boisterous as before. Pika sat alone in his home. Pika's lips curled into a faint smile as he gazed excitedly at his clenched fist, a silly grin spreading across his face. Although he had previously employed techniques from Wing Chun, this time he had truly executed the inch punch, and any lingering dissatisfaction had evaporated. Ah, this sensation is simply exquisite. Pika chuckled foolishly, Lost in a reverie of joy, Jarvis respectfully inquired, "Young master, has something delightful occurred to bring you such elation?" Pika, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly recounted. "Let me tell you, yesterday unfolded in this way, and then in that manner, culminating in this." He was unable to contain his desire to share this joy with others. Jarvis responded with a mechanical smile, "I see. Congratulations to you. Ah, you are truly dull. Never mind. I shall first attempt this technique myself. At least it will allow me to use it without the need for prior energy accumulation." With excitement, Pika rose and made his way towards the basement. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, ding-dong. Pika turned to glance at the entrance, muttering, "Who could it be? Truly, my well-laid plans have been disrupted." As Pikachu approached the doorstep and opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a well-defined chest. Upon lifting his gaze, he found himself staring directly at a muscle-bound man who was grinning cheerfully at him. Instinctively, he knew what was unfolding. Pika welcomed the muscular man inside, who settled onto the sofa and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Hello, my name is Logan," the muscular man stammered, his demeanor resembling that of a bashful girl. However, the incongruity of his physique juxtaposed with his tone evoked a profound sense of discomfort. Pika, taken aback, exclaimed, "Did you say your name is Logan?" At that moment, 1,000 bewildering thoughts raced through his mind. Logan blinked innocently. "Yes, my name is Logan. Is there a problem?" "Not at all. It just reminded me of someone I used to know named Logan," Pika replied, taking a sip of his drink to steady his startled heart. "So, what brings you here?" Logan hesitated, gathering his courage. "Well, I wish to become your disciple." Coughing, Pika nearly choked on his soda. And after splashing some water on his face to compose himself, he emerged and asked, "You want to become my disciple?" "Why?" With newfound determination, Logan shared his story. As a child, he could not sense the energy that others harnessed during their training. When his peers demonstrated their abilities, he found himself unable to produce even a modicum of energy. Yet, despite this, his physical strength grew, surpassing that of his classmates. He could easily defeat even the top students with a single punch, believing he could still become a formidable time-space patroller, despite his inability to harness energy. However, in every competition, he faced defeat, as his peers could soar effortlessly while he could only leap to attack. They would evade his strikes with ease, leaving him exhausted while they triumphed effortlessly. Recently, during an examination for time-space patrollers, he confronted an examiner who could fly, and it became painfully clear that he lacked this ability, resulting in his disqualification. That day, he felt a profound disdain for everything, a stark contrast to his usually amiable nature. After listening to Logan's tale, Pika was somewhat speechless. Truly, the world is vast and filled with all kinds of individuals. The energy emanating from Logan was undeniably potent. Even someone as physically weak as Bailey could harness energy and learn to fly. "Are you certain you haven't diligently practiced controlling your energy?" Logan's expression fell as he murmured, "I've tried. I practice every day, hoping that one day I will learn to fly and no longer be the last in line." Pika, reflecting on Logan's words, recalled a young boy he encountered during his studies in Jeet Kune Do. This child possessed considerable strength, yet his mind was not as agile. He consistently lost in competitions, leaving him disheartened each day. Eventually, after befriending the boy, Pika imparted to him a rather rudimentary technique, known in professional parlance as muscle memory. This ability is inherent in many individuals. Take martial artists, for instance, who instinctively defend against attacks when threatened. This reflex is a product of their long-term training, a form of muscle memory honed over time. While the journey to ingrain knowledge within the muscles is protracted, the process of forgetting is equally enduring. Pika found the conversation straying somewhat off topic, as did I, Yet overall, Logan's prowess remained formidable, though he struggled with controlling his energy. Suddenly, Logan rose and knelt before Pika, pleading earnestly, "I implore you. I wish to become a true warrior. Stand up, please. This predicament is quite challenging for me," Pika said, anxiously attempting to assist Logan to his feet, but despite his efforts, he could not succeed. "All right, I concede. I promise you, but you must rise first. Can we agree on that?" Logan's expression brightened, and he stood up excitedly, exclaiming, "Really? Disciple pays respects to the master." With that, he knelt once more. "Oh dear." Pika sighed, rubbing his forehead in disbelief that this fellow had knelt again after standing. "Stand up. If you kneel again, I shall not take you as my disciple. Do you understand the value of a man's knee? A true man should not kneel lightly." "A true man? What does that even mean? Logan pondered, dismissing the thought. Pika cradled his head in contemplation, pondering the formidable challenge of mastering the art of flight without the ability to control his energy. What should he do? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Didn't he, that cat, Huaxia, who accompanied Huaxia, manage to soar through the skies without any energy? That certainly could serve as a reference. I know someone who, like me, cannot control his energy, yet he floats effortlessly in the air all day long, and his speed is quite remarkable, Pika remarked to Logan. Logan's spirits soared. Initially, he had harbored little hope, but Pika's words ignited a flicker of possibility within him. Really? He asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Indeed, it is true, but he does not utilize the art of flight. Rather, he employs a different ability to achieve his aerial feats. If you wish to learn, you may need to start from the very beginning, and the journey will likely be arduous, Pika stated solemnly, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a teacher. I am undaunted. When do we begin? Logan exclaimed, his breath quickening with anticipation as he gazed at Pika with hopeful eyes. Well, I cannot start just yet, Pika replied sheepishly, scratching his head with an awkward smile. The rekindled flame of hope within Logan felt as though it had been doused by a bucket of cold water. Why did you tell me that? It's like ascending to paradise only to be cast into hell. As twilight descended, Pika escorted Logan outside, reassuring him not to lose heart. There are many extraordinary individuals in this world. One day, you shall encounter someone truly capable of guiding you in your training. Pika gazed up at the star-studded night sky before stepping into his home. Jarvis, I shall commence my training. If anyone comes seeking me, kindly ask them to wait a moment, he murmured softly. I do not have many acquaintances, so it is unlikely anyone will come looking for me. Upon entering the basement, Pika removed the gravity wristband from his arm. Regardless of his location, he dedicated himself to his training. The gravity he endured had increased from 50-fold to an impressive 60-fold. Adjusting the gravity apparatus to 60 times, he engaged in a bout of practice with the wooden dummy. During this period, Pika no longer fixated on specific techniques. At times he incorporated elements of Wing Chun Shu Nim Tao, and at others, he employed the 6 styles of the Bajiquan's rooted stance, as well as the expansive movements of the Peguaquan. Suddenly, Pika's movements slowed. He executed a series of pulls and pushes, each strike embodying the relentless force of the ocean. Imbued with formidable vitality, his actions oscillated between rapidity and slowness, each technique manifesting wisps of white smoke that rose from his head. With a thunderous embrace, he encircled his hands, enveloped in a misty aura that astonishingly halted the swiftly rotating wooden dummy. As he withdrew his stance, the white mist dissipated entirely, as if it had never graced the realm. Slowly opening his eyes, Pika wore an expression of tranquility, seemingly unaware of the extraordinary events that had just unfolded. The sensation he had experienced was truly wondrous. Could this be what the martial arts refer to as the unity of heaven and man? Pika closed his eyes once more, yearning to recapture that mystical feeling. No, it seems I merely stumbled upon a fortuitous moment to enter such an enigmatic state, Pika mused with a wry smile. However, he quickly realized that having achieved it once indicated the possibility of reaching that state again. With this thought, he found himself smiling once more. In a flurry of activity, dozens of lasers shot towards Pika, each one deftly evaded. With each successful dodge, he was able to deactivate one of the attacking robots. In a short span, he had systematically shut down each of the robotic adversaries. Pika nodded with confidence, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, progress had been made. This time, he resolved to test himself against 70 times the gravity. If that proved insufficient, he would not hesitate to attempt 100-fold. With the multitude of formidable foes in Dragon Ball, maintaining such a mindset would inevitably lead to his demise at the hands of an adversary. He recalled the immensely powerful scion, Tecarus, and acknowledged that he still had a considerable distance to bridge to match such an extraordinary force. It was clear that he needed to double his efforts in training. Adjusting the gravity device to 100 times, Jarvis cautioned Pika, Sir, are you truly intent on testing 100 times the gravity? You are currently unable to withstand it. Pika responded with a grin, Fear not. When I can no longer endure it, I have you to rely on. Suddenly, Pika was overwhelmed by the immense gravitational pressure, causing him to momentarily falter. His muscles swelled, each fiber taut against the strain, while veins coursed visibly beneath his skin. He felt as though his bones might shatter under the weight of this formidable force. Blood seeped from his pores, mingling with sweat as it dripped onto the ground. Pika gritted his teeth in anguish, biting down so hard that blood seeped from his gums. Witnessing Pika's distress, Jarvis prepared to deactivate the gravity device. "Stop, Jarvis. I can endure this," Pika shouted resolutely. "But do not worry, I shall persevere." Summoning every ounce of strength, Pika slowly maneuvered around the training chamber, each step accompanied by the faint groans of his bones. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees, straining to support himself with his hands, desperate to rise again. With a grimace, Pika gradually stood up, blood trickling from his nostrils and his eyes marred by crimson veins. Trembling as he steadied himself, "I will surely see this through," he vowed, inching forward with unwavering determination. After an hour of acclimatization, Pika managed to walk under 100-fold gravity, albeit at a pace akin to that of an elderly man. Bathed in blood, Pika stood resolutely in the gravity chamber, sweat cascading down his body like a torrent. "Then let us commence with the fundamentals," he declared. 1, 2, 3, Pika performed push-ups, each repetition a testament to his grit and resolve. Upon reaching 200, he finally succumbed, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath, visibly fatigued. Jarvis, once again inclined to deactivate the gravity device, heard Pika murmuring, "Do not turn it off. Just leave me be. A brief rest will suffice." With that, Pika closed his eyes, and soon the sound of his snoring filled the air. Jarvis, though a robot, possessed his own reasoning, unbound by mere programming constraints. After inspecting Pika and determining that aside from some blood seeping from his skin, there were no severe injuries, he tended to the wounds, wiping away the clotted blood and administering some nutrient solution before entering a state of standby. Once Pika awoke, the system would reactivate. After several hours of slumber, Pika slowly opened his eyes and rose once more to continue his arduous journey. Meanwhile, far away in the Time Nest, Trunks and the Supreme Kai of Time engaged in a grave discussion. They would venture to that time, Trunks remarked. Indeed, it caught us off guard. Fortunately, we compiled all the texts here today. Otherwise, we might not have discovered this, the Supreme Kai of Time said, holding aloft a pale yellow tome entitled Endings and Beginnings. Suddenly, a young man clad in martial arts attire and sunglasses faced off against another man wearing a crane hat in a dojo, surrounded by their fellow disciples who watched with keen interest. As the two combatants grew increasingly intense, the white crane unfurled its wings, executing a series of powerful strikes, including the formidable one-word cannon fist. The man adorned in a crane hat relentlessly unleashed a fierce onslaught upon the young martial artist clad in a dojo uniform, who responded with swift tiger claw defenses, resulting in a fierce and relentless standoff. Suddenly, two tendrils of dark energy surged into their bodies, transforming them as if they had consumed a potent stimulant. Their eyes gleamed with a frenzied intensity as they unleashed chaotic attacks upon one another, sending waves of energy careening towards their fellow disciples. The latter, caught in the crossfire, scrambled desperately to evade the erratic onslaught, their faces contorted with anger as they vocally chastised the two fighters. Yet, seemingly impervious to their comrades' pleas, the pair continued their unbridled assault, soon left battered and bruised. Another surge of dark energy shot toward them, causing their bodies to tremble, their eyes aglow with fervor as their muscles swelled with newfound power. With a single punch and kick, they obliterated the dojo, prompting a venerable elder seated on a mat to awaken, his eyes widening as he beheld the tumultuous scene. In an instant, he darted towards the duo like a bolt of lightning, enveloped in crackling golden energy, ensnaring them in his grasp. "This is the Master's world-shattering palm," the surrounding disciples exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Trapped, the two fighters gazed at the elder, their expressions fraught with turmoil as they gasped, "Master Wu Taidu." Their faces contorted in rage, the two appeared to wrestle against the demons within their hearts, and in unison, they let out a primal scream, forcefully deflecting Wu Taidu's palm. In that moment, reason had abandoned them. They were mere vessels of destruction. Wu Taidu furrowed his brow, deeply concerned for his two disciples, who had been raised alongside him, akin to his own children, Wu Tian and Ahi. His eyes were filled with worry as he observed their plight. It was as if they could hear his thoughts, for they paused momentarily, staring blankly at him, yet soon resumed their ferocious combat, targeting each other's vital points with unrelenting fervor. With a swift motion, Wu Taidu interposed himself between them. Enraged by the interruption, they turned their ire upon him. As the saying goes, in a fight outside the ring, there are no rules, and their wild, unrefined attacks bore no semblance of strategy. Though Wu Taidu was significantly stronger than either of them, his aging body struggled to keep pace with their fervor. After a prolonged bout, Wu Tian and Ahi remained invigorated, while Wu Taidu began to breathe heavily, fatigue overtaking him. With a forceful kick, he pushed them back, gasping for breath as his disciples rushed to his side, expressing concern for their beloved master. Raising his hand to silence them, Wu Taidu wearily declared, "Stand down. They are no longer themselves. You cannot hope to contend with them now." One of them stepped forward, resolutely declaring, "Though one of us may not be a match for them, our numbers grant us strength, and we can undoubtedly overpower them. Teacher, we shall take action. You should rest well." After speaking, he led a group of disciples toward Wu Tian and Ahi. Although Wu Taidu attempted to dissuade them, his words fell on deaf ears. Their singular focus was to protect their teacher. The crowd divided into two factions, launching an overwhelming assault on the duo, demonstrating the adage that strength lies in numbers. Initially, they managed to subdue Wu Tian and Ahi, grasping their waists and limbs with an embrace as tenacious as that of a koala. Wu Tian and Ahi shook their bodies, only to find themselves firmly held. Their frustration escalated as they thrashed in anger, and with a resounding roar, a dark purple aura erupted from them, sending their assailants flying. Once more, the two engaged in battle, their fists striking faster and faster, a mere blur of black lines darting between them. Suddenly, they soared into the air, clashing and separating in a fierce stalemate. Wu Taidu observed them, his expression troubled. "I never expected to see this. Is this not the entity that had been sealed in the demon realm? How has it resurfaced in the human world?" His heart was heavy with concern, coupled with a sense of helplessness. The two fighters grew increasingly powerful, their momentum rising as they rampaged from the western village to the eastern city, wreaking havoc upon buildings, which ultimately claimed the lives of innocent bystanders. They remained indifferent to the loss of life surrounding them. This aura could be likened to a parasite, feeding off the vitality of its host to amplify its strength. While the life force of ordinary martial artists was indeed robust, being parasitized by this entity resulted in a dramatic surge in power, albeit for a fleeting duration. Unlike them, however, these two had consumed the elixir of immortality. Their vitality flowed ceaselessly, and if this continued, they could potentially become beings comparable to the god of destruction. Yet, such a fate was implausible. Even though they would not be entirely drained of their life force, the excess they absorbed could lead to their demise. Trunks and the Supreme Kai of Time gazed at the scroll, which abruptly projected a year into the future. The dark energy enveloping the two had dissipated, yet they beheld a desolate earth, ravaged beyond recognition. Their vacant eyes fixated on the barren landscape. Humanity had vanished, leaving only the two of them. "Is this the result of our actions?" the young crane hermit asked, staring blankly at the ruins of the city, a hollow smile gracing his lips, his mind shattered. Wu Tian suddenly knelt, gazing numbly at his blood-stained hands. "Indeed, we have destroyed the earth." The two exchanged a glance, their hearts heavy with despair. With a bitter smile, they raised their hands and struck down upon their own necks. The severed heads rolled aside, and torrents of crimson blood gushed forth, staining the earth beneath them. Trunks, seething with rage, slammed his fists onto the table, golden energy radiating from him as he transformed into a super scion at the second stage, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. In that moment, the Kai of Time struck Trunks across the face, admonishing him, "Your actions mirror theirs. You are on the brink of destroying the realm of time." "Indeed, but I refuse to accept this fate. Why can I not reach that place?" "Why?" Trunks lamented, the energy that once enveloped him dissipating as he forcefully pressed his head against the table, anguish etched across his features. "Linked, please summon Piccolo." "Yes, sir." In a subterranean chamber where the gravitational force reached a staggering 100 times that of Earth, Pikachu toiled tirelessly, drenched in perspiration. After 2 arduous days, Pikachu had merely begun to acclimate to the overwhelming gravity, yet still found it impossible to execute any agile movements. "Sir, your diligent efforts over the past few days are beginning to yield results," Jarvis remarked with a smile, addressing Pikachu. Pika swung his fist, his expression weary and his body trembling slightly. "This won't suffice. I am far from achieving my anticipated results." He continued to practice his punches slowly. Yet, just 2 days ago, even the simplest movements were a challenge for him, and now he could move freely. Free movement, huh? But I have a formidable adversary. Under 100-fold gravity, he is as formidable as on flat ground. His strikes feel like mere child's play to him. I must strive diligently in my training. For one day, I shall avenge that last arrow. Pika, with both hands firmly planted on the ground, gradually inched forward, enduring several falls along the way. Yet, he remained undeterred, relentlessly dedicating himself to his training. With each series of movements completed, Pika distinctly sensed the enhancement of his strength. Suddenly, the figure of Jarvis materialized before him, startling Pika and causing him to tumble to the ground. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, perplexed by the sudden appearance. "There is a gentleman from the family linked outside. He says he has business with you." Pika sat on the ground, gasping for breath, and said, "Lingte? It seems Trunks has summoned me for a matter of importance." Just as Pika attempted to rise, he was abruptly overwhelmed by the intense gravitational force and fell back to the ground with a thud. "Jarvis, deactivate the gravity, otherwise I cannot make my exit." Pika lamented to Jarvis, as the sudden alleviation allowed his previously tense muscles to relax. It was impossible to move under such gravitational conditions. "Indeed, sir," came Jarvis's response. Chapter 47. The Destruction of Worldviews. Please support with your collections and recommendations. Pika donned the time-space battle attire and swiftly followed Ling Te towards the nexus of time. However, Pika, still recovering, felt an acute pain in his muscles with every step he took. "Ling Te, could you slow down a bit? I can hardly keep up," he exclaimed, suddenly stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. "Are you all right?" Ling Te inquired respectfully as he approached. Pika raised his hand, shaking it as he gasped for air. "I just finished training, and I am utterly exhausted. Please, allow me to have a moment to recuperate." Before Pika could finish his sentence, Ling Te hoisted him onto his shoulder and accelerated towards the nexus of time. "I apologize, Mr. Pika, but we are pressed for time. This situation appears to be dire." In an instant, Ling Te dashed through 2 streets, his movements jarring Pika with each stride. Pika, perched on Ling Te's shoulder, felt the jostling intensify, as Ling Te's shoulder pressed against his stomach, causing a tumultuous sensation within. "Oh no, I just had the exquisite royal ginseng banquet this morning," Pika thought, feeling dizzy. With a bead of saliva trailing from the corner of his mouth, his limbs limp upon Ling Te's shoulder. "Lord Trunks, I have brought Mr. Pika," Ling Te announced respectfully as he gently placed the unconscious Pika on the ground. Pika staggered to his feet, feeling as though stars were dancing before his eyes. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with a piece of black cloth and placed a hand on Ling's shoulder, apologizing. "I'm truly sorry. My stomach is in such discomfort." He fought the urge to vomit. Trunks, observing Pika's retreating figure, felt a sense of disorientation. "Father? No, it cannot be." A resigned smile crept onto his face. His father could never appear in this place. "Ah, Trunks, it has been quite some time." Pika weakly raised his hand to greet Trunks, his expression weary and his complexion pale. Trunks looked at Pika with concern, asking, "What happened to you?" "It's nothing. I was just pulled over after finishing my training. I merely feel a bit drained," Pika replied. "My apologies, it was my oversight," Link said, bowing deeply to Pika in sincere contrition. Pika gestured for him not to blame himself, reassuring him that it was for the sake of time itself, and that he held no resentment. Trunks tossed him a senza bean, which Pika fumbled to catch. "This is a senza bean. Consuming one will restore your vitality," Trunks explained. "Thank you," Pika replied, promptly swallowing the bean, feeling his energy surge as all fatigue washed away. "What has transpired this time?" he inquired as he approached the conference table. Trunks furrowed his brow, expressing a mixture of frustration and resignation. Those individuals have meddled with history once more. It's infuriating. He struck the conference table with his fist, his anger laced with a sense of helplessness. "If it weren't for my existence in that timeline, I would be inclined to confront those despicable beings myself." The reason Trunks had been unable to undertake historical restoration missions previously was that his own presence in those timelines would inevitably lead to the emergence of his alternate self. Should he attempt to amend history, the resulting butterfly effect would alter the timeline irreparably. Thus he refrained from intervening in the temporal fabric of his own universe. While Trunks had successfully repaired the histories of other universes, he had never altered the history of the one in which he existed. Even if he wished to venture into the realm of the Kaioshin of time, he would be denied entry. "What is the current temporal point?" Trunks asked. "The year 351 AG, came the reply. Pika was taken aback, pondering whether the timing was somewhat premature. It seemed to be an era when Master Rashi was still alive. How could this be? Trunks placed the Book of Endings and Beginnings before Pika. Upon glancing at it, Pika's brow furrowed in concern. Why would anyone choose to corrupt his mentor, Master Rashi? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Pika's gaze. Leave this task to me. I shall resolve it swiftly. A pink figure materialized behind Pika. Hey, don't speak so arrogantly. Many have met their demise due to their hubris. The sound of clicking high heels echoed as Pika turned to see a young girl. Perhaps her height was a disadvantage. She had short, chestnut hair and a delicate lavender complexion. The robe she wore slipped off her shoulders, revealing her modest figure. With hands on her hips and lively, jet-black eyes, she greeted Trunks cheerfully. "Hello," she exclaimed, extending her hand. Trunks, slightly embarrassed, stretched his neck and replied, "Oh, hello there." He then turned to introduce the charming little girl to Pika and linked. "This is the master of the time nest." As he spoke, he made some rather awkward gestures, while the little girl mimicked him, striking poses. Despite the clumsiness, it was evident that Trunks had practiced this routine numerous times. She is the supreme Kai of time. Do not be deceived by her appearance. She holds a position of great esteem and authority in the universe, Trunks explained, his fists clenched and posture assertive. The supreme Kai of time playfully posed with her hands in a victorious gesture, tilting her head and smiling adorably. Responsible for managing and protecting history. She closed her eyes and nodded affirmatively. Just then, a bird swooped down from the sky, landing squarely on the supreme Kai of time's head, obscuring her face with its tail feathers. Trunks' expression turned tense as he reached out to catch the bird. "What are you doing?" The bird on the supreme Kai's head stretched its neck and squawked. "What is wrong with you today? Why are you perched on my head?" The supreme Kai of time shouted in frustration, her hands flailing helplessly. The bird flapped its wings and chirped back. "What is the matter? Why are you so upset?" The supreme Kai of time screamed in anger. "Be quiet. I don't care if you're angry. Apologize right now." As the two engaged in their squabble, Pika and the others looked on in astonishment. Pika recalled watching a humorous segment in a video and was surprised to witness it unfold before his eyes. The argument escalated into a chase, with the supreme Kai of time pursuing the bird. Trunks awkwardly turned his head towards the two of them and said, "As I mentioned, she is indeed a remarkable deity." In the end, he found himself doubting his own words, only managing an embarrassed smile. Trunks humbly addressed the supreme Kai of time. "Esteemed supreme Kai of time." The supreme Kai of time turned to look at Trunks and waved his hand, saying, sorry. "So, you must be the warrior summoned by the eternal dragon. Greetings, I am the supreme Kai of time." With a hand on his hip, the supreme Kai of time exuded an undeniable aura of authority as he spoke to Piccolo. Trunks pointed at the supreme Kai of time and explained to Piccolo, He may not look it, but his status in the universe is indeed quite elevated." Pika now found himself at a loss for words, merely nodding in response. In stark contrast, Link's worldview had been utterly shattered. In his memory, the god of time was a figure of immense dignity, yet upon meeting him today, his entire inner being crumbled. Chapter 48. The Mockery of the Darkened Turtle, Master Crane, seeking collections and recommendations. Gratitude to the generous patron. 100 Chidian coins from I Am Dajin. The scenery here is truly breathtaking. Standing atop the solitary mountain, Pika gazed into the distance, overwhelmed by a sense of wonder. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of sounds. This was the latest time-space communication device that Trunks had entrusted to him before his departure. "I can hear it," he remarked, though the signal was poor. "What a waste of time. Why are you bothering us, Trunks?" Trunks expressed his discontent to the god of time, gesturing at the flurry of snowflakes on the screen. "Those researchers had the audacity to provide us with something still in development. Wasn't their funding just a gift? They truly need to be reprimanded." "Well, as long as it can communicate, it's sufficient. No need to complicate matters," the god of time casually replied, patting Trunks on the shoulder. However, the god of time waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. With a bit of divine power, I can still see. Rest assured." Trunks, with a worried expression, responded, "But your health?" "I will exercise restraint," the god of time assured, extending his hand to reveal a pink oval screen before them, his complexion somewhat pallid. Trunks looked at her with concern as the screen displayed Pika's location. The pickup truck raced along the road, yet for reasons unbeknownst to me, it did not take me directly to my destination. Upon activating the combat power tester, I discovered that I was, in fact, quite close to the Wu Taido family, a mere 38 kilometers away. Goodness gracious, how could this be? Am I being mocked for my lack of geographical knowledge? It seems I am separated from Wu Taido by an entire planet. The pickup truck leapt into the air, engulfed in flames, racing swiftly towards a singular direction. It mattered not which path it took, for each was equal in distance. The wild wind danced around, and the scenery transformed rapidly before its eyes, shifting from arid desert to lush forest, and then from verdant woodland to the vast expanse of the sea. Suddenly, within the pickup's line of sight, two figures emerged, a man and a woman. Both were clad in form-fitting attire, and the woman held a scepter in her hand, gazing at the pickup with an enigmatic smile. Pika abruptly halted mid-air, and upon regaining his composure, he glanced in the direction he had just come from, only to find it devoid of any presence. A sense of unease began to swell within him, intensifying since his arrival at this place. The moment he encountered them, his trepidation only deepened. Bah! The boat will naturally reach the bridge. There is no need to dwell on such matters. When soldiers come, let them be met. When water arrives, let it be dammed. A flash of white light streaked across the sky, soaring ahead. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, sat cross-legged upon a mat, embodying a harmonious unity with the surrounding cosmos, exuding an aura of tranquility. As he opened his eyes, he acknowledged that today marked the annual assessment, hoping for an improvement over last year's results. Wutian, you may come forth. The two stood, bowing respectfully towards Wutaido, with Wutian cheerfully proclaiming, today I shall showcase the disparity between us. With a grin, he added, did you think I would merely remain stationary? Prepare to witness my progress. Thus, they engaged in combat, their fists colliding with a resonant thud. Each impact echoed through the air, and they staggered back from the force. Ahi remarked, I didn't expect your strength to have grown so significantly. I must regard you with newfound respect. Indeed, my prowess extends far beyond this, Wu Tian replied confidently. Ahi, brace yourself. With that, he launched a punch toward Ahi. In response, Ahi crouched and aimed a strike at Wu Tian's abdomen. Observing Ahi's movement, Wu Tian's smile grew brighter. He had fallen into a trap. Leaning back, he ensnared Ahi's arm with his legs, using his strength to send Ahi crashing to the ground. Ahi struggled momentarily, realizing he was firmly restrained by Wu Tian and utterly immobilized. In his youth, Ahi had been quite flexible, effortlessly executing intricate maneuvers. He lifted his leg toward his face, directing it toward Wu Tian. The leg approached rapidly, and if Wu Tian did not release his grip, he would be struck. Reluctantly, Wu Tian relinquished his hold, pressing his body against the ground, while Ahi's legs swept past his nose. Watching the spectacular duel unfold, Wu Taido nodded in satisfaction. His students possessed exceptional talent. Yet Wu Tian and Ahi shone with an extraordinary brilliance, their comprehension surpassing even his own. The future of the world would undoubtedly belong to them, he mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ahi, behold my ultimate technique, Wu Tian declared, unleashing a punch that generated swirling winds directed at Ahi. Observing this move, Wu Taido remarked, Wu Tian has indeed approached the threshold of energy manipulation. Quite impressive. Did you think you alone could unleash your energy? I too possess that capability. Ahe clasped his hands together, forming a beak-like shape, from which a translucent crane's head materialized, shattering the formidable gust of wind generated by Wu Tian's punches. Wu Taidu observed the two combatants below with a sense of satisfaction, remarking to his disciple, if Ahe embodies the unwavering confidence of a soaring crane, then Wu Tian resembles a fierce tiger, just awakening from slumber. The disciples nodded in agreement, but the atmosphere below soon shifted dramatically. Ahe and Wu Tian were engulfed in swirling black energy, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, as they wreaked havoc upon their surroundings. Wu Taidu's figure flickered as he deflected the energy projectiles aimed at his disciples, his hands trembling involuntarily after each deflection. Wu Tian and Ahe unleashed a wave of energy that struck Wu Taidu, propelling him directly into the wall. The two combatants soared into the sky, crashing through the ceiling. Wu Taidu's disciples rushed to extricate him, exclaiming, Master Wu Taidu, what is happening with Wu Tian and Ahe? Before he could respond, an unexpected scene unfolded. A deafening crash reverberated through the area, enveloping it in a cloud of dust as a figure descended from the gaping hole in the roof. Hey. Damaging property incurs a cost, gentlemen, the figure quipped. Wu Taidu's disciples turned their gazes toward Pikachu, the enigmatic newcomer who had seemingly grounded the two formidable fighters. It was remarkable, for they had just witnessed Wu Tian and Ahe defeat their master, albeit through a surprise attack, demonstrating their considerable prowess. Rising from the ground, the duo launched themselves toward Pikachu, unleashing a flurry of rapid assaults that appeared as mere phantoms to the onlookers, moving with astonishing speed. However, the ensuing spectacle left the disciples utterly astounded. Pikachu effortlessly caught both attacks with a single hand, all the while nonchalantly conversing. "Slow down, too slow. This is rather dull," he remarked, summoning a gust of energy that sent the two assailants crashing back into the ground. As Pikachu descended to eliminate the dark seeds of malevolence within them, a surge of black energy emanated from their bodies. Chapter 49. The human-shaped shadow. The black mist gradually coalesced into a humanoid form. Pikachu's expression darkened with rage upon witnessing this apparition, which bore a striking resemblance to Teclis. The misty figure's face was punctuated by two glowing red points for eyes, beneath which lay a gaping, sinister grin that sent shivers down the spine. "Teclis." Pika glared at the humanoid smoke, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him, yearning to obliterate this individual with a single blow. "Humph. Who would have thought that time patrollers would interfere with us?" The humanoid smoke regarded Pika with disdain, and though his expression remained inscrutable, his movements evoked a desire to strike him down. "Kid, considering your acquaintance with me, I shall spare you a complete corpse." In Pikachu's eyes flickered a crimson light. Its fists clenched tightly, uncertain of who would ultimately perish. The dark smoke Tikar, distinguishing itself from Ticarus and smoke Ticarus, shrugged dismissively. "Is that so? Do you really think a clumsy time patroller like you could defeat me? That's preposterous." "Is it?" A moment after the words left his lips, Pikachu stood directly before dark smoke Tikar, its gaze filled with lethal intent. "You know what I despise the most? It is when someone gets this close to me, seeking their own demise." Dark smoke Tikar unleashed a powerful punch towards Pikachu. With a resounding thud, a hand caught the fist, squeezing it until it crumbled into black ash that fell to the ground. Dark smoke Tikar staggered back a step, glancing at his now fistless forearm, somewhat impressed. "Not bad. You've ignited my desire for battle. Few can elicit such a response from me." Observing dark smoke Tikar, Pikachu felt an inexplicable oddity within. His demeanor starkly contrasted with their previous encounter, yet the aura he exuded undeniably belonged to Ticarus. Ignoring dark smoke Tikar's boastful battle declarations, Pikachu accelerated, delivering a relentless barrage of punches. Each strike landed upon dark smoke Tikar, leaving numerous puncture wounds across his form. "Ah!" Dark smoke Tikar cried out in pain, only to glance down at Pikachu with a smug grin. "Heh, that doesn't hurt." He shook his body, the wounds miraculously sealing. In an instant, dark smoke Tikar appeared before Pikachu, raining down punches with the rapidity of a Gatling gun. With each blow, his excitement surged, culminating in a powerful strike that sent Pikachu staggering back several meters. Being knocked back, Pikachu felt an inexplicable thrill course through him, instinctively licking his lips. "Haha, that felt exhilarating. Bring it on." The two resumed their fierce clash, exchanging punches and kicks, their battle transcending the heavens and earth, from lofty peaks to serene lakes. With the vastness of the world serving as their battleground, the disciples of Teitu watched in astonishment, witnessing two beings that defied the realm of human comprehension. On the ground, Wutian had regained consciousness, blinking as he shook his head, sensing a fragment of memory lost. However, upon witnessing the duel above, he was left utterly dumbfounded. "Surely, my method of awakening is flawed. I must have been unconscious for a while," he muttered, closing his eyes and lying back down, only to reopen them a short while later, fixating intensely on the two combatants above. "How powerful!" "Oh, Ahe." Wutian shook his head and noticed Ahi collapsed beside him. After shaking Ahi a few times without eliciting a response, Wutian slapped him thrice across the face, startled awake by the pain. Ahi glared at Wutian and roared in anger. "You scoundrel! Is this how one rouses another?" However, that was of little significance. "Look above." Wutian pointed to the sky, where Pikachu and Tickles hovered. Ahi gazed in the direction Wutian indicated, bewildered. "Who are they?" he wondered, mirroring Wutian's astonishment. Wutian shook his head, equally perplexed. "If they can fly, it suggests they are deities." Quickly, Ahi bowed down. Without hesitation, Wutian knelt, and a still dazed Ahi followed suit, offering a couple of bows. When they stood up, Ahi caught Wutian's stifling laughter. "You rascal, you tricked me," he exclaimed, launching into a playful chase after Wutian. Their fellow disciples looked on in bemusement, all sharing a singular thought. Were these two fools? Boom, boom, boom. Pikachu unleashed a flurry of energy blasts towards the blackened Tickleus. The blasts pierced through Tickleus' smoky form, striking the mountains behind him and creating several craters. Tickleus sneered coldly. After such a prolonged battle, have you not discerned that I am invincible? With that, the wounds on his body healed completely, and he re-engaged Pikachu in battle, each strike more ferocious than the last, forcing Pikachu to retreat repeatedly. What is happening? This fellow's strength seems to be increasing steadily. Pika, taken aback, extended his hand to unleash a ripple of energy from his palm, intercepting the energy blasts emanating from the dark figure. Tika. The lion, too, exerted its full strength. It appeared I had underestimated my opponent. Pika gazed coldly at the shadowy Tika before him. At that moment, the wind was still, and the rain had yet to fall, heralding the impending tempest. A tremendous thunderclap echoed through the heavens, startling the creatures of the mountains, which had only just found tranquility, sending them into a frantic flight. The figure of the warrior, clad in garments aflame with crimson fire, danced wildly in the tempestuous winds. A powerful energy wave erupted from his hands, hurtling towards the shadowy adversary with blinding speed, rendering any attempt at evasion futile as it pierced directly through his form. In the wake of this assault, only a severed head remained, its mouth agape in a chilling expression of terror. How dare he reduce me, the Great One, to naught but a head? Such an affront cannot go unpunished. From the remnants of his neck, tendrils of black smoke began to surge forth, coalescing once again into a new form. The warrior noticed that the shadowy head had dimmed slightly, revealing what appeared to be a dark object within. The previously dense fog surrounding him had obscured it from notice. In an instant, his body reformed, launching itself once more towards the warrior. If that is the case, let us try again. Pika unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles, targeting the advancing dark smoke creature. Unflinching, it charged directly at Pika without a hint of evasion. Pika extended his arms wide, framing his face, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Solar Fist. A blinding light burst forth, engulfing the black smoke creature's eyes, compelling him to shut them tightly. As a sharp pain surged through his head, death-piercing cannon. When he cautiously reopened his eyes, he found Pika's hand transformed into a claw, reaching toward his forehead. As the black smoke creature truly transformed, he beheld Pika holding a black crystal. Please, no. Quickly, return it to me. The black smoke creature exclaimed in panic, fearing that Pika might shatter the crystal in an instant. It seems this object is indeed your core, Pika remarked, and without hesitation, he crushed the crystal, leaving no time for the creature to react. The black smoke creature's form began to distort. His head became disproportionately large, chest diminutive, waist wide. One leg elongated while the other remained short, until he ultimately dissipated into nothingness. You shall pay. My master will avenge me. Upon hearing these words, Pika realized the truth. He was not Tickleus. Instead, he was merely an unknown entity. As Pikachu grasped the scroll, poised to depart, a voice called out from behind, "Wait a moment, young brother." To his surprise, it was the venerable Master Wu Taidu. Could he be inviting me for a meal? Pikachu pondered as he descended to the ground. Greetings, esteemed elder. How may I assist you? He respectfully inquired, embodying the traditional Chinese virtue of honoring the elderly. With a smile, Master Wu Taidu expressed his gratitude. Thank you for rescuing us. I never anticipated you would break the seal. A frown marred his brow, revealing the gravity of his words. Elder, do you possess knowledge of that ominous black mist? Pikachu asked, furrowing his brow in concern. Wu Taidu nodded, turning away to gaze skyward at a 45-degree angle, lost in his memories. At that time, none of us martial artists were able to vanquish it. Meanwhile, Wu Tian and Ah He, who had been absent, returned. Wu Tian rushed to Pikachu's side, wrapping his arms around his neck. My friend, you are truly formidable. Pray, share your training secrets with me. I shall take you to a splendid place tonight, he whispered conspiratorially, his expression mischievous as he raised an eyebrow, wary of prying ears. Pika gazed at Wu Tian with a look of utter disbelief, pondering to himself, indeed, whether in his twilight years or during his youth, he remains as lecherous as ever. Ah He forcefully seized Wu Tian by the collar, pulling him away while incessantly berating him. Observing these two lively characters, Pika couldn't help but chuckle. Wu Taidu looked at the pair with a mixture of disappointment and frustration, exclaiming, You too, I apologize for the spectacle you have presented. Pika shook his head, indicating indifference. Indeed, the bond between the two individuals was remarkably strong. They had grown up together, nurturing a profound relationship. While I held no particular concern for Wu Tian, I noticed that when Wu Taidu mentioned a he, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. It seemed he had already sensed that he would cease to be a friend due to ideological differences with Wu Tian. By the way, old gentleman, what exactly is that creature? The truth about that entity remains elusive to us. In my youth, my teacher received an urgent letter prompting him to leave in haste. When he returned, he was gravely weakened. Upon inquiring about the incident, he told me, "Taido, the future of Earth shall be entrusted to your guardianship." He recounted this while spitting blood, and shortly thereafter, he passed away. The creature, a swirling mass of black mist, had infiltrated the body of a renowned elder in the martial arts community, mimicking all his abilities. That venerable man fought valiantly for an entire day and night, but ultimately succumbed to the escalating power of the black mist. By the time my teacher learned of this tragedy, a week had already elapsed. Many martial artists had perished in their futile struggles against that entity's might. Subsequently, my teacher allied with the remaining 4 martial masters to seal it away in the demon realm. I am not well versed in the events following the sealing, but after laying my teacher's remains to rest, I traversed the world in search of the origins of that being. However, no one seemed to possess knowledge of its origins or intentions. This is the extent of my understanding. As of now, there has been no further news regarding that entity. Wu Taido sighed, reminiscing about that time with great sorrow, for that incident led to the cessation of numerous martial arts on Earth. Thank you for sharing so much, Pika remarked, astonished that this entity was linked to the demon realm sealed on Earth. Few could traverse freely between Earth and the demon realm, with only Tova and Mira, who originally hailed from the demon realm, sharing some similarities. In the early stages of the game, it was they who manipulated history, hence Pika directed all suspicions towards them. By the way, if you have time, join us for dinner tonight as a token of our gratitude, Wu Taido sincerely suggested. In that case, I shall humbly accept your invitation. As dusk fell, Wu Taido's disciples busied themselves, wisps of smoke curling upwards, reflecting the setting sun as it cast a tranquil glow over the closing gate, with faint traces of cooking smoke rising. Outside the forest, the sounds of chickens and dogs echoed, creating a serene atmosphere. In this poem, Master Wu Taido sits in the main seat, while Pikachu occupies the guest position. Below them, Wu Taido's disciples partake in their meal, embodying the principle of silence during dining. They consume their food without uttering a single sound, with the only noise being the gentle clinking of chopsticks against bowls. Wu Taido places his rice bowl on the table, smiling at Pikachu as he speaks. "My young friend, have you recently felt an urge to engage in a conflict?" "Indeed," Pikachu replies, "I cannot quite fathom why, but I have been harboring a desire to brawl. I initially thought it was due to my lineage, yet recently, it seems my temper has grown increasingly violent." After a moment of contemplation regarding his current disposition, he continues, "For some reason, I find myself irritable towards everyone, with an overwhelming inclination to fight." Simultaneously, he admires the elderly gentleman, for though the aura surrounding him is not particularly strong, the presence he exudes is the most formidable he has ever encountered, surpassing even that of Trunks. This presence is not merely a result of one's strength. Otherwise, Trunks would not only evoke a sense of power, but also a feeling of pressure. Every time Pikachu converses with Wu Taido, he feels an oppressive force bearing down upon him. "Old sir, do you have any insight into the cause?" Pikachu inquires. Wu Taido closes his eyes and utters 3 words that leave Pikachu astounded. "Cultivating madness." "What?" Pikachu exclaims, rising abruptly. He understands that in martial arts literature, one may succumb to madness due to improper training or nefarious intentions, yet he wonders how he, merely engaged in physical training, could fall into such a state. He is utterly perplexed. "Then, when did you begin your training?" "Approximately several months ago," he admits, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "At that time, I possessed immense power but lacked the knowledge of how to wield it. It's quite humiliating to admit." He recalls that his combat prowess had exceeded 1,000. Yet he was still bested by Trunks, whose suppressed strength lingered around that mark. "What? How is that possible? Indeed, are you deceiving us?" "Several months ago." "Who were you trying to fool?" Wu Taido's disciples rise in anger, pointing at Pikachu. Hearing his disciples' words, Wu Taido's expression darkens as he sternly commands, "Silence. Who permitted you to speak thus?" "My young friend's words hold truth. I can sense it." At Wu Taido's commanding voice, his disciples obediently take their seats. Even Wu Tian gazes at Pikachu in astonishment. He had always believed he possessed remarkable talent, yet he had not anticipated that another's aptitude could surpass it so significantly. They had assumed Pikachu to be an elderly gentleman with well-maintained skin, only to discover he is surprisingly youthful. My young friend, Wu Tai Do continues. Your sudden surge in strength has outpaced your mental cultivation, leading to this madness. If you do not mind, perhaps you could stay with me for a while, and I shall impart knowledge on the cultivation of the mind. Pika nodded in appreciation, expressing gratitude to the elder. After dinner, he followed Wu Taidu into his training chamber, which was adorned with simplicity, a mat and a few wooden dummies, suggesting these were his means of cultivation. Wu Taidu gestured for Pika to sit on the mat. Once seated cross-legged, Pika closed his eyes and sought to quiet his mind, delving deep within himself. Do you perceive a void of darkness? Wu Taidu inquired. Naturally, closing one's eyes resulted in an abyss of blackness, yet Pika adhered to Wu Taidu's guidance, striving for tranquility. In this dark expanse, is there not a glimmer of light before you? Move towards it. Indeed, Pika discerned a scintilla of light amidst the inky shadows. It was remarkably near, prompting him to approach it. Suddenly, a blinding radiance engulfed him, inducing a momentary sensation of blindness. He rubbed his eyes to alleviate the discomfort. Ah, greetings, Pika. Welcome to my world. A familiar voice resonated behind him. Turning, he was taken aback to find a strikingly identical figure. Same form, same appearance, yet exuding an aura of madness. Haha, I have often pondered when you would finally meet me. I never anticipated it would be so soon. He cackled maniacally. Who are you? Pika stammered, bewildered. You inquire about my identity? Indeed, who am I? Ever since you usurped my body, I have ceased to be myself, he retorted, leaving Pika in stunned silence. Was this individual the original host? What's with that foolish expression? Are you frightened? Ha. The self-proclaimed original host laughed heartily. You are truly entertaining. He grasped Pika's shoulders, chuckling, before his demeanor turned icy as he glared at Pika. You have so utterly disgraced this body. With your feeble strength, unable even to defeat that pathetic member of the Frisia clan. What, pray tell, can you accomplish? Pika found himself overwhelmed by the murderous aura emanating from him, sinking down onto the ground in a daze, staring blankly. Shut up, he bellowed in anger, recalling the days when he was invincible across the world. With arms outstretched, he expressed his fury, deeply dissatisfied with Pika's abilities. With a forceful stamp beside Pika, he pointed menacingly, declaring, You are squandering my body, do you understand? Were you just about to say that my strength pales in comparison to his, and that you've done your best? Is that right? He landed a punch squarely on Pika's face, his cold gaze fixed on him as the impact left Pika's cheek swollen. I was once hundreds of times stronger than you. Do you comprehend? Hundreds of times, how could that be? Pika's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Could he potentially transform into a Super Saiyan? What truly infuriates me is not your defeat to that worthless Frisia, but the fact that you allowed yourself to be pursued and beaten, incapable even of fleeing. It is a disgrace to my name. He regarded Pika with contempt, his gaze akin to that of one observing mere ants. Pika struggled to rise, delivering a powerful punch to his assailant's face, sending him staggering back several paces. Yes, I am weak, but I have tirelessly honed my skills, evolving from a mere combat power of 1,200 to a staggering several 100,000. It has hardly been a year. Pika shouted in fury, his heart ablaze with indignation at being so contemptuously regarded. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his opponent regarded him with a hint of admiration. I expected you would not resist. Well done. You possess a modicum of worthiness now, but it is still insufficient. With that, he extended his hand, radiating a brilliant azure light. Let go of me, Pika exclaimed, but he too was ensnared by this luminous force, rendered immobile. With a resounding thud, a fist struck Pika's abdomen. You possess just enough merit, but it remains inadequate. Another blow landed. You should understand that a Scion's strength is derived from their rage. With each subsequent punch, he thundered, I want you to embrace your fury. Do you hear me? Only through rage can we transcend and become superior to all. Gripping Pika by the hair, he forcefully slammed his head against the ground, shattering the floor beneath them, blood splattering in all directions. In this realm, you shall not perish. But the agony will persist. A manic grin spread across his face as he repeatedly smashed Pika's head into the ground, his visage drenched in blood. The lunacy reflected in his smile, sending chills down the spine of any onlooker. Pika was overwhelmed by an excruciating pain that permeated his entire being, rendering him utterly incapacitated. He lacked even the strength to move a single finger. A profound weariness enveloped him, and a desire for slumber beckoned him. Why, oh why did he feel this way? Could it be that he had truly become so feeble? This was the last thought that crossed his mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing the now unconscious Pika, Wu Taidu curled his lips in disdain, muttering to himself about how quickly he had fainted. He had intended to offer guidance, to impart the understanding that only fury could pave the path to true power. As Wu Taidu gazed at Pika, whose body flickered with golden and black flames, he was astounded by the sheer strength that emanated from this young man. His current aura surpassed even that which he had displayed during the battle with the Black Mist. Gradually, Pika opened his eyes and realized that the pain had vanished. His injuries had completely healed. Upon lifting his gaze, he found that man sipping tea, taking measured sips. "You're awake. Come here," he said in a tone that was unremarkable, yet carried an unmistakable air of authority that compelled obedience. Pika rose to his feet and approached him, sitting down as he gestured with a finger. Behind Pika appeared an armchair, into which he plopped himself down, sipping a cup of tea while casting a cold, silent gaze in his direction. "Oh, come now, don't look at me like that. It makes me shy." He waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, Pika sprayed tea everywhere, and before he knew it, a fan materialized in his hand, blocking the deluge. "Is this fellow suffering from a split personality?" Pika mused maliciously. "Are you wondering if I'm insane? Rest assured, I am not mentally unhinged," he replied with a hint of desolation in his tone. He looked up at the sky and remarked meaningfully, "If you remain here as long as I have, you too will change, just as I did. Initially, I was filled with rage at being imprisoned, seeking to destroy everything in my path in an effort to escape. However, I soon realized that I was not held captive by others, but rather that my own body had been stripped away, leaving me to exist in this mental space, stifled and confined. I've discovered that your mind is filled with peculiar thoughts, much like this." He pointed to the tea and addressed Pika. "Isn't this what you call tea? Your mind is still an enigma to me. All I know is that you were once an utter failure, the epitome of ineptitude, far weaker than even the lowest tier of fighters. Are you familiar with the term weakling?" Pika exclaimed in astonishment, recalling that in Dragon Ball, only Raditz had ever mentioned a power level below 5. "You mean weakling? That's a term from your own mind. I found it quite amusing, so I used it." He chuckled lightly. "Do you know why your strength has been able to increase so rapidly?" he inquired casually. "Why? Even without training, your power will gradually enhance. This body belongs to me, after all. Back in the day. No need to dwell on past glories. A wise man does not boast of his former strength. That's a good saying. Isn't it?" He gazed at the sky, his demeanor now serene and far less ferocious than before. "Who exactly are you?" Pika asked, bewildered. "Me? I am nameless and faceless. You may call me Nameless," he replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up at the heavens at a 45-degree angle. Chapter 52. The invasion approaches in the early morning. As all of creation began to awaken, the sun peered out. "Awake at last," Master Wutai said kindly. Pika nodded thoughtfully, reminiscing about the words spoken at their parting. "Let us meet again when you truly believe you can defeat me," he had said, leaving Pika somewhat perplexed. "My young friend, how do you feel?" Pika bowed deeply to Master Wu, expressing profound gratitude. "Thank you so much, Master Wu. I have gained so much this time. I truly appreciate it." "Do not thank me," replied Master Wu with an air of mastery and grace. "Your innate talent is remarkable, and I firmly believe that one day you will ascend to the pinnacle of the world, gazing down upon all beings. However, I hope you will not wield your power to harm others." Master Wu exuded a sense of grandeur and elegance. "Indeed, I understand." As Pika stepped out of the door, he happened upon Wu Tian, who promptly wrapped an arm around Pika's neck. "Wow, you truly had an extensive slumber. It has been an entire month. I am quite impressed." "What? A month?" Pika exclaimed in astonishment, his tone laced with disbelief. He was genuinely taken aback by Wu Tian's words, wondering how one could manage to sleep for an entire month without perishing. Wu Tian gazed at Pika in confusion. "Are you truly unaware?" Pika nodded, indicating his complete ignorance. It truly baffles me how you cultivate your skills. You, much like our teacher, can simply slumber for a month or two, and upon awakening, your entire demeanor undergoes a remarkable transformation. Just take a look at yourself now. Do you not feel invigorated?" Upon hearing his words, Pika truly realized the profound transformation within himself. Previously, he often experienced a sense of restlessness, but now, astonishingly, that feeling had vanished. Instead, he found himself enveloped in a remarkable sense of comfort. This feeling is simply exquisite, Pika remarked involuntarily. Feel. What is that? Wu Tian inquired, a look of innocent curiosity adorning his face. Pika waved his hand dismissively, remarking that it was merely a figure of speech, yet it brought him great satisfaction. Little did Pika realize that his casual remark would be exploited by Wu Tian to deceive young ladies. After having breakfast, Pika bid farewell to Wu Tai Do and the others, returning home directly. Teacher, what kind of trick is this? It seems they vanished into thin air, Wu Tian inquired. His companion, he eagerly gazing at Wu Tai Do, hoping for an explanation. Wu Tai Do shook his head, admonishing them not to linger, and asked if they had completed their assignments. If not, you ought to attend to them promptly. His disciples scattered in haste. Within the time nest, Pika entrusted the book of endings and beginnings to Trunks. Pika, you have done remarkably well this time. Trunks complimented him with a smile. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, fissures appearing in the floor of the chamber of time. Both Pika and Trunks dashed outside, eager to uncover the source of the disturbance. Pika, you investigate what has transpired. I shall summon the Lord of the Time Realm, Trunks urged, his expression fraught with anxiety, fearing for the well-being of the Time Lord. There's no need for that, Trunks. You and Pika should ascertain what has happened. I possess an unsettling premonition, the Time Lord interjected, appearing suddenly behind Pika and Trunks, pale and weary, leaning heavily on her staff. Upon seeing the weakened Time Lord, Trunks instinctively rushed to offer his support. Go quickly, the Time Lord commanded with urgency, her voice strained. With a resolute nod, Trunks grasped Pika's hand, and they sprinted away. The Time Nest was a uniquely isolated realm, rendering the events unfolding outside invisible to those within. Only the Time Patrollers could enter. What? At that moment, several colossal spacecraft hovered above the city of Time, accompanied by numerous smaller fighter ships, all assaulting the city. Crumbling buildings collapsed onto the streets, lasers targeted the panicking crowd, while some individuals laughed maniacally in the air. Witnessing the onslaught, Pika's heart raced with dread. Oh no, Lucia, Selena, and everyone else, please, do not come to harm. Pika soared into the sky in search of them. Along the way, he encountered numerous fleeing citizens, as well as many extraterrestrial beings that did not belong to this realm. With each passing moment, Pika defeated one foe after another, managing to rescue each person he recognized. A little girl, clutching a lollipop, was weeping inconsolably. Shower. Pika descended swiftly to the ground, shattering the colossal boulders that threatened Shower, and tenderly scooped her into his embrace. Pika anxiously inquired, Shower, where are your parents? As he gazed at the weeping Shower in his arms, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart, and he was struck by a disheartening thought. My father and mother, they are both gone, she sobbed. Pika gently caressed Shower's head, his heart heavy with sorrow. Although Philly was not one to speak much, his warmth and kindness were undeniable. Ever since Pico arrived, Philly had been the most caring towards him. Shower, rest assured that Uncle will take good care of you from now on. Just close your eyes and sleep for a while. The white light blossoming from Pika's hand is a power he comprehended upon emerging from the mental realm, capable of instilling tranquility within one's heart. Before long, Xiao fell into a peaceful slumber. Pika, with bloodshot eyes, fixed his gaze intensely upon the sky. You scoundrels! I shall never let you escape. Pika, filled with indignation, began searching for Selena and Lucia. He spotted Lucia and her brother near a spaceship, directing the crowd into the escape vessels. Lucia. Pika approached her, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Lucia shook her head, sorrow enveloping her as she gazed at the dwindling populace. I'm fine, she said, though tears cascaded down her cheeks as she buried her face in Pika's chest. She had always been a resilient girl, yet today, her loved ones sacrificed their lives to save them. Brother Pika, be wary of the Frisia clan. This chaos was instigated by them, Alex declared furiously, his eyes ablaze with rage. Indeed, no member of the Frisia clan harbored any good intentions. You audacious brat. How dare you speak ill of our king's clan? You're courting death. A soldier, resembling a dog-headed creature and clad in battle attire, sneered at Alex, firing a laser beam from his weapon. In a swift motion, Alex evaded and struck from behind, severing the soldier's head. Simultaneously, Trunks fought valiantly against the invading foes, cleaving them in two with each swing of his sword. Many time-space patrollers stationed in the City of Time joined Trunks in the fray. However, they were outnumbered, and numerous patrollers fell to the enemy, leaving only the most formidable warriors standing. A figure gradually materialized beside Trunks. With a sudden jolt, Trunks stared blankly at the silhouette. Why would you do this? He questioned, as golden flames enveloped him, crackling with electricity. This was the Super Saiyan 2. The aura surged forth, repelling the assailant. Chapter 53, Super Saiyan 3 Trunks. Moments later, Pika gathered all those he knew and led them to the nest of time, instructing them. Listen closely. Do not concern yourselves with the outside chaos. Remain here quietly. Higher-tier time patrollers are defending outside. Pika gazed affectionately at the slumbering Xiaoer, gently stroking her head. Lucia, I entrust her to you, he declared before soaring into the fray. Outside, chaos reigned, with countless scenes of separation and despair. A surge of anger welled up within him. These scoundrels! Pika gritted his teeth, directing a powerful punch at an alien mercilessly slaughtering a young girl. Flee! There is a teleportation zone ahead. Once you reach it, someone will guide you to safety. Alas, the city of time may not endure beyond today, Pika lamented, feeling a deep sorrow. Though his stay here was brief, he had already come to regard it as home, a place devoid of treachery and deceit, where most people were straightforward and sincere. Thank you, big brother. As he observed the little girl's retreating figure, Pika clenched his fists. I shall not forgive you. He unleashed the tenfold Kaioken. A crimson meteor streaked through the ranks of invaders, each blow claiming an enemy, each kick vanquishing a villain. Pika howled to the heavens, his aura swelling with renewed vigor. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable, he muttered incessantly. With every step, he felled an adversary, embodying the essence of killing one in 10 steps. Leaving no trace after 1,000 miles as his fury surged. Amidst the fiery red aura, strands of golden energy flickered around him. TSK, 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 it's you again. Foul monkey. Pika turned his gaze towards the sound, spotting a figure clad entirely in white high above, adorned with patches of purple at the crown of the head, shoulders, wrists, and ankles. Pika squinted, his gaze brimming with lethal intent as he stared at him, utterly astonished to discover it was you, Frisia. Frisia feigned helplessness with a casual shrug, yet his eyes radiated disdain. Indeed. My father has tasked me with uncovering the identity of the one who has slain so many of our subordinates, and, if possible, to eliminate him. If you possess the capability, then do try. The crimson aura surrounding Pika surged once more, and with a cataclysmic force, he unleashed a punch, enveloped in fiery flames, resonating with overwhelming might. Humph! Even the glow of a firefly dares to shine, Frisia remarked with scorn, reaching out to intercept the blow. Yet, what he envisioned was but a beautiful fantasy. The harshness of reality was unforgiving. He was sent flying by Pika's formidable strike. Pika clenched his fist, scoffing, pathetic. He resumed his efforts to eliminate the surrounding minions, aiding the residents of the City of Time in their escape. Flika, hurled high into the air, glared furiously at Pika below, his entire body trembling with rage. You wretched monkey, I shall not forgive you for casting me aside like this. You will pay for this insult. With a surge of power, Flika unleashed his full strength, his muscles swelling dramatically, exuding an overwhelming aura. My combat power now reaches 3 million. Annihilating you will be effortless. He transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards Pika. Here we go again. Just a pesky insect, Pika remarked, turning to deliver a punch into the sky. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, generating a fierce shockwave that scattered all nearby minions and even caused the ground to buckle beneath them. Pika exerted himself with vigor, propelling Frika outward. Frika somersaulted twice before landing on the ground, staring blankly at him, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. How could this wretched monkey possibly defeat me? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Pika cast a glance at him, remarking that while the times advance, he remains stagnant. A weakling is but a weakling, utterly defenseless. What did you call me, foul monkey? Weakling, Frisia let out a furious roar, a purple aura erupting from his body, his eyes blazing crimson as he charged toward Pika. Truly, do all members of the Frisia clan not comprehend the wisdom of retreating in the face of insurmountable odds? Pika effortlessly intercepted every punch and kick directed at him. No more games. With a swift kick to Frika's abdomen, he extended a hand, gathering a radiant orb of azure light above it. Perish! The energy wave surged towards Frika. A shadowy figure attempted to seize Frika, intending to whisk him away. But the proximity between Pika and Frika was too great. There was no time. Just as the figure grasped Frika, Pika's energy wave detonated, severing Frika's lower body, leaving only his feet writhing in place. Attempting to flee? Humph. If I still wish to escape, then what am I even doing here? With both hands converged in a floral embrace, Pika positioned them at his waist, his aura surging to its zenith. A deathly energy pervaded the air. A cerulean and white wave of ki surged toward the figures above. Observing the approaching force, one silhouette turned to Frika and uttered, "I am truly sorry, young master." With every ounce of strength, he hurled Frika toward their spacecraft, curling his body into a tight ball. The explosive ki wave pierced through him, soaring into the heavens behind him. Pika gazed at the shadowy figure before him, his tone imbued with a hint of reverence. Alas, a loyal individual caught in the disgraceful web of such a family. Meanwhile, Trunks, engaged in a fierce battle, found himself struggling significantly. "Why did you betray the Time City?" "Why?" Pika coldly addressed the Namekian before him. The Namekian, with a serene smile, regarded Trunks and mused, "Why? Indeed, why? Here I am, a proud warrior of the Namekian race, reduced to the status of a mere healer. Have you lost your mind? Am I truly so feeble? I refuse to accept your choice." His face contorted with madness. "And it is for this reason that you have betrayed the Time City and the Namekian people." The Namekian nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is precisely because of this that I have harbored resentment for so long. A healing Namekian can join the ranks of the Time Patrollers, yet I, with my diverse abilities, am denied that privilege. Thus, I forged an alliance with the Frisia clan to obliterate the Time City." "How utterly ridiculous!" Trunks trembled with rage. "You have sullied the proud name of the Namekian race." With that, he rushed towards the Namekian, sword in hand, and in a swift motion, the blade sliced through, reducing the Namekian to countless fragments. Astonishingly, not a drop of blood stained Trunks' shoulder. He surveyed the surrounding individuals with a cold glare. "You too have betrayed the Time City. Unforgivable." As he spoke, his hair began to lengthen gradually, his eyebrows vanished, and the brow bone lowered slightly, while the electric energy surrounding him intensified. The force emanating from him buffeted the crowd, compelling them to unleash their own energy to withstand the onslaught. In a flash of golden light, Trunks' hair cascaded down to his waist, his icy gaze fixed upon them. Pika was indeed correct. Those who court danger shall meet their demise. Chapter 54. Super Saiyan 3 versus Super Saiyan 3 transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Trunks coldly surveyed the gathered individuals. "You all deserve to die?" With that, he became a streak of light, passing through their bodies in an instant. The actions of drawing, striking, and sheathing his sword were executed in seamless harmony, resulting in the swift decapitation of his foes. "It has been quite some time, Trunks, yet your strength remains formidable." A voice came from behind. Trunks turned his icy gaze towards the source. "Tekaris, so it is you. Indeed, you harbor the deepest grudge against the Time City." "We were in the wrong back then." Tekaris squinted at Trunks, responding coldly, "Apologies are futile. If they were effective, what need would there be for law enforcement? I understand you still hold resentment towards us. They have perished, yet does that not alleviate the hatred in your heart? Ha, they are dead. Can the deaths of my family bring them back to life? Tell me." Tikaris roared at Trunks, his expression twisted with rage. "It appears we have nothing left to discuss. Let the battle commence." Trunks unsheathed the sword at his back, his eyes blazing with the spirit of combat as he faced Tikaris. "Just as I had hoped. It has been far too long since we last fought, and my hands are itching for action." With that, Tikaris was enveloped in a swirling golden aura, his hair extending backwards as he transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. The two warriors clashed with a brilliant flash, their fists colliding with earth-shattering force. "It is astonishing that, as the leader of the Time Patrol, you have not lost your prowess. I am equally surprised. I never imagined that in our time apart, you would have attained Super Saiyan 3. Ha, you are unaware of many things." Tikaris brought his hands together, thumbs touching, fingers aligned, creating a void between his palms. He placed his hands by his mouth and shouted, unleashing a ki blast with a diameter of 1 meter. In response, Trunks sliced through the energy sphere with a swift stroke of his sword, charging at Tikaris. He unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, forcing Tikaris to retreat. Tikaris, gathering energy between his index and middle fingers, formed a ki sword to engage in a duel of swordsmanship. "Your swordsmanship remains as fierce as ever. I can barely keep up." Tikaris chuckled wickedly. Trunks swiftly traced a Z shape in the air, his blade wreathed in golden energy, the Z trajectory hurtling toward Tikaris. Realizing he could not withstand this attack, Tycharis formed key swords in both hands and skillfully deflected the Z-blade. As he diverted the energy sword, Trunks accelerated, appearing at his side to deliver a decisive strike. This technique, known as one sword's light cold as the 14 provinces, was about to cleave through Tycharis' neck when he executed a swift backward roll. The sword narrowly missed decapitating him, instead severing a lock of his hair. Haha, that was a close call. My skills have proven formidable. Otherwise, you might have truly slain me with that blow. Tycharis grinned at Trunks, breathing heavily. Trunks felt the blood from his wounds flowing more freely. What's wrong, Trunks? Are you unable to continue? I told you it's time to retire. If you can't endure such minor injuries, how can you aspire to be a boss? Tycharis taunted him. With a gradually paler complexion, Trunks met his gaze and replied coolly. You needn't concern yourself. Killing you is still an effortless task. Is that so? How arrogant. Tycharis unleashed a barrage of punches towards Trunks, each strike capable of piercing the heavens, each kick powerful enough to shatter the very earth. It was a true testament to the adage that gods would be vanquished by gods, Buddhas by Buddhas, and demons by demons. Trunks exerted every ounce of his strength to evade the onslaught, but with every large movement, fresh blood erupted from his wounds. There, Trunks noticed a vulnerability in Tycharis' left shoulder. He seized the opportunity and delivered a blow that sent Tycharis staggering back. Without hesitation, Trunks followed up with a relentless flurry of punches and kicks. Tycharis curled into a defensive posture, shielding his head with his arms. Trunks extended his right hand, pulling at the air, and streams of blue energy surged from his grasp, gradually merging and expanding. In a matter of moments, a colossal blue dragon's head materialized upon Trunks' right fist. Dragon Fist. A magnificent blue dragon erupted from Trunks' hand, soaring towards Tycharis with devastating force. What? Tycharis gazed in astonishment at the approaching blue dragon, his heart racing with disbelief. He had never anticipated that Trunks, who seemed to be teetering on the brink of death, possessed such formidable power. He ascended rapidly into the sky, yet the dragon pursued him relentlessly, as if it were fated to do so. In a moment of desperation, he retrieved a small vial filled with a dark liquid from his pocket and consumed it in one swift motion. His muscles swelled dramatically, only to contract almost instantaneously. Yet his aura surged to unprecedented levels. Channeling the black energy swirling around his right fist, he struck the blue dragon with a ferocious punch. With a resounding explosion, the blue dragon disintegrated, vanishing into thin air. Trunks stared in disbelief, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. This punch represented his utmost effort, and failure would signify his defeat. His golden hair gradually receded, transforming into a soft lavender hue, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. You made me consume a vial of world tree essence, which is exceedingly rare. Tycharis seethed, glaring at him. Is that so? Trunks gasped, his body swaying perilously, on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Piccolo, engaged in dispatching minor adversaries, caught sight of the majestic blue dragon ascending, astounded that someone could counter such a move. Unable to contain his curiosity, he soared towards the spectacle. Tycharis, observing the fatigued Trunks, remarked coolly, Trunks, it is over. Indeed, it is time to conclude, Trunks murmured, gazing skyward, his eyes brimming with a longing for the future. The flame of hope within him had not yet extinguished. He remained filled with anticipation for a brighter tomorrow. In a swift motion, Tycharis plunged his fist through Trunks' heart. Trunks' pupils dilated, and he coughed up a torrent of blood as he plummeted downward. Witnessing this devastating scene, Piccolo's heart surged with fury as he glared at Tycharis in the sky. Trunks. With a mighty roar, Piccolo caught the descending Trunks. Gazing upon the being who had saved him, Trunks, on the brink of death, weakly uttered, Piccolo, I. Yet, Piccolo fell silent, producing a senzu bean, intending to place it into Trunks' mouth. Alas, Trunks had already succumbed to the void. The senzu bean would yield no effect. Trunks. Pika let out a furious roar, a surge of golden aura enveloping him, and his hair began to turn yellow. This young man. Tycharis was taken aback. He had encountered this individual before. And to think that in such a short span, he had already attained this level of power. This cannot be allowed to continue. The budding threat must be eradicated in its infancy. Tycharis rushed to Pika's side and swung a punch at him. Bang! A man clad in battle attire appeared beside them, intercepting Tycharis' blow, and shouted at Pika, hurry and flee for your life. The man's golden hair cascaded down to his waist, and the dense currents of electricity surrounding him indicated that he too was a Super Saiyan 3. "You are." The man glanced at Pika and said, "I am Miller." Chapter 55, The Destruction of Time City, Arrival on Earth. The Scion named Miller engaged in battle with Techalus. Their punches exchanged at such speed that Pika could hardly discern them, moving as swiftly as lightning. Pika cradled Trunks' lifeless body as he rushed towards the time nest. "Hurry." Pika felt a surge of urgency within. The battlefield had devolved into a lopsided affair, with the invaders having eliminated the majority of the time patrollers. Only a handful remained, valiantly fighting against overwhelming odds. Pika yearned to join those brave souls in their relentless struggle. However, Trunks' words instilled a sense of calm within him. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late, even if it takes a decade. As Piccolo stepped into the gateway of light, the Time Kaioshin raised her staff, unleashing a beam of pink radiance that caused the portal to vanish instantaneously. The Time Kaioshin gazed upon the lifeless form of Trunks. Her heart shattered with grief. In her fury, she lamented the diminishing of her divine power, retaining only a fragment of energy sufficient to ensure the escape of those present from this desolate realm. Pika solemnly cradled Trunks as he approached the Kaioshin of time, uttering words of condolence. "Death is irreversible. May you find solace in change." He would not wish for you to be despondent because of him. Despite her usual carefree demeanor, the Kaioshin of time, who often disregarded the dignity of her divine status and the image of a lady, now knelt beside Trunks. Her mind flooded with shared memories of their time together. She was the master of the time nest, a being of considerable rank and esteem within the cosmos. Despite her unassuming appearance, with a determined expression, she wiped away her tears and declared, "Indeed, he would not want me to be like this. I must remain strong. After all, I am the Kaioshin of time." Even as she spoke, tears glimmered at the corners of her eyes. Outside, the chaos of battle raged on. Yet it had not yet encroached upon the sacred space. A fraction of the inhabitants of the Time City had managed to escape, leaving behind the majority of warriors who continued to fight valiantly. The Kaioshin of time produced a staff and addressed Pika. "I hope you can lend me your strength. My divine power is insufficient to bring the remaining individuals to safety." "Of course, what must I do?" Pika inquired with a nod. "Simply place your hand upon my shoulder and channel your energy into me. I will convert it into the divine power needed for the task at hand." Pika lifted his head, a sphere of golden energy coalescing in his hand, resting upon the shoulder of the god of time, infusing her with his essence. A hum resonated as the staff radiated a crimson glow, while Pika himself emanated a golden light. This brilliance was not imbued with the fervor of battle, but rather exuded a serene energy flowing into the god of time, whose pink luminescence intensified. With a mighty swing, the staff cleaved downward, and a rift in space materialized, not merely a tear, but a vibrant expanse of pink from which numerous streams of energy surged forth, racing toward the now-vanished portal. The crystal orb atop the staff displayed the ongoing struggle between the time patrols and the invaders, enveloped in pink light, disappearing within this realm. Breathless, the god of time leaned heavily upon her staff, her visage as pale as that of a lifeless corpse, devoid of color. Upon witnessing the dire state of the Time King, Picard felt a surge of concern. "Are you all right?" he inquired. The Time King shook his head and produced a scroll from behind him, its surface shimmering with an ominous black light. He handed the scroll to Picard, revealing that the timeline contained within had been utterly obliterated. "What?" Picard exclaimed in astonishment. Logically, such a timeline should not have been destroyed, with so many time patrollers dispatched. Restoration was surely within reach. Yet, it was not the work of those who intentionally disrupt time, but rather a consequence of their own actions. This timeline was thus referred to as the No Man's Land, a place that few were willing to oversee. "We must hasten to this location," the Time King urged Picard anxiously. "These individuals are the very foundation upon which the future Time City will be rebuilt." "Understood," replied Picard, as he surveyed his surroundings, committing every detail to memory. Silently, he vowed to himself, "I shall undoubtedly return." Pika infused the last remnants of his strength into the scroll, enveloping everyone in a shroud of black light. In an instant, they vanished from this realm, and upon their departure, the absence of the time deity's divine power caused the space to disintegrate into dust, forever lost to existence. A stream of luminescence descended upon a desolate celestial body. It could scarcely be deemed a planet, for it was merely a satellite. Before Pika lay a cerulean orb, Earth. "Is this the moon?" Pika queried, gazing at the azure sphere with a hint of trepidation. Indeed, this is the moon, and that distant planet is our intended destination. I trust you are all quite familiar with it. The time deity spoke in a weakened tone. Sister, what is this? It's so beautiful, Xiao exclaimed, awakening and pointing towards the pink, translucent dome. Pika approached Xiao and gently patted her head, pointing towards the earth with affection. Xiao, do you find that planet beautiful? Following Pika's finger, Xiao clapped her hands joyfully and exclaimed, It's so beautiful, truly magnificent. Uncle, are we going to that planet? I wish my father and mother could accompany me as well. Yet, the mere thought of her parents brought tears to Xiao's eyes once more. The pickup truck gently cradled Xiao from Lucia's arms. Rest assured, your father is watching over you from heaven. He would not wish for you to endure a sorrowful existence. As long as you find joy, your father will also be at peace. Xiao nodded, wiping away the tears from her face. With unwavering strength, she declared, Xiao will not cry. I do not want my father to be sad. I must be strong. Pika, with a smile, gently patted her head, affirming, Yes, that is much better. He glanced at the earth, which was now within reach. How can we possibly get there? The Supreme Kai of Time is nearing the limit of his energy shield's capacity. What shall we do? Anxiously pondering solutions, he remained uncertain about the current state of technological advancement on Earth. At that moment, Alex addressed the group. Look over there. What is that? Everyone followed the direction of his pointed finger. Is that a spaceship? Pika inquired in bewilderment, having been accustomed to all forms of advanced technology in this world, yet struggling to comprehend that this seemingly inferior object was indeed a spacecraft. Selena waved at the vessel, but it ignored her completely, much to her frustration. The Supreme Kai of Time spoke up. There's no need for such complications. Although I have lost my divine power, I still possess enough energy for a single instantaneous movement. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had me worried for nothing, Pika internally grumbled. Everyone, gather around me. The group quickly huddled together, linking hands. Whoosh. Chapter 56. I am a scion. The landscape was teeming with dense vegetation, inhabited by a myriad of creatures, including dinosaurs, pterosaurs, mammoths, and various other ancient beings. Wow. Uncle Pika, there are so many animals here. Xiao exclaimed excitedly, clapping her small hands. Pika nodded and gazed affectionately at Xiao, saying, When the day comes, Uncle will raise a few for you, but you must behave well to earn it. What shall we do in this unfamiliar place where we reside? Selena inquired. A faint smile graced the corners of Pika's lips. As long as this place was familiar to me, we would certainly find a dwelling. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he soared into the sky, standing amidst the powerful aura of this world. Why does the south emanate three distinct energies, with one suppressing the other two? What could this mean? Those two auras feel remarkably familiar. Pika gazed intently towards the source of the sensation. Alas, there were multiple locations emanating a violent aura, which abruptly vanished. What could this mean? Pika ceased to ponder further and soared towards that direction, feeling an inexplicable familiarity that he felt he should recognize, yet could not recall. The pickup truck surged forth at its maximum horsepower, racing towards that direction. What? A surge of energy erupted, while the other two completely vanished. Piccolo paused. As realization dawned upon him, he had come to understand the gravity of the situation. This marked a pivotal moment in the narrative of Dragon Ball Z. The tragic event of Goku's demise and the subsequent arrival of Raditz. Piccolo stood silently in the air, gazing in a particular direction, harboring a sense of respect for Goku's spirit. Were he in a similar position, he would undoubtedly refuse to sacrifice his life for the sake of Earth. Suddenly, a green figure darted before Piccolo, bearing numerous scars. Upon seeing Piccolo, it exclaimed, Who are you? This world belongs to me. Depart at once. Piccolo observed the newcomer with caution. He had sensed a formidable energy approaching ever since their battle with Raditz. Is that a scion? Piccolo gasped, astonished at the sight of the tail behind Piccolo. The tail had sprouted long ago, even before he purchased a house. Otherwise, he would have certainly masqueraded as a human to participate in the eating contest. Piccolo glared coldly at the scion, yet within him surged tumultuous waves of emotion. Another scion had arrived, having already driven one away. How many more must come before the inhabitants of this world could find peace? Wait, hadn't Raditz mentioned that his companions would arrive in the universe? How could they be here so soon? Just as the scion prepared to greet him, Piccolo, believing in the advantage of a preemptive strike, launched an attack against him. By the heavens, this fellow is certainly unpredictable. Pika defended against his assailants' relentless strikes, each block sending waves of pain coursing through his muscles. In the City of Time, the after-effects of his recently executed King's punch still lingered, compounded by the fact that his hasty escape had depleted most of his energy. Now, with scarcely a fraction of his strength remaining, he found himself under the onslaught of this formidable foe. "Hey, do you always attack without listening to others?" Pika exclaimed, yet Piccolo remained unfazed, delivering punches in rapid succession. Piccolo's astonishment grew. Although injured, he couldn't believe he was unable to land a single blow on this individual. Demonic flash. He unleashed a colossal energy wave toward Pika, having no time to gather strength due to their proximity. Pika barely had a moment to evade. Good grief. Can't this guy tell I'm not keen on fighting? Pika thought as he spread his fingers, gathering a sphere of energy in his palms, forming a gauntlet with sharp claws extending from each fingertip. With a fierce thrust, he plunged both hands into the enormous energy wave, tearing it apart as he forcefully pulled it in opposite directions. Even a mud doll has its limits. What do you think I am, Piccolo? If you continue this, I'll change hands. I'm not angry. Do you take me for a Hello Kitty? Despite his dwindling power, dispatching an adversary with a combat capability below 1,000 was a trivial task. He swung his fist, landing a decisive blow to Piccolo's face, sending the already weary warrior crashing to the ground, unconscious. Wow, I barely exerted myself, yet he is out cold? Pika remarked in bewilderment at Piccolo's fallen form. Just then, a spacecraft soared overhead, witnessing Piccolo's descent. Krillin, mistaking the situation for an enemy attack, leapt from the craft, shattering its glass canopy. "Ah, take that," he shouted, launching a barrage of strikes at Pika. This left Pika utterly speechless. After Piccolo's assault, now Krillin was attacking him. Was he next on the list to defeat Yamcha or Tien Shinhan? As Piccolo defended himself, he pondered, does this fellow not recognize me? Is this world truly not the one I once traversed? Stop it, Krillin, Master Roshi exclaimed from the spacecraft. He is someone who has aided us. Have you forgotten? He saved us during your first tournament, as well as the subsequent ones. Hearing Master Roshi's call, Krillin focused his gaze and chuckled. Oh, my apologies, I didn't notice. He then awkwardly scratched his enormous bulbous head. I thought I had arrived in some peculiar realm. Piccolo exhaled in relief, having initially believed they truly did not recognize him. While it was somewhat understandable that Vegeta might not know him, it was rather odd that Krillin and Master Roshi were oblivious. Piccolo waved at the aircraft and said, Master Roshi, it has been a long time since we last met. You too, Krillin, I didn't expect you to have grown taller. Upon hearing others mention his height, Krillin was filled with excitement. Really? He inquired. Really? Are you certain? Absolutely. How many times must I tell you that you've grown? With a chuckle, he added, well, that's rather exhilarating. Bulma interjected, Krillin's greatest regret in life is that he is too short. Laughter erupted among the group, leaving Krillin feeling somewhat disheveled in the wind. The group came to a halt, and Master Roshi turned to Piccolo, asking, what brings you back to Earth this time? Pika bit her lip in frustration, her eyes radiating an intense aura of menace. My home has been destroyed, and we had no choice but to flee here. I hope Master Wu Tian can arrange a place for us to reside. What? The three exclaimed in unison. Wu Tian was startled, having already known that Pika was not of Earth. Yet, how could someone of such formidable strength have their planet obliterated? What could the enemy possibly be like? Klein and Bulma gasped, astounded by the revelation that Pika was an alien. Then why do you look just like a human? Klein asked, scrutinizing Pika from head to toe. Ah, regarding that, look here, Pika said, holding up her tail that was tied around her waist and giving it a slight shake. I am a scion. What? Chapter 57. Gohan, I shall teach you suddenly. Piccolo sprang up from his bed, his gaze sharp as he looked at his severed arm. With a green liquid trickling down from the wound, he lamented, poor Gohan, losing his father at such a young age. His keen hearing, a trait of the Namekians, was both a gift and a vulnerability. He leapt from his bed and dashed downstairs, only to collide with Pika at the foot of the stairs. It's you. Oh, you're awake. Pika replied, balancing a tray of fruit in her hands, ready to serve the others. Without hesitation, Piccolo launched a flurry of attacks towards Pika. Piccolo, with fruit delicately cradled in both hands, found himself defenseless as he twirled gracefully, akin to a butterfly in flight. Hey, are you done yet? Scion, surrender Gohan, and I shall spare your life. Upon hearing Bik's arrogant remarks, a surge of anger welled up within Pika. How dare you? Do you take me for a docile cat? With that, Pika delivered a swift kick to Bik's abdomen, though not with excessive force. Bik, clutching his stomach, staggered backward step by step. Hearing the sounds of a scuffle from the staircase, Krillin rushed over, only to witness this scene unfold. Approaching Bik, Krillin said, "Bik, do not act this way. He is one of us, and he can be considered a disciple of Master Wutian." What? In the living room, as the others engaged in idle chatter, Krillin explained Pika's background to Bik, seemingly unconcerned with the tension between them. "Pika, we ought to seek a place of our own. Living under someone else's roof is not ideal." The voice of the Supreme Kai of Time resonated in Pika's mind. Pika turned his gaze towards the Supreme Kai, who advised, "Do not speak aloud, simply think, and I will perceive your thoughts. Pika, please take it easy. I will expedite this matter as swiftly as possible. She is the only one capable here." Pika glanced at Bulma, who was tending to Chower alongside the two girls. Her? Indeed, her family is arguably the wealthiest on Earth. Without exception. Then I entrust this to you. Piccolo nodded slightly, preparing to establish a connection with Bulma when suddenly, he stood up, declaring that he needed to temporarily take Goku's son, Gohan, away. Krillin rose in astonishment, questioning his intentions. As if realizing something, he exclaimed, "I understand. You intend to consume him." Piccolo, momentarily flustered, retorted with indignation, "That is impossible. This little fellow merely requires some training to become a formidable warrior. In a year, when those two scions assault Earth, he will prove invaluable. Thus, I must commence his training." Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi found themselves at a loss. "Well, this cannot be permissible, can it? At the very least, we should seek Goku or his mother's consent," they protested. Piccolo spat in frustration, "There is no time for this. If you continue to chatter, I shall eliminate you." Startled, the three shivered at his fervor. "I object." Piccolo, nonchalantly reclining with his legs crossed and hands behind his head, gazed at the ceiling. With a furrowed brow, Piccolo insisted, "Your disagreement is irrelevant. I am determined to take him. He possesses the potential to become a powerful warrior." Pika approached Piccolo, a Namekian, while he himself was a hybrid of Scion and Earthling. "Ultimately, he and I belong to the same lineage, and it is most fitting that he entrusts me with training." After uttering these words, Pika leaned closer to Piccolo's ear and whispered, inexplicably, for some reason, "I just find you insufferable, so this disciple shall be mine." Piccolo had never encountered such an exasperating individual before. The Pikachu grinned mischievously, its expression as infuriating as it could possibly be. Just when it seemed eager to challenge me, I recalled the two inexplicable assaults I had endured from it, leaving me rather displeased. Pika and Bik arrived beside the beach. Bik removed his coat and let it fall to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Klin swallowed hard, pondering the weight of it all. The playful contest commenced, stretching their limbs, as they prepared to showcase the vast disparity between them. Master Roshi, brandishing a small flag, glanced at the two and declared, "Begin." Without hesitation, he dashed behind Bulma, casting a mischievous gaze at her posterior, contemplating a playful pinch. However, Bulma's reflexes were remarkably swift, and she delivered a sharp kick to Rashi's face, exclaiming, "You lecherous old man, get away from me." As soon as Master Roshi finished speaking, Piccolo charged at Pika, unleashing all his might in an attempt to deliver a decisive blow. "Pathetic, far too feeble," Pika remarked, as his fist sliced through the air, the force of it striking Piccolo's abdomen and sending him twirling through the air, landing in an undignified heap. "Wow, incredible!" exclaimed Krillin, astonished at the sight of Pika's powerful punch that had felled Piccolo. Pika approached Bik and remarked casually, "What do you think? Are you ready for another round? Your strength is truly lacking." Bik, clutching his abdomen, rose to his feet and replied, "I concede that I am not your equal. Your prowess is formidable. However, I shall not surrender so easily. Next time, I will undoubtedly emerge victorious." "I await your return," Pika responded. Bik soared into the sky, heading to a different destination. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis of West City, the streets were alive with the ebb and flow of people, and the incessant stream of vehicles formed a captivating tableau. Piccolo carried the unconscious Gohan on his shoulder, trailing behind Bulma's flying vehicle. Bulma came to a halt beside a lavish villa, stating, "This is my home. Shortly, I shall arrange accommodations for you." "Thank you, Bulma," Lucia responded, having developed a close bond with her during this time, even starting to address her as sister. Bulma smiled, reassuring her, "There is no need for formality. Such matters are trivial." Thank you, Aunt Bulma, exclaimed Chao, clutching a lollipop and speaking sweetly. Bulma affectionately ruffled Chao's hair, replying, Yes. You are such a good child. Please, everyone, go inside and rest for a while. Bulma's residence was truly enormous, inhabited by various creatures, including dinosaurs. A voluptuous blonde woman approached. Oh my, Bulma has brought friends home. Is this handsome young man perhaps her boyfriend? She exclaimed with a smile. This woman was Bulma's mother, Mrs. Briefs, who linked her arm with Piccolo's. Bulma swiftly pulled her mother away, blushing with irritation. No, he is merely a friend, albeit quite handsome. But he already has a girlfriend. I see, Bulma. Why not just take him for yourself then? That way, I could go on a date with him, Mrs. Briefs remarked nonchalantly. Bulma gently pushed her mother towards the house, bemused by her excessive enthusiasm. Although Piccolo was aware of Mrs. Brief's warm nature, he was taken aback by her overt eagerness. Chapter 58. Gohan's first lesson. The weather was pleasant today. It was time for the young lad to awaken. After escorting them to Bulma's home, Piccolo carried Gohan to a desolate area. Suddenly, he produced a basin of water from seemingly nowhere and poured it over Gohan. Startled, Gohan sat up, bewildered and shivering. It's so cold. Piccolo, arms crossed and devoid of emotion, gazed at Gohan and spoke. Listen closely, young one. During this period, you must heed my words. Who are you? Where is my father? Gohan inquired, his eyes scanning the surroundings in search of his father. Yet, no trace of him could be found. Dad, where are you? Help me. Dad, I'm frightened. Gohan stood rooted to the spot, his cries echoing in desperation. TSK. This lad certainly knows how to wail. Should I emulate Master Roshi or adopt the demeanor of a stern minner? This is quite a predicament. Pika scratched the back of his head in confusion and thought, Kid, shut your mouth, it's quite noisy. He addressed Gohan, yet Gohan paid no heed to Pika, continuing to weep inconsolably. Pika, disturbed and agitated by his cries, shouted loudly, Be quiet. Upon turning to face Pika, Gohan's wails only intensified. Piccolo grasped Gohan's collar with a firm grip, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he said, If you weep, I will ensure your demise. The chilling effect of Piccolo's words took hold, perhaps due to the sheer terror radiating from his smile. Gohan, with limbs limp and suspended in the air, gazed at Piccolo with a whimper. Listen closely, my boy, Piccolo continued. Your father is no more. Do you still have some recollection of him? He perished in his quest to defeat your uncle, sacrificing himself in the process. Piccolo deemed it essential for Gohan to confront the harsh truth, knowing that the Dragon Balls still existed, and that Goku could be resurrected at any moment. Wiping away his tears, Gohan felt an overwhelming sorrow in his heart. Pika gazed at Gohan, feeling a twinge of compassion within him. However, he quickly reconsidered. In this world, fairness is but an illusion. Only those with sufficiently formidable strength possess any semblance of authority. If you wish to weep, then weep now, for soon enough. Time will not permit you the luxury of tears. Pika spoke coldly, stating that this world is as it is, indifferent to the plight of all beings, treating them as mere fodder. Why? Gohan asked, perplexed. Piccolo gazed at the adorable Gohan, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why, you may ask? Because during this period, you must heed my commands. If I instruct you to head west, you cannot venture east. If I tell you to catch a cat, you must not strike a dog. Do you understand? The tone of Piccolo bore a commanding authority, compelling Gohan to nod in acquiescence. Since you are so obedient, I shall graciously share some good news with you. Your father will undoubtedly be resurrected. He must have informed you about the Dragon Balls, correct? Krillin and the others will certainly gather them to bring your father back. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal issue is that in 1 year, the Saiyans will arrive on Earth, intent on seizing the Dragon Balls to fulfill their nefarious desires. Even if your father is resurrected a year from now, he would stand no chance against them. Therefore, I must train you to become a valiant warrior. Do you understand? Although Gohan was quite young, he possessed a greater understanding than many about what truly mattered and what was trivial. But I don't know how to fight at all, Gohan exclaimed nervously upon hearing Piccolo's words. Pika gently patted Gohan's head, remarking that he might not yet recognize the latent power within himself. For we Saiyans are a race endowed with boundless potential for combat. Saiyans, what are they? Can they be eaten? Gohan inquired, leaving Pika utterly speechless. Thus, you comprehend, do you not? What I mean is, you, your father, myself, Raditz, and those who will arrive on Earth a year hence are all Saiyans, correct? We belong to the same lineage. Why must we resort to infighting? Gohan questioned Pika, perplexed as to why individuals of the same heritage would engage in such violence, rather than coexist in harmony. You do not understand now, but in time, you shall. Pika reflected on those temporal patrollers who, like him, had betrayed the city of time. They were colleagues, devoid of substantial conflicts of interest, yet they too chose treachery. Gohan nodded thoughtfully, scratching his head. Oh, I see. But I still do not know how to fight. Indeed, focus your mind and gaze into my eyes. Pika urged, squatting before Gohan. Yes, just like that. Do you feel a spark of fire within you? Ignite it. Suddenly, Gohan's pupils vanished, his hair standing upright. The rubber band that had previously secured his hair succumbing to the force of his newfound energy. He clenched his fists at chest level, gathering energy around himself as a focal point, and unleashed a golden energy wave. Oh no, are you trying to kill me? Pika exclaimed, unable to evade in time. He hastily conjured an energy shield to protect himself. The energy wave surged past Pika, tearing through the ground behind him in a sweeping arc. Pika gazed at the long trail of scratches behind him, swallowing hard. Witnessing the sheer power of his own attack, Gohan stared at himself, his mouth agape and rendered speechless. Is this truly my doing? Gohan asked Pika in a daze. Pika nodded with a smile, praising, not bad. The power is quite commendable. With systematic training, your future prowess will undoubtedly surpass that of your father. Pika inhaled deeply, arms crossed, yet your potential only surges forth in moments of intense emotion. However, in such states, you cannot vanquish your foes. Therefore, I shall instruct you in the art of combat and train you to become the mightiest warrior. Gohan looked up at Pika, hesitantly stammering. But I don't wish to be a warrior. I aspire to be a scholar. That is acceptable, yet you must complete the tasks I assign you. Afterward, you may pursue whatever path you desire. I shall not hinder you. Pika gazed down at Gohan, fully aware of the inevitable reality. Even if Gohan wished to remain stagnant, growth was unavoidable. It was only due to Chi-Chi's influence after the Cell Games that Gohan had not progressed, but rather regressed. What tasks? I cannot reveal that to you just yet, but only after you complete my training will I divulge the details. Gohan timidly inquired. You mentioned I unleash my power only when emotionally stirred, yet I was not agitated just now. Why did I display such formidable strength? Hypnosis, Pika explained. I ignited the spark of emotion within you, allowing you to tap into that immense power. It is merely a simple form of hypnosis. Gohan's expression brightened with excitement. So, if you hypnotize me again, I could unleash that power once more? Then you could hypnotize me, and I could return home to study diligently, striving to become a scholar. Fool, are you truly that naive? Such a method, akin to your emotional outbursts, is fleeting. Do you expect me to constantly hypnotize you during battle? I might as well fight myself, Pika lamented, feeling a sense of frustration. It was his first attempt at teaching someone to fight. And here was a student uninterested in learning, which only aggravated him. Then you should simply fight. I have no desire for conflict. A flock of crows flew overhead. Chapter 59. Gohan's gravity training. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. A young boy clad in an orange martial arts uniform, with a black shirt underneath, gazed at the swirling river and could not help but smile. Let us have fish for lunch, he declared, shedding his garments and plunging into the river to catch fish. High above, Pika stood in the sky, observing Gohan's every action. This boy, regardless of his surroundings, always seemed to think about food. Pika shook his head, his eyes filled with a tender regard for Gohan. With a splash, a massive fish leapt from the water, followed by Gohan's drenched head as he swam towards the riverbank. This seems a bit scarce. It's only enough for me. I should catch another. With that, he dove back into the water. At least this lad possesses a sense of responsibility. He should first check on Bulma's gravity training device, as future training will depend on it. Pika soared towards West City, having commissioned Bulma to create a gravity device a month prior, with the sample being the gravity ring in his possession. An elderly man was in the yard feeding his cats, while the alluring Mrs. Briefs tended to her blooming flowers. Pika dared not greet Mrs. Briefs again. Her exuberance was simply overwhelming. He proceeded directly into Bulma's laboratory, where she was busily engaged with her impressive machinery. The sounds of clanging and whirring filling the air. Hey, Bulma, Pika called out, but Bulma remained utterly absorbed in her work, offering no response. What's going on? She's so focused. I suppose I shall wait for a moment. Pika sat patiently on a chair, awaiting Bulma's completion of her task. In a short while, Bulma removed her face mask and wiped the sweat from her forehead, finally finishing her work. Installing the subwoofer proved to be quite a technical endeavor. A few days prior, Bulma had thoroughly studied the gravity device. However, she was still troubled by the uncertainty of where to position the subwoofer for optimal sound quality, which led to further delays. With a decisive motion, Bulma transformed the massive instrument into a capsule no larger than 10 centimeters. Upon witnessing Bulma complete her task, Piccolo approached her from behind and inquired, "Bulma, how is it coming along?" Startled, Bulma replied, "Oh, you nearly gave me a fright. The gravity device is finished, but it has a limitation of 100 times Earth's gravity. Give me a little more time, and I can enhance it further." Pika received Bulma's capsule, feeling a profound admiration for the girl. At such a young age, she possessed remarkable scientific talent. "Thank you. This is sufficient. When I return next time, I shall express my gratitude properly. Wait, let me give you the instruction manual." With that, Pika opened the door and soared towards Gohan. With a sudden burst, Gohan unleashed a ki blast that ignited the pile of firewood. He placed 2 enormous fish into a large stone pot. After a while, an enticing aroma wafted from the pot, causing Gohan to salivate involuntarily. "It won't be long. We can eat once the teacher returns." Gohan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, fixating intently on the stone pot. As the spacecraft descended from the heavens, Piccolo glanced at the motionless Gohan and smiled. "Gohan, do you truly believe that consuming only clear fish soup would be delectable? I possess some seasonings here." Gohan turned his head, returning the smile as he replied, "As long as it is edible, I am content. However, having seasonings makes it all the more delightful." After their midday meal, Piccolo addressed Gohan, saying, "Your current prowess has reached a level comparable to that of your father during his inaugural martial arts tournament. Yet, it remains insufficient. The month of unstructured training has come to an end. It is time for formal cultivation. You must strive to become a warrior even stronger than your father." "Yes, Master Piccolo," Gohan responded, standing with utmost respect. Throughout the past month, Piccolo had left Gohan to fend for himself, provoking ancient creatures during the day to incite Gohan's latent potential. Gohan had instinctively mastered various fundamental techniques, such as the Ki Blast and the Kamehameha Wave, and his martial arts began to reflect the movements of animals. He mentioned that he learned by mimicking their physical forms, leading Piccolo to believe that Gohan was exceptionally suited for practicing Xingyiquan, a martial art that also emulates animal movements. However, when night fell, Piccolo would rest alongside Gohan, elucidating the mistakes he made that day, allowing him to rectify them swiftly. Ultimately, his primary motivation was the desire for a free chef, as Gohan was solely responsible for preparing all their meals. The individual retrieved a capsule from within his garments and cast it onto the ground, resulting in a resounding explosion as a circular apparatus emerged, towering an impressive 3 meters in height. The creature blinked its eyes in astonishment. Genuinely taken aback by the sheer size of the device that Bulma had constructed, it was indeed rather colossal. Gohan gazed at the enormous machinery and inquired, "Master, what is this? It is so grand." "This is a gravity device, and it is indeed quite large," came the reply. "How does one utilize it?" "I am uncertain," was the response. "Oh." Pika approached the machine, gazing at the hundreds of buttons adorning its surface, utterly perplexed and at a loss for how to proceed. He could only stare blankly at the contraption, feeling overwhelmed. What on earth should I do? Suddenly, the telephone beside the machine began to ring. Pika exchanged a glance with Gohan before answering the call. "You imbecile, Pika. Did I not instruct you to wait? How could you disregard me, the esteemed lady?" Bulma's furious voice erupted from the receiver, causing Pika's eardrums to ring painfully. Piccolo chuckled amiably as he spoke to Bulma on the other end of the line. "Well, you see, I am quite anxious. Gohan is waiting here for me, and I cannot allow him to wait idly." "Teacher, it is not I who am waiting for you. Rather, you appear just as it is time for a meal," Gohan innocently remarked. Pika gazed at Gohan, who was dismantling his machine, and said, "Be quiet. I apologize. Didn't I mention this to you?" 1,000 words omitted. After enduring a barrage of scolding, Pika finally grasped the operation of the intricately complex machine. He muttered to himself, "Is it truly necessary to fill it with all these superfluous components? What did you say? Dare to repeat that?" Bulma shouted once more, her voice echoing with indignation. Pika hastily ended the call, wiping the beads of perspiration from his forehead. Women, indeed, can be quite troublesome. Gohan resonated with this sentiment, reflecting that his mother had always pressured him to pursue endeavors he did not enjoy. Piccolo pressed a large red button, adjusting the gravity to 3 times its normal level. With a rumble, a canopy descended from the top of the machine, enveloping the two within, while the internal pressure gradually increased. Gohan gasped for breath, struggling to endure the intense gravitational force. Gohan, I expect you to move freely under 3 times the gravity within a week. Chapter 60. Gohan and Piccolo. The great Leonardo da Vinci once proclaimed that movement is the essence of all life. In a remarkable turn of events, Gohan had now spent a month under 3 times the gravitational force, and his strength had dramatically increased. Every move he made was imbued with formidable power. While it is generally inadvisable for children to train under such conditions due to potential effects on their growth, Piccolo was astonished to observe that Gohan had actually continued to grow during this month. However, upon reflection, he understood Gohan had previously trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, which had contributed to his impressive stature. Gohan, come over here and strike me. If you can land a punch, I shall take you out for some fun tomorrow, Piccolo said to the boy, who was busy throwing punches. Really? The innate desire to play was evident in children. Gohan struck a pose, gazing at Piccolo. Then I shall attack. With that, he charged forward. With a single finger, Piccolo effortlessly deflected all of Gohan's attacks, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. In just 2 months, Gohan's progress had been remarkable, transforming from a child who knew nothing into a formidable fighter with well-executed techniques. With a gentle push, Piccolo sent Gohan several meters away. Indeed, your current strength far surpasses that of your father's time. Gohan, upon hearing Piccolo's praise, chuckled sheepishly while scratching his head. Really? Hee hee. However, you still lack the power to defeat the impending Scions, Piccolo remarked. It's been 2 months. Do you require my assistance? Piccolo called out to the figure standing thousands of meters above. With a swift descent, Piccolo landed, letting out a cold huff. Pika, with a cheerful smile, gazed at the aloof Piccolo and remarked, Are you also interested in training with us? Fear not, I shall not mock you. Piccolo, turning his head away, refrained from looking at the two, yet was astonished that in merely 2 months, Gohan had grown so formidable. Gohan, observing the vibrant green Piccolo, tugged at Pika's sleeve and inquired, Teacher, who is he? Do you know him? Indeed, not only do I know him, but he is also a dear friend of your father. You should refer to him as Uncle Piccolo, understood? Pika affectionately tousled Gohan's hair as he spoke. Excitedly, Gohan looked at Piccolo, feeling a thrill at the thought of his father's friend. Uncle Piccolo, you might find me somewhat unfamiliar, he stammered. Piccolo's face momentarily flushed, and he coldly replied, Your father and I are not friends. Remember, it was I who ended your father's life, understand? Gohan's eyes reddened, and Pika quickly pulled him aside. Whispering softly in his ear, he tends to be a bit aloof, do not mind him. In truth, he and your father were close companions. But he is rather disgruntled due to a defeat in the previous martial arts tournament. Silence. Do not speak such nonsense, Piccolo bellowed at Pika. Though he did not grasp the term companions, he could discern that it was not a favorable expression from Pika's demeanor. Now. Pika waved his hand dismissively and addressed Gohan. Since this fellow is here, let him instruct you for a while. While his power does not compare to mine, his combat experience is indeed substantial. I shall take my leave. The rest is entrusted to you, Piccolo. The young warrior Piccolo soared toward the West City, having received an urgent telepathic message from the Supreme Kai of Time, urging him to arrive promptly. Observing Piccolo ascend into the heavens, Din felt a twinge of displeasure. Come at me, young one. I wish to gauge the extent of your current prowess, he thought. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement and launched an attack toward Piccolo. Piccolo was taken aback. This little one had remarkably enhanced his strength in the mere span of 2 months. What kind of guidance had that rascal provided? Truly a prodigy. With a resounding thud, Gohan's fist connected with Piccolo's face. Instinctively, Piccolo retaliated with a punch to Gohan's abdomen, sending him crashing into a pile of rocks. Hey kid, was that too forceful? Piccolo pondered with a hint of concern. Meanwhile, in the other world, the Supreme Kai observed the unfolding events with an unmoving gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Supreme Kai, what troubles you? Piccolo had indeed transformed. Although still harboring a sinister essence, he exhibited less brutality. It was reminiscent of Raditz, Goku's brother. Ordinarily, Raditz's soul, after being slain by Piccolo, would wander in torment, unredeemed. Yet, Raditz's spirit had found its way to the afterlife, indicating that Piccolo had genuinely evolved. Perhaps he had begun to realize that his own life was intertwined with Piccolo's, with only a year remaining. The Supreme Kai reflected, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Anyone, especially a deity, would feel sorrow upon learning their time was limited. My demise means Piccolo's end, and vice versa. Even a god, aware of his impending fate, cannot escape the notion that Piccolo may have sensed it too. He might wish to leave a legacy, even if it is through Goku's son. At this, the Dragon Ball's guardian, Popo, appeared somewhat despondent. He had accompanied the Supreme Kai for a long time, and hearing of his impending death weighed heavily on his heart. Indeed, I can only use it once. I hope for Goku's strength, the Supreme Kai remarked, gazing up at the sky, the last beacon of hope on Earth resting with Son Goku. In a villa, Piccolo indulged in plate after plate of food. Piccolo, my divine power has partially returned, yet we must swiftly seek a location within this universe to construct a new time city, the Kai stated. Understood. Piccolo swallowed his food, his demeanor turning grave. Rebuilding the time city was imperative, but our current manpower is insufficient. The Supreme Kai's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Indeed. Thus you must enhance your strength. Only then shall we possess the means to establish the time city. I understand, Piccolo nodded. Lucia approached, addressing Piccolo. Didn't you mention that Scions would arrive on Earth in a year? Perhaps we could extend them an invitation. Pika shook his head and remarked, it is impossible. Given the current timeline, those two Scions will not assume the role of guardians. One of them is a Scion prince, the father of Trunks. What? The father of Trunks? Lucia exclaimed, astonished. If Trunks possesses such formidable power, then what of his father? There's no need to ponder, Pika replied. With his pride, he would never consider joining us, especially since his strength is currently quite lacking. Pika discerned that Lucia wished for Trunks' father to join the ranks of the Time Patrollers. However, Pika was well aware of Vegeta's disposition. It was utterly unattainable, at least until after Vegeta wed Bulma and had children. Then, if their strength is insufficient, why do you not assist them in vanquishing the invaders? Pika shook his head, aware that this moment marked one of Earth's critical turning points. He understood that if left to their own devices, the Dragon Ball warriors would not evolve. Thus, he resolved not to engage in battle, focusing instead on ensuring the survival of a few. This was insufficient. Unless unforeseen changes occurred, he would refrain from joining the fray. Chapter 61. Great Ape Gohan. As night fell, Pika prepared to leave his home. Pika, tonight is the full moon. Take this. The Supreme Kai of Time offered him a pair of glasses. These glasses, invented by Trunks, were designed to shield against the blinding light of the full moon, preventing transformation into a great ape. Pika gazed at the seemingly ordinary black-framed glasses, pondering their quality. Neither remarkable nor disappointing, Wu Fan. Pika donned his glasses and dashed out, soaring towards Gohan's direction. He hoped that Gohan was asleep. Otherwise, the situation could become quite troublesome. Meanwhile, Gohan, who was dining with Piccolo, gazed at the full moon overhead, marveling at its roundness, having never before witnessed a full moon. Suddenly, a thunderous heartbeat resonated from within Gohan, his pupils gradually fading away, replaced by a stark whiteness. Gohan bellowed at the moon. His clothes burst apart as his body swelled, sprouting thick black fur, towering several meters high. With a series of powerful punches to his chest, he unleashed wave after wave of energy blasts, targeting his surroundings. What is happening? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed Gohan transform into a giant ape. How could this be? His power has increased tenfold. A massive energy wave shot from the giant ape, striking the ground and creating a mushroom cloud. Piccolo crossed his arms to shield himself from the force of the blast. Such destructive power. At this rate, we won't even need a Scion. He could obliterate the Earth all on his own. He marveled at Gohan's immense strength. Piccolo suddenly recalled what Raditz had mentioned. The full moon is when we Scions are at our peak strength. The moon, he thought, looking up at the celestial body. Farewell, moon. He raised his hand and fired an energy wave towards it. In the distance, Pika noticed the mushroom cloud rising and realized something was amiss. Gohan must have gazed at the moon and was now wreaking havoc on Earth. It cannot be allowed to continue. The moon must be destroyed, Pika resolved, launching his own energy wave towards it. As he did, he spotted a golden energy wave also hurtling towards the moon. Piccolo, that clever fellow, reacted quickly, he acknowledged. Yes, it's him. Piccolo recognized a blue energy wave, the familiar aura identifying it as Pika's. Suddenly, the giant ape halted, his body rapidly shrinking back into Gohan, who collapsed to the ground. Angrily, Piccolo approached Gohan, standing beside him. Could it be that he transformed due to his Saiyan lineage? No wonder Goku is so formidable. He reflected, glancing up at the now moonless sky, a cold smile forming on his lips. Destroying the moon had indeed proven to be the right choice. If those Saiyans were to transform into such monsters, the consequences would be unthinkable. A tail? They had mentioned having tails, and only under a full moon could they transform. It would be wise to remove the tail to prevent Gohan from becoming a giant ape again. The tail seemed to be a weakness of the Saiyans. Piccolo seized Gohan's tail and, with a swift motion, yanked it off. Observing Gohan's now bare form, he decided, "Here, take this outfit and this sword." Pointing a finger at Gohan, he added, "I'll give you your father's style, but the lettering will need to be altered." As the aircraft descended, Piccolo caught sight of Gohan, clad in his vibrant orange martial arts uniform adorned with the prominent character for demon. He turned to Piccolo and exclaimed, "Hey, he is my disciple. What does it signify that you have him wear a uniform emblazoned with the character for demon? If you must, at least have one with Pica or Ka. Otherwise, others might mistakenly believe that Gohan is your pupil." Piccolo grumbled in discontent. "Humph, it looks splendid this way," Piccolo replied with a dismissive snort. Turning on his heel to depart, the pickup truck arrived before Beak. "There's no need to rush. Join us," he said. "I happen to possess a training apparatus that is perfectly suited for your needs. In a short span of time, your abilities will significantly enhance, which will undoubtedly benefit you." Pika cast a fleeting glance at Piccolo, cradling his head in his hands, and with a teasing tone remarked, "Surely you are not disinterested in discovering how Gohan has ascended to such heights in such a short span of time. Oh, but I suppose if Gohan were to surpass you, you would undoubtedly claim it was due to your lack of that certain something, insisting that had you utilized it, your prowess would have eclipsed Gohan's." Piccolo's forehead throbbed with veins, his gaze directed at Pika with seething anger. Had his stare possessed lethal intent, Pika would have perished countless times over. "Very well, I shall observe just what this thing of yours is capable of," Piccolo gritted through clenched teeth, though, in truth, he harbored a keen interest in the training of Pika and his companions. Each time he witnessed the two enter a particular dwelling, upon their emergence, Gohan's aura would invariably ascend to a new echelon. Pika cheerfully remarked, "However, there is one stipulation. You must alter the characters on Gohan's attire to read Pica or Ka." Let the fun begin. "If you refuse to make the change, that is rather impolite." A great figure once proclaimed, "The world is so splendid, yet you are so irritable. This is not good at all. Just look." Even they understand the importance of not losing one's temper over trivial matters, as it is detrimental to one's health. Pika, absorbed in his own thoughts, failed to notice that Piccolo was teetering on the brink of fury. "So get lost," Piccolo bellowed with immense force, his voice reverberating to the point of rousing the unconscious Gohan. Rubbing his eyes, Gohan murmured, "It's so noisy, oh, teacher, you're back. Wait, why has my outfit changed?" Rising to his feet, he gazed in astonishment at his transformed attire, glancing around and finding it quite appealing. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as dawn broke, Pika observed Piccolo seated cross-legged in the air, deep in meditation. Such earnestness. It was no wonder he had once been regarded as the mightiest warrior of Dragon Ball, with his relentless dedication to training. It would be extraordinary if he did not grow stronger. Pikachu truly admires the unwavering tenacity exhibited by Bick in the original narrative. Bick once sat by the waterfall for several days on end, a feat that Pikachu would find utterly impossible. "Now that you are awake, allow me to see what that thing of yours is truly capable of," Bick said to the recently awakened Pikachu. The mighty Piccolo observed the carefree behavior of Pika, a sense of indignation brewing within him. "Could you not hasten your pace? In merely 9 months, the Saiyans will arrive on Earth. We must seize every fleeting moment to train," he admonished. "Saiyans, am I not a Saiyan myself? I am already here on Earth. What further training is necessary?" Pika jested, playfully teasing the serious Piccolo. He found it amusing to provoke Piccolo's ire. Defeated by Pika's words, Piccolo silently glared at him, cursing the fact that Pika had consumed instant noodles without a fork. Chapter 62. The power level detector time flowed like a river, for months had passed. Across the vast ocean, a flying vessel skimmed the surface, carrying a mature and captivating woman, alongside a giant man adorned with horns. "Chi-Chi, do not be so upset. Dad, this is none of your concern." These two individuals were Goku's wife, Chi-Chi, and her father. They were en route to Ghost Island in search of Goku and his son. Chi-Chi expressed her frustration. He explicitly stated he would return before nightfall. It had indeed been a while since Goku had seen them. He must have lost track of time while engrossed in conversation. The Ox King tried to defend Goku. Even if he stayed, Goten cannot skip his study sessions. Is missing a single day such a grave matter? Dad, you simply do not understand. In today's society, without education, there is no future. With that, the flying vessel accelerated, sending forth a cascade of splashing waves. On came house. Bulma diligently examined the power level detector she had obtained from Raditz. Click, click, click. After a brief moment, Bulma pressed the device to her eyes and activated it. Beep, beep. Haha, it's complete, she exclaimed, rising from her seat in excitement. Turning around, she discovered Master Roshi and Krillin fast asleep. Bulma's irritation boiled over as she retrieved a shotgun from behind her. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shots rang out. Here I am, working tirelessly through the night, and you two are indulging in slumber. How infuriating. Smoke billowed from the shotgun in her hands. Krillin and Master Roshi cowered, clutching their heads in terror at Bulma's furious outburst. Master Roshi, come over here. Bulma gestured for the old sage, eager to demonstrate the capabilities of the power level detector. Master Roshi cautiously approached her, stammering, what is it? Bulma pointed to the device on her face and proclaimed, I have modified this gadget to display our local language. Behold, 139, that is Master Roshi's power level. The selection of books available is nearly exhaustive, exhibiting far greater stability and swifter updates compared to the average novel website, devoid of any advertisements. 139. How remarkable that it can detect even this. The turtle hermit observed in astonishment at the battle power detector on Bulma's face. Krillin, pointing at himself, eagerly inquired, what about me? What is my battle power? Beep beep. Yours is, wow, Krillin's battle power is 206. Krillin turned to the turtle hermit and laughed heartily. Haha, Master Roshi, my battle power surpasses yours. Perhaps it is malfunctioning? The turtle hermit was taken aback to discover that Krillin's power exceeded his own, though he had sensed it for some time. He felt the need to maintain a semblance of dignity before his disciples. Thus he could only respond in such a manner. Bulma interrupted their exchange, stating, the true brilliance of this machine lies in its ability to pinpoint the exact locations of powerful warriors in this world. The Scions are indeed clever. Beep beep. Approximately 3,000 kilometers from here, there is a warrior with a battle power of 250. Who could that be? Bulma remarked, gazing curiously at the direction indicated by the detector. 250? I know. It must be Tien, Krillin exclaimed loudly, then muttered softly, darn, he's surprisingly strong. Over there. 177. Is that Yamcha? Wow, 1923. How impressive. Bulma remarked in astonishment as she observed the reading on the battle power detector. And there's one with a power level of 2,816. Wait, what is this? There's even one with a power level of 1. Just one. I have 3. Krillin gulped in disbelief and said, could those with high battle powers be Piccolo and Goku? Surely, the one with a power level of 1 cannot be Gohan, can it? This is perplexing. After much speculation, they remained unable to deduce the identity of the individual with a power level of 1. Meanwhile, in the distance, 2 figures were engaged in combat, Gohan and Piccolo, while Goku sat nearby in a recliner, sipping tea and observing their duel. Hey, Piccolo, don't hold back. Gohan's strength is formidable now, at least several times greater than yours from half a year ago. And you, Gohan, show him just how much potential our Scion lineage possesses. As Piccolo observed, he muttered incessantly, feeling a surge of anger at the thought of Gohan's indifference. Over the past 4 months, Piccolo and Gohan had engaged in rigorous gravity training, and now Piccolo was capable of battling Gohan while clad in a weighted suit that was thrice the weight of Gohan's own. It is evident how significantly their powers had escalated during this period. Piccolo sensed an external presence probing them. Realizing that Bulma was using a power detector to locate their positions, should I play a prank and cause that detector to explode? No. Perhaps that would be unwise. Bulma can be quite fearsome when she is riled up, and the thought sent a shiver down Piccolo's spine. Among such formidable power levels, one undoubtedly belonged to Piccolo, indicating that Gohan was also nearby. Should we go seek them out? Krillin inquired of Master Roshi, who shivered at the thought. No, it's unnecessary. It's likely that Piccolo is merely training Gohan. Let us mind our own business and focus on locating the Dragon Balls, Master Roshi replied. recognizing that one of the extraordinary power levels undoubtedly belonged to Piccolo. This realization instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Piccolo was no longer the world-destroying demon he once was, and Rashi could sense the gradual transformations within him. Thus, he felt reassured that Piccolo would not harm Gohan. Besides, why should we concern ourselves with them? Krillin remarked, feeling despondent. He was aware that while his combat power was significantly higher than Master Rashi's, the revelation of Piccolo's power exceeding 1,000 left him troubled. Everyone was training diligently while he and Master Rashi remained idle on Kame Island, accomplishing nothing each day. Bulma rose and addressed the two. Well, since we now know where Yamcha is, let us split up. This way, we can swiftly gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Krillin opened the door to find a portly figure with long hair. You are the one known as Yajirobe, aren't you? Yajirobe. How infuriating. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Yajirobe snapped at Krillin. Korin instructed that you both head to Korin Tower. For what purpose? Krillin asked. He said that the gods wish to train us. How vexing. I already stated I wouldn't go, yet he insists. Yajirobe exclaimed as he climbed into the vehicle. He then added, Korin instructed that before the enemy arrives, Goku must not be resurrected. Huh, what does that mean? Bulma and Master Rashi inquired in unison upon hearing Yajirobe's words. With great effort, Yajirobe settled into the vehicle, taking a deep breath. He was currently training in the afterlife, and for further details, one might consult the fortune teller. She might provide additional insights. As the car driven by Shui Yakalobe sped away, the three were left in disarray amidst the wind. Krillin gently patted Master Rashi and, in a state of confusion, inquired. He mentioned Goku is training in the afterlife. What does that entail? Master Rashi could only shake his head, indicating his own lack of understanding regarding the unfolding events. How peculiar. Why has he returned? Could there be a reason? Krillin observed a colossal wave rising from the sea's surface and asked in astonishment. It's another vehicle, Bulma clarified to Krillin. Master Rashi's eyes widened as he spotted the approaching car. Yes, it's Chi-Chi and the Ox King. What? Both Krillin and Bulma exclaimed in shock. The Ox King leapt from the vehicle and knelt before Master Rashi, respectfully bowing his head. It has been a while since I last visited. How have you been? Oh, not too bad, Master Rashi replied, his gaze vacant. Thankfully, his sunglasses concealed his eyes. Otherwise, a commotion would surely ensue. Krillin, placing his hand near his mouth, whispered to Bulma, this is it, we're finished. How do we explain this? Chi-Chi surveyed the surroundings and questioned them. Goten and Goku have been here, haven't they? Reluctantly, the three could only inform her that Goten had been taken away for training. What? You allowed my Goten to be taken by a stranger? Chi-Chi shouted angrily, grasping Master Rashi's collar. And what about Goku? The Ox King inquired. Master Rashi awkwardly scratched his bald head and chuckled nervously. Yes, passed away. Passed away? Chi-Chi felt as though her world had exploded. Her mind could scarcely process such overwhelming information. With a sudden thud, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chi-Chi. Chapter 63. The Faux Super Saiyan. 88. Goten, accelerate. No, your strength is insufficient. Is this truly combat? Charging in like this is tantamount to seeking death. Piccolo was engaged in a fierce battle with Gohan. 2 months had elapsed since their last encounter, and Gohan's strength had escalated remarkably. He could now contend with Piccolo on equal footing. Alas, Gohan swiftly unleashed a flurry of punches, yet no matter how fervently he struck, he could not land a hit on Piccolo. In a moment of agility, Gohan propelled himself off Piccolo's arms and executed a backflip, unleashing the Masenko. A golden energy wave surged towards Piccolo, a formidable long-range attack he had mastered during his training with Piccolo, marking his inaugural use of this technique. Observing Gohan's impressive offensive prowess, Piccolo nodded in admiration, clearly acknowledging Gohan's burgeoning strength. However, Piccolo countered with a swift chop of his hand, deflecting the energy wave effortlessly. Breathing heavily, he addressed Gohan, stating, Gohan, you are still lacking. I want you to become a formidable warrior, not a soft-hearted fool. Unleash your full potential, or I shall show you no mercy. Gohan, gazing into Piccolo's stern visage, understood the gravity of his words. If he failed to exhibit the strength worthy of Piccolo's respect, he would not emerge unscathed from this encounter. Understood, master. I shall summon forth my strongest attack from here on out. Pika nodded, harboring a hope for the best. Gohan radiated a luminous white aura, his hair on the back of his head seemingly standing on end. His hands, now claw-like, glided before him in a circular motion, converging at his chest, before retracting to form a blossom-like shape at his waist. Turtle School's Kamehameha. As Piccolo beheld Gohan's execution of the iconic Kamehameha, a signature technique of the Turtle School, he glanced at the smiling figure of Piccolo beside him and instantly deduced that this move had indeed been imparted by him. Initially, Piccolo had intended to teach Gohan his own devastating special beam cannon, but with Gohan already mastering the Kamehameha, there seemed little purpose in doing so. The Sun family had transformed the Kamehameha into an all-encompassing technique. Gohan, unleash your full potential. I trust you will honor this technique, Piccolo declared to Gohan. Suddenly, a brilliant blue Kamehameha surged toward Piccolo. In that fleeting moment, Gohan's energy surpassed 50% of his capacity. However, it still paled in comparison to Piccolo's signature move, the special beam cannon. With a single hand, Piccolo intercepted the Kamehameha, the tremendous force propelling him back several inches. Impressive. Truly, you are a youth of remarkable potential. Were it not for Chi-Chi, you would undoubtedly be the world's strongest warrior. Gohan, I now challenge you to withstand my next assault. Here it comes. A golden energy wave erupted from Piccolo's right hand, piercing directly through the center of the Kamehameha and hurtling towards Gohan. Gohan, exerting every ounce of his strength, could only diminish the impact of the wave, beads of sweat trickling down his face, soaking his tattered garments. Overwhelmed by Piccolo's might, Gohan knelt on one knee, struggling to withstand the onslaught. No, I cannot concede defeat, he thought, the sole notion resonating in his mind. After enduring numerous trials over 6 months, Gohan had gradually matured. Unlike other boys his age who only sought amusement, he understood that if he did not strive harder, both his master and surrogate mentor, Piccolo, would be disheartened. They had diligently guided him for half a year. To regress to the sniveling child he once was would be an affront to them all. I must not surrender. An aura of golden light enveloped Gohan, his hair standing on end, interspersed with strands of yellow amidst his black locks. His pupils vanished, leaving behind a visage devoid of reason. What? Piccolo and Goku exclaimed in unison, Piccolo taken aback by the overwhelming energy radiating from Gohan, while Goku was startled by the transformation itself. Indeed, it was fear that gripped him. This new form represented an astonishing increase in power, more than tenfold. This transformation had not appeared in the original storyline, manifesting solely in the cinematic adaptations, the mimetic Super Saiyan. However, this form bore its own drawbacks. Once consciousness returned, the augmented strength would dissipate. The Kamehameha began to push back against Piccolo's energy wave inch by inch. Observing Gohan's loss of rationality, Piccolo shook his head, realizing that today's training would likely conclude prematurely. A white vortex of energy ascended from beneath Piccolo, enveloping his entire being, his hair billowing in response. Piccolo gazed at the power surging from Gohan with his mouth agape, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Incredible. So formidable, it was absurd. Engaging him in combat felt akin to a grown man wielding an AK-47 against an infant clutching a baby bottle. Pika harbored no desire for reliance from others, wishing instead for them to cultivate their own strength. With fervor, he amplified the output of his energy wave, causing it to surge dramatically, overpowering the Kamehameha as it surged forward. With a swift motion, Pika raised his right hand, sending Gohan's Kamehameha and his own energy wave soaring into the heavens. As Piccolo gazed at the two energy waves soaring into the sky, he felt a wave of emotion. He pointed towards Gohan's direction and shouted, "Hey, the contest is not over yet." As Pikachu lowered his gaze, he spotted Gohan charging towards him, pressed against the ground. Goodness, here he comes again. With a resounding thud, Gohan struck, only to be met by Pikachu's defense. Initially, Pikachu intended merely to render him unconscious, yet Gohan provided no respite, his punches coming faster than the last. Piccolo could only glimpse the fleeting shadows of their fists, a testament to their astonishing speed. A trickle of blood began to seep from Gohan's exterior, and Pikachu realized that he could no longer allow Gohan to continue fighting in this mimetic state. As Piccolo deftly evaded Gohan's powerful punch by slightly shifting his body to the side, he delivered a resounding strike to Gohan's neck. Gohan, overwhelmed by the agony, collapsed to the ground once more. The energy within Piccolo had completely dissipated, reverting him to a form that, while outwardly impressive, belied the strength of a formidable warrior. He bent down to lift Gohan into his arms and approached Piccolo, realizing that today's plans were thwarted. Indeed, The saying that plans cannot keep up with changes rings profoundly true. Let us first ensure Gohan is comfortably settled so he can recuperate. That recent transformation has drained him of all his stamina. Piccolo gazed at Piccolo's retreating figure, filled with a sense of reflection. He had remarkably mastered the control of energy to an extraordinary degree. How could I possibly catch up to him? What is the true extent of your power? Piccolo turned his head and smiled. Guess what? Haha. Chapter 64. A chance encounter with Mr. Satan. Apologies for the extra update. Please consider saving and recommending. 1 month remained until Vegeta's arrival on Earth. Finally, Pica allowed Gohan to rest, feeling that the relentless training over the past 11 months had truly exhausted him. Gohan had adapted to the 5-fold gravity, his combat power reaching an impressive 4,003. However, Pica hesitated to allow Gohan to continue his training in the gravity chamber, recognizing that such an environment was not conducive to the healthy growth of a child. Thus, he resolved to accompany Lucia and Selena on a shopping excursion, envisioning a sweet 3-person world, albeit with the necessity of including an uninvited guest. The reason for this was that upon concluding his training, Pica had requested Piccolo to create an outfit resembling his martial arts uniform, a blue jacket, a black weighted garment, gloves, and boots akin to those worn by Vegeta. To Pica's dismay, Piccolo produced a design reminiscent of Goku's martial arts attire, complete with a large kanji character emblazoned on the back. Naturally, Pica was displeased and insisted vehemently that Piccolo alter the garment's design. This incident greatly frustrated Pica, resulting in him donning Piccolo's battle attire, thus necessitating the presence of the reluctant Gohan as a companion for their outing, while also aiming to procure a custom martial arts uniform for him. Now, the group found themselves in the bustling commercial district of West City, where the throngs of passers-by paused to admire the 4 of them, particularly drawn to the 2 lovely ladies and the scruffy little Gohan. Selena pulled Pica aside, whispering, "Why did you bring him along? Were we not supposed to enjoy a delightful outing, just the 2 of us on Earth? Well, did you not notice Gohan's attire? He looks like a beggar, and he has no spare clothes, so I had no choice but to bring him along. We might as well get him a proper martial arts uniform," Pica replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Selena glanced at Gohan, letting out a resigned sigh. "I suppose it must be this way. Enough of your whispers, you two. Look, Gohan is watching you both," Lucia interjected. Selena approached Gohan and gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Little Gohan, I apologize for your shabby attire. Let us go buy you some new clothes." "Thank you, sister," Gohan replied sweetly. "Wait a moment," Pica interjected, grabbing Selena's arm. "Do you have any money?" Selena produced a card from her pocket, waving it playfully. "This card is from Bulma, especially for me." Her emphasis was clearly on me, rather than us. "All right then, where shall we go to buy clothes? Are you familiar with this place?" Pica asked, somewhat frustrated, as he had not received such generous treatment from Bulma lately. Selena surveyed her surroundings, and suddenly her eyes lit up as she pointed to a nearby women's clothing store. "Let us head there first." She eagerly pulled Lucia towards the women's clothing store, while Piccolo and Gohan exchanged glances of exasperation. They knew they had no choice but to accompany the 2. Consequently, Piccolo, blushing deeply, timidly stepped into the shop, only to be met with astonished gazes from the women inside. In contrast, Gohan strode in with nonchalance. "Piccolo, how about this one? And this one? What do you think of this one?" Selena flitted about the alluring garments like a delicate butterfly, presenting one exquisite piece after another for Piccolo's approval. Blushing, Lucia approached Piccolo, adorned in a pristine white sleeveless dress that instantly captivated him. Her alabaster arms, reminiscent of lotus roots, were boldly exposed to the air, creating a striking visual contrast enhanced by the tail that swayed elegantly behind her. Pica swallowed hard, his excitement evident as he exclaimed, "Beautiful, truly beautiful. Sister, you look absolutely stunning." Even Gohan, who typically lacked an appreciation for beauty, found Lucia's ensemble remarkably fitting. In the women's clothing store, Pikachu spent 3 hours in a state of both enjoyment and inner turmoil. The pleasure derived from the complimentary fashion show was tempered by the concern of not wanting to set a poor example for the child present. Picara led Lucia and the others out of the women's clothing store. "Now, with all these garments, will you be able to manage?" he inquired. "Did we not come here today solely to procure attire for Gohan?" All right, I understand," Selena replied with a wave of her hand, her expression tinged with annoyance. "It's truly bothersome to have such a delightful shopping experience disrupted by you. It's rather frustrating." Pica was truly at a loss for words regarding Selena, However, Lucia was not one to squander money so extravagantly. To my astonishment, Pika was taken aback when he discovered that Lucia had secretly purchased over 20 garments. Pika gazed at Lucia, who stood still, her delicate face flushing under his scrutiny. "Stop staring. It's merely a few additional purchases," she protested. "Well, fine," he replied with a sigh. "You've certainly bought enough. Let's first have a meal, and afterward, we can acquire a martial arts uniform for Gohan to wear in the meantime." Pika and the two girls entered a restaurant with Gohan, indulging in an extravagant feast. The four of them devoured a meal fit for 600, while the other patrons looked on in astonishment as they continuously filled their plates with delectable dishes. Upon leaving the establishment, the restaurant promptly closed its doors, having been emptied of an entire week's worth of food by the four of them. After an extensive search, they finally discovered a shop that sold martial arts uniforms. The proprietor of this establishment was a man with an exuberant hairstyle, appearing to be in his 30s with a long beard. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" the man asked, approaching Pika. "Sir, we would like to purchase a martial arts uniform and also customize another one," Pika replied. Upon hearing himself referred to as sir, the man, somewhat disheartened, exclaimed, "Am I that old? I am only 26. "What? You're merely 26? I apologize sincerely." Pika felt embarrassed for mistakenly addressing the young man as sir and hurriedly expressed his regret. The man waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. I'm used to it. Why are you wearing such tattered clothing? What is your name?" a little girl asked, gazing at Gohan's worn attire. "My name is Son Gohan." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Gohan replied politely, embodying the manners instilled in him by Chi-Chi. The little girl beamed and said, "I'm Videl." "Nice to meet you." "What? Videl? Isn't that the daughter of Satan? That means, hey, friend, are you related to Satan?" Videl looked at Pika in surprise. "How do you know my name is Satan? I don't recall telling you. Do you know me?" Pika responded, "I do not know you, but I am aware that you will become an exceptional martial artist in the future," he said, shaking his head at Satan. "You will indeed become an outstanding martial artist, albeit of a different kind." Chapter 65. The early arrival of the Scions on a minuscule planet. A man clad in an orange martial arts uniform radiated a crimson aura. Kamehameha. A blue-white energy wave sliced through the sky, soaring into the clouds. King Kai observed Goku, who had grown significantly stronger, nodding in approval, deeply satisfied with his performance. "Goku, you have already mastered the Kaioken technique. However, I must warn you that you can currently only use it at 3 times your normal strength. Beyond that, your body will not be able to withstand it. This is crucial to remember, understood?" Goku, smiling as he scratched his head, replied, "Don't worry, I won't forget." The King of Worlds, having spent 6 months with Goku, had long understood his nature. He would undoubtedly disregard any directives given. "Now let me observe that technique." With a gentle wipe of his glasses, the king adorned them back on his face, a glimmer of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. Goku tightened his belt, affirming his readiness. With that, he raised his hand skyward, emanating a radiant blue light, as all living beings surrounding him imparted a fraction of their vital energy towards him. A formidable aura surged forth from Goku, imbued with tremendous destructive potential, his form enveloped in torrents of azure energy. As he clenched his right fist, all the energy coalesced into it, encircled by a halo of blue luminescence. "Ready, Lord King," Goku announced. The king nodded, lifting his hand towards the heavens, summoning a rectangular block of black stone to hover above his head. "Prepare to receive this. You must adapt to the incredible speed of this slab." "All right," exclaimed Goku. The king hurled the stone with astonishing velocity, causing it to vanish from their sight in an instant. Goku, with his right hand poised behind his head, focused intently on the block, now traveling at supersonic speed. "Huh!" he shouted, releasing his vital energy towards it, his left hand forming a sword-like gesture. Boom! The energy blast obliterated the stone into mere fragments, leaving no trace behind, as the sky erupted in a spectacular display of fireworks. "Well, that was effortless," the king remarked, astonished at Goku's ease in shattering the stone. "Well done, Goku. To be honest, I never imagined you could wield the energy blast with such finesse." The king praised him, a thought brewing in his mind. This fellow might someday become the strongest in the world, if not the universe. Goku turned to the king, exuding confidence as he replied, "This is the fruit of my diligent training." The king, with his hands clasped behind his back, turned to Goku and said, "As I mentioned before, by drawing energy from grass, wood, humans, animals, and even the atmosphere, one can amalgamate it to unleash an energy blast. Its destructive force is remarkable even on such a small planet. With the impending battle on Earth, which is not only significantly larger but also blessed with the immense energy of the sun, the potential power of the energy blast could be beyond comprehension, possibly even devastating the Earth you strive to protect. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using it. Even if you can, it should only be employed once. Do you understand? I understand, Lord King. I will endeavor not to use it, Goku resolutely replied. The king took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. The day of the decisive battle was imminent, with the Scions arriving on Earth tomorrow. Suddenly, the king exclaimed loudly, startling Goku. What is it, Lord King? Forgive me. I inadvertently neglected to consider your return from Snake Way, the king of Otherworld awkwardly confessed. Is it not possible for you to return immediately? Must I traverse Snake Way again? It took me half a year to reach this point. Goku exclaimed anxiously, deeply concerned that if he were delayed too long, his friends might perish, and that would be disastrous. You can return in just 2 days. I shall summon the god of Earth to assist you, the king hastily explained. Goku, still fretful, retorted, but that's merely a day's delay. Everyone will perish. Enough of your complaints. Even the wisest can err. Now, hurry and inform your friends on Earth. Use the Dragon Balls to bring yourself back to life. The king urged Goku, equally anxious to rectify his mistake as quickly as possible. But how can I do that? I am on King Kai's planet. How can I reach my friends so far away on Earth? Goku questioned. The king turned swiftly and instructed, place your hand on my shoulder and silently concentrate. This will enable you to communicate with those on Earth. Goku complied, resting his hand on the king's shoulder and mentally calling out, Master Roshi, it's Goku. Can you hear me? At that moment, Master Roshi, engrossed in reading a magazine while in the restroom, suddenly heard Goku's voice echo in his mind. He quickly looked around. Bewildered, Goku? Is that you? Where are you? I can hear you. Wonderful. Right now, I'm in the afterlife, quite distant from you, but don't worry. I can converse telepathically. Goku felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, King Kai was able to communicate with their friends on Earth, which would save him considerable time. Have you gathered the Dragon Balls? Yes, they have already been collected. In order to facilitate your resurrection, we split up to gather them, came the response. Thank you, everyone. Now, let us summon the Eternal Dragon and bring me back to life. Time is of the essence. The Scions arrive tomorrow. What? They are coming a month earlier than we anticipated. Master Roshi was taken aback, realizing that their group had hoped to spend a month preparing. But now they had to face the Scions the very next day, tightening the tension that had just begun to ease. Master Roshi, we must hurry. I might be delayed for a moment, but I will certainly defeat them. Goku was equally anxious, knowing that every moment spent talking might prolong his absence. He wished for them to quickly summon the Eternal Dragon for his resurrection. Understood. Goku, how has your training in the afterlife progressed? Master Roshi inquired, eager to learn if Goku was capable of defeating the impending Scions. Quite well, Goku replied, as the outside world overheard the turtle hermit conversing with himself in the restroom. They found it rather peculiar, suspecting he might be suffering from senility. The turtle hermit, with his trousers improperly adjusted, burst forth, exclaiming, Everyone, quickly! Use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku. Goku, having completed his conversation, anxiously awaited his resurrection. The King Kai, observing Goku's tattered attire, remarked, Your clothing is in such disrepair. Allow me to provide you with a new one. Drink. Suddenly, Goku's garments transformed into a pristine ensemble. Glancing down at his new attire, Goku remarked, This is splendid. It feels significantly lighter. Indeed, this was not merely lighter. It was a specially crafted protective suit capable of rebounding minor attacks. Thank you, King Kai. Oh, the turtle symbol remains. Thankfully, it is not that hideous outfit. Goku joyfully declared, admiring the emblem on his chest. The King Kai, displeased by Goku's comment about his clothing, muttered in complaint, How rude. Goku, turning anxiously, inquired, Why has the resurrection not yet occurred? On Earth, the turtle hermit and his companions summoned the Eternal Dragon. As darkness enveloped the sky amidst roaring thunder and flashes of lightning, the four companions, enjoying a leisurely outing, noticed the sudden change in the atmosphere. Goten, your father is returning. The Scions will arrive tomorrow. Are you prepared? Goten nodded resolutely, affirming, Yes, I will do my best. Mr. Satan gazed at them in confusion, unable to comprehend their discourse. Chapter 66. Vegeta and Nappa the sky turned ominously dark, with golden serpents swirling. A deep green dragon emerged from the 7 Dragon Balls, spiraling through the heavens, its colossal head fixating on the turtle hermit and his companions. State your wish. I can fulfill any desire, but only one, the dragon proclaimed. Can it defeat the impending Scions? Oolong stammered, his fear evident. Bulma struck Oolong on the head, exclaiming, "Are you a fool? Don't you wish for Goku's resurrection? Oh, we can summon the dragon again for Goku's revival." Oolong retorted defensively, "Besides, I am, after all, a pig." However, he recognized this was indeed a rather unorthodox solution. "No, I am a deity-created being. My powers cannot surpass those of a divine entity." The turtle hermit shouted to the dragon, "Then let us resurrect Goku." Nearby, perched before a cascading waterfall, Piccolo observed the sudden dimming of the sky. Goku is about to be resurrected. It seems the Scions are arriving sooner than anticipated. How infuriating. As Klin practiced in solitude, he beheld the sky darkening unexpectedly. With a grave tone, he remarked, "It appears that Goku is about to be resurrected," reflecting the weight of his somber emotions. Meanwhile, in Satan's martial arts apparel store, Satan addressed Piccolo, saying, "Here you go. This is the outfit I hastily prepared. Although the interior color differs from yours, being black, it nonetheless constitutes a commendable martial arts uniform." Pika swiftly seized the garments and assisted Gohan in changing attire. "Thank you. And do not forget me when you achieve fame, boss. Lucia, you two should return directly to the Kame house. Your participation in battle is unnecessary." Although Pika recognized the formidable strength of the 2 women, he adhered to a principle. Combat is a domain reserved for men. He could not bear the thought of his women, especially those dear to him, enduring even the slightest harm. Lucia nodded, "We understand. We shall return to the Kame house at once." With that, she firmly grasped the hand of Selena, who wished to stealthily follow. "Selena, let us not concern ourselves with this. They can manage without us." "But I want to go," Selena lamented. Yet Lucia paid her no heed and continued to lead her away. Pikara soared into the sky, carrying Gohan with him. Upon witnessing someone fly, Satan's jaw dropped in astonishment as he stammered outside the shop. "A flying person. Boss, check please." A customer addressed Satan. Satan promptly closed the shop door and informed the patron, "I apologize, but we are closed for the day." "What? Open but closed? Ridiculous," the customer exclaimed, tossing his clothing onto the ground in frustration. Turning to Biddy Lee inside, Satan stated, "I have called your mother to come pick you up. I must step out for a moment, and I will lock the door. Your mother has a key, so do not wander off, understood?" Seeing Biddy Lee nod obediently, Satan drove off in the direction of where Pikara had flown away. On planet King Kai, the king noticed that Goku's halo had vanished. "Wonderful. Your aura has disappeared. You have been revived. Hurry back." "Yes, I understand," Goku replied as he sprinted toward Snake Way. "And remember, this time the enemy is unimaginably fierce. Do not take it lightly. You cannot afford to be revived again," King Kai shouted after Goku. Goku turned back and waved, "I know. I can only be revived once with the Dragon Balls. I will give it my all." "Thank you, King Kai. If I die, I will return." With that, Goku leaped toward Snake Way. King Kai gazed at Goku's retreating figure, filled with emotion. What an extraordinary young man, brimming with limitless potential, and with a heart as clear as crystal. It is remarkable that such individuals exist in this world, albeit with a rather low sense of humor. I must remedy that during his next visit. Upon landing on Snake Way, Goku realized his body felt significantly lighter. "Huh, I feel so light, like a feather." With a burst of white energy emanating from him, he propelled himself forward. Now is not the time for reflection. I must hurry on my journey. In the cosmos, 2 circular flying pods were hurtling towards Earth. With a thunderous roar, the pods breached Earth's atmosphere, the intense friction igniting their exteriors in flames as they plunged towards a forest of steel. Boom! The 2 pods crashed into the road, creating a massive crater, causing all nearby pedestrians to halt and gaze at the newly formed chasm. Is that a meteorite? Perhaps? Wait, it's a spaceship. Aliens have arrived. No way. Everyone rushed to peer into the crater, eager to discern its contents. But all they could see were 2 dark, spherical shapes. Suddenly, a hatch on one of the spheres opened, and a young man with spiky hair emerged. "It's a person. Someone actually came out," a man exclaimed in astonishment. The young man cast a cold glance at him and let out a disdainful snort. Meanwhile, in various locations, Piccolo and Krillin sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura. So strong, They are now consumed by a singular thought. This scion is undeniably formidable. After extensive training, everyone deeply feels that this scion is powerful, and they know that confronting him would be tantamount to seeking death. Currently, Krillin and Tien's combat power hovers just above 1,000. How could they possibly contend with those scions? Even Piccolo's strength barely approaches 5,000. And that is only within the confines of a gravity chamber enhanced by a training device. Vegeta, standing before Nappa, remarked, "This is Earth, indeed. Let us extend a greeting." Nappa grinned wickedly, extending his right hand, shaped into a sword-like gesture. With a swift motion, the city was reduced to ashes. Huh, was my greeting not sufficiently warm? Vegeta glanced at Nappa. That will suffice, Nappa. This planet has suffered too much destruction to fetch a high price. True, let us seek out that wish-granting orb. Nappa replied, excitement bubbling at the thought of acquiring the wish for immortality. Humph, that would be the Dragon Balls. First, we must locate the one who killed Raditz. He knows about the Dragon Balls, Vegeta stated coolly. If the Dragon Balls are nearby, then our wish for eternal life will be for naught. This is your doing. He expressed his displeasure. Nappa, panic-stricken, hastily responded, I'm sorry, I had forgotten. Humph, let us find the strongest person on this planet. He may very well be the one who killed Raditz, or perhaps Kakaroto's son, Vegeta suggested. Nappa, glancing at the power detector, remarked, this planet seems off. There are no power levels exceeding 1,000. Do not panic, Nappa. Can anyone here truly pose a threat to us? Let us find the strongest individual, Vegeta reassured him, confident that no one could surpass his own strength. The two suddenly took flight in a specific direction. The Dragon Ball warriors sensed their abrupt departure. They are on the move. Chapter 67. Cultivating warriors. Vegeta and Nappa swiftly flew towards the location of Tien and Kairatsu. Tien, feeling the approach of two immense energies, urged Kairatsu, Kairatsu, you must leave this place. No, Tien. I want to fight alongside you. Kairatsu protested. Tien furrowed his brow with concern. Your strength is insufficient. I fear for your safety. I'll be fine. Besides, aren't you here with me? Kairatsu insisted. What are you two doing here, preparing to be fodder? As Piccolo descended from the heavens, he glanced at Tien and Kairatsu, who were frowning in displeasure. Observing the two assume combat stances, Tien felt a surge of anxiety. Do these two insignificant beings truly wish to challenge me? Piccolo remarked, adopting a defensive posture. Suddenly, Vegeta and Nappa landed before the trio. Nappa, upon sighting the three, couldn't help but sneer. Ah, look who we have here. 3 of you now, and it seems you all possess considerable skills. Vegeta, surveying the group from his elevated position, regarded them as mere ants, easily dispatched at his whim. So these are the Scions? Their aura is remarkably potent, Tien thought. Astonished by the overwhelming energy emanating from the two, he realized that engaging them would be futile. Kairatsu, sensing the formidable presence, turned to Tien and exclaimed, Tien, their energy is incredibly strong, almost suffocating. Upon landing, Vegeta addressed the three. It appears you have been anticipating our arrival. Indeed, Piccolo nodded in agreement. Noting the sudden appearance of the two Scions, he steadied himself and inquired, for the sake of caution, may I ask why you have come here? Upon hearing Piccolo's voice, Vegeta felt a sense of familiarity. You must be the one who vanquished Raditz, correct? Piccolo, puzzled, responded, voice? Did Raditz not mention this? This device can serve as a communication tool. Vegeta pointed to the scouter affixed to his face. Nappa cast a glance at Piccolo and remarked to Vegeta, this fellow appears to be a Namekian. Otherwise, how could Raditz, that weakling, have been defeated on such a diminutive planet? Vegeta replied, Namekians not only possess extraordinary combat prowess, but also some remarkable abilities, perhaps even magic. You created the Dragon Balls, did you not? He questioned Piccolo. Namek. Piccolo pondered. As the discussion of Namekian origins sparked a realization within him, he might indeed be the Namekian they referred to. Tien, upon hearing them speak of the Dragon Balls, adopted a combat stance. How do you know about the Dragon Balls? Is that not obvious? We came here specifically for the Dragon Balls. If you know what's good for you, hand them over promptly. Though you are a Namekian, you are but one, and certainly no match for us. Nappa alone could easily annihilate you. Nappa boasted, dismissing the trio as trivial, convinced that no formidable foes could possibly inhabit such a remote planet. Is it truly an adversary? One must inquire of me first. Piccolo exclaimed, his fists clenched in fury as he glared at them. Far away in the divine temple, The deity was taken aback upon overhearing their conversation. So I am indeed an extraterrestrial being. No wonder I am unlike others. When I crafted the Dragon Balls long ago, I felt an inexplicable familiarity. Did such artifacts exist in my distant homeland? It must be the memories of my ancestors that have led me to ponder thus in the divine hall, the deity mused. I knew you wouldn't divulge the truth willingly, so I shall resort to force, Vegeta declared to the trio, concealing his disdain, believing that defeating these few would suffice. Nappa pressed a button on his scouter, and a series of beeps ensued, revealing several readings that elicited laughter from him. This is amusing. One of you possesses a power level of 610, another 1220, and the last 981. Such feeble combat prowess dares to confront us? Vegeta removed his scouter, stating, You are mistaken, Nappa. They can adjust their power levels during battle. These figures are no longer reliable. With a swift motion, he crushed the device beneath his foot. Indeed, the useless Raditz placed too much faith in such devices, which cost him his life. Nappa, too, discarded his scouter and shattered it beneath his boot. Useless Raditz? Piccolo was taken aback by their exchange. Tien, recalling the name Raditz from the deity's warnings, queried Piccolo, Raditz? Isn't he the formidable foe you and Goku barely managed to defeat together? At that moment, Tien and Kaiatsu felt a surge of anxiety. The two most powerful individuals on Earth had only narrowly triumphed over a scion. Yet here was the implication that these individuals were far superior in strength. I am eager to witness their prowess. I refuse to believe they will remain silent until the end, Nappa remarked. You still have 6 seeds for cultivating warriors. Do you not? Plant them. Vegeta's lips curled into a peculiar smile. Nappa, upon hearing Vegeta's words, was invigorated and exclaimed, Truly, you are Vegeta, such ingenuity. To harbor such an interest now. Tien and his companions, bewildered by the mention of these cultivation seeds, were uncertain of their nature. Nappa retrieved a glass vial from his pocket, revealing 6 seeds. He crouched to plant them in the earth and poured the nutrient solution from the vial onto the ground. Soon, 6 green, vegetable-like humanoid creatures emerged from the soil. Nappa addressed the 6 cultivators, teach those 3 a lesson. Apologies for being late. Krillin descended to the ground and addressed the 3 individuals. Shortly thereafter, Yamcha also landed and greeted them. In the sky, 2 figures had descended, Piccolo and Gohan. Do you remember me? I'm Krillin, the one you met at Kame House. Krillin exclaimed as he spotted Gohan. Gohan smiled and replied, Yes, I remember you. Noticing Piccolo moving away, Gohan quickly inquired, Master, where are you going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. I'm simply finding a suitable spot to observe you complete the task I assigned to you. Remember, your mission is to defeat that bald-headed fellow. Do you understand? Piccolo's voice exuded an undeniable authority, leaving Gohan with no option but to comply. Chapter 68. The first battle. The Piccolo soared directly towards a colossal boulder, where a brutal battle of life and death was about to unfold. He must ensure the survival of these Dragon Ball warriors. Although Piccolo and Gohan's powers have surpassed those depicted in the original narrative, Vegeta is far from being complacent. With his formidable strength, defeating these foes would be a mere trifle for him. Vegeta gazed intently at Piccolo perched upon the giant rock, his eyes widening in astonishment as he noticed a tail, an emblematic feature of the Saiyans. How could this individual possess such a trait? Who are you? Vegeta demanded, his gaze icy and penetrating. At that moment, a multitude of questions plagued his mind. It was essential to note that he believed he was the sole surviving Saiyan, alongside Nappa and the deceased Raditz, as well as Raditz's brother, Kakarot. How could it be that an unknown Saiyan had suddenly emerged? Gazing at Vegeta, whose heart was laden with questions, Piccolo offered a faint smile. I am merely a passing Saiyan, he remarked. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, even those unaware of his true nature, such as Tien, were taken aback. Another Saiyan had emerged. Fortunately, he was on their side. Otherwise, given their knowledge of Piccolo's formidable power, defeating them would have been as effortless as child's play. Tien glanced at Krillin, eager to ascertain the identity of this individual. He was aware that Piccolo had taken Goku's son under his wing for a year of training, but the rest remained a mystery. In truth, my understanding of him is rather vague. I recall a time in our youth when Goku and I rescued him, and he is presumably a disciple of Master Roshi, akin to us. Krillin relayed this information to Tien and the others. Yamcha had also encountered Piccolo once, during the fateful day Goku transformed into a great ape. The sheer magnitude of his strength remained vividly etched in his memory. Then, Nappa bellowed at Piccolo. Boy, since you are also a scion, join us, and together we shall conquer the entire universe. Pika cast a disdainful glance at Nappa, who responded with a cold smile, yet remained silent. Nappa, infuriated by Pika's contemptuous gaze, thought to himself, very well, if you choose to disregard my presence, then I shall take your life. After all, with both Vegeta and myself, the scions are more than sufficient. With that, he unleashed a formidable yellow energy wave, its girth akin to that of an arm, hurtling towards Pika. With a mere flick of his right hand, Pika redirected the powerful energy wave, causing it to veer off course and soar into the sky. What? How can this be? That was my full power. Nappa gazed in astonishment as Pika effortlessly deflected his attack, a wave of disbelief washing over him. Vegeta observed Pika with a calm demeanor. Though his mind was tumultuous, while he too could repel Nappa's strongest assault, doing so with such nonchalance was beyond comprehension. However, it seemed unlikely that Pika would engage in the battle. As the onlookers regarded the enigmatic Pika, their anxiety ebbed, realizing that their side possessed such a formidable ally. They were certain they could endure until Goku's arrival. Tien stepped forward, addressing Vegeta and the others. Allow me to take the lead. Let us go. The strange beings known as the Zai-Pei Rin chattered incomprehensibly in their native tongue. Vegeta directed one of the Zai-Pei Rin. You go first and eliminate him. Otherwise, make an effort, Tien. Krillin and the others rallied behind Tien, confident that these unfamiliar creatures were no match for him. With a sudden leap, the Zai-Pei Rin landed, claws poised to strike at Tien. Each Zai-Pei Rin possessed a battle power of 1200, yet they were no match for Tien, who had tirelessly trained for a year. Tien thrust out a single hand, exclaiming "Ha!" as an air palm struck the Zai-Pei Rin in the abdomen, sending it reeling as he charged forward. The Zai-Pei Rin landed on one foot, a peculiar smile spreading across its face. Suddenly, it bent over, splitting its head in half, and a viscous liquid erupted from within. Unfamiliar with such a grotesque display, Tien instinctively sidestepped to evade the attack. The liquid fell among the crowd, prompting Krillin and the others to scatter. With a splattering sound, the substance corroded the ground beneath it. Krillin, witnessing the destructive power of this maneuver, swallowed hard in astonishment, gazing at the crater left behind, emitting exclamations of shock. Ah! Tianjin Fan lunged forward, delivering a swift elbow strike to the cultivator's throat, causing him to stumble backward and collapse, unconscious. Nappa gazed in astonishment at Tianjin Fan, who had effortlessly dispatched the cultivator known for possessing a battle power of at least 1200. He recalled that this individual had only a battle power of slightly over 900 at the time, yet he had managed to defeat the cultivator in a single blow. Humph. It seems these fellows can indeed serve as a training exercise, Vegeta remarked with a haughty tone, a chilling smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, sending shivers down Nappa's spine. Whenever he witnessed that smile from Vegeta, he knew it heralded dire consequences for their opponents. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu erupted in cheers of encouragement. Why? The cultivator's battle power was at least 1200, comparable to Raditz. How could he possibly fall to someone with merely 900? Nappa queried incredulously, directing his gaze toward Vegeta. Quite simple. This fellow's battle power exceeds that threshold, Vegeta replied coolly, observing as the cultivator struggled to rise. With a single-handed grip on his sword, he emitted a disdainful grunt, causing the cultivator's body to contort grotesquely before disintegrating into fragments that scattered across the ground. Vegeta surveyed the feeble cultivators before him and coldly stated, I recall mentioning the necessity of giving it your all. Those who falter will meet the same fate as the last one. Next, another cultivator stepped forward, and as Tianjin Fan withdrew, Yamcha stepped up, addressing Krillin. Allow me to take the lead this time. You'll be up next. Absolutely, Krillin affirmed, determination in his eyes. With that, Yamcha and the cultivator vanished from sight, their speed far surpassing ordinary comprehension. They soared from the ground into the sky, where the cultivator landed on a massive rock, and Yamcha followed closely behind. Ha! The cultivator laughed heartily as he lunged at Yamcha. Yamcha, with a slight smile, evaded, spinning in the air while bringing his hands together in a blossom-like formation. A powerful energy wave struck the cultivator's back, sending him crashing to the ground. I find these monsters rather unimpressive. Leave the remaining 4 to me, Yamcha confidently declared, glancing at the fallen cultivator in the pit below. Indeed, with his prowess, defeating the last 4 cultivators would be child's play. Yet, an unexpected turn of events was about to unfold. As Piccolo beheld the scene, memories flooded back of how Yamcha had once met his demise here at the hands of a rogue Namekian. Determined to alter the course of history, he resolved to take a stand. Just as Yamcha and Krillin were engaged in conversation, the fallen Namekian suddenly opened his eyes and lunged towards Yamcha. With a swift motion, Piccolo directed a beam of azure energy towards the assailant. The blast collided with another energy wave, resulting in a resounding explosion. What? Piccolo turned his gaze towards the source of the energy wave and beheld a man with a single horn hovering in the air. Chapter 69, Reg. Frisia's minion. A fierce wind swept through the area, tousling the horned man's brown hair as he donned protective attire, exuding an overwhelming aura. Who are you? Piccolo thought, reflecting on how his energy beam had been thwarted by this stranger, preventing Yamcha's demise. A singular thought consumed him, to deliver a sound thrashing to this newcomer. The horned man chuckled, having believed that Frisia had left only Vegeta and his two companions alive. To his surprise, he had discovered yet another scion on this remote planet. Years ago, Frisia had obliterated an entire planet, eradicating all scions save for Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Yet here stood another scion before him. Frisia. Piccolo furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. In the original timeline, only Vegeta and Nappa had arrived on Earth. How was it possible for another to emerge? Yet, he recalled the Supreme Kai of Time mentioning that this region was a lawless zone, making alterations to history plausible. After all, Gohan had become his disciple. The appearance of yet another extraterrestrial being was not entirely unfathomable. Pika gazed at the adversary before him, sensing the faint aura emanating from the individual, indicating a mastery of energy concealment. It was evident that he was a formidable threat, yet Pika could not discern the depths of his power. Meanwhile, Krillin crouched beside Yamcha, checking his breath, and his expression shifted dramatically. Anger surged within him as he glared at the scions and the cultivators. How infuriating! Yamcha must have sensed something ominous, which left Krillin feeling despondent. How can I explain this to Bulma and Por? Step aside and witness my prowess, you rascals! Krillin bellowed, as he shouted. Vegeta's gaze fixated on the horned man conversing with Pika, a tempest of emotions swelling within him. How could he be here? Does Frisia know of the mystical orbs on Earth? This is intolerable. Vegeta, is that not Reg? How did he arrive on Earth? Nappa exclaimed, his eyes filled with dread as he beheld the horned figure. A moderately swift energy wave surged towards the enemy, and Krillin noted their indifference, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a decisive motion, he launched the energy wave skyward. Huh, the little one has cowered, hasn't he? Nappa laughed, but his taunt was abruptly cut short by an unforeseen assault. Krillin pressed his hands down forcefully, his expression contorted with rage. Huh. A massive cluster of energy bullets suddenly split into several beams, hurtling down upon their foes. A thunderous explosion resonated, revealing 3 mounds of green liquid. Krillin, weary, muttered, humph. Missed one. Gohan marveled at the display of Krillin's might, exclaiming, incredible. However, from the smoke emerged a cultivator lunging at Gohan. Gohan raised a hand, ensnaring the cultivator in a sphere of golden energy, rendering him immobile. Clenching his right fist, Gohan compressed the cultivator into a pulp. Tien Shinhan stared in astonishment at young Gohan, incredulous that Goku's son possessed such remarkable strength beyond his wildest imagination. Elated, Gohan turned to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, did you see that? Humph. Not bad. It's worth the effort I put into teaching you, Piccolo replied coolly. Look, who is that person? Such overwhelming pressure. Krillin pointed towards Pika. The others followed his gesture, witnessing Pika and the horned man locked in a standoff in midair. The man's energy was not particularly strong, yet the aura he exuded sent shivers down their spines. What is your name? I sense a formidable pressure from you. Perhaps you are the most powerful individual I have encountered, second only to Lord Frisia. Reg, filled with curiosity, inquired of Pika. I always believed that only Frisia had the capability to slay me. No one in the universe could possibly rival my strength. Yet today, I have encountered someone who defies that belief. From his recent display of energy, it is evident that his power is formidable. Pika coldly replied, I shall not reveal my name to the deceased. Such is his nature. He is unwaveringly loyal to his friends, tender with his beloved, yet ruthless towards his foes, employing a singular method of total annihilation. Reg's expression remained unchanged, yet within, a tempest of fury raged. He had never before encountered anyone who spoke to him in such a manner. Even Frisia addressed him with deference. Today, he faced a man devoid of respect, igniting his wrath. A purple aura emanated from Reg as he clenched his fists, recognizing him as an impudent scion. Today, I shall teach you the art of proper conversation. Kaiatsu gently patted Tien's shoulder, declaring, Tien, those two scions are not dead. What? The crowd gasped, their hearts racing as they beheld the two figures emerging from the smoke. Why was this so? They bore no injuries despite facing my full power. Is this the essence of science? Krillin observed the duo with astonishment. Nappa, stretching his limbs, turned to Vegeta and proclaimed, Watch me. I can effortlessly dispatch all 5 of them at once. Do as you wish, but be swift. We must gather the Dragon Balls before Reg eliminates that fellow. Vegeta commanded Nappa. As Nappa advanced, the earth trembled beneath his feet, scaring away the small creatures that once inhabited the area due to his overwhelming presence. Let us train. Nappa assumed a stance, blue energy radiating from him. His power surged from 4,000 to 5,000. Tien gazed in amazement at the strength emanating from Nappa, causing the ground to quake. Only Tien, Krillin, and Kaiatsu were taken aback. Piccolo, wearing a scornful expression, regarded Nappa as if his strength were not particularly impressive. Gohan, tasked by Pika to defeat the bald man before him, sensed that his energy was comparable to his own. In the skies, Pika, in a standoff with Reg, suddenly felt Nappa's energy diverging from the original narrative. In the story, he possessed a mere 4,000, yet now he approached a battle power of 5,000. In an instant, a figure appeared before Pika. Reg, with an icy demeanor, admonished, You dare to divide your focus while facing me? You seek death. A punch struck Pika squarely in the face, the tremendous impact propelling him through boulders, shattering a dozen before he finally came to a halt. Pika wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with a self-deprecating tone, remarked, How foolish of me to make such a trivial mistake. However, anyone who dares to strike my face will undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. Chapter 70. Goku vs. Nappa. You dare to challenge me? I will ensure your demise is anything but graceful. Pika declared fiercely, a tremendous force emanating from him that swept up the surrounding debris, causing it to swirl and dance around him. With a thunderous roar, he launched himself towards Reg, moving as swiftly as an arrow released from its bow, his aura pressing down upon the earth with the ferocity of a tiger unleashed. How formidable! How swift! Krillin and the others marveled at the immense energy radiating from Pika, leaving them in awe. Piccolo observed Pika, his mind in turmoil, questioning just how much power this individual had concealed. Reg, watching Pika charge towards him, felt disdainful. A mere speck of dust, and yet you dare to vie with the sun and moon. You seek your own destruction. With that, Reg raised his hand and unleashed a ki wave as thick as a barrel, its speed and power formidable beyond measure. The speed of Piccolo surged once more, his formidable aura dispersing Ray's energy wave in all directions. How is this possible? Rage finally ceased his boastful rhetoric, for at that moment, Piccolo had already arrived at his side, delivering a powerful punch directly to his face. The impact sent Rage crashing through a small mountain, his form enveloped in a violet flame. With his arms outstretched, a tremendous force emanated from behind him, spreading towards the ground. The earth, unable to withstand such overwhelming energy, began to crack and fracture. Gazing at the retreating aura of Piccolo, Rage's eyes filled with fury. You have truly enraged me. I shall now demonstrate what true power entails. Piccolo unleashed a wave of blue and white energy towards Ragger without affording him a moment to speak. With a swift motion, Ragger struck down with his right hand, deflecting Piccolo's energy blast to the ground, where it erupted into a cloud of smoke. From within the haze, Ragger emerged with remarkable speed, engaging Piccolo in direct combat. Their velocities had transcended the realm of opponents like Goku and his companions, manifesting only as ripples dispersing through the air. In less than a second, they generated numerous waves visible in the atmosphere. Amidst the chaos, Nappa crackled with electric sparks, emanating an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in Krillin and the others. The battle had officially commenced. Who shall begin? He mused. Let's start with you. With that, he launched himself like a cannonball towards Tien, arriving before him in an instant and delivering a fierce punch. Dodge! Piccolo shouted. Nappa's punch landed with ferocity, leaving a crimson line etched across Tien's arm, which subsequently fell to the ground. Tien cried out in agony, for any being would wail when losing an arm. Yet, Naba was far from satisfied. With a disdainful grunt, he swung his fist once more towards Tien, who had learned from his previous encounter and ascended into the sky to evade the blow. Blood dripped from his severed arm onto Naba's face, and astonishingly, he extended his tongue to taste it, relishing the sensation of slaughter. No sooner had he savored the moment than his form flickered behind Tien, his fist encircled by an electric halo, striking towards him again. Although Tien was not on par with Naba, he was a seasoned warrior with swift reflexes, narrowly sidestepping the lethal blow. However, Naba was relentless and delivered a swift kick to Tien's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. This was Naba's full-force attack, and he believed this three-eyed human would surely perish. Yet, Tien struggled to rise from the ground. Such tenacity! He hasn't succumbed, Naba exclaimed, displeased that this seemingly feeble human could still muster the strength to rise. He then extended 2 fingers, summoning a gaping chasm from the earth. Vegeta glanced around, questioning, "Is he dead? No, it can't be. Where is he?" His eyes scanned the vicinity until they fell upon a young boy in a blue martial arts uniform, carrying Tien. This boy was Gohan, who was no longer the frail child of the original tale. His power now rivaled that of Naba. What? This little brat. As Nappa observed Gohan rescuing Tien, a sense of discontent brewed within him. After all, he was a seasoned Scion warrior. How could his intended victim be so effortlessly liberated by another? Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the air, aiming to eliminate Gohan in a single strike. Upon noticing Nappa's approach, Gohan released Tien and, with a cry, unleashed a white aura, engaging in combat with Nappa. To the onlookers, the two appeared evenly matched. Yet to Piccolo and Vegeta, it was evident that Gohan was at a disadvantage. Krillin, witnessing the fierce battle between Gohan and Nappa, turned to Piccolo in astonishment, inquiring about the nature of Gohan's training that had fostered such formidable strength. Piccolo cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Krillin, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "The training he has endured far surpasses what you all have experienced by hundreds of times. Overcoming you lot is but child's play." Piccolo was nothing if not blunt, indifferent to the feelings of others. Krillin found himself at a loss for words, his gaze fixated on the duel unfolding in the sky. He had always believed that after a year of training, Gohan's strength would merely be comparable to his own, yet he was taken aback by Gohan's remarkable prowess. Was this the inherent nature of science? As Gohan identified an opening above Nappa, he struck with a powerful punch. Nappa, realizing the blow was aimed at his face, tilted his head slightly, yet still felt Gohan's fist graze his cheek. Excellent. After enduring such a prolonged struggle, Gohan had finally landed a hit on his opponent. Though it was merely a scratch, the fact that he could retaliate after being under pressure was a significant achievement. In his excitement, he momentarily forgot he was still in battle. Nappa, infuriated by Gohan's unearned exuberance, admonished him, "This is a fight, not a game." He then landed a punch to Gohan's abdomen, sending him flying. "This kid just can't seem to shake that flaw." Piccolo grumbled as he sprinted toward the descending Gohan to catch him. "How many times must I tell you not to lose focus during battle? You never listen." His tone was tinged with disappointment. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan replied earnestly. "My master told me that I must defeat this guy to protect the Earth, and I am determined to do so." Despite his youth, Gohan's love for the planet rivaled that of his father. Otherwise, he would not have transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 in response to the death of Android 16 at the hands of Cell. Meanwhile, in the skies, Piccolo and Rikum were engaged in their own fierce confrontation, both bearing numerous wounds. "Rikum, is it? Remember the name of the one who will bring about your demise, Piccolo." Kaioken times 10. A fiery aura enveloped Piccolo, and a powerful energy surged through the atmosphere, scattering the clouds above. Chapter 72. Then let us await the arrival of Son Goku. Gohan approached Nappa step by step, his blue aura blazing like flames, trailing behind him. Although he moved forward with a measured pace, each step sent a wave of trepidation through Nappa. One could not confront him head-on. Evasion was imperative. Suddenly, Nappa accelerated to the side, attempting to avoid Gohan, but as soon as he moved, Gohan was already before him. With a swift motion, he struck Nappa with tremendous force. Nappa raised his arms to shield his vital points, but the impact of Gohan's punch drove deep into his defenses. The sound of shattering bones echoed, followed by Nappa's anguished cries. He collapsed to the ground, his injured arm dangling limply at his side, fragments of bone piercing through his skin, oozing blood, while the other arm bore only a bruise. Piccolo gazed at Gohan, whose demeanor remained eerily calm, astonished by the overwhelming power radiating from him. The force of that punch, had it landed on him, would have rendered him in a state akin to Nappa's. Panic surged within Piccolo as he sensed Gohan's energy rapidly depleting. He dashed forward, intent on reaching Gohan. Gohan turned his head slightly, addressing Piccolo and Krillin with a heavy heart. "I'm sorry, teacher. I failed to complete your task, Uncle Piccolo. I apologize for my weakness." With that, he collapsed into Piccolo's arms, unconscious. "Indeed, your heart is too soft. I'll take it from here," Piccolo declared, tossing Gohan towards Krillin, who fumbled to catch him. Gazing at Gohan's serene face, Krillin murmured, "You've done remarkably well." Nappa struggled to rise, fury boiling within him as he glared at Piccolo. "You Namekian, I will kill you." "Kill me? You are unworthy," Piccolo retorted coldly, delivering a powerful kick to Nappa's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. "You are no longer the feeble creature you were a year ago," he mused, recognizing that Nappa's strength had diminished considerably. In Piccolo's eyes, Nappa was as weak as Krillin. His gaze shifted towards Vegeta, realizing that the Scion's strength far surpassed his own, rendering him a formidable opponent. Vegeta, witnessing Nappa's disgraceful behavior, felt a surge of irritation. "Nappa, how much more humiliation must you endure? Stand down." Vegeta, however, was quickly met with an explanation from Nappa. Yet, upon noticing the discontent in Vegeta's eyes, he promptly fell silent, ever aware that Vegeta was a prince while he was merely a subordinate. Nappa retreated quietly, standing behind Vegeta without uttering a word. Vegeta cast a glance at the timid Nappa, feeling a surge of frustration at having such a foolish subordinate. With an air of arrogance, Vegeta addressed Piccolo, declaring, "Namekian, take pride, for you are about to engage in a contest with the Prince of the Scions. I trust you can withstand at least one blow." Vegeta possessed immense confidence in his own abilities, unwilling to allow anyone to surpass him. "Humph, who shall meet their demise first remains to be seen." Piccolo felt an unease within, yet, being a proud warrior himself, he was reluctant to concede, even in the face of a stronger opponent. Observing Piccolo's bravado, Vegeta chuckled derisively. As a prince, he was astonished that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Who do you think you are, daring to address me like that? You seek death." With the speed of a released arrow, Vegeta surged towards Piccolo, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Piccolo was caught off guard, and as he fell, Vegeta shouted at Nappa, "Did I not instruct you to do nothing? There are still foes to eliminate. Go." "Yes." Nappa approached Krillin and his companions, feeling a mix of anger after being scolded by Vegeta. He intended to unleash all his pin-up rage upon them. "Boys, Nappa is back. You, little bald one. Your hairstyle annoys me. You shall be my target." Krillin was taken aback, bewildered by the comment about their similar hairstyles. "Are you joking? Mine is because I was raised in a temple. What about you?" Nappa, with his right arm incapacitated, had only his left to rely on. Despite having fought Gohan for an extended period, he still had ample strength to deal with Krillin and his companions. "Dumpling, be cautious. This foe is beyond our current capabilities. We must employ a strategy of delay. Do you understand?" Krillin advised the dispirited Dumpling, who was still haunted by the moment of Tien's demise. Angered, Dumpling shot a glare at Nappa. "I will kill this Scion." Having grown up alongside Tien, who treated him like a brother, Dumpling felt an overwhelming urge for vengeance. Tien had always ensured that Dumpling received the first share of food and play, even sacrificing himself to protect him from their master as punishments. In that moment, Dumpling harbored but a single thought, to perish alongside this adversary and seek out Tien in the afterlife. "Goku, hurry. We can hardly hold on any longer." Krillin was perplexed, consumed by a singular thought. If Goku were to arrive, this battle would undoubtedly come to a swift conclusion. With a resounding crash, Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch, sending debris flying dozens of meters away. Quick on his feet, Krillin managed to catch Piccolo, but the force was so immense that he was propelled backwards several meters before coming to a halt. Nappa, crackling with electric energy, charged toward them, closing the distance rapidly. Vegeta shouted, "Nappa, halt." Suspended in midair, Nappa was taken aback. Moments ago, he had been engaged in combat, and now he was being commanded to cease. What was happening? Why was Vegeta behaving this way? "Calm down. I just want to ask them a few questions." Vegeta sneered at Nappa. "Hey, the Goku you keep mentioning. Are you referring to Kakarot?" He cast a haughty glance at Krillin and the others. "Yes, what of it?" Krillin replied defiantly. "Goku perished alongside Raditz. If he were to be resurrected, it would have to be through the Dragon Balls, right? It seems the rumors I've heard on the radio are indeed true. So, you're pinning your hopes on him, huh? What use is a fighter who couldn't even defeat Raditz? Vegeta scoffed, holding Goku in utter disdain as a lowly warrior. Krillin, filled with indignation, felt the heat of anger rising within him. He had grown up alongside Goku, training, sharing meals, and even sleeping in the same bed. If anyone had the closest bond with Goku, it was undoubtedly Krillin, and he would not permit anyone to speak ill of his friend. He shouted vehemently, "He is not the same as he once was. Not by any means. He has grown far stronger. Do not underestimate Goku." Piccolo, undeterred by Vegeta's scornful remarks, added, "Is he too afraid to show up? Coward." Nappa taunted. Vegeta erupted into laughter, entirely unconvinced that a low-class warrior could triumph over them. "You really believe he can save you? How amusing." He glanced at the fierce battle unfolding with Rager and realized that Rager had reached his utmost potential in this form. Fury coursed through him. He had not anticipated another Scion being able to battle such a formidable opponent for this long. "I will surpass that fool. Frieza shall surely fall to my hands." This thought lingered in his mind. "Then we shall wait a little longer. We will give him 3 hours. After that, we move on," Vegeta declared, extending 3 fingers toward them. Nappa, astonished by Vegeta's words, exclaimed, "Don't be ridiculous, Vegeta. He will not come. Stop being foolish. Let us end this quickly. What shall we do for 3 hours? We've rested enough before arriving on Earth. I'm eager for a good fight and refuse to wait aimlessly. I want to stand for it." With that, he charged forward, intent on annihilating them. "Nappa, do you dare defy my orders?" Chapter 71. The demise of Tien. Reg watched in astonishment as the crimson aura enveloping Piccolo revealed a startling truth. He had yet to unveil his true power. The astonishing capabilities of this warrior left him utterly astounded. With a swift motion of his left hand, he dispersed the swirling currents of energy surrounding him. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the formidable force was palpable to the Dragon Ball fighters, who gazed in awe, realizing that Piccolo's exhibited might was merely the tip of the iceberg. "Uncle Piccolo, the teacher's strength is truly remarkable," Gohan exclaimed, exerting every ounce of strength to anchor himself against the ferocious winds. In the air, with no solid footing, Nappa had already been propelled several meters backward by the fierce gusts. Vegeta, arms crossed and visibly astonished, observed Piccolo with a mix of admiration and indignation. Even he struggled to withstand the tempest, recognizing that this was a force that could not be underestimated. The thought that this individual, dismissive of his own prowess, refused to engage with them ignited a surge of anger within him. How dare he look down upon others? Vegeta emanated a powerful aura, attempting to counterbalance Piccolo's energy. Yet it was as futile as comparing an ant to an elephant. Pika forcefully thrust his foot into the air, creating ripples that danced through the atmosphere as he propelled himself towards Rager, delivering a punch imbued with his utmost strength. The impact sent Rager hurtling backwards, accompanied by the ominous sound of his ribs fracturing. A trickle of faint purple blood escaped from the corner of his mouth as he wiped it away. Reflecting on the passage of time, it had been an eternity since he had sustained injuries, with the sole exception being his encounter with King Frieza. "You are the second individual to witness the true extent of my power." A cacophony of cracking bones erupted from Rager's body, though it was not merely the sound of bones shattering. Rather, it was the distressing noise of bones expanding under pressure. A large protrusion of bone erupted from his chest, enveloping his torso and tearing through his clothing. Pika sensed a surge of energy within him, escalating exponentially, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Grasping his right wrist with his left hand, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Reg. However, the outcome was far from what Pika had anticipated. Each energy blast was repelled by Reg's formidable exoskeleton. With an outstretched motion, Reg extended his arms, and the skin on his forearms ruptured, giving way to a pair of bone blades protruding 40 centimeters from his elbows. "This cannot continue." Pika spread his hands, summoning 2 swirling discs of energy, akin to large crescents, and hurled them at Reg. As these energy crescents approached, Reg felt an extraordinary aura emanating from them, a harbinger of death itself. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. The energy crescents sliced through the massive boulder behind him, cleaving it in twain, while the resulting energy blades tore into his exoskeleton. "Curse be you, wretched fiend." Reg found himself encased in a cocoon of bone, resembling a suit of skeletal armor, complete with a bone helmet that lent him a fearsome appearance. "I shall slay you." Suddenly, he vanished from his original position, reappearing instantaneously beside Pika, and struck with a punch. With a resounding clap, Pika met the blow with his palm, the sheer force of the impact causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Such overwhelming power. The two adversaries stood poised, each locked in a tense standoff, as Pika's hand, still trembling from the force of the strike, felt as though his bones were fracturing. Krillin and the others gazed in awe at the extraordinary battle unfolding in the skies, their minds beginning to question the purpose of their presence. Gohan glanced at Pika, resolute thoughts racing through his mind. I shall not betray your trust, master. Leaping from Piccolo's embrace, he shouted at the sky, Big Baldy, I will defeat you. What? Defeat me? Such foolishness. Let us see who meets their demise first. Nappa dove from above, crackling with electric sparks. Gohan propelled himself off the ground, charging towards Nappa. Those familiar with physics understood the implications of acceleration, coupled with Nappa's considerably greater mass. Thus, Gohan was destined to be at a disadvantage. Yet, rather than confront Nappa head-on, Gohan opted to spiral gracefully in the air just as Nappa closed in, evading the devastating force of the impending impact. Mystic Flash. Raising his hands above his head, Gohan summoned a spiked sphere of energy that coalesced within his grasp. With a forceful press, a wave of energy erupted from his palms, striking Nappa directly. An explosion of vibrant fireworks illuminated the sky as a charred silhouette plummeted to the ground. Struggling, Nappa rose to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With a swift motion, he tore away his tattered battle attire and cast it aside, flexing his neck with a maniacal grin. Hey kid, given your impressive strength, how about joining us? You could live a life of luxury, doing whatever you please. Nappa boldly attempted to recruit Gohan, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Gohan, unwavering, shouted back, Never. I will not align myself with you and your destructive ways. Abandon that thought. Well said, Gohan. I stand with you, Krillin exclaimed, feeling a surge of righteous fervor in response to Gohan's noble declaration. Nappa's expression darkened immediately. He seldom extended recruitment offers, and only did so now due to Gohan's formidable strength and Saiyan heritage. Young man, since you refuse my invitation, prepare to face the consequences. A flash of light surged forth as Nappa lunged at Gohan, delivering a powerful punch. Anticipating the attack, Gohan crossed his arms to block it, but suddenly opened his mouth, gathering a brilliant golden light within. With a triumphant shout, he unleashed a wave of energy from his mouth. Gohan's eyes widened in shock as the two were too close for him to evade the onslaught. A chilling sense of mortality enveloped him. Was this how it would end? He hadn't even witnessed his father's resurrection or heard the praises of his mentors, Piccolo and others. Suddenly, a figure collided with Gohan, taking the brunt of the formidable energy blast. The wave pierced through him, drawing forth blood as his pupils dilated. He knelt on the ground, murmuring, Goku, hurry back. Tien. Krillin shouted in despair, realizing that the one who had shielded Gohan was the already injured Tien. In Tien's heart, he believed Gohan still had much potential and could become a true guardian of Earth. Kaiatsu cried out in sorrow, Tien, having grown up alongside Tien. They were not just friends but brothers in spirit. Witnessing Tien's demise shattered Kaiatsu's heart. Filled with rage upon witnessing Tien's death, Gohan could no longer contain his fury. Rising to his feet, he radiated a brilliant blue light, his eyes void of emotion as he coldly addressed Nappa, You must die. Meanwhile, Goku, racing down Snake Way, felt a jolt in his heart, sensing that more than one of his comrades had fallen. Damn it, I need to move faster. Chapter 73. A brutal assault on Ranger Naba. Do you dare defy my command? Vegeta's gaze pierced through Naba with the coldness reserved for the dead. In his mind, anyone who disobeyed him deserved nothing less than death. Naba soared to Vegeta's side and queried, Vegeta, why must we wait for Kakarot? I fail to comprehend what merit lies in awaiting that feeble scion. Having been reprimanded by Vegeta, Naba harbored a burgeoning animosity towards the yet unseen Goku. Why? Because that scoundrel had betrayed their scion kin. Traitors must be met with severe retribution. I want him to witness the slaughter of his son and comrades, and then, slowly, I will torment him, allowing him to suffer in agony. In 3 to 4 hours, we shall witness a grand spectacle, provided he arrives within 3 hours. With a scoff, Vegeta donned his power-level scouter and coldly addressed the excited Naba, disdain swirling within him as he regarded the simple-minded brute. Indeed, he was a fool, easily manipulated. Ah, splendid. Vegeta, once Kakarot returns, he is yours. Those 3 are mine. That little brat and the Namekian truly inflicted pain upon me. I shall relish tormenting them. Kakarot, I fervently hope you arrive swiftly. Na Ba exclaimed, reveling in the thought of gradually inflicting suffering upon the trio. Very well. However, you must ensure that the Namekian divulges the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. If he perishes, we shall gain nothing. Do you understand? Vegeta replied with a smirk, then turned his gaze to the sky where the combatants engaged in battle. Their skirmish had just commenced, and the clash of their fists reverberated through the air, shattering the very fabric of space with their overwhelming destructive power. Pika lifted his right leg and swept it forward, the strike accompanied by a howling tempest. An indomitable force that instilled a twinge of fear in Reg. If that leg were to land squarely upon him, it would undoubtedly shatter him to his very bones. A direct confrontation was unwise. Reg propelled himself upward, soaring above Pika's head, a sphere of violet energy coalescing in his hands, radiating an aura capable of annihilating worlds. Behold, the destruction sphere. An energy orb, roughly 10 meters in diameter, shot forth from his grasp toward Pika. Although the speed was not particularly swift, Pika could easily evade it. However, he sensed an overwhelming power within that orb, one potent enough to obliterate the earth. Cursed be this fate, Pika thought, watching the energy sphere approach. Reluctantly, he prepared to face it. Ha! What is the matter? Why not dodge? Reg's laughter echoed maniacally. It had been years since he had experienced such a grievous wound, and now he was determined to repay the humiliation tenfold. Look, Piccolo! What is that? Krillin exclaimed in terror as he observed the massive energy sphere hurtling toward the ground. Piccolo, witnessing the ominous violet orb, felt a deep trepidation. The aura emanating from it was utterly terrifying. Vegeta and Nappa, resting upon a rock, rose to their feet. Nappa, glaring at the energy sphere, roared with fury, "That bastard Reg intends to kill us all. We lack the means to survive in this universe." "Damn it!" Vegeta exclaimed, stomping the ground with such force that it cracked, fissures spreading toward Piccolo and the others. Pika, with both hands firmly pressed against the energy sphere, exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, merely managing to decelerate the descent of the orb. With a sudden thud, Pika realized that his feet had already made contact with the ground, leaving 2 profound imprints in the earth. This could not continue. If it did, the planet would face annihilation. Infuriated, crimson flames erupted from his body, his muscles swelling with intensity, causing the ground beneath him to scatter fragments of stone, deepening his footprints even further until his feet were entirely ensconced in the earth. 15 times the Kaioken. As Pika unleashed his power, the ground began to sink around him, and everything in proximity to his formidable aura was reduced to mere dust. The crimson aura surrounding Pikachu intensified once more, preventing the descent of the energy sphere. Puffs of blue energy emanated from where Pikachu's hands met the sphere, gradually enveloping half of it in a swirling embrace. From the center of the sphere, brilliant streams of azure energy began to cascade outward. Death-piercing cannon. Pika thrust both hands upward, and the entire energy sphere was propelled into the sky, pierced by Pika's deathly cannon. What? This is impossible. This is my most powerful technique. How could he possibly withstand it? Reg's face contorted in disbelief. He had always thought that only King Frieza could endure such an attack. Suddenly, Reg's eyes widened as the energy sphere approached him with alarming speed, now mere moments away. He believed he could not withstand his own annihilation blast and swiftly dodged to the side. However, it was too late. The bony armor on his left shoulder was reduced to dust by his own devastating attack. Cradling his shoulder, he gazed at Pika in shock. No. I refuse to believe that anyone besides King Frieza could defeat me. I absolutely refuse. With both hands extended, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Pika, enveloped in a fiery red aura, made no effort to evade. Instead, he charged forward. The energy blast struck him but vanished as if they had sunk into the ocean, leaving no trace. What? Reg realized that his attacks were utterly futile, stumbling backward, his mouth agape in shock as he beheld Pika, ablaze with red flames. Resembling a war god returned from the depths of hell. Words failed him. Wasn't he rather arrogant? Pika's fist struck against Reg's chest armor, shattering it into fragments that cascaded onto the ground. Why the silence? A swift kick to his right leg obliterated the armor, bending it grotesquely. Not so loquacious now. Are we? A flying knee collided with his chin, reducing his bone helmet to powder and dislodging several teeth in the process. With a flurry of punches, Pika unleashed a relentless assault upon Reg, each strike sending visible ripples emanating from Reg's form. In that moment, Reg was a canvas of crimson. Every bone in his body shattered beyond recognition, including his skull. By any ordinary judgment, he appeared irrevocably deceased. Yet, against all odds, he clung to life, albeit with labored breaths. Reg belonged to a mutated race within the cosmos, endowed with the remarkable ability to endure in the universe. His most formidable trait was his malleable, resilient bones, which instilled a sense of invincibility under Frisia's command. A decisive kick to his abdomen propelled him towards the ground, creating a colossal crater upon impact. Satan, driving in that direction, witnessed a figure plummeting from the heavens. With a screeching halt, he skidded to a stop, bewildered. What on earth is that? Peering through the car door at the fractured terrain, he gasped in astonishment. Chapter 74, Goku, hurry up! Satan, astonished by the cracked earth before him, pondered whether it was man-made. Regardless, he was compelled to investigate who had the audacity to fly. I must learn this skill. He envisioned himself as a crime-fighting hero, embraced by the masses, ultimately ascending to the role of general manager, winning the heart of a beautiful heiress, and reaching the pinnacle of success. With fervor, Satan sprinted towards the scene. Suddenly, several figures came into view, some sprawled upon the ground. Concealing himself behind a rock, he surveyed the chaos. Bewildered, what on earth has transpired? Is it possible that there are casualties? He observed the bald Krillin addressing Piccolo. Currently, Gohan is our strongest fighter, alongside Pika, who is engaged in battle with that alien. Gohan has lost consciousness. We must rely on you now. Curse it. Why am I so inept? Goku, hurry. We can hardly hold on. Piccolo gazed at Vegeta, his eyes tightly shut, lost in contemplation. A foreboding sense enveloped him. If Goku did not hasten his arrival, they would indeed perish in this place. Suddenly, Piccolo descended from the heavens, displaying signs of fatigue. In his fierce battle against Rikom, he had expended every ounce of his strength, and now he found himself utterly incapable of matching Piccolo's prowess. He had made a grievous error by neglecting to bring the Senzu beans. He had presumed that his adversaries were merely Vegeta and Nappa, believing that as long as he prevented these Dragon Ball warriors from falling, all would be well. However, unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Now, every muscle in his body ached, rendering him powerless. Had he attacked Vegeta immediately after defeating Rikom, he could have swiftly vanquished both foes. Yet, when one is taught with tension, the transition to relaxation makes it arduous to regain composure. Krillin rushed to support Piccolo, his voice laced with concern. Are you all right? Piccolo shook his head, glancing at the dismembered Nappa and the unscathed Vegeta. On his side, Yamcha and Tien had already perished, while Gohan lay unconscious from exhaustion. The only one capable of standing against these two formidable opponents was Piccolo, alongside Krillin. Defeating Nappa would be a simple task for Piccolo, but what of Vegeta? Thus, they could only hold on until Goku's arrival. If Piccolo disregarded his own safety, he might defeat them, yet the toll on his body could lead to debilitating ailments. Meanwhile, Nappa, bored, toyed with his power level detector, suddenly noticing two figures nearby, one with a meager power level of merely a dozen, and the other boasting a staggering 1,000. Oh, this could be amusing, Nappa exclaimed, rising to address Vegeta. Vegeta cast a disinterested glance at Nappa and waved him off to handle it himself. As Nappa approached the detected location, a colossal dinosaur burst forth from the mountain. What the? A beast seeking its demise, he shouted, unleashing a ki blast that pierced through the creature's massive body, leaving it lifeless on the ground. Meanwhile, Dend pressed himself against the stone wall, covering his mouth in terror as he watched Nappa from a distance. The low power level detected earlier belonged to Dend himself, and he was fortunate that an oblivious dinosaur had intervened, allowing him to escape the clutches of death. Nappa strode towards the massive pit, tauntingly standing at its edge as he looked down at the injured Rikom. Well, if it isn't the illustrious Mr. Rikom, what brings you to this forsaken place? Did Lord Frisia abandon you, casting you aside on such a desolate planet? In the past, Rikom had looked down upon both Nappa and Vegeta while serving under Frisia, often hurling derogatory terms like stinking monkey at them. Just kill me already. Spare me your incessant chatter. Rikom coughed up blood, his gaze fixed on the sky. The image of Piccolo haunted his thoughts. He realized survival was no longer within reach. Did this desolate planet possess any advanced technology? Though his bones could regenerate, his internal organs had suffered irreparable damage, leaving him in a state of agonizing limbo, where even death eluded him. With a sudden leap, Nappa landed in the pit, grinning as he surveyed the battered Rikom. Killing you would dirty my hands. He sneered, echoing words that Rikum had once directed at him, a memory etched in his mind. With a swift kick, Nappa pressed his foot onto Rikum's body, spinning it as one would twist a cigarette butt. Ah! Rikum cried out in agony, unable to bear the pain. You bastard! If you're going to kill me, just do it already. Why torment me? Naba bent down and, with a sinister smile on his blood-streaked face, taunted, "Wanna die? It won't be that easy. I shall make you experience the agony of 1,000 cuts. A punishment I learned on another planet." He extended his uninjured arm, and a blade-like energy knife materialized, slicing through the skin of Reg. What a delightful symphony. He chuckled, his movements accelerating as pieces of flesh flew through the air, splattering blood onto his face, adding to his malevolent grin, rendering him a veritable demon. Naba shook his head, noting the diminishing cries. Perhaps he was going too fast? Let us try something else, shall we? He picked up a stone and fashioned it into a blade. Nearby, those who heard Reg's anguished screams and Naba's maniacal laughter felt a chill run down their spines. This fiend was terrifying. An hour later, Naba, drenched in blood, approached Vegeta. It's done. It seems you've slain Reg. Remember, be more decisive next time. Your screams were rather grating, Vegeta replied coldly. Observing Vegeta's displeased expression, Naba felt a flutter of anxiety but nodded, understood. Next time, I shall be swift and efficient. On a long serpentine path, Goku flew swiftly, nearing its end. At last, I've reached the terminus of the Serpent Road. He entered the Hall of Yama, where the deities sensed his arrival and appeared before him, and together they vanished from the hall, leaving King Yama bewildered in the wind. With a clap, Goku greeted the deity before soaring downwards. Seeing Goku descend, the cat sage tossed him 2 sins of beans, which he caught. Only 2 remained. Thanks, Karen. He exclaimed. Hinta 1. A swirl of yellow cloud materialized beneath Goku's feet, and he consumed a senzu bean, rejuvenating his spirit. The gathering energy ahead was formidable. He urged. Onward, Kinta 1. 3 hours swiftly passed. Vegeta removed the battle power scouter from his face and addressed Naba. 3 hours have elapsed. Go deal with them. That Namekian is beyond your capability, so I shall take care of him. Having battled Piccolo, Vegeta was well aware that Naba would likely be no match for the Namekian. Naba nodded, confident that the Namekian was not stronger than himself. That kick had surely only succeeded because that little brat had injured him first. He yearned to return the favor, but Vegeta had insisted on handling the Namekian himself. There is no choice. After all, Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans, and one must heed his commands. As Piccolo observed the restless Nappa and Vegeta, he cautioned his companions, Goku and Krillin, saying, You must exercise caution. They may charge at us all at once. Krillin, simply keep Nappa occupied and avoid direct confrontation. You are aware of the fate that befell Tien. You have already used the Dragon Balls once to resurrect him. It is impossible to do so a second time, understood? And you, Piccolo, I know you may not wish to hear this, but you must also be vigilant. Vegeta's power far exceeds your current capabilities. You must tread carefully. Chaozu, assist them as needed, for like Krillin, you two have no opportunity to be revived with the Dragon Balls again. Krillin nodded in understanding, well aware of his own limitations. He would not engage in a futile struggle as he cherished his life. Chaozu nodded as well, yet his true thoughts remained a mystery to the others. Enough of this nonsense. I, the Demon King, shall conquer the earth. Piccolo chuckled at Pika, a smile laden with unspoken sentiments. He was acutely aware of his impending demise and lamented not being able to witness Gohan's future. Although he often appeared stern and demanding, he had come to regard Gohan as his successor. Nappa interjected, Hey, are you done? We want to wait for you. His tone crackled with malevolence. Eager to employ his lethal techniques against Tien once more, Krillin charged forward, recalling his earlier conversation with Chaozu about the Saiyans' weakness being their tails. He deftly redirected Nappa's attention while Chaozu seized the opportunity to grasp Nappa's tail. Krillin then unleashed his most formidable attack against Nappa. With a resounding crash, Krillin slammed his palms against the ground, sending a ki wave surging forth, propelling him into the sky. Now it's our chance. Chaozu's petite form darted behind Nappa, grasping his tail with a grin. Perfect. Now Krillin. However, Nappa retaliated with an elbow strike to Chaozu's head, knocking him unconscious and laughing. So you know our weakness, huh? Did Kakarot inform you? No wonder he is aware of his own vulnerabilities. Fools. knowing that our tail is a weakness. We would never leave such a flaw unaddressed. We have long since resolved that issue, Vegeta mocked, observing Piccolo's attempts to assist. Your opponent is me, he declared, launching an offensive against Piccolo. Despite being outmatched by the diminutive warrior, Piccolo was neither foolish nor unprepared. He was astute enough to evade some of the most lethal blows. Nappa, glancing at Krillin high above, smirked ominously. Let us start with you, Bald One. You must be Kakaroto's friend. How heartless of him. While his friends are on the brink of death, he still has tea come to aid. You two are bald, remarked Naba, looking at the shiny, round head of Piccolo as he sat on the ground. In an instant, he dashed towards Krillin, delivering a swift kick to his side and a resounding slap to his face, sending Krillin crashing against the rocks. Hey, don't die so quickly. I haven't had my fun yet. With that, he charged at Krillin, sparks and lightning trailing behind him. Krillin, upon opening his eyes and seeing Naba approach, slammed both palms onto the ground. The resulting force propelled him away from Naba's lethal strike just in time. Gasping for breath, Krillin knew that Naba would not relent easily. Another surge of sparks and lightning erupted as Krillin raised one hand above his head, summoning a swirling circular energy blade. Energy circle slash. The blade sliced through the air with a buzzing sound, aimed directly at Naba. Unfazed, Naba charged forward, dismissing the attack. Vegeta, engaged in battle with Piccolo, shouted, Naba, get out of the way. As a Saiyan prince, Naba had no choice but to heed his command, narrowly avoiding the energy circle slash, which cleaved through a nearby hill. Dripping blood from his severed left arm, Naba seethed with rage. How could he have been bested by a baldy he deemed inferior? You've truly angered me, little Bald One. Prepare to meet your end. Gathering a sphere of golden energy in his unscathed right hand, he hurled it towards Krillin, with a leap into the air. Krillin evaded the explosive energy blast, but Naba anticipated this and laughed. Ha! Die! Just as Naba aimed for a decisive blow against Krillin, a powerful energy blast interrupted his attack. Turning, he saw Gohan, who had just regained consciousness. Vegeta, still battling Piccolo, chuckled, Huh? Naba, looks like you're in trouble. With a swift kick, Naba deflected Vegeta's punch, landing back on the ground. He roared at Gohan, You, I thought you were unconscious. And that's why I didn't attack you. How dare you push your luck? The Dragon Ball warriors paused momentarily. What is this energy? A familiar yet potent force emerged in the distance, prompting Piccolo to exclaim in astonishment. Gohan's face lit up with joy. He recognized that energy. Deep down, they all knew who it was. However, when the figure finally arrived, their excitement surged even more. Enough with the nonsense. Naba scoffed, unwilling to believe these warriors, who were known for their tricks. Piccolo, with a calm smile, glanced at the furious Naba and slowly proclaimed, Actually, he has truly arrived. Son Goku. Chapter 76. Goku's return. A golden cloud sped through the skies, with Goku atop it, his expression filled with urgency. In the latest chapter, apart from the two formidable energies emanating from Piccolo and Nappa, there are two even stronger presences, those of Vegeta and Nappa. Additionally, there are two weaker auras, belonging to Krillin and Gohan. The intensity of these energies is undeniable. Goku, sensing the direction of these powerful entities, felt a surge of anger. The numbers do not add up. Has someone already perished? This is infuriating. Accelerate, Nimbus. Vegeta, overhearing Piccolo and the others, seized the power detector. As it beeped, Vegeta's pupils widened, as if he had glimpsed something terrifying. Nappa addressed Vegeta, inquiring, Is it true? Has Kakarot truly arrived? A flicker of excitement crossed Nappa's face. He relished the thought of tormenting Kakarot's friends in his presence. Such a sensation was exhilarating. I cannot yet confirm, but in 4 minutes, a being with a power level of 5,000 will be here. Vegeta said seriously to Nappa, his own shock palpable. If this truly is Son Goku, then the notion that he could elevate his power from below 1,000 to an astonishing 5,000 in just 1 year is indeed terrifying. 5,000? That is impossible. There must be an error. Nappa muttered to himself, convinced that the power detector was malfunctioning. Otherwise, it would not register such a formidable energy. It simply cannot be true. Vegeta pondered. If it were the old Kakarot, he certainly would not have reached this level. During battle, their power levels tend to rise, which means that 5,000 is likely his minimum. With this thought, he anxiously urged Nappa, eliminate them. If they join forces, it will become troublesome. Consider this a warning to Kakarot. Nappa, bewildered by Vegeta's command, hesitated. They had come to Earth to wish upon the Dragon Balls, and if they killed everyone, What would become of the Dragon Balls? Wouldn't their wish for eternal life be rendered void? Do not worry, we can travel to Namek. There must be even greater Dragon Balls there, Vegeta replied with a smile. I once thought this was merely a legend, but if Kakarot can indeed return from death, it confirms that tale. Given that the creator of the Dragon Balls is a Namekian residing on Earth, the origin of the Dragon Balls on Namek surely holds even more powerful ones. They need not waste time here. Hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa chuckled, conceding to the logic. He muttered under his breath, how could Kakarot possibly possess a power level of 5,000? The detector must definitely be broken. Regardless, I will send these fools to their demise. He cast a glance at the weakened Gohan, the severely injured Krillin, and the inconsequential Dend. The most troublesome of all was that Namekian. Vegeta, I entrust the Namekian to you. With a disdainful grunt, Vegeta fixed his cold gaze upon Piccolo and uttered, if you reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls to me now, I might spare your life. Nervously, Piccolo regarded Vegeta, fully aware that he was no match for him. However, disclosing the location of the Dragon Balls was out of the question. Dream on. I will never tell you, Piccolo retorted icily. Very well, then you shall die. With that, a purple aura ignited around Vegeta, sending debris flying from beneath his feet with the sheer force of his overwhelming energy. Namekian, you should feel honored. I intend to slay you with but a fraction of my power. He unleashed a purple streak toward Piccolo, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Vegeta's fist, as hard as molten iron, struck Piccolo, and with a sickening crunch, Piccolo's right shoulder was pulverized, his arm falling to the ground, oozing purple blood. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan cried out in panic, his eyes fixed on Piccolo's severed arm. Nappa approached Gohan, grinning as he said, it's your turn now, kid. That little white child just met his end at my hands. While Vegeta attacked Piccolo, Nappa simultaneously struck Dend. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, leaving Dend unable to withstand Nappa's punch, following the path to the afterlife that Tien had taken. You monster! The once frail Gohan shouted in fury upon witnessing Dend's demise, charging recklessly at Nappa. With a resounding thud, Gohan's head collided with Nappa's chin, causing the latter to inadvertently bite his tongue, wincing in pain. You little brat. Seeking death, are you? Nappa retaliated with a kick aimed at Gohan, pouring all his wrath into the strike, utilizing the full extent of his formidable strength. Gohan swiftly extended his right hand, bracing it against Nappa's leg, and with a powerful twist of his waist, delivered a fierce sweep with his left leg. Nappa caught Gohan's left leg in his right hand, exclaiming, you little punk. With a force akin to swinging a giant onion, Nappa slammed Gohan down onto the ground, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Special beam cannon. Gohan thrust his hands forward, unleashing a golden energy wave that struck Nappa, propelling him away and embedding him into the rocks, where fragments tumbled down upon him. Gasping for breath, Gohan smiled at the sight of Nappa, now airborne from his attack. Krillin, struggling on the ground, managed to give Gohan a thumbs up in approval. With a roar of fury, Nappa emerged from the rubble, his eyes blazing with wrath. I will make you pay with your life. With his right hand placed behind his head, a spark of energy crackled at his fingertips, akin to a baseball pitcher launching a powerful pitch. As the energy wave surged towards him, Gohan clasped his hands together in a blossom-like formation at his waist, a sphere of azure light coalescing before him. Kamehameha. Gohan propelled the energy from his hands, colliding with Nappa's energy wave, resulting in a spectacular explosion of light. From the midst of the fiery display emerged Nappa's figure, and Gohan swiftly pursued him, the two engaging in a fierce clash that produced a violent shockwave. Suddenly, Nappa noticed a hint of fatigue on Gohan's face, a smirk creeping across his lips as he unleashed a powerful punch that sent Gohan crashing to the ground. Ha! Nappa chuckled ominously, his feet crackling with electric sparks as he advanced menacingly towards Gohan. Forgive me, Uncle Piccolo, I can't hold on any longer. I'm sorry, Master. I cannot fulfill the task you set for me. Father, I'm sorry. Gohan closed his eyes, bracing himself for Nappa's imminent attack. Krillin shut his eyes tightly, unable to bear the sight of the unfolding tragedy. Piccolo yearned to rush in and aid Gohan. Yet the ferocity of Vegeta's onslaught left him no choice but to devote all his energy to evasion, unable to reach Gohan in time. Piccolo struggled to rise, attempting to concentrate his energy to rescue Gohan, when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura approaching, prompting a smile. With a thud, Nappa missed his target. You arrive now. Son Goku. Piccolo observed a golden cloud that descended to save Gohan, lifting his gaze to the sky where a figure clad in orange stood majestically. Chapter 77. The unmatched battle power of Son Goku. What is this? Nappa gazed in astonishment at the cloud beneath Gohan's feet, having never witnessed anyone standing on a cloud before. Gohan, recognizing the familiar cloud beneath him, exclaimed joyfully, "The flying Nimbus. You've come." He suddenly looked up. If the Nimbus was here, it meant his father had arrived as well. The battle power detector beeped, indicating a formidable presence above him. And he gazed upwards at the man who stood over him. As Goku descended to the ground, veins bulged on his forehead as he glared furiously at Vegeta and Nappa. He had witnessed everything from above, the charred body of Yamcha, Tien Shinhan with a severed arm, and the mangled remains of Chaozu, companions who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. Such sights were enough to leave anyone in shock. "You've finally arrived," Vegeta remarked, a bright smile gracing his face. Krillin, lying weakly on the ground, managed a faint smile. "Goku, you've finally come." At that moment, his eyelids felt heavy, yearning for a good slumber, but upon seeing Goku, his heart soared with joy. He forced himself to remain alert, eager to witness how Goku would defeat the Saiyans one by one, avenging their fallen comrades. "Daddy!" Gohan cried, tears welling in his eyes as he beheld his father's familiar figure. "Son Goku, you've finally come. It was quite a wait." Piccolo chuckled, relieved that reinforcements had arrived, alleviating his burden of resistance. Vegeta, with a dark smile, addressed Goku. "Kakarot, did you come here specifically to defeat us?" What a joke. He could hardly believe that a lower-class warrior could vanquish a powerful elite like himself. The disparity between them was palpable. Ignoring Vegeta's taunts, Goku strode towards Tien Shinhan's lifeless body, his eyes reddening. He heard Gohan's voice. "If it weren't for me, Tien wouldn't have died." Goku surveyed the surroundings, silently mourning. "Yamcha, Chaozu, Tien, may you rest in peace." However, when he spotted Piccolo, he paused, feeling an odd familiarity, and noticed the unmistakable tail that protruded from his waist. "Who are you?" Wukong sensed the cataclysmic energy emanating from Pikachu and spoke nervously, hoping that this individual was not his adversary, for he knew he would stand no chance against such a formidable opponent. The aura surrounding him was overwhelmingly powerful. Pika lowered his head slightly and waved at Wukong, exclaiming, "It's been a long time, Wukong." Gohan then explained to Wukong, "Father, he is my teacher. He has been training me during this period." "Ah, I see." Wukong nodded at Pika, understanding from Gohan's words that he was not an enemy. "Haha, it must be quite painful to witness the demise of your companions. Surely, in their final moments, they were thinking of you. Nonetheless, do not grieve excessively. You shall soon be reunited. Resurrection is a rare gift. Why come to embrace death?" Naba laughed heartily, relishing the memory of the thrill he felt when he dispatched them. That sensation was truly unforgettable. Step by step, Wukong approached Naba with a calm demeanor, leaving others uncertain of his thoughts, until he stood directly before Naba. Beep, beep. Vegeta's scouter blared to life, and he pondered, the power level is surging rapidly. Is it due to anger, or is this simply who he is? Are you so eager for death? Then allow me to present a greeting gift. Naba swung his fist towards Wukong's face, yet the punch missed entirely. Astonished, Naba gazed at the spot where Wukong had just stood. His speed had seemed slow, and he should not have been able to evade such a blow. Turning, he found Wukong had already reached Gohan and Krillin. Wukong knelt beside Krillin, gently lifting his head and saying, "I apologize for my tardiness. It truly is commendable that you have endured until now. Let us divide this equally." He tossed 1/3 of the senzu beans toward Pika and nodded at the one-armed Piccolo, knowing he would not easily relinquish his fighting capabilities. "Indeed, you understand me well," Piccolo remarked, observing Wukong's expression. With one hand pressing against his severed shoulder, he exclaimed, "Ah," and suddenly a new arm sprouted from the broken joint, shaking off the surrounding liquid. Naba and Vegeta watched in astonishment at Piccolo's remarkable ability. "That is quite impressive," Naba mused, envious of the skill to regenerate a severed limb. With a swift motion, Pika caught a mere fraction of the senzu beans, looking incredulously at Wukong. "Really so stingy? I have a whole bag at home. When I return, I can afford to toss one." He then promptly swallowed the single bean. Pika rose to his feet, and he realized that the soreness he had once felt was now absent. Only his strength remained unrefreshed. With a gentle push, he seated himself upon a rock, surveying the scene before him. He had previously been perplexed as to why so many reveled in the vantage of heights, yet now he comprehended. From above, everything lay bare to the eye, and this sensation was exhilarating. Goku turned to Gohan and Krillin, remarking, "Krillin, Your energy indicates significant progress. And you, Gohan, have brought me great surprise. You must have been diligently training, haven't you? However, he lamented, it is futile. They are far too powerful for us to contend with. Even the once-deceased Chaozu is wretched. Krillin exclaimed in frustration, feeling his own inadequacy in protecting his comrades. Well, I haven't contributed much, Gohan replied, tears welling at the corners of his eyes upon hearing Goku's praise. This past year had been arduous yet fulfilling. His father's acknowledgement was the greatest encouragement he could receive. Krillin wished to inform Goku of their combined efforts to defeat the Saiyans, but his words were interrupted by Goku. Leave the rest to me. Stand back to avoid collateral damage. With that, he strode furiously toward Nappa's direction. By himself? Krillin gazed in astonishment at Goku's determined approach, his voice tinged with confusion. Gohan wished to assist Goku, yet Krillin grasped his arm firmly. Don't go. Let him handle it. I have never seen Goku this enraged. We cannot aid him. Nappa, observing Goku's advance, scoffed. Why so furious? What grievances do you harbor? Are you eager for death? I will not spare you. Goku's fists clenched tightly, his muscles swelling with power, sending tremors through the surrounding debris as his hair stood on end. 7,000, 8,000, how can this be? Vegeta's battle power scouter registered Goku's strength exceeding 8,000. Chapter 78, Goku crushes Nappa. With a decisive crunch, Vegeta shattered his scouter, fixating on the furious Goku. Over 8,000? What? Impossible. The machine must be malfunctioning. Nappa shouted in disbelief. He could not fathom that Kakarot, who was once weaker than Raditz, could attain such power in a mere year. He preferred to believe the device was faulty rather than accept Goku's might. Goku, observing Nappa's astonishment, calmly stated, You need not fear. I don't even require the Kaioken to deal with you. The hardships he had endured over the past year were beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Thus he held unwavering confidence in his strength. Kaioken? Vegeta was intrigued upon first hearing about this technique, eager to understand what Goku meant by the Kaioken. Nappa's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at Goku, charging forward with a fierce declaration. You? How could you possibly defeat me, Nappa? His massive frame surged forward like a howling tempest, reaching Goku in an instant. Calmly, Goku regarded the furious Nappa as if he were invisible. In a flash, Goku appeared behind Nappa, delivering a seemingly mild kick that landed squarely on the back of Nappa's head. The colossal warrior was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground as if a wild dog had pounced upon its prey. Rubbing the back of his head, Nappa was momentarily dazed, turning to Goku in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had been outmaneuvered. Goku's speed had been so extraordinary that even the overpowering Nappa had failed to perceive it. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word at the sight of Goku toppling Nappa. Only Piccolo sat quietly on a massive rock, feeling a sense of relief now that Goku had arrived. Nappa, crouching with one hand on the ground, glared at Goku, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, You little brat. Goku turned his head, casting a disinterested glance at Nappa, and responded in a bland tone, You sure know how to put on a show. But is that all you've got? It wasn't that Nappa was weak. Rather, Goku had grown immensely stronger. Had it been a year prior, Goku would undoubtedly have been defeated by Nappa, but now his strength surpassed Nappa's by several folds. Krillin, bewildered, inquired of Gohan, What just happened? Piccolo descended from the sky, landing beside Gohan, and remarked, Son Goku just executed a high-speed maneuver to get behind that bald-headed fool. Your strength is so lacking that you likely didn't even notice. His tone dripped with disdain. Hey, I'm not bald. I'm a monk. Do you even know what a monk is? Krillin dared not voice his thoughts in front of Piccolo, instead silently cursing in his mind. Vegeta, arms crossed, observed Nappa and Goku with astonishment, pondering how the battle power he exhibited against Raditz paled in comparison to what he was witnessing now. You dare to underestimate me? How infuriating. Nappa crackled with electric sparks, lunging at Goku and unleashing a flurry of punches. Yet, Goku's speed was such that he appeared almost ethereal. Each blow seemed to connect with Goku's form, only to pass through to reveal nothing but an afterimage, while Goku had already repositioned himself behind Nappa. It was a spectacle akin to that of a mere jester, both laughable and pitiable. With a mighty shout, Nappa concentrated electric energy into his fist, striking the afterimage. However, upon landing the blow, he found himself facing an empty space, desperately scanning around to locate Goku. I'm right here. The voice of Wukong resonated behind Nappa, who turned in astonishment, having unknowingly found Wukong at his back. How could this be possible? In such a brief span of time, he had progressed so significantly. Vegeta silently contemplated as he observed the composed demeanor of Wukong. Gohan, did you catch your father's movements? Krillin mechanically inquired, though Gohan, despite his superior strength, was unable to discern them. No. Dad's movements are too swift. Even I couldn't tell when he got behind that person. Gohan responded to Krillin, recognizing that his father's strength would ultimately benefit them by enabling them to vanquish their foes. Piccolo, arms crossed and brow furrowed, gazed at the now even more formidable Wukong, pondering, Son Wukong, what kind of training have you undertaken to experience such rapid enhancement in power? With a swift motion, Wukong propelled himself toward Nappa, his speed so astonishing that Nappa could not pinpoint his location. Glancing around, he caught sight of Krillin and the others, who were staring at him in disbelief. At that moment, Vegeta exclaimed, Nappa, above you. Nappa extended his hand in an attempt to seize Wukong, only to grasp at empty air. Slapping his palm against his own head, while his peripheral vision caught Wukong materializing right in front of him. With a resounding impact, Wukong landed a punch deep into Nappa's abdomen, his eyes bulging like those of a fish. Nappa clutched his stomach, retreating backward, unable to utter a word. This punch is for Jiaozi, Wukong declared with fury etched upon his face. Memories of joyful times spent with them flashing through his mind, all brutally shattered by this individual. Nappa leaped, swinging his leg in a horizontal sweep. Hey! Wukong ducked beneath the attack, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he retaliated with a punch aimed at Nappa. This punch is for Yamcha. With a resounding crash, Nappa was sent hurtling through several mountain peaks. He kicked against one of the summits, becoming enveloped in a layer of violet electricity, and hurled a purple energy blast toward Wukong. Observing the impending attack, Wukong proclaimed loudly, "This level of assault is nothing I need to evade." A white aura enveloped him, and the energy blast struck his aura, vanishing without a trace as though it had sunk into the depths of the ocean, leaving only a wisp of smoke in its wake. What? How can this be? Nappa stammered, dumbfounded. Such a technique is generally not withstood by mere mortals, yet he had absorbed it without harm. Who would believe such a tale? Moreover, is Wukong a mere mortal? He possesses the aura of a protagonist. Vegeta's eyebrows twitched in surprise, realizing that Wukong had effortlessly dissipated Nappa's attack with sheer energy. Just as Nappa was left astonished, Wukong appeared behind him, striking down upon Nappa's head with both fists. "This is for injuring my companion," he asserted as he soared downward, executing a flying kick aimed at Nappa, landing gracefully on the ground. As the words left Goku's lips, Nappa plunged directly into the rocks, with his feet protruding from the ground. Powerful energy surged from Nappa, sending debris flying around him as he rose, glaring furiously at Goku. If a gaze could kill, Goku would have perished countless times. You infuriate me. You infuriate me. I am a superior warrior born of noble lineage. How could I possibly be defeated by a lowly fighter like you? Vegeta cast a glance at the enraged Nappa and shouted, "Nappa, you fool, calm down. Use your brain. You can defeat him. Stay composed." Wiping the blood from his lips, Nappa smiled at Vegeta and replied, "Thank you, Vegeta, I understand." Yet unbeknownst to him, death awaited him. Chapter 79. Nappa's demise. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the dust, as the battlefield fell into a hushed silence. I was too impulsive just now. But now I shall unleash my true strength. Prepare yourself, Kakarot, Nappa declared with a smile, masking his outward fury, though the turmoil within remained concealed. Only he knew the truth. Goku, gazing at the self-assured Nappa, responded with a grin, "That's splendid. I truly look forward to it." Goku thrived on the thrill of facing opponents. Regardless of who they were, he felt invigorated, much like during his match against Krillin at the World Martial Arts Tournament, where he relished the challenge despite Krillin's relative weakness. "Stop pretending. You cannot defeat me." Nappa sneered darkly at Goku, recalling how this very technique had once vanquished foes stronger than himself. Nappa bent his waist, his power swelling dramatically as an aura emanated from him. He extended 2 fingers skyward, a circle of purple radiance encircling them. Sensing the formidable force radiating from Nappa, Goku realized this technique might indeed be potent, and he would not withstand it head-on. With a tremendous explosion centered around him, Goku propelled himself into the air, billowing smoke as he burst forth from the mushroom cloud. Nappa awaited this very moment, laughing triumphantly as he exclaimed, "I've spotted you. The sparks of electricity ignited once more around him as he charged at Goku, delivering a punch. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, clashing in midair for 300 rounds before they separated upon colliding fists. "Oh, you've improved a tad since before." Goku praised Nappa with a smile, genuinely surprised by Nappa's growth during their battle, which was far from negligible. Nappa, feeling a surge of indignation at Goku's words, pushed the thought aside, knowing he would soon end Goku's life. "Humph, just a slight improvement? You shall pay dearly for your earlier arrogance. Your end is nigh." With a resounding clap, his mouth gaped wide, resembling a dislocated jaw, a feat few mortals could achieve. A wave of energy surged forth, crackling with electric brilliance from the sheer force emanating. It seemed capable of obliterating an entire planet with ease. Oh no, the Kamehameha. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku unleashed the Kamehameha with both hands. Devoid of any prior accumulation of energy, a testament to the profound mastery he had attained over this technique. The collision of two energy waves resulted in a tremendous explosion. Krillin swiftly shielded Gohan, recognizing the latter's youth as a valid reason for his protective instinct. Meanwhile, Piccolo stood with his arms crossed, allowing the turbulent energy to pass over him. His eyes narrowed in concentration. Piccolo sat upon the stone wall, chuckling as he observed the fierce clash between Goku and Nappa. He was acutely aware that Goku could effortlessly overpower Nappa, with a mere wave of his hand dispersing the ensuing explosion. Vegeta extended his palm to shield himself from the encroaching dust, gazing at the cataclysmic display overhead, and remarked, "This fellow is indeed formidable." To be able to counterattack in an instant from such proximity is no small feat. The most unfortunate among them was undoubtedly Mr. Satan. Earth's mightiest hero. Has he been forgotten? He is one of the few who has perished in Dragon Ball, albeit only once. In the Dragon Ball movie, Resurrection F, he was dead for a mere 3 minutes. He was buffeted by the powerful gust, clinging desperately to a rock to prevent himself from being swept away. Although that was his hidden desire. As the smoke cleared, Goku was momentarily choked, coughing a couple of times. If I had been struck by that attack, it would have been troublesome. Nappa, stunned, gazed at the unscathed Goku, his confusion palpable. In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "Damn it! My ultimate move was deflected." Stammering, he could hardly believe it. He had vanquished countless powerful foes with this technique, so why had Goku not perished? Moreover, he had inadvertently turned his own attack against himself. Truly extraordinary. To have been hit by my Kamehameha and remain unscathed. This is quite problematic. Goku held a profound confidence in the potency of his Kamehameha, and the fact that Nappa had withstood it unscathed posed a slight complication for him. Vegeta, standing firm on the ground, shouted at Nappa, "Enough, Nappa. Descend immediately. He is not someone you can handle. Allow me to take care of him." Vegeta felt a surge of irritation at Nappa's expression. He had already disobeyed his orders countless times today, bringing disgrace upon himself, and now a mere cockroach required his intervention. Krillin, taken aback by Vegeta's words, exclaimed, "Is that guy really going to take action? Even the giant seems to fear him." Nappa, infuriated, directed his ire at Goku. "You scoundrel! To deal with you, it seems I must rely on Vegeta himself." A strange smile curled upon his lips as he added, "Humph, your end is near. If Vegeta decides to intervene personally, your life is forfeit. He is a genius warrior named after planet Vegeta, and I must obey this command, though it truly vexes me." Goku, puzzled, observed Nappa's descent and the peculiar smile on his face, and he immediately realized the impending danger. Oh no, his target is us three. With that, he surged toward Nappa. Piccolo, noticing Nappa's sudden change in trajectory, smirked knowingly. He could infer Nappa's intentions without hesitation. Nappa accelerated, his mouth agape, evidently preparing to unleash that same devastating move once more. Suddenly, Piccolo, who had been standing beside Gohan, vanished from sight. "Die, you worthless fools." As the radiant energy coalesced within Nappa's mouth, poised to be unleashed, Piccolo materialized beneath him, delivering a forceful blow that struck his dislocated jaw, firmly sealing his lips. The arrow was drawn, and the power had been amassed. Nappa was on the brink of releasing his verbal assault. However, to his astonishment, Piccolo's intervention caused the attack to detonate within Nappa's own mouth. A plume of black smoke erupted as Nappa exhaled, revealing that not a single tooth remained. The most potent aroma wafting forth was that of roasted meat. His mental clarity had dissipated, and from a medical perspective, he had succumbed to severe concussion. "Now perish," Piccolo declared, extending his hand to pierce through Naba's heart, blood cascading down his arm. Witnessing Naba's demise at Piccolo's hands, Goku exclaimed, "Piccolo, this is unacceptable." Piccolo, discarding Naba's lifeless form to the ground, retorted, "Goku, your compassion is your weakness. You cannot afford to show mercy to your foes." He understood all too well the potential ramifications of even a moment's leniency, and he was in complete accord with Piccolo's stance. Goku, gazing at Naba's lifeless body, responded, "This was still a life. How can one so easily justify murder?" A heated argument ensued between Goku and Piccolo, as Goku found himself unable to agree with such brutality. Piccolo seized Goku by the collar, insisting, "Look at how they perished. You should comprehend. Do you wish for your comrades to know that your mercy allowed this scion to live?" Goku's heart sank as he beheld the fallen Yamcha Tien and the grotesquely mangled Kaiotsu, stirring feelings of guilt. Yet, given another chance, Goku would still hesitate to take Naba's life. "Enough of this, Goku," Krillin interjected. "Piccolo is correct. If we do not eliminate this scion, how can we honor the spirits of Yamcha and the others?" His heart burned with a desire to see Naba slain 1,000 times over, yet he lacked the strength to do so. Vegeta, observing the discord among them, erupted in laughter. "How amusing that you squabble over my subordinate. I should thank you. Without your interference, I would have wasted my strength on this worthless fool." For Vegeta, the demise of his underlings merely signified their inadequacy. However, he coldly addressed Piccolo, stating, "But to kill my men under my very nose is a grave affront. You shall pay for this." With that, a formidable aura enveloped him, gradually diminishing into a jagged luminescence. Suddenly, Vegeta remained motionless, unleashing a violet energy wave that obliterated everything in its path, uprooting the very earth beneath him. What? As Piccolo observed the energy wave hurtling towards him, he realized that blocking it was futile. His only option was to evade. He ascended into the sky, while Goku, accompanied by Krillin and Gohan, also soared upwards to avoid the impending attack. "Goku, do you believe you can defeat him?" Krillin stammered, awestruck by Vegeta's destructive power. Goku, uncertain, shook his head before nodding slightly. "Perhaps. King Kai taught me a technique known as the Kaioken, which can amplify all of my energy instantaneously. If successful, my strength, speed, destructive capability, and defense will increase exponentially." Krillin, astonished, gazed at Goku. Given Goku's already formidable strength, the prospect of the Kaioken doubling his battle prowess suggested he could easily overpower a scion. "Goku, honestly, with such a powerful technique at your disposal, you should have used it by now." Goku, feeling a bit embarrassed, shook his head. I can't though. If I fail to control it, I might end up harming myself." Both Krillin and Gohan looked at Goku in shock. "King Kai once told me, even I cannot master the Kaioken perfectly. For you to achieve such a feat, Goku, is indeed remarkable. However, given the current situation, you should refrain from using this technique frequently. Poor control could lead to your own destruction. Remember, if you choose to employ it, do not exceed double your strength. Otherwise, your body will not withstand it, and you will become a victim of the Kaioken. Do you understand?" Goku relayed this to Krillin, emphasizing that he would not use the technique lightly unless absolutely necessary. "You both need to head to Kame House immediately. This is beyond my expectations. This foe is exceedingly powerful," Goku remarked, a smile on his face as he observed Vegeta below. His entire being quivered, not out of fear, but exhilaration at facing such a formidable opponent. "Gohan, did you hear that? We must leave at once. Staying here will only distract Goku," Krillin urged, and Gohan nodded in agreement. "By the way, Goku, could you fight in a different location? I'm concerned about Yamcha's body. If we destroy it, he won't be able to be revived," Krillin said, his heart filled with resentment as he glanced at the bodies of their fallen comrades below. Goku regarded Krillin, unsure of how to respond, before glancing at Piccolo. Yet, he lamented, the Namekian would not survive much longer. "I understand," Goku said, sorrowful, recognizing that King Kai had been a profound mentor in his martial arts journey. "Is there not another way?" Krillin inquired. "I can't elaborate now, but we will find a solution," he assured Goku, contemplating that if Piccolo was indeed a Namekian, then there must be Dragon Balls on his home planet as well. "All right, let us agree to that for now. We will find a different battleground. Rest assured, I will be with you." With unwavering determination, Wukong addressed Krillin, though deep within, he harbored uncertainty about his ability to triumph over this adversary. Krillin extended his hand towards Wukong, expressing, "Wukong, Relying solely on you each time is truly burdensome. You must return. I wish to spar with you again." With a firm handshake, Wukong smiled and replied, "It's a promise then. I shall show no mercy." He then affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, stating, "Gohan, if your father returns alive, I will take you fishing." Gohan nodded in response, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Hey, what are you dawdling about? Channel that earlier momentum. Are you frightened? Perhaps we should discuss how to flee." Vegeta called out to Wukong, who hovered above. With a thud, Wukong landed before Vegeta and suggested, "How about we change the venue?" "It matters not. The outcome remains the same. You are destined for a dead end." With that, both warriors ignited with a white aura, propelling themselves into the distance. Pika observed the two individuals soaring into the sky, acutely aware that they had relocated their battle, fearing that the remains of Yamcha and the others might be desecrated. He then gazed upon Krillin and the second individual who were lifting the lifeless bodies of Yamcha and his companions from the ground. "Krillin, proceed," Pika commanded, hurling 3 capsules into the air. With a snap, Krillin caught the capsules, bewilderment etched across his face as he looked to Pika for clarification. However, seeing that Pika offered no explanation, he had no choice but to investigate on his own. Krillin tossed the 3 capsules to the ground, and with a resounding pop, 3 objects resembling space pods emerged. He cast a glance at Pika, fully cognizant of what these items were, having experienced death once before. The purpose of the Piccolo device is to serve as a preparatory measure. Should anyone perish, it may preserve their remains. Without further ado, Piccolo soared toward the battlefield where Goku and the others were engaged in combat, only to unexpectedly encounter an individual who ought not to be present. Isn't that Satan? What brings him here? Chapter 81, vs Vegeta, beginning. As Goku moved at high speed, he glanced back at the relentless Vegeta and thought to himself, "Impressive. He can effortlessly keep pace with my velocity. Indeed, he should not be underestimated." Goku observed Vegeta trailing him and contemplated a contest of speed, thus accelerating once more. "Humph, this guy dares to challenge my speed? Very well, as you wish." Vegeta too quickened his pace, for his sense of rivalry surpassed that of Goku's. In his noble heart, he believed he could not be outdone by a lower-class warrior. Their back and forth escalated, with each speedier than the last. Piccolo, following closely behind, could not help but chuckle, remarking, "These two are truly something. They've already begun their passionate rivalry." In the original narrative, Vegeta regards Goku as his lifelong rival, and Goku holds a similar sentiment. Goku glanced at the barren expanse below, devoid of life. No flora nor fauna, merely desolation. It seems there are no people or animals in this vicinity. With a swift motion, both figures landed atop 2 rock formations. Vegeta, perched high above, coldly taunted Goku, "What is this? Have you chosen this desolate place as your final resting ground?" "Heh. Humph. It is an honor for a lower-class warrior like you to engage in battle with a super genius like myself. As a scion, one is subjected to a quality assessment at birth. Those with inferior metrics, like you, are sent to planets devoid of formidable opponents. Essentially, you were discarded. Vegeta's planet places great importance on the potential of newborns. Those born with high combat power are esteemed, while those of lesser strength are dispatched to annihilate the inhabitants of other worlds before ultimately returning to planet Vegeta, where the weak possess no rights." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku chuckled and replied, "Well then, I am quite fortunate to have arrived on Earth. Furthermore, with relentless effort, even those deemed failures can surpass geniuses. Since childhood, Goku has triumphed over formidable foes through sheer perseverance. Talent is merely a higher starting point. He is a warrior forged through hard work." "How laughable. Allow me to enlighten you on the true meaning of genius," Vegeta scoffed, his disbelief in the notion that the weak could ever surpass the strong evident in his demeanor. As they both assumed battle stances, a gentle breeze stirred, causing their hair to dance, signaling that the confrontation was imminent. With a powerful push off the ground, Wukong charged towards Vegeta, his fist slicing through the air with a roaring wind, a blow capable of annihilating worlds. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, delivering a punch towards Wukong, who swiftly raised an arm to block the strike. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each equally matched in strength. In a sudden move, Wukong executed a sweeping kick, prompting Vegeta to perform several backward flips to distance himself. Wukong sprang forward, shattering the rocks beneath his feet, racing towards Vegeta. However, Vegeta was not one to be easily pursued. He propelled himself off the rocks, charging towards Wukong. With a resounding impact, his elbow struck Wukong's face, sending him crashing down. Dazed from the blow, Wukong struggled to open his eyes. Yet, his extensive combat experience kicked in, and he executed a backflip, landing on the rocks and launching himself into the sky in search of Vegeta. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable energy approaching from behind. Vegeta's arm lashed out, but Wukong anticipated the attack, ducking just in time to evade it. In retaliation, he delivered a swift kick towards Vegeta, who skillfully leaned back to avoid the strike. Vegeta unleashed a massive energy wave, the size of his thigh, directed at Wukong. With a quick motion, Wukong caught the attack with his right hand and flung it aside, only to find Vegeta appearing directly before him, launching a powerful kick. In a split second, Wukong bent backward to evade the blow, countering with a kick aimed at the back of Vegeta's head. Vegeta blocked the attack effortlessly, but Wukong was relentless, summoning a colossal blue energy wave with both hands. He thought to himself that at such close range, he would surely hit Vegeta. Vegeta, however, ignited a blue aura around him, absorbing the impact of the energy wave. Reminiscent of the moment when Bu battled Wukong, using his own energy to nullify the attack. As they battled fiercely in the sky, every full-force assault from Wukong was met with a block from Vegeta, while Vegeta's strikes often slipped past Wukong's defenses, landing punches that left Wukong reeling. Vegeta laughed heartily, taunting Wukong, "Huh? Kakarot, is this all you've got?" He nimbly dodged several of Wukong's attacks, delivering a powerful kick to Wukong's abdomen, leaving him momentarily winded. Yet, without granting Wukong a moment's respite, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, which Wukong barely managed to evade. "Where has the skill you showed against Bu gone? Show me what you've got," Vegeta exclaimed, striking Wukong down with a fierce punch. With a series of rolling somersaults, Wukong tumbled through the air, landing on the very rocks where their battle had first begun. Vegeta descended, a cold smirk adorning his face as he gazed at Goku. He distinctly recalled Goku mentioning a technique called the Kaioken, and his curiosity was piqued to witness the true extent of its power. Indeed, it was formidable. He had yet to unleash his full strength, yet Goku's prowess already surpassed his own. Goku, observing Vegeta's disdainful expression, exclaimed with excitement, "Very well. Just wait and see. Kaioken." In that moment, Goku appeared as if engulfed in crimson flames, his energy surging to unprecedented levels. The very ground trembled beneath his feet, and any discerning observer would notice the massive boulder below him riddled with cracks. With the slightest movement, that colossal rock would shatter into countless fragments. Pika gazed down at Son Wukong from the heavens, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Among the techniques he cherished in the original tale, the King Kai fist was undoubtedly one of his favorites, alongside the illustrious Metamoran fusion technique. Although Wukong's application of the King Kai fist merely doubled his strength, it was evident that he had not utilized it frequently. This technique, while augmenting his power, also drained the vitality from his body. If one's physical form was not sufficiently robust, the strain could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, Pika would refrain from employing the King Kai fist unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 82, vs Vegeta, Part 1. Wukong was enveloped in a crimson aura. Even the color of his pupils transformed. Not a single bead of sweat fell to the ground, evaporating instantaneously. With a sudden surge, Wukong thrust his palm towards Vegeta, unleashing a tempest that howled towards him. Vegeta leaped into the air, the massive boulder beneath him shattered by Wukong's strike. With his long scarlet tail trailing behind, Wukong soared towards Vegeta, his speed amplifying mid-flight. Arriving before Vegeta in the blink of an eye, the sound of fists striking flesh was deafening as Wukong unleashed a barrage of punches upon Vegeta, each blow resonating like thunder through the air. Wukong surged through the desert like a colossal whirlwind, leaving desolation in his wake. A powerful punch connected with Vegeta's face, immediately followed by a kick that sent him hurtling through the air. Wukong unleashed hundreds of energy blasts from his hands, striking Vegeta relentlessly, and before the smoke could settle, he charged directly into the fray. Wukong propelled himself towards the airborne Vegeta, the air vibrating with the force of his power, as though the very fabric of space was fracturing. Despite having endured numerous blows, Vegeta felt no anger, only a profound sense of disappointment that dulled his desire to continue. With a swift maneuver, he reversed his trajectory, hurtling towards Wukong and landing a kick upon him. Wukong spun mid-air, the crimson radiance dissipating, and gasped for breath as he faced Vegeta. That last offensive had taken a considerable toll on him. "Ha ha ha, Is this the King Kai fist? I must admit, I am somewhat underwhelmed. I have long wondered what technique that fellow employed to defeat Rikum, only to discover it was also the King Kai fist. Vegeta glanced toward Pika nearby. Although he could not ascertain Pika's combat prowess, the sight of that vivid crimson technique had already piqued his interest. He had not anticipated that Wukong would also possess such capabilities. Upon hearing that Pika could perform the Kaioken, Wukong was taken aback. Gazing at Pika in the distance, while a tumult of emotions surged within him. This technique inflicts tremendous physical harm. This is but one aspect. Moreover, Wukong had begun his training on Kaioken shortly after arriving on King Kai's planet, yet he still had not fully mastered it despite extensive practice. On King Kai's planet, disbelief washed over him. How is this possible? I do not recall teaching anyone else, especially not a scion. Oh, aside from Wukong, King Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Wukong looked at Vegeta before him and couldn't help but chuckle. He was overwhelmed with excitement, so much so that his entire body trembled. Why are you laughing? Have you given up? Or do you believe that your newfound power will allow you to handle me with ease? Vegeta observed the smile on Wukong's face. In the face of a formidable opponent, Wukong felt an exhilarating thrill. This was the effect of his scion bloodline. The stronger the enemy, the more invigorated he became. Noticing Wukong's trembling physique, Vegeta remarked, "It seems you are nearing your limit. I will slay you and demonstrate the true power of a scion." Vegeta believed Wukong had reached his physical threshold and could no longer compete with him. Then give it a try. Wukong replied with a grin. Soon. You will no longer be able to smile. Vegeta declared as a blue aura enveloped him. His muscles tensed, and the once mighty aura began to contract violently, transforming into a thin layer, with electric sparks dancing at the periphery. The energy emanating from Vegeta shattered the surrounding rocks, sending debris scattering to the ground as the earth trembled beneath them, fissures cracking open on the surface. The skies darkened ominously, thick clouds obscured the blazing sun, and bolts of lightning descended from the stormy heavens, striking the ground and leaving deep pits in their wake. A fierce whirlwind swept through, lifting layers of soil, while even the most solid boulders were reduced to flat terrain by the force of the tempest. Such immense power. Even the earth is quaking. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the trembling ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, Vegeta let out a deafening roar, his body acting like a magnet, drawing everything from the earth toward him. A colossal tornado formed around him, reducing all to mere dust. Wukong shielded his head with his hands to protect himself from the onslaught of debris. Incredible. This force is akin to a typhoon, he thought, as Vegeta extended his hands. The tremors of the earth ceased, the howling winds quieted, and the thunderous storms fell silent. The world seemed to envelop itself in tranquility. Goku, astonished by the serene landscape, exclaimed, "The atmospheric currents have stilled, and the clouds have dispersed. The sky has regained its brilliance." Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Vegeta, sensing an overwhelming power emanating from him, one that seemed capable of obliterating the very planet itself. Vegeta, with a mocking smile, addressed Goku, declaring, "Your end has come, Kakarot." With that, he launched himself toward Goku. The latter could not perceive Vegeta's swift movements. By the time Goku noticed him, Vegeta had already appeared beside him, delivering a tremendous blow to his abdomen, sending Goku hurtling backward like an arrow released from its bow. In an instant, Vegeta vanished, only to reappear above Goku, landing a powerful elbow strike to his stomach that sent Goku plummeting downwards, before vanishing once more into the air. Goku, tumbling, managed to land on a boulder, gritting his teeth as he searched the skies for Vegeta's whereabouts. Suddenly, a cold laughter echoed behind him. "Fool, I am right behind you." With a resounding thud, Vegeta executed a flying kick to Goku's back, causing him to perform multiple somersaults in midair before he landed on another rock. As Goku looked up, he spotted Vegeta hovering above him, gathering a sphere of blue electricity in his hand, which he hurled at Goku with ferocity. "What? Kaioken?" Goku ignited with a fiery crimson light, leaping to evade Vegeta's energy blast, the rock beneath him shattering into dust. "Heh!" Goku heard Vegeta's disdainful chuckle and glanced upward to see him extending his hand, unleashing a wave of energy. Goku, still ascending, realized he had little time to react. Yet he managed to twist his body, demonstrating remarkable agility. The energy wave whizzed past Goku, narrowly missing him, but not without leaving his attire severely tattered and his skin marred by a scorched line. Chapter 83, vs Vegeta, Part 2, Vegeta, with a sardonic grin. observed Goku's arduous evasion of the energy wave, scoffing, "Not bad. You've got some speed." Goku descended to the ground, seething with anger as he glared at Vegeta. Damn it! His power and speed surpass even the Kaioken. With a fierce determination, Goku ripped away the remnants of his damaged clothing. A bitter smile crossing his face as he resolved, "Even if it shatters my very being, I shall unleash the triple Kaioken." Watching Goku tear off his clothing, Piccolo raised an eyebrow in intrigue. At last, the moment of climax has arrived, yet regrettably, there are no popcorn and soda to indulge in while watching. In a previous life, Pikachu had watched this segment countless times, each viewing igniting a fervor within. Vegeta, observing Goku's resolute expression, felt a twinge of annoyance. "Humph, don't get too cocky. I deliberately allowed you to evade my attack. If I had struck you down in one blow, where would be the thrill of battle?" Beneath a rock, two figures stood, Yachirobe and Satan. Positioned in the crevices on either side, they were oblivious to each other's presence. "I simply cannot contain my curiosity. I must see how this unfolds. That Scion's prowess is astonishing. This truly feels like a nightmare." Yachirobe thought anxiously as he beheld the diminutive Vegeta. Satan, equally terrified, found himself awestruck by the cataclysmic clash between Vegeta and Goku. Noticing Goku's stillness, Vegeta scoffed. "What are you doing, Kakarot? Why aren't you making a move? Huh? Are you utterly powerless now? It appears I have chosen the wrong opponent. I am the mightiest among Scions, and no matter how hard you train, you shall ultimately fall before me." Yachirobe, witnessing Vegeta's unwavering confidence, felt an urge to flee. However, his legs trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. Escape was no longer an option. Vegeta, initially believing Goku had abandoned the fight, suddenly sensed a formidable aura emanating from him. Although he lacked the ability to sense ki as a Scion, his instincts for danger were exceptionally keen. With a crack, Goku tightened his fists, the sound of bones compressing resonating in the air. He lowered his waist and adopted a stance, leaving two deep impressions in the earth beneath him as his energy surged to terrifying levels. "Prepare yourself. Triple Kaioken." Piccolo sensed that Goku's bones had begun to fracture, his brow furrowing in concern. While watching the anime, he had felt an exhilarating fervor, but now only a profound worry consumed him. He wished to prevent Goku from acting foolishly. However, reflecting on the transformative nature of this moment for Earth, he restrained his impulse to intervene. He resolved that should Goku encounter any unforeseen peril, he would act immediately. On King Kai's planet, the deity felt a surge of anxiety as Goku prepared to unleash the Kaioken X3. "Goku, no. You cannot endure this," he thought. Realizing the dire circumstances, they were indeed at a disadvantage against such a formidable opponent. The intensity of this battle could lead to their defeat. Meanwhile, Earth experienced violent tremors, leaving its inhabitants to wonder whether the apocalypse had arrived. Two earthquakes in quick succession sent everyone into a frenzy, with even terrorists seizing the opportunity to plunder, firing their submachine guns indiscriminately. A crimson aura enveloped Goku, his muscles bulging and veins protruding ominously. In the turtle house, Bulma grasped the power level detector, eager to ascertain the unfolding events. As she donned the device, it emitted a series of beeping sounds. Master Roshi anxiously inquired, "What is happening?" "It must be Goku. His power level is skyrocketing. 170, 000, 180, 000, 210, 000. Suddenly, the detector exploded under the strain of Goku's immense power. Why did it explode? The onlookers gasped, staring at Bulma, whose detector was now smoking. A powerful energy emanated from Goku, creating a fierce gust that nearly swept Vegeta off his feet. "What is happening?" Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm as he gazed at Goku below. As Goku lifted his gaze, Vegeta was struck by the terrifying intensity in his eyes, instinctively taking a step back. With a thunderous roar, Goku propelled himself toward Vegeta, creating a massive crater in the ground, evidence of the overwhelming strength he now possessed. The air erupted with sonic booms as Goku, fist clenched, appeared before Vegeta and delivered a devastating punch. Vegeta was struck by the punch, feeling a searing pain as his body plummeted freely through the air. With a swift arc, Goku soared beneath him, positioning himself with feet firmly planted, and launched a kick towards Vegeta. In a rapid twist mid-air, Vegeta, noticing Goku approaching, gathered a ball of electric energy in his hands and hurled it at him. However, just as the energy blast was about to make contact, Goku executed a sharp turn. Evading the attack, Vegeta fixated intently on the crimson streak of light, desperate to anticipate Goku's next move. With a barrage of energy blasts erupting from his hands like a Gatling gun, Vegeta aimed to hit Goku, yet each blast was futile. Goku effortlessly dodged every single one, accelerating away just as the blasts neared him, only to slow down moments later. Infuriated, Vegeta searched for Goku, who was now circling around him. You bastard!" he shouted. But before he could finish, a fierce wind swept past him. Instinctively turning his head, he saw a foot magnifying in his view. With a thunderous impact, Vegeta shot forth like an arrow, piercing through several small mountains, each crumbling into ruins upon his passage. He became ensnared within one of the mountains, a dark cavity revealing the path carved by the mighty Prince Vegeta himself. The mountain was riddled with cracks, and with a furious cry, Vegeta unleashed a tempest of electric energy, causing it to collapse into fragments. Goku, enveloped in crimson flames, surged towards Vegeta at high speed. Vegeta, gritting his teeth in rage, spat out, You scoundrel." As the 84th chapter unfolds, the original work is undeniably classic. Yet the iconic battles against Vegeta boil down to just a couple of moments. The fourfold Kamehameha against the final flash and the Spirit Bomb, and then it fades. Writing about the original has been exhausting these past few days. I yearn to express my own creativity. In this chapter and the next, our protagonist will finally take the stage. With Goku enveloped in red flames, he charged at Vegeta, who, seething with anger, clenched his teeth and growled, You wretch." Vegeta thrust his fist forward, his gaze locked on Goku, who was closing in. Yet, the punch met only empty air. Astonished, Vegeta widened his eyes as Goku had already maneuvered behind him. With a swift motion, Goku's right knee connected intimately with Vegeta's back. As Vegeta spun in the air, he propelled himself with his feet, unleashing an electrified punch. Goku deftly dodged, but countered by landing a punch to Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to clutch his stomach. Blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes clouded with fury. Ugh! At this moment, due to excruciating pain, Vegeta spoke in a stutter, yet he remained wary of Goku. Fearing that he might take advantage of his vulnerability, he leaped onto another rock behind him. Gasping for breath, Goku's chest rose and fell with fatigue. He truly felt exhausted, uncertain if he could persevere any longer. How could it be possible that his combat power surpassed mine? I refused to believe it. Vegeta stomped his foot on the rock, causing the ground beneath him to fracture, a large piece of stone plummeting to the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. This opponent is indeed formidable. I must finish this battle quickly, or I may find myself in peril. Peering out from behind a display, Yachirobe looked at Goku with astonishment, exclaiming, This move is incredible. Perhaps, just perhaps, we might win. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan observed the clash between the two warriors, utterly awestruck. Each one was capable of obliterating him in an instant. He only wished to survive in this perilous situation. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying away the metallic scent of blood that lingered around the two fighters. Goku's legs trembled subtly, a quiver he forcibly suppressed, not wishing Vegeta to discern his waning strength. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his chest heaving irregularly. This is absolutely impossible. I am a super genius warrior. How could I lose to you, a mere lower-class fighter? He thought to himself, I am the strongest being in the universe. Goku, observing Vegeta's seemingly boundless energy, couldn't help but smile bitterly. I feel utterly drained. I cannot withstand this triple Kaioken. If I continue using this technique, I will be the first to fall. Worry gnawed at him. Vegeta sensed a trickle of liquid at the corner of his mouth and wiped it away, fixating on the blood staining his glove. Blood? I am bleeding? That worthless fool has managed to injure me. This is unforgivable. I will not let you off the hook. I will destroy this planet if it means I can kill you, Kakarot. A surge of power erupted from Vegeta as he soared into the sky. With his hands clasped behind him, his right hand crackled with a vast array of purple energy, surrounded by a swirling aura of the same hue. He shouted down to Goku, This time, let us see if you can evade this. Even if you do escape, the Earth will be obliterated. Those on the ground gazed up at Vegeta in shock upon hearing his declaration. No, Goku, you must block it. Yachirobe clasped his hands and closed his eyes in fervent prayer. Mr. Satan was too frightened to utter a word. In contrast, Piccolo remained calm, watching Vegeta in the sky. He was confident that Goku would counter this attack. However, he also resolved to protect the Earth from destruction should Goku fail. What? How can this be happening? Gazing furiously at Vegeta in the sky, Goku felt a surge of anger at the thought of Tien's demise at the hands of Nappa. Although Krillin had suggested there was still hope, the thought of Vegeta obliterating Earth meant that his friends could never be revived. Resolved to confront this threat, he prepared to unleash the Kaioken ×3 combined with the Kamehameha. Goku clasped his hands in a flower-like formation at his waist, channeling all his energy into the technique. You shall not withstand the full force of my Kamehameha. Earth is on the verge of becoming mere cosmic dust, he exclaimed. Vegeta, with one hand forward and the other back, propelled the energy beam forward, a colossal blast of ki hurtling towards Goku on the ground. Help! I don't want to die yet, Yajirobe cried, crouching down and covering his head in despair. Kamehameha, Goku shouted, raising his hands above his head, summoning a massive energy sphere nearly 2 meters in diameter. The colossal beam surged toward Vegeta's energy blast. The two forces collided with a tremendous impact, obliterating everything in their vicinity, reducing it to nothingness. As the figure of Piccolo extended his hands, a transparent protective shield enveloped both Yajirobe and Satan, rendering them oblivious with their tightly shut eyes. What? The potency of this move is astonishingly equivalent to that of my own flash cannon. Vegeta was taken aback by the formidable force of Goku's Kamehameha, never anticipating that this lowly warrior could withstand his full-powered flash cannon. Oh dear! Goku's mouth gaped wide, producing a thunderous sound. Vegeta realized that his flash cannon was being countered by Goku's Kamehameha, and it was even beginning to rebound towards him. Both fighters were exerting their utmost efforts. However, Goku soon sensed that his body was on the brink of collapse. If he were to falter, the Earth would face annihilation, prompting him to consider self-sacrifice for its sake. Fourfold Kaioken. The crimson aura surrounding Goku surged once more, amplifying the size of his Kamehameha. Not only that, but his Kamehameha also ensnared Vegeta's flash cannon within its grasp. It's being repelled. I refuse to believe it. Vegeta roared defiantly, yet it was too late. Goku's Kamehameha had gained the upper hand, and Vegeta's momentary distraction had dissipated some of his energy. Boom! The Kamehameha, alongside the flash cannon, engulfed Vegeta's form, casting a blue-white luminescence across the sky. Goku trembled, his body quaking as he gasped for breath, his muscles aching intensely. All he longed for now was a peaceful slumber. Resting his hands on his knees, his eyes barely open. Goku, incredible, you have triumphed. Yajirobe leaped down from the rocks, landing beside Goku. Yajirobe, what is wrong with you? Goku was about to inquire, only to be struck sharply by Yajirobe, the searing pain eliciting a cry from him. Goku, with great effort, managed to open his eyes and said to Yajirobe, Yajirobe, you must leave this place at once. Why? Yajirobe asked in confusion, wondering why he should flee now that Goku had secured victory. That guy is not dead yet. If he were so easily defeated, I wouldn't he have to struggle so hard? Goku replied with a wry smile, sensing that Vegeta's aura had not dissipated. You are right. Piccolo stared in astonishment at the dark purple aura emanating from Vegeta in the sky, suddenly sitting up. What? This energy is. Chapter 85, vs Vegeta Part 4. Piccolo gazed in astonishment at Vegeta, who was enveloped in a swirling aura of dark purple flames in the sky, and suddenly sat up. What is this overwhelming energy? Pika clenched his fists as he gazed at Vegeta in the sky, utterly astonished that those individuals had traversed into this dimension. Yet, this realm lay beyond the realm of history, akin to the sudden emergence of Frieza's minion, Rage. This was no longer the canonical narrative of Dragon Ball. While it was conceivable that Rage existed, he could have easily fallen victim to another's might. However, the formidable power of Banabi, nearing 1,000 in combat strength, posed an insurmountable enigma. You shall perish. Kakarot's flash cannon. Vegeta unleashed a devastating beam capable of obliterating Earth. This time, Goku observed the impending attack with a wry smile, pondering whether the planet would truly meet its demise. As he muttered to himself, a figure suddenly materialized before him, deflecting the energy wave skyward with a single palm. What? Goku exclaimed in astonishment as he recognized Pika. He sensed a formidable aura emanating from Pika, yet he was taken aback that Vegeta's ultimate technique, far mightier than before, had been repelled by Pika's hand. With a swift descent, Pika landed beside Goku. Goku, you have performed admirably. Now, take your rest. This battle exceeds your endurance. Pika's gaze remained fixed on the heavens, determined to locate the source of the malevolent energy empowering Vegeta. From behind a boulder, a woman emerged, her eyes fixated on Vegeta. Her alluring crimson lips parted slightly. "Darling, this world relies on you for its destruction." With that, a swirling rift in space appeared behind her, and she gracefully retreated into it, vanishing from existence. Pika sensed a surge of evil emanating from that direction and hastily flew toward it, only to witness the rift's closure. With a forceful strike, Pika slammed his palm against the ground, creating a massive crater shaped like his hand. "Curse it, I was a moment too late. That wretch escaped." Yet, his focus now shifted back to Vegeta. Pika squinted at the warrior above, whose power had surged to levels exponentially greater than his own peak, perhaps even surpassing his full transformation into a great ape, approaching a staggering million in combat strength. Moreover, Vegeta's recent flash cannon had not been unleashed with full force. It was merely a test. This might well be the most arduous battle Pika had ever faced. Pika licked his lips, feeling not fear, but rather a thrill within him. Since his arrival on Earth, he had engaged in battle, and today he was astonished to witness Vegeta's transformation, his power amplified nearly 100-fold. How could this not exhilarate him? His combat strength had soared to around 200,000, while not overwhelmingly powerful. He possessed a formidable advantage in the form of the Kaioken technique. "Yachirobe, take Goku and leave. I shall handle this," Pika said with a smile directed at Yachirobe. Yachirobe gazed at Pika's face, exclaiming, "You're that Pika. How wonderful. You are here. Thank heavens, Earth is finally saved." Yachirobe was well aware that it was this very person who had previously rescued the planet, and with him around, Earth would not face destruction. No time for chatter. "We must go, he is coming." Pika's eyes were fixed on Vegeta descending from the sky. "Oh no," Yachirobe cried as he hoisted Goku onto his back. "Hang in there. Goku, I'll get you out of here." He then jumped and dodged to the place he had previously sought refuge. Pika looked on, exasperated. He knew that curiosity could be perilous, and it was unwise not to flee further away. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with a purple light as he addressed Pika on the ground. "You stand no chance against me now." Vegeta was brimming with confidence in his newfound strength. Picard gazed at Vegeta. Although his strength had surged, he still retained his penchant for arrogance. "You still cannot defeat Reg, whose power far exceeds your current capabilities." Picard's battle power now stood at 200,000. Having activated a 15-fold increase to overpower Reg based on Picard's calculations, Reg's battle power was at least 2 million. In a swift motion, Vegeta appeared beside Picard and struck with a punch. Picard responded with a kick to Vegeta's hand, propelling himself backward. However, Vegeta was relentless, pursuing him closely. "Damn it. Do you think I am a sickly cat just because I haven't shown my full strength?" 5-fold Kaioken. A crimson aura enveloped Picard, elevating his power to match Vegeta's, effortlessly countering all of Vegeta's attacks. "What?" Vegeta thought in astonishment upon seeing the red aura surrounding Picard. Kakarot only utilized a 3-fold increase, yet he can easily employ a 5-fold one. "Regardless of your multiplier, I shall annihilate you." At that moment, Vegeta was on the brink of being consumed by a malevolent aura. Vegeta launched a sweeping punch, but Picard ducked just in time. However, Vegeta unleashed his ultimate technique. With his left hand extended towards Picard, he fired hundreds, if not thousands, of energy blasts, all aimed at him without any discernible trajectory. "This is bad." Picard crossed his arms to shield his head, a transparent barrier manifesting around him for protection. The smoke enveloped Picard, but thanks to the protective shield, he emerged unscathed. As the haze dissipated, a figure radiating a purple glow came into view. "Die, you wretch," Vegeta sneered, pushing forth his energy wave with a manic glint in his eyes. This was a stark contrast to the dignified Vegeta from the original narrative. The only explanation was that he had not been entirely corrupted. Instead, his heart had been twisted, infused with an alien essence, granting him formidable strength. Note: it has been a long time since I detailed the protagonist's power level. Initially, I decided that after Picard battled Goku, his strength reached 90,000. He then ceased fighting but entered a mental space, where his powers subsequently increased. I have not elaborated much on Picard's training, but do not forget he possesses gravity training rings, subjecting himself to daily practice. After a year, could he not adapt to 100-fold gravity? In the narrative, Goku achieved 900,000 under 100-fold gravity. Moreover, after Goku's recovery from injury, his power soared to 3 million, which is indeed terrifying. I have deliberately refrained from making the protagonist overly powerful, otherwise later bosses would be as easy to defeat as mowing grass, rendering the story rather dull. Chapter 86, vs Vegeta, Part 5, Energy wave. Vegeta thrust both hands forward, unleashing a colossal energy wave that reverberated through the surrounding air. Upon the scene, a formidable figure named Pika let out a disdainful scoff, his arms crossed over his chest. A sphere of energy, radiating with a 1-meter radius, materialized in his hands, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity. Death-piercing cannon. With no need for prior accumulation of energy, Pika unleashed his technique with remarkable swiftness, having mastered it to the extent that he could release it instantaneously. Although the power was less than what could be achieved with full charge, it was nonetheless formidable. The two energy waves collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that forced both combatants to stagger back. Pika deftly executed several flips in midair before landing firmly atop a massive boulder. Meanwhile, Vegeta, enveloped in a swirling aura of dark purple energy, extended his arms outward, sending everything nearby flying, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he gazed at Pika. A flash of crimson light sparked in his eyes once more. With a surge of scarlet energy, Pika propelled himself towards Vegeta. Goku, astonished, watched as Pika, glowing with fiery brilliance, utilized the King Kai fist, an advanced technique he had also trained in, yet he could not wield it with such fluidity as Pika. As Pika charged at him, Vegeta laughed maniacally, embracing the challenge. He too gathered his dark purple energy and surged forward to meet Pika. The clash of their forces produced a powerful tremor, creating a massive crater in the ground beneath them. Pika narrowly evaded Vegeta's strike, soaring past him and aiming for the rocks behind. He performed a graceful flip in midair, landing on the stones before launching himself once more at Vegeta. In a swift motion, Vegeta executed a flying kick aimed at Pika, who deftly sidestepped, allowing Vegeta to pass by him. Seizing the opportunity, Pika enveloped his hand in a flowing red light and struck fiercely at Vegeta. In response, Vegeta pivoted midair, landing a kick against Pika's side. Despite the excruciating pain, Pika retaliated with a powerful punch to Vegeta's chest. The impact sent Pika crashing into the ground, creating a massive human-shaped crater. Slowly rising, he wiped the blood from his lips. Vegeta, struck in the chest, was propelled through several mountains, ultimately embedding himself deep within one. Once again, two beams of light streaked across the sky, one shattering the earth beneath, the other fracturing a towering mountain. The two figures engaged in rapid combat, exchanging dozens of blows in the air, each collision sending ripples through the atmosphere. Sensing Goku's rapidly diminishing energy, Krillin and his companions rushed over. Witnessing the intense battle between Pika and Vegeta, "Gohan, isn't that your master? Why is he fighting Vegeta? And Vegeta's power is overwhelming," Krillin exclaimed, astonished by Vegeta's might. Gohan, eyes wide with excitement, replied, "This is the first time I've seen my master fight with all his strength. How incredible!" Piccolo gazed at the two formidable beings who seemed out of place in this realm, his mind seething with disbelief. How could it be possible? Their strength is astonishing. Wait a moment. Gohan, does that diminutive figure exude a more sinister aura? The energy emanating from him is far more malevolent than before, and his demeanor has shifted entirely, as if he were a different person altogether. Piccolo addressed the duo with utmost seriousness. Krillin, upon closer inspection, furrowed his brow. "Piccolo, you're right. His energy is indeed profoundly evil." Suddenly, a powerful punch from Pika struck Vegeta squarely in the face, the impact sinking deeply into his flesh. "You dare strike my face? Prepare to perish." Vegeta retaliated with a fierce kick to Pika's torso, sending them both hurtling backward. Vegeta's back pressed against a rock, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he extended two fingers. "Unforgivable! Unforgivable!" From his fingertips erupted a torrent of energy blasts numbering in the hundreds or thousands, directed toward Pika, who was ensnared in the rock. The energy blasts penetrated the stone, reducing it to mere powder, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring all visibility. Seeing his mentor under assault, Gohan cried out in alarm, "Master!" Suddenly, a crimson streak shot forth from the smoke, its aura dissipating. Pika's attire lay tattered, while Vegeta's battle suit remained pristine, just as it had been during his fight with Goku. A violent tremor erupted behind Vegeta as a massive boulder crumbled, slowly drifting toward Pika. With a disdainful sneer, Vegeta remarked, "Is this truly all the power you possess? It saddens me greatly. I find no motivation to engage in battle with such weakness. You would be better off dead." Pika's expression remained impassive, as if Vegeta's words were mere nonsense. "Do you believe you have truly grown stronger? All your power derives from others. The Vegeta I know would never accept the strength of others. He only grows through diligent training. You disappoint me. Silence. You jest if you think my power is not my own. Are you envious of my ascent? Vegeta retorted fiercely. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the true extent of my strength. A dark purple energy sphere enveloped Vegeta, emanating an overwhelming force that caused Pika to recoil in astonishment. This energy was far beyond what Pika could contend with, surpassing his previous strength by more than threefold. From within the sphere, a tempest of energy burst forth, transforming everything around into a whirlwind of chaos. As Pika observed Piccolo and his companions caught within the tempest's wrath, he realized that his current strength was insufficient to shield them. With a surge of energy, he unleashed the Kaioken tenfold. The crimson aura enveloping him intensified dramatically, and a green luminescence emanated from his hands, enveloping Piccolo and the others in a protective embrace. The energy sphere crackled with electricity, summoning the thunderous fury of the darkened sky as bolts of lightning cascaded to the ground. The energy sphere suddenly expanded before contracting swiftly, creating a formidable gravitational pull, as if intent on absorbing all existence within its grasp. Fortunately, Pika had already shielded them with an energy barrier. Yet his eyes widened in horror as he spotted a figure hurtling toward the sphere. Damn it, I had forgotten about this guy. Pika cursed silently as he lunged toward the intruder, seizing him and casting him into the protective barrier. Yachirobe, what brings you here? What has happened to Goku? Krillin inquired, his gaze resting on Goku, who lay upon Yachirobe, perplexed. Yachirobe sighed heavily. Goku was engaged in battle with that Saiyan. I witnessed him overcoming his adversary. But then the Saiyan transformed into an even more formidable foe. Pika intervened, declaring, Vegeta has been controlled. You must take Goku and escape. But who possesses such power to control a Saiyan of that caliber? Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. Suddenly, the tumult in the sky vanished, revealing Vegeta, crackling with dark purple electricity, standing before Pika. Chapter 87, vs Vegeta, Part 6. Vegeta, enveloped in violet currents, rolled his neck and gazed at Pika with a brooding expression. Now, do you still believe you can slay me? His power had surged to an astounding 3.8 million battle strength, making the annihilation of his adversaries a trivial matter. A faint aura of dark purple energy flickered around him, distinct from those previously controlled. He retained his consciousness, albeit twisted. Why not test your theory? Pika retorted. External power is ultimately not one's own. Can you genuinely assure that your might reflects your battle prowess? With a roar, Vegeta's black-purple aura ignited like a conflagration, soaring skyward. He extended his fist, a sardonic grin playing on his lips. Humph! How could a lowly warrior like you comprehend the strength of a genius such as myself? What a jest! Upon uttering those words, he transformed into a streak of dark purple light, hurtling towards Piccolo. His speed was astonishing. Piccolo barely registered a flicker of movement before he found him standing directly in front of him. Startled, Piccolo swung a fist in an attempt to strike Vegeta, only to hit nothing but an afterimage. A cold laugh echoed from behind. Huh, fool, where are you looking? I'm right here. With a resounding crash, Piccolo was sent flying by a kick from Vegeta, hurtling through several mountain peaks, which shattered into rubble upon impact. Seeing Piccolo suddenly launched into the air, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. What just happened? How did Piccolo get sent flying? That Saiyan speed is incredible. Can we possibly win? Despair washed over Krillin. Despite knowing Piccolo's formidable strength, he was now being thoroughly outmatched by Vegeta. With Goku completely incapacitated, what hope did they have of victory? With a swift arc, Vegeta reappeared before Piccolo, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Blood spewed from Piccolo's mouth as his body was propelled backward. Vegeta, like a volleyball player, continued to pummel Piccolo from behind. This cannot continue. I cannot remain on the defensive any longer, though my body feels like it might give out. I must resort to it. Piccolo had only employed this technique once before, after which his entire body felt like it had been ground to dust. Thankfully, at that moment, Yajirobe had delivered a Senzu bean, alleviating his suffering. Vegeta swiftly approached Piccolo from behind, raising his foot high and laughing. For my next move, I shall reduce you and Earth to cosmic dust. Is that so? Suddenly, the figure that had flown towards Vegeta vanished, replaced by a voice emanating from behind him. Vegeta spun around to deliver a kick, but Piccolo effortlessly intercepted it, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. You compel me to unleash my Kaioken times 19, Piccolo murmured. Though Goku and the others could not hear him, They could see the aura erupting from him like a jet stream, indicating that his Kaioken had ascended to an unprecedented level, one beyond their current capabilities. On King Kai's planet, King Kai's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. How is this possible? Kaioken times 19? How could he possibly withstand such power? You enjoyed that little bout, didn't you? Now, let me give you a taste of your own medicine. A forceful punch from Piccolo struck Vegeta from behind, sending him soaring through the air. With a swift acceleration, Piccolo, trailing a crimson tail, caught up to Vegeta and unleashed a flurry of hundreds of punches, reminiscent of falling meteors, shattering all the battle armor adorning Vegeta. As the upper part of Vegeta's attire vanished entirely, he crashed violently to the ground, creating a massive crater. With one hand braced against the earth, he rose to his feet, casting a glance at the imposing figure of Piccolo in the sky, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His body enveloped in a fierce black-purple aura. With a fierce stomp, Vegeta propelled himself into the air, slicing through the atmosphere with a series of sonic booms. Charging towards Piccolo with an intimidating force, he unleashed a powerful punch that grazed Piccolo's cheek. The two resumed their fierce battle, exchanging blows in a rapid succession of hundreds of rounds, leaving Krillin and the others on the ground in stunned silence as they watched the spectacle unfold above. Hadn't Piccolo just been at a disadvantage? How had the tides turned so swiftly? Krillin's eyes widened as he observed the sky. That's the Kaioken. He can use it too. And far more effectively than I can. Goku coughed up blood as he explained to Krillin. What? Krillin and the others gasped in astonishment. They had believed Goku to be the sole wielder of such a technique, although they had never witnessed Goku employ it. Seeing Piccolo's mastery of the Kaioken made its formidable nature evident. With a resounding clash, both fighters stepped back after a powerful exchange. Suddenly, Vegeta accelerated through the air towards Piccolo, and just as his fist was about to reach him, a massive hand appeared before him, coalescing a blue energy sphere. What? Vegeta executed a mid-air roll, narrowly evading Piccolo's energy wave. Seizing the moment of Vegeta's surprise, Piccolo unleashed a barrage of punches upon him, causing Vegeta to plummet like a kite severed from its string. In a flash, Piccolo vanished and reappeared behind Vegeta, his hands forming a flower-like position at his waist, a blue radiance emanating from his palms. Kamehameha? Krillin exclaimed at Piccolo's movements. No, that's my Master-S ultimate technique, the special beam cannon. Gohan recognized, having seen Piccolo perform this move numerous times. Though it mirrored the Kamehameha in appearance, its penetrating power was incomparably greater. With a triumphant shout, a blue beam shot forth, striking Vegeta in the back and propelling him into the cosmos. The force of the impact rendered Vegeta immobile, flames igniting around him as he neared the atmospheric boundary. Damn it, I am the prince of all Saiyans. I will not concede so easily. Vegeta strained to twist his body, redirecting Piccolo's special beam cannon skyward. Is he dead? Yajirobe questioned as he gazed at the vanishing beam, while Piccolo kept his eyes fixed on the heavens. Not yet. What? He is still alive? Is he some kind of cockroach? How can he survive this? Yajirobe exclaimed in astonishment. Standing on the ground, Piccolo gazed skyward, sensing that Vegeta's energy had not yet fully dissipated. Rather, it had grown even more formidable. Breathless, he realized that his body could indeed withstand the strain of 19 times the Kaioken, yet now he felt utterly drained. Must I truly resort to that technique? A fiery meteor hurtled towards Piccolo from the heavens. Should he evade it, Earth would undoubtedly be pierced and obliterated. You shall perish, roared Vegeta from above, his voice laced with murderous intent. Chapter 88 vs Vegeta. Final. Vegeta was enveloped in a blackish-purple aura, flickering with flames ignited by the friction with the atmosphere. You shall perish, Vegeta bellowed, accelerating once more as he charged towards Piccolo. A flicker of apprehension crossed Piccolo's eyes. Should this move strike the Earth, it would undoubtedly be reduced to mere cosmic dust. Vegeta, in a reckless display, was willing to risk everything, seeking to perish alongside the planet. Damn it, it seems this is the only course left. Piccolo gathered an immense amount of energy in his hands, with a radiant blue aura enveloping his fists. While his death beam was indeed formidable, it was primarily effective in one-on-one confrontations. When it came to sheer impact, however, the Kamehameha was unmatched. To my astonishment, my first encounter using the Kamehameha against another was with Vegeta. Pika, with both hands poised before him, traced a circular motion. His fingers splayed like claws, wrists converging at his chest. A shimmering blue radiance emanated from the path he carved, coalescing into his palms. The Kamehameha, as Pika positioned his hands at his waist, erupted with an intense azure glow that blinded all who gazed upon it. The earth, unable to withstand the explosive force emanating from Pika, sank several meters underfoot, fissures radiating outward in all directions. Vegeta descended with fervor, the formidable energy surrounding him transforming the clouds above into a swirling vortex. A colossal Kamehameha surged forth from Pika's hands, appearing from a distance as if a figure were hoisting an immense sphere of energy, the sheer magnitude of the energy sphere creating an optical illusion. The clash between Vegeta and the Kamehameha was thunderous, the energy beam cascading past Vegeta, utterly incapable of impeding his descent. Piccolo felt a surge of panic as he realized that his Kamehameha was being suppressed by Vegeta. Could it truly come to the point where he would have to employ that technique? Would his current physique be able to withstand it? Within Piccolo's heart, there seemed to be a grand pendulum, swinging to the left and then to the right, as he beheld Vegeta's imminent collision with Earth. A sense of desperation surged within him. He resolved to give it his all. After all, if he were to perish, Krillin and the others would still be there to gather the Dragon Balls. With a fierce cry, Piccolo unleashed the full extent of his power, amplifying his energy once more. Kaioken 20 times, he shouted, unleashing a colossal energy wave that consumed his Kamehameha, directing it towards Vegeta. The tremendous force halted Vegeta's rapid descent, yet he continued to plummet through the air. The immense pit beneath Piccolo has expanded, resembling a nested doll, with one colossal crater encased within another, evoking the lunar craters when viewed from above. With a resounding thud, Piccolo kneels on one knee, on the brink of collapse, as Vegeta's might proves overwhelming. Despite exerting 20 times the power of the Kaioken, he remains unable to halt Vegeta's descent. Crackling with energy, Vegeta amplifies both his strength and falling speed, shattering Piccolo's Kamehameha with the force emanating from his own being. Now let's see if you can survive this. Piccolo realizes he has reached his limit. 20 times his strength is all he can muster. Pika was struck with immense dread. He had just attempted to augment the power of his King S fist, only to discover that his muscles and bones were on the brink of fracturing under the strain. A crack echoed in his ears. An awry smile crept across his lips as he gazed at his contorted left arm. With a bitter laugh in his heart, he mused, "My arm is already broken. My body cannot endure any longer. Could it be that Earth is truly destined for destruction? But everyone is still here on Earth. No, I cannot accept this." The aura surrounding Piccolo surged once more, not as a result of employing the 21-fold Kaioken, but rather ignited by an unwavering resolve to protect those dear to him, awakening a glimmer of latent potential within. Yet, the situation remained dire. While the descent of Vegeta had somewhat slowed, it continued unabated. The despondency that previously clouded Piccolo's eyes had been replaced by a steadfast conviction. He believed that Vegeta would ultimately be vanquished. Still clinging to hope, are we? Your efforts are but a futile struggle. Vegeta bellowed with maniacal laughter, dismissing any notion that Piccolo could withstand the onslaught of his inevitable, death-defying technique. Blood trickled from the corner of Piccolo's mouth as he shouted at Vegeta, "Surrender? Do you truly believe I would concede? I am a warrior of unwavering responsibility." In that fleeting moment, a myriad of memories flashed through Piccolo's mind. Why, you ask? I cannot say. What do you think of the attire I wear? Lucia's every smile and gesture. Pervert, perish. Come, let me take you shopping. Do you not feel ashamed wearing such tattered clothes? Selena's proud demeanor, her boisterous personality. Uncle, you must come to see Xiao again. Xiao's obedient nature. All the individuals he had encountered, every friend, surged forth in his thoughts, and for their sake, as well as his own, he vowed he would never yield. Moreover, he still longed to return home and reunite with his parents. The Kamehameha in Piccolo's hands surged to an even greater magnitude, and this time, Vegeta's speed was genuinely impeded. What? Vegeta was fiercely assaulting the Kamehameha before him, yet he could not budge it an inch. Did you truly think you could thwart me? What a jest! A shield of dark purple energy enveloped Vegeta, and now his speed surged once more, beginning to overpower Piccolo's Kamehameha. Crack! The bones in Piccolo's left leg shattered into fragments, blood oozing from his nose, ears, eyes, and mouth. How infuriating! How could this be? Vegeta should not possess such formidable strength. Piccolo sensed that Vegeta's fighting power remained at 3,800,000. However, with Piccolo currently utilizing the 20-fold Kaioken, His battle power should have reached 4 million, allowing him to firmly suppress Vegeta. Yet, Piccolo felt an unfamiliar aura emanating from Vegeta, one he had never encountered before, profoundly sinister and chilling. It sent a shiver down his spine, and it was alive. Kaioken. A blue shockwave shot past Piccolo, merging with his own energy wave to counter Vegeta's descent. Gohan, what brings you here? You must leave at once. Piccolo shouted to Gohan, aware that his son lacked the strength for such a battlefield. Piccolo, if you lose, Earth will face annihilation. That is why I am here to assist you. Do not misunderstand. Gohan declared. Special beam cannon. Piccolo, now beside Piccolo, swiftly unleashed a powerful energy wave. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed, his heart soaring at Piccolo's arrival. A crimson figure descended. And I am here too. Kaioken. Another blue energy wave erupted, merging with Piccolo's attack. Krillin. Piccolo remarked in astonishment as he beheld Krillin's arrival. Hee. Although I am weak, without Earth, I would cease to exist. It is better to fight with all I have. Krillin replied awkwardly. Five-fold Kaioken. Goku ignited with a blazing red aura, swiftly joining them. Five-fold Kaioken Kamehameha. A colossal energy wave combined with Piccolo's Kamehameha. Goku, how is your body? Krillin asked with concern. While Gohan anxiously watched Goku, fearing for his well-being. Goku, your body. Goku nodded at Krillin, assuring him he could still endure. He was currently pushing through his pain while further amplifying the power of his Kaioken. On King Kai's planet. Goku, what you are doing could endanger your life. King Kai expressed his worry, recognizing Goku's potential and valuing him as someone who would become a formidable warrior in the future. Tears welled in Piccolo's eyes. It was the first time he felt he was not fighting alone, with many standing behind him in support. Thank you all. Let us unite. With a rallying cry, Piccolo's Kamehameha surged once more, 5 energy waves merging into a single formidable force, propelling Vegeta skyward. Though their speed was not overwhelming, it was evident they had achieved victory at that moment. What? I will not accept this. Vegeta roared in fury, unable to fathom that a warrior of his genius could be vanquished by those he held in disdain. No, I cannot perish. I must survive and defeat Frieza. This thought flashed through Vegeta's mind as he forcefully twisted his body and plummeted towards the ground. At this moment, his protective shield had vanished, and his energy had diminished to a mere flicker. The sun blazed brilliantly. Vegeta reached out, yearning to grasp the celestial orb, only to realize he was drifting further away. With a swift motion, a powerful energy wave, amalgamating the strength of many, surged skyward, obliterating some meteors in the cosmos, reducing them to mere dust. Piccolo collapsed to the ground, gazing at a distant black speck in the sky. You truly did not perish, he mused, recognizing that the speck was none other than Vegeta. What did you say? Krillin inquired, seated beside Piccolo, his eyes fluttering between open and closed, revealing his profound fatigue. Goku lay on the ground, gasping for breath, every part of his body aching painfully. We finally won, he exhaled. Indeed, father. I am sorry, master, Gohan said, lowering his head. After a year of rigorous training, his strength had surged remarkably, yet he had still failed to accomplish the task assigned by his teacher. Piccolo shook his head and smiled at Gohan, saying, Rest assured, you have already fulfilled your mission. I am genuinely pleased. In his heart, the fact that Gohan had reached this level was beyond his expectations. Though he had not defeated that formidable foe, Gohan had valiantly fought in the face of danger, and in Piccolo's eyes, he had accomplished his task long ago. Gohan widened his eyes in confusion, unable to comprehend why his master declared him successful when he felt he had not completed the mission. This left him utterly perplexed. Laughter erupted among the group, further deepening Gohan's bewilderment. He could only scratch his head awkwardly and smile. Hey, Piccolo. Do you think Gohan has already transformed from a cocoon into a butterfly? Piccolo turned to look at his companion, Den, and remarked. Den nodded, affirming, indeed. Gohan performed exceptionally well. He truly lives up to being my disciple. However, as he finished speaking, his body stiffened and fell to the ground, his eyes closing. Piccolo. Piccolo reached out, but his eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that Piccolo would meet his end not at the hands of that foe, but in such a mundane manner. A sense of bitterness filled his heart. Having arrived in this world, he found himself unable to alter any outcomes. Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo all had perished. Goku glanced at Piccolo and shook his head. He understood that the Guardian had now passed, and the Dragon Balls had vanished. In the realm of the gods, The Guardian's essence dissipated into nothingness as he spoke to Dend. Dend, I must take my leave. My time is drawing near. I find it hard to part from this mortal realm. Farewell, Dend. The Guardian smiled at Dend. Goodbye, Lord Guardian. Dend wiped away his tears with a handkerchief, mourning the loss of a companion with whom he had shared centuries of life. Though accustomed to the cycle of guardianship, each transition brought profound sorrow. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta descended heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. He gasped for breath, each inhalation accompanied by a cough of blood. His battle armor lay in tatters. The malevolent energy had dissipated, and anyone nearby would have noticed a dark worm at his neck, which suddenly vanished without a trace. He retrieved a remote control from his pocket, pressed a button, and placed his hands on the ground, declaring with fury, I never imagined I would be forced to retreat. How infuriating. Next time, I will undoubtedly annihilate all of you. In a desolate landscape, a spacecraft suddenly ascended, soaring towards Vegeta, startling those standing nearby who speculated on the nature of the object. The craft landed with a resounding crash beside Vegeta, embedding itself into the ground. As he struggled to crawl towards it, Krillin, wishing to rise and vanquish Vegeta, found himself utterly drained of strength, unable to stand. Forced to helplessly watch as Vegeta made his escape, lamenting his own ineptitude. At that moment, Yajirobe approached Vegeta from behind, brandishing his sword high, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Far away on King Kai's planet, King Kai observed the scene with trepidation as Vegeta was being overwhelmed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Oh, I was so worried. Achieving this outcome is truly difficult. Though I cannot show favoritism, the Scions pose a threat to the entire universe. It seems there is no other choice. Yet, the root of evil remains unvanquished. Yajirobe swung his sword downward. Wait. Suddenly, Goku's voice resonated in Yajirobe's mind. I'm sorry. I can't speak loudly, but please forgive me. Yajirobe, let him go. I beg you to pardon my obstinacy. Spare him. Have you lost your mind? He is the one who has slain many of us. Yajirobe shouted, fear gripping him, yet his anger towards Vegeta, who had trained alongside him for half a year, surged within him. I understand. I know Vegeta is formidable, but I can't quite articulate it. I simply feel that it would be a pity for him to perish now. I trained on King Kai's planet to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, never imagining that Vegeta would be so vastly superior to me. Frankly, I've been thoroughly bested. Yet, I still feel exhilarated. Perhaps it's because I am also a Scion. I know my actions are misguided, but I implore you, next time, I wish to confront him alone. Goku gazed at the sky, a powerful yearning surging within him. He longed to truly surpass Vegeta. Chapter 90. An unaltered fate. With a clatter, Yajirobe dropped his sword to the ground, producing a mournful sound. He looked at Goku and declared, fine. I'll disregard it for now, but Goku, remember what you said today. Next time, you must defeat him, or I want to let it go. With those words, Yajirobe quickly retrieved his sword and fled. You worthless fools, remember this well. Next time, there will be no miracles, Vegeta proclaimed, a sense of bitterness gnawing at him. Yet he found himself too weary to continue fighting. The door of the spacecraft closed with a resonant thud, echoing through the air. The aircraft soared towards the horizon. I apologize. It is difficult to provide closure for those who have passed. However, perhaps they can be revived, Goku weakly murmured. A buzzing sound heralded the descent of an aircraft emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation insignia. As the door swung open, the first figure to emerge was Master Roshi. Just as Piccolo was about to greet him, a woman rushed forward, pulling Master Roshi aside while shouting, Gohan, Gohan, where are you? Kiki! Goku exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the woman. Kiki's gaze fell upon Gohan, whose body was bruised and battered, and she cried out, Gohan, Gohan. She leapt past Goku and rushed to Gohan's side, enveloping him in her arms. Gohan, my Gohan, are you alright? Mother is here. How dreadful. My child. How did you sustain such severe injuries? As Piccolo observed the deep concern that Kiki harbored for Gohan, he could not help but notice that Goku, who bore even more severe injuries, was being completely overlooked. Awkwardly, he addressed Kiki, saying, well, it appears that your husband's injuries seem to be far more grave. Before Piccolo could finish his statement, Kiki scrutinized Gohan from head to toe and then embraced him tightly. Oh, poor child. How tragic. You must never leave your mother's side again. Piccolo realized that Kiki seemed utterly indifferent to Goku's plight, her focus solely fixated on Gohan. As Piccolo observed, a large crowd had gathered around Wukong, engaged in conversation with him. Pika. The cat sage approached Pika, gazing at him with astonishment. Your strength has grown even more formidable since your last visit. Well, it's acceptable, but I still feel inadequate, Pika admitted, a wave of oppression washing over him as he thought of the powerful Techolus. When would he ever reach such a level? Hey, is the pervert still alive? A familiar voice broke his contemplation. Turning around, he saw Selena and Lucia approaching. Lucia looked worried and asked, "Are you okay? Is everything all right?" Wukong, didn't you say there were 6 people still alive? Wasn't Piccolo among them? Isn't Piccolo unconscious? Bulma remarked as she examined him closely. He doesn't appear injured at all. Forgive me, I am one of the 6 mentioned by Wukong. Yachirobe had unexpectedly returned, glancing at Wukong and waving his sword. I forgot to bring the sheath. But isn't there still one more person? It can't be Piccolo, right? Bulma questioned, noting that only 5 were awake. Someone help me. I can't get down. A voice called from a distance, prompting everyone to look over and see a man with an explosive hairstyle and a bushy beard curled up on a stone pillar that was less than half a meter wide. Bulma pointed at the man in a daze and asked, "Who is he?" Upon hearing this, Bulma collapsed to the ground, her eyes red as she stared at the sky. Yamcha is gone, she sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Let's discuss this later. We should first get them inside. The turtle sage, despite his usual carefree demeanor, spoke with authority in this crucial moment. On the aircraft, Krillin informed everyone that their companions still had a chance to be revived. The Science once mentioned that Piccolo isn't actually from Earth, he's a Namekian from the universe. It is said that Namekians possess unique abilities, which they use to create a kind of sphere known as the Dragon Ball. Therefore, Dragon Balls also exist on Namek. This means Uncle Piccolo can be revived. Gohan exclaimed excitedly to the group. In his heart, he cherished 4 very important individuals. His parents occupied 2 spots, while Pika, as his teacher, held 1, and Piccolo, who had cared for him throughout the years, claimed the last. Hearing Gohan refer to Piccolo as Uncle shocked Kiki, leading her to urgently respond. Gohan, what are you saying? Krillin clenched his fist with excitement, exclaiming, yes. If Piccolo is revived, it means the deity of Earth will also return. With the deity revived, the Dragon Balls will be usable again. The atmosphere on the plain buzzed with exhilaration. The prospect of resurrecting the deceased was undeniably joyous. Ah, you are all so naive, unaware of the true situation. How foolishly optimistic. Bulma mocked them, stating that humanity on Earth has yet to master the art of flying into the cosmos. Allow me. Goku interjected. I shall inquire telepathically with the great king of the universe to ascertain the whereabouts of planet Namek. He whispered, Great King, can you hear me? Indeed. Came the response. Are you familiar with planet Namek? Planet Namek? Of course, I am the king. All eyes widened in astonishment as they absorbed Goku's conversation with the king. Wow, we can all hear him. Is he truly the king? His voice sounds rather ordinary. They murmured amongst themselves. Gentlemen, the entire assembly can hear your words. So please enlighten us. Goku urged with a smile directed at the king. Very well, but first, I must commend your extraordinary efforts. To be honest, when Son Goku was defeated, I believed all hope was lost. Indeed, I too was astonished. Not even the king's fist could subdue him. Who would have thought he would develop such strength? Well, that Vegeta is undeniably formidable. As Piccolo observed the King of Worlds and his companions engaging in trivial chatter, he found their conversation to be utterly insipid. What they truly needed to ascertain was the whereabouts of Namek. He raised his voice, exclaiming, King, just tell us where Namek is. The rest can be discussed later. Upon hearing Piccolo's interjection, the King of Worlds, filled with indignation, retorted, I haven't addressed you yet. How did you come to master the King's fist? This technique is my invention. Reveal the location of Namek, and I shall explain how you acquired the King's fist. Piccolo smirked slyly. Just a moment, let me think. In terms familiar to you Earthlings, it is at the coordinates SU-83, position 9045 YX. Chapter 91. Amusing incidents in the hospital. Ah, how dreadfully dull. Lying on the hospital bed, Piccolo gazed at the ceiling, both familiar and alien, pondering how many times he had been admitted. He had observed protagonists in novels surrounded by beautiful women who served tea and delicacies. Yet here he was, sharing a room with 4 men. Klein, with his head wrapped in bandages, wandered about the room carelessly, while Gohan sat stiffly on his bed, engrossed in a book. Only he and Goku were swathed in bandages, resembling mummies. The doctor had informed him that he would require at least 5 to 6 months for recovery. while Goku was unfortunate enough to be confined to the bed for an entire year. Why on earth do I have to convalesce alongside this group of men? I have senza beans, Piccolo exclaimed from his bed, feeling a sense of injustice, though he remained silent about it. Why? Because the two women had initially brought senza beans. But upon witnessing Piccolo engaging in boisterous conversation with the nurse, Selena remarked, "You seem quite pleased to be in the hospital. Very well, I shall withhold the senza beans, allowing you to recuperate properly." And thus, that was the end of it. Piccolo lay in the hospital for an entire week. Quiet down. This is a hospital, and loud noises are not permitted. The lovely nurse admonished Piccolo with a furrowed brow. Pika's eyes glimmered with a green light as he grinned at the young nurse and said, "Little sister, I feel an itch in a certain place. I'm all wrapped up so tightly that I can't scratch it at all." Just then, Puklin inadvertently sprayed the water he had just sipped all over Pika's face, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that." Pika gazed longingly at Klin, having spent a week confined to the hospital. Throughout this time, only Klin understood his cravings, while Wukong and Gohan remained blissfully innocent, incapable of grasping the nuances of his words. To them, his expressions were akin to deciphering an ancient manuscript. A young nurse approached, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. "Mr. Pika, are you teasing me again? Be careful, or I shall inform your girlfriend." During the past week, Pika had frequently engaged Klin in serious discussions, yet each day also included playful interactions with the nurse. "What is it? Where does it itch?" she inquired, her cheeks flushed. "The philtrum," Pika replied. The nurse, misunderstanding, began to scratch the area above his lip. "No, not there. I meant in between." Upon catching the mischievous glint in Pika's eyes, the nurse quickly comprehended his implication. With a light blow on his chest, she exclaimed, "How naughty," before covering her face and fleeing. Pika tilted his head, observing the nurse who had just dashed away, when he noticed Klin standing nearby, giving him a thumbs up. Upon seeing Klin's envious expression, Pika realized that Klin wished to learn how to pursue a romantic interest. "So, you want to learn?" Pika chuckled mischievously. "What do you think?" Klin replied with a sly grin. Pika beckoned and said, "Come here, let me tell you. Acquiring a girl's phone number is quite simple." However, as he continued to speak with fervor, he realized he was unable to make any gestures and ultimately surrendered to his limitations. Sai Wufan, upon noticing Selena approaching, was about to greet her when he saw her signal him to refrain from speaking. Obediently, he closed his mouth. The bed of Pika is situated right beside Gohan, who occupies the first bed. Silently, Selena approached Pika from behind, yet he continued to boast, while Krillin, standing before him, noticed Selena's presence and felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his round, bald head. "So now you understand, right?" "Yes, I understand." Krillin nodded vacantly, realizing that today would spell his doom, for Selena would undoubtedly deliver him a severe reprimand. He recalled a previous incident when he had unwittingly shared a risque joke in her presence, which had resulted in a thorough beating, albeit leaving only superficial injuries. "You see, I have never resorted to such vulgar methods." Pika chuckled, addressing Krillin. "Selena, how I long for you." He then immediately turned to Selena with a playful demeanor. "Is that so? However, I just heard someone say that in pursuing a girl, one must first ensure that she remembers them deeply, whether through animosity or affection, correct?" Selena replied with a smile. "Indeed. If that is the case, then I shall ensure you remember me well. Wouldn't you agree, Krillin?" Selena swiftly redirected her attention to Krillin. Observing her expression, Krillin realized he was in trouble. "I know nothing. I'm so tired. It's already so late. I must sleep now. Good night." He yawned, gazing out at the glaring sun. With a sudden rush, Krillin dove under the covers, burying his head deep within, as a chorus of anguished cries erupted outside. Bang. It hurts. I was wrong. Bang. Please stop hitting me. I truly made a mistake. I was merely joking with Krillin. Krillin swallowed nervously, tempted to peek outside to ascertain the commotion, but before he could lift the blanket, a pillow struck him, startling him into retracting his head once more, hands clasped together. "Pika, do not blame me. I am powerless. Selena is simply too terrifying." After a while, when the noise outside subsided, Krillin hesitantly lifted the covers, only to witness a rather alarming scene. "Open your mouth," Selena gently instructed Pika, holding a bowl of porridge as she scooped a spoonful, blowing on it slightly before offering it to Pika. "How is it?" Quite good, delicious," Pika praised as he swallowed the porridge. Selena beamed gently, satisfied that it met his approval. "As long as it tastes good, That's all that matters. I made plenty, and you must finish it all. Selena began preparing meals for Pika the moment she rose in the morning. Driven by her kind-hearted nature and a concern that Pika might not receive adequate nourishment in the hospital. What had transpired? Just moments ago, Selena had been in a fit of rage, yet now she appeared as docile as a lamb. Clint observed the sudden transformation in Selena's demeanor. Perplexed as he gazed at the sweet interaction between the two, his envy intensifying. He yearned for a girlfriend, yet no one seemed willing to consider him, citing his height as the reason for their reluctance. After a while, as Pika bid farewell to Selena, Clint approached and inquired, "What is going on? Just a moment ago, you were a fierce tiger, and now you've turned into a timid kitten? It's a secret. We shall not dwell on that for now. I am already full. But there is still so much left. Would you care to have some?" Pika replied. Noticing Clint's expression of disdain, he reassured, "Rest assured. None of this has been touched by me. You can eat without worry." Had I known sooner, I would have taken charge of it. I've been enduring the hospital food for the past few days, and it has become rather tiresome, Clint remarked, unceremoniously grabbing the lunchbox and devouring the food with gusto. A sly smile crept across Piccolo's lips, a testament to his cunning success. "Well, it's so salty and spicy. Piccolo, you tricked me. Haha." Chapter 92, Journey to Namek. What? There is only one senza bean left? What on earth happened? Pika shouted at Selena, his bag of magical beans containing at least 20. Now, Selena informed him that only one bean remained, which left Pika both agitated and furious. "I did not intend for this to happen. When we went to retrieve them today, a multitude of cats was feasting on the beans, and the one we possessed was snatched from their jaws," Selena elucidated. Upon hearing this, Pika felt utterly despondent. He had believed these beans would aid them in the years to come, but now they had diminished to a mere handful, reminiscent of the past. Pika opened his mouth and consumed a divine bean, one after another, for even a single bean was preferable to none. "Drink," Pika exclaimed, and with that, all the bandages and plaster on his body were violently cast aside, exposing his physique. In that moment, Pika felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, even greater than before. "Pika, the energy emanating from you is astonishing," Goku remarked, sensing the formidable aura surrounding Pika. He couldn't help but express his admiration. Had he not been injured, he would have eagerly engaged in battle with Pika. Krillin and Gohan echoed his sentiments, particularly Krillin, whose confidence soared upon witnessing Pika's heightened energy compared to their previous encounters, inspiring them for their quest to collect the Dragon Balls on Namek. "Humph," Selena scoffed, her dissatisfaction evident. "If it weren't for my arduous efforts to procure those beans, you would have never had the chance to consume them." "Thank you." Pika responded graciously to Selena. 2 days prior, Bulma had informed them of a newly acquired spaceship, instructing them to gather at Kame House in 10 days for their journey into space. Originally, it was intended for Krillin and Gohan to accompany her. But now that Pika's injuries had fully healed, he could not miss the opportunity to venture to Namek. In truth, had it not been for Bulma's impulsiveness, he might not have found himself embarking on this journey to Namek alongside them. "Krillin, we're to gather at Kame House in 6 days for the Namek expedition. I shall be joining as well," Pika declared to Krillin before leaping through the window and soaring toward the place where he had previously trained Gohan. Pika stood before the gravity chamber, gazing at the thick layer of dust that adorned its surface. How astonishing it was to see such an accumulation of dust. Pika extended his hand, a gust of wind swirling around it, propelling forward towards the gravity chamber, dislodging all the dust that had settled above. However, the force exerted was somewhat excessive, resulting in several cracks appearing on the walls of the gravity chamber. With an increase in strength, it seems the power has grown a tad overwhelming. With that thought, Pika stepped into the gravity chamber. Although he had previously endured 100 times the gravity during training with Gohan, he still had yet to fully acclimate to it. Pika adjusted the gravity to 100 times its normal level, commencing training from the fundamentals. 6 days slipped by in an instant. "Hey, Krillin, do you really think Pika will come?" Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction while glancing at her watch. "It's been ages." "And you, Krillin, are you dressed for a vacation?" "Do not underestimate the universe. I even sacrificed my long hair for this outfit." A spacecraft descended from the sky, prompting Master Roshi to look up. "Gohan and the others have arrived." "Wow, is this the spaceship? Incredible," exclaimed Ox King, marveling at the vessel before him. Kiki turned to Gohan. "Gohan, please be careful on your journey." As Kiki guided Gohan down, she noticed his student-style suit. Ha! Gohan, what happened to you? And your hair? What a spectacle. Krillin laughed heartily at Gohan's mushroom-like hairstyle. Bulma, feeling utterly drained, muttered, I feel so weak. She had already been outmatched by Krillin and Gohan, who seemed to treat this as a leisure trip, while she feared that Pika's arrival might lead to her complete unraveling. Fortunately, Pika did not disappoint Bulma's expectations. Hey everyone. Long time no see. Pika descended from the sky, and with a thud, Bulma truly collapsed to the ground. Pika's attire drew everyone's gaze. Adorned in a bathrobe and carrying a small parcel. Apologies. I overslept this morning, and upon glancing at the clock, I realized how late it had become. So I hastily gathered my belongings and rushed over. Pika explained, let us depart. I have nothing further to say, Bulma stated wearily as she moved towards the spacecraft. Piccolo. Boom. The spacecraft descended, revealing a platform upon which the four of them stood. Where should Bulma's luggage be placed? Anywhere, just hurry and take a seat, Bulma exclaimed, clenching her fists, her mood exceedingly irritable at that moment. Pika glanced around and asked, Bulma, where is the changing room? I would like to change my clothes. Sit down. Bulma glared at Pika, who jumped in surprise and muttered, Fine, I'll sit down. Is it really necessary to be so angry? Krillin remarked to Gohan beside him. She must be in a bad mood. Bulma took her seat at the controls and announced, We will depart in 5 seconds. Destination Namek. Beep, beep, whoosh. The spaceship surged upward. And in the blink of an eye, the people on the ground could no longer see it. How fast? It vanished in an instant. Master Roshi observed as the spaceship shot into space, while Chi-Chi shouted, Gohan, remember to wash your hair every day? Thud. Krillin and Gohan plopped down onto the ground. Bulma, I haven't fastened my seatbelt yet. Pika stood in midair, aware of the spaceship's rapid acceleration, knowing that if he wasn't careful, he would end up like Krillin and Gohan. Bulma stood up and said to them, All right, you can move around freely now? Once the spaceship exits the atmosphere, it will stabilize. What? We've already flown out of the atmosphere? Krillin exclaimed, noticing Bulma wandering off and quickly inquiring, Bulma, where are you going? So annoying. I'm going to change my clothes. Bulma impatiently replied, opening a door and stepping inside. Suddenly, Krillin noticed Pika had changed into a martial arts uniform. When did you change? He asked. And you too, Gohan. Why are you wearing a different outfit? Krillin questioned, seeing both Pika and Gohan donned in the same style of martial arts attire. Gohan chuckled and said, We changed while Aunt Bulma was inside. Before long, Bulma emerged, now clad in casual attire. Krillin, astonished, asked, Bulma, isn't that sleepwear? Who can possibly be comfortable in such an outfit? Bulma, hands on her hips, responded helplessly, This is not sleepwear. Seeing you all makes me feel that my spacesuit is utterly ridiculous. Krillin quietly asked Pika and the others, Hey, was it not us who spoke out of turn? Thus, the four of them embarked on their journey to Namek. Chapter 93. A powerful foe with no words exchanged overnight. The group took their rest. When Krillin awoke, he saw Pika sitting cross-legged, emanating an immense power. So strong. Every time I sense it, I feel like this guy is as lofty as an unscalable mountain. As Piccolo opened his eyes, he noticed Krillin gazing intently at him. He greeted Krillin, awake already? Yes, you've been training all night. Indeed. We're on the brink of facing a formidable enemy on planet Namek, so I must seize every moment. In the original narrative, Frieza was already en route to Namek at this juncture. Initially, he presented the quintessential boss-like adversary. Presently, Piccolo could only unleash a 20-fold increase in his Kaioken technique. Coupled with his combat powers soaring into the millions, the prospect of defeating Frieza seemed utterly fanciful. Krillin waved his hand dismissively. How could that be? He harbored doubts about Piccolo's awareness of the powerful foe on Namek. Oh really? Piccolo chuckled, addressing Krillin, How do you suppose you defeated Raditz? How did Vegeta and the others learn about the Dragon Balls on Earth? It must be that scouter. The scouter? Krillin's eyes widened in realization. It dawned on him that the scouter's most valuable feature was its communication capability. If that were the case, then those accompanying Vegeta would also be aware of the Dragon Balls on Namek. This is troubling. Krillin felt a wave of anxiety. He feared that those allied with Vegeta might venture to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, casting doubt on the possibility of reviving their fallen comrades. Pika solemnly addressed Klin, Do not let Gohan and Bulma know for now. Klin nodded in agreement, just as Bulma approached, yawning and inquiring, What is there to know? I'm so sleepy. At that moment, Bulma was clad in a tank top that accentuated her slender waist, paired with only a pair of shorts. Bulma, must you dress like that? It's quite inappropriate. Pika exclaimed loudly, though the latter part of his statement turned into a murmured self-reflection. Upon glancing down, Bulma's cheeks flushed. Pervert, she retorted before retreating into the changing room. Bulma was far from unattractive. In fact, she could be considered a captivating beauty, providing Pika with some amusement during this period. Had he been accompanied by Klin and Gohan, he surely would have found himself unbearably bored. Watching Bulma enter the changing room, Pika turned to Klin with a serious demeanor. Reiterating, remember my words, do not share this with anyone. You must train with Gohan every day. Pika harbored concerns that Gohan might become complacent and let his physique deteriorate due to prolonged inactivity, much like the years of stagnation following the Cell Games, during which Gohan solely focused on his studies rather than honing his martial skills. Pika believed that if Gohan were to persist in his training, even formidable foes like Bu would pale in comparison. Klein turned to observe Gohan, well aware of his latent potential. In less than a year under Pika's tutelage, Gohan's combat prowess had significantly surpassed his own, enabling him to hold his ground against Nappa. After a night of rigorous training, Pika felt a pang of hunger. With an awkward smile, he remarked, I'm quite famished. Klein, do you have anything to eat? Did you bring nothing at all? Klein rose and rummaged through his excessively heavy luggage, eventually tossing a bag of snacks to Pika. This will have to suffice for now. It's all I have. Pika gazed at the bag of potato chips in his hand, reflecting on how long it had been since he last indulged in such a snack. Well, a snack is a snack, but do you think it is sufficient? After all, I am a scion. A scion? What is that about? Krillin inquired, his confusion evident as he lacked knowledge of scion characteristics. Oh, you must know how much Goku can eat. Both Goku and I are scions. Are you really going to offer me just this little? Each scion is a voracious eater. A single bag of chips would hardly suffice. Barely enough to fill the gaps between meals. Remember that time we had a feast meant for dozens, and he devoured it all? My goodness. If I had an appetite like Goku's, the snacks I brought would barely fill the crevices of his teeth. The mere thought of Goku's insatiable appetite sent chills down Krillin's spine. Supporting a scion would surely leave him utterly exhausted. Here you go, Bulma. Having changed into a new outfit at some point, tossed a capsule to Pika. This capsule contains provisions from Lucia meant for you. But Selena warned me that if you ever misbehave, she won't allow me to give it to you. Pika gazed at the capsule prepared for him by Lucia, instantly discerning that it contained sustenance. Thank you, Bulma. You look truly stunning. Bulma was adorned in an oversized top, with her left shoulder exposed to the air, accentuated by a delicate pink strap. From this, it was evident that she was wearing a pink bra beneath. The top concealed her ultra-short shorts, revealing two elegantly straight, snow-white thighs. Humph. Of course, you should consider who I am, Bulma remarked with a hint of narcissism. Pika tossed the pouch in his hand to the ground, and with a resounding bang, a colossal food cart materialized before them. This magnificent cart was tiered into 6 levels, each adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Pika swallowed hard and dashed towards the food cart, eager for a hearty meal, only to be abruptly thwarted by Bulma, who swiftly pulled the cart aside. Could you exhibit a modicum of courtesy? We have yet to partake in our own meal, she chided him, glancing disdainfully at the cart laden with greasy fare. Do you not find it rather unappetizing to indulge in such rich foods so early in the morning? Pika shook his head. For him, indulging in a lavish breakfast of fish and meat early in the morning was far from overwhelming. Moreover, the food available on the vehicle was merely sufficient for his own meal, and he certainly would not invite others to join him. However, under the formidable influence of Bulma, Pika addressed everyone. Come, let us all eat together. Krillin, please awaken Gohan. He then murmured softly to himself, alas. It seems I must once again compromise my own appetite. Bulma, having taken only a few bites, soon lost her appetite. She was not accustomed to such greasy fare each morning. Although there were desserts that girls adored, as Bulma would say, indulging in sweets would lead to weight gain. And she was determined to lose weight. After finishing their meal, Pika patted his stomach, now comfortably full, and said to Gohan, Gohan, since I have some free time today, let us engage in a sparring session. I wish to see what level you have attained. Understood, Master. Gohan replied respectfully, standing up. Although he did not relish the idea of fighting, he recognized that strengthening himself was essential for protecting those he cared about. Thus he held no aversion towards training. Chapter 94. Are you a lady? The two emerged from the mental realm, and Gohan, feeling exhausted, remarked to Pika, Master, you truly live up to your title. Your strength is remarkable. Within the mental space, Pika had suppressed his combat power to match Gohan's level. Yet Gohan still found it challenging to withstand even a few of Pika's moves. Gohan, putting forth his utmost effort, unleashed every form of attack he could muster against Pika. However, Pika effortlessly neutralized all of Gohan's assaults. Of course, otherwise, how could I be your teacher? Pika proudly declared that since his arrival here, he had ceased to excessively disguise himself in front of others, freely expressing his thoughts. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Gohan's strength after a fierce battle. Gohan's combat abilities had once again been enhanced. Had Nappa still been alive, Gohan would undoubtedly have been able to dispatch him effortlessly, as his current power rivaled that of Goku upon his return from King Kai's planet. During this period, your strength has grown remarkably, living up to my expectations. Thank you, Master. Gohan responded, his heart fluttering with excitement at Pika's praise. For a child of his age, receiving such commendation from a teacher was a tremendous encouragement. I will continue to grow stronger and will not disappoint your expectations. Yes, keep striving to surpass me. With thoughts of the impending journey to Namek, Pika felt a surge of excitement. Given that history had already shifted, he believed that Frisia's minions would not merely consist of the feeble Cybermen and Dodoria. This notion lingered in Pika's mind. Now, he must seize every moment to train, aiming to enhance his strength further before reaching Namek. Pika adjusted the gravity bracelet on his wrist to 100-fold. Although he could endure this immense weight, it still fell short of the sensation of weightlessness. He believed that mastering 100-fold gravity would propel his strength to new heights. Regrettably, he lacked the magical beans that would enable him to recover from injuries and enhance his combat prowess. If I cannot fully acclimate to 100-fold, then I shall increase the gravity, he thought with a mischievous grin. With that, Pika set the gravity on his bracelet to 150 times. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure that coursed through his body, causing every muscle and bone to ache intensely. With a crackling sound, Pika forced himself to stand upright, the noise of his bones grinding echoing in the air. Klin, hearing the commotion, turned to see Pika struggling to maintain his balance and burst into laughter. Haha, Pika. You appear to be seasick, he mocked, observing Pika's predicament. Beside him, Gohan tugged at Klin's sleeve and explained, Teacher, he is training. He must be enduring supergravity right now. Gohan, true to being Pika's disciple, instantly recognized Pika's endeavor. What is supergravity? Is it akin to Goku's training under extreme weight? Klin recalled Goku mentioning that the gravity on planet King Kai was 10 times greater, and it was under such conditions that he had made remarkable progress. Truly, Pika is relentless in his training amidst such adversity. Gohan, we should train together as well, Klin thought, remembering Pika's words about the formidable foes on Namek. They needed to dedicate themselves to rigorous training during this critical time. The pickup felt an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping it, and it contemplated, it seems I must commence my training anew from the very foundations. Pika steadily lifted his feet, circling the interior of the spaceship with deliberate steps. Time flowed swiftly. Krillin and Gohan had concluded their training. Due to the confined space aboard the spacecraft, they could only practice within the confines of their mental realms. Despite Krillin's wealth of experience, Gohan's formidable strength was apparent. Although both wielded similar powers in their sparring, it was evident that Gohan held the upper hand. Truly, he was worthy of being Goku's son, possessing the bloodline of a scion, complemented by Pika and Piccolo's devilish training, resulting in extraordinary prowess. Uncle Krillin, you possess numerous techniques. I greatly admire you. Bulma, reclining in a rocking chair while perusing a magazine, suddenly exclaimed, How dreadfully dull. Sipping from a beverage, she addressed Krillin and the others. You all remain absorbed in your training, which is commendable. However, the place is quite a mess. Shouldn't you tidy it up? But you're the one who made the mess, Krillin retorted. We've already organized our belongings. Bulma, impatient, replied, I am exceedingly busy, with numerous thoughts to ponder. While you merely sit idle. Yet didn't you just say you were bored? Krillin, clearly having caught her earlier remark, thought to himself. If she found it dull, why not clean up herself? Though he dared not voice this. Bulma, hands on her hips and fuming, shot back, no more chatter. Be gentle and considerate towards a lady. Understand? With that, she resumed her position in the rocking chair, engrossed in her magazine. At that moment, Pika was already in tears, his clothes drenched in sweat. 116. 120. He was diligently performing sit-ups, each rise and fall accompanied by the aching sensation in his muscles. Yet it provided him with a profound sense of fulfillment. Hey, look at Pika. He is training actively, while you two just sit there. Hurry up and clean, Bulma commanded Krillin. With a sigh, Krillin rose and said, all right, I'll take care of it. Under Bulma's authoritative gaze, he reluctantly set off to tidy the area. With Pika having completed over 300 repetitions, he could no longer endure and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Gohan, come over and turn this off. Got it. Gohan approached Pika and deactivated the gravity training device. In that instant, Pika felt his body return to its natural state. Pika stood up and stretched his body, feeling a sticky discomfort that compelled him to take a shower. As he walked, he discarded his clothes onto the ground. One article of clothing landed directly on Bulma's face, prompting her to throw it back down in anger, exclaiming, "Hey, you imbecile, can't you see there's a delicate lady present here?" However, Pika thought to himself that he had never regarded her as a lady. Through their days together, Pika increasingly perceived that Bulma was hardly the epitome of femininity. In the early days of watching Dragon Ball, he might have considered Bulma a lady, but now, such a notion had long since faded. Chapter 95, Arrival at Namek. Time passes as swiftly as flowing water. Piccolo and his companions were fervently engaged in their rigorous training, for enhancing their strength was their paramount concern. Amidst the grueling exercise, Piccolo diligently performed push-ups, while Krillin and Gohan battled within the confines of their mental space. Don't you find training monotonous? I am nearly bored to death, Bulma exclaimed, sipping her beverage as she observed the trio. After a considerable wait, when none of them acknowledged her, she voiced her irritation. I am not merely a decoration, you know. I'm speaking to you. Are you listening? Bulma approached them, raising her voice. Piccolo remained unwaveringly focused on his push-ups. Gohan, do you find Bulma bothersome? Krillin inquired within the mental realm, as Bulma's incessant complaints about boredom had particularly strained him in recent days, while Piccolo remained indifferent, absorbed in his training. Gohan chuckled and replied, not at all. Uncle Krillin, do you find Aunt Bulma annoying? Indeed, it's rather bothersome. I can't train properly with all this distraction. Krillin lamented. Oh, is that so? I shall have a word with Aunt Bulma, and suggest she refrain from such complaints. Gohan declared. Don't you dare. If you do, I will surely be the one to suffer. Krillin hastily cautioned Gohan. If this little rascal revealed anything to Bulma, she would undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon him. Though it wouldn't be excruciating, it would certainly be unpleasant, and after all, he was merely an ordinary man. Bulma, however, was a brilliant scientist. Crossing her would be like playing with fire. Seeing Krillin's anxious demeanor, Gohan reassured him, I understand. With a thud, Piccolo landed on the ground after executing 3 flips in midair. After 25 days of relentless training, he had adapted to moving under 200 times normal gravity, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Let us take advantage of the remaining 5 days to rest well, Piccolo stated, counting each day with unwavering resolve, aware that with each passing moment, he drew closer to confronting Frieza. Krillin, opening his eyes to see Piccolo freed from the weight of gravity, asked, Are you done with your training? Almost, Piccolo replied. Though I have made substantial progress, I sense that our journey ahead will not be devoid of challenges. Pika gazed out the window, watching the scenery whiz by, so rapidly that even his keen eyesight struggled to discern the details. Why would the King of the Worlds contact me? If there were something of great significance, he should have reached out to Goku. Just moments ago, while Pika was immersed in his training, the king had initiated a conversation with him. The content was straightforward. He inquired about the origins of Pika's King's Fist technique and informed him that Frieza had already set his course for Namek. 10 minutes ago, the king mentioned that Frieza was on his way to Namek. Allow me to ask, what formidable warriors does he have in his ranks? Pika inquired. He commands 2 subordinates from different races. One is Dodoria, and the other is Zarbon. Neither poses any significant threat to you. However, he also has an elite squad and a guard team. One is called the Jinyu Force, and the other is Frieza's elite guard. It would be prudent to avoid provoking the Frieza's elite guard. The king's tone shifted markedly when he mentioned the elite guard. Are they truly formidable? Pika pressed. To say they are merely strong would be an understatement. They are exceptionally powerful. Each one could easily overpower members of the Jinyu Force. Is that all? That doesn't seem particularly impressive. Pika retorted. Do you genuinely believe it ends there? Each of them is capable of standing toe-to-toe with someone like Reggie. Oh, so their strength is comparable to Reggie's? Now that's intriguing. I thought you might possess a bit more wisdom than Goku. But it appears you are cut from the same cloth. How disappointing. Their conversation revealed the king's utter exasperation with the Scion disposition. The Frieza's elite guard. Now that sounds intriguing. I hope it will provide me with a thrilling experience. At that moment, Pika was invigorated by the king's words, eager to reach Namek and engage in battle. As he contemplated this, Krillin turned to Gohan and said, "It's about time we eat. Today feels particularly good. You all only think of eating. Why not just eat yourselves to death?" Bulma remarked, retrieving food from the capsule box. Upon hearing the mention of food, Pika's stomach responded obligingly. "Hee hee, I'm hungry too." Laughter erupted among the group. Thus, 5 days passed. They could finally see Namek. "Is this Namek?" Krillin exclaimed, standing by the window, gazing at the sight outside. After a month of long travel, his impatience had reached its limit, and upon realizing they had arrived at Namek, he was filled with excitement. It was no wonder, for he was, after all, the first Earthling to venture to another planet. Piccolo and Gohan need not be mentioned. Both are Scions, though Gohan is a half-breed. "Please take your seats. We are about to enter the atmosphere," Bulma announced to them. A chorus of gasps arose as the spaceship grazed the atmosphere, igniting a trail of flames. The vessels for landing gear released streams of gas, ensuring a steady descent to the ground. "Hooray! We have successfully arrived on Namek," Bulma exclaimed with excitement. "Wait, let me assess the atmospheric conditions." Thankfully, the reconnaissance device is installed. It would be fortunate if it contains sufficient oxygen. Although we have prepared oxygen masks, time constraints can sometimes be an issue. With that, Bulma collapsed back into her seat, noticing that Piccolo and the others had already disembarked onto the surface. "It's so desolate here," Gohan remarked, surveying the surroundings. Krillin nodded in agreement, observing that it bore a striking resemblance to the location where Piccolo and Vegeta had battled. Bulma exited the spaceship and shouted at the three of them, "Are you all fools? Why did you rush out without considering the situation? Impulsive idiots." Her outburst startled Krillin and Gohan, and soon after, Bulma pulled out the Dragon Ball radar. "Honestly, let us hurry and find the Dragon Balls." Krillin whispered to Piccolo, "Hey, why is Bulma angry again?" Piccolo replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps it's that time of the month?" He truly had no other explanation for Bulma's ire. "Look, the Dragon Ball radar is showing something," Bulma exclaimed, bouncing with glee like a child. "Teacher, there's a powerful energy over there, and it's abundant." Gohan pointed ahead. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, calm down. This is Namek after all. With deities like Kami and Piccolo being so formidable, the native inhabitants must possess considerable strength as well. Is that so? Just take a look above your head." Piccolo indicated a spacecraft soaring overhead. Detecting an energy signature he recognized all too well, it was Vegeta's. "Ah, it's a Scion spacecraft." Chapter 96. Frieza. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta's spaceship landed, and he emerged from within. "Frieza, I will never allow you to obtain the Dragon Balls." Vegeta seethed, aware that Frieza had discovered his betrayal. He knew that Frieza would not hesitate to kill him. Given his current capabilities, he was no match for him. He must secure the Dragon Balls before Frieza could. For the one who achieves immortality must be him. Vegeta's scouter detected 2 powerful energy signatures nearby. Dodoria and Zarbon had also arrived. Vegeta, after uttering his words, soared into the sky. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Turtle Hermit's abode, a grave expression adorned Master Roshi's face as he spoke into the phone. "What did you say?" "Ah, I see. I shall inform Goku post-haste." He had not anticipated that the Scion would venture to Namek. They had already exhausted their utmost strength in vanquishing that foe. And fortunately, Piccolo had accompanied him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Before him stood an alien of peculiar shape, cradling a colossal orb adorned with 3 stars. King Frieza has discovered yet another. In the presence of this bizarre extraterrestrial were 3 individuals. 2 stood behind a smaller alien seated atop a flying vessel, whose head was crowned with pointed horns. Among them, one bore a resemblance to Earthlings with his green hair, while the other was a rotund creature with pink skin covered in fleshy spikes. "Well done. We have now located 4. King Frieza proclaimed with a smile, as the tail that dangled outside the spacecraft swayed slightly. "Your Majesty, it has come to my attention that Vegeta is also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Kaiatsu has closed in. 2 powerful energy signatures had just manifested but have now vanished. I shall investigate the source of the energy signatures and soon ascertain what transpired," addressed Dabura respectfully, exuding an air of sophistication. Frieza chuckled and responded, "The question lies in how I shall deal with the treacherous Vegeta. As for Vegeta's words, let them be entrusted to Kaiatsu. They have always harbored disdain for one another, and their strengths are comparable, Vegeta will not easily gain the upper hand against him. Dabura replied, unaware that a Scion's characteristic is that each time they endure severe injuries, their power significantly escalates. A second spacecraft descended from the sky, from which emerged a purple alien with two circular indents atop its head. It activated its detector in search of Vegeta's whereabouts. Vegeta, where do you think you can run? Let us see how Kaiotsu deals with you. This individual was Kaiotsu, who had been reprimanded by Vegeta at their cosmic base and now sought revenge to demonstrate who truly held the title of the strongest. Found you. Hee Vegeta, let us see where you flee this time. This is an order from King Frieza. Did you hear that, Vegeta? This time, I will undoubtedly end your life. Kaiotsu exclaimed, heading towards the direction indicated by the detector, his face alight with excitement. Standing atop a hill, Vegeta addressed the detector defiantly. Who are you trying to intimidate, Kaiotsu? Do you truly possess the capability to slay me? I am eagerly awaiting your arrival. Come forth. Vegeta retorted, undeterred, for Kaiotsu's strength was no longer a concern. His true adversaries were the formidable Dodoria and Dabura, Frieza's minions. Then I shall return to Earth to bring Goku here. You may handle the Dragon Balls. Farewell. Bulma waved at Piccolo and the others, preparing to enter the spaceship. Gohan turned his head, sensing two powerful presences nearby. Master, do you feel that? He inquired. It must be the Namekians. Krillin exclaimed to them. Pika gazed at the heads protruding ahead, realizing they were not Namekians. It appeared that you two had engaged in yet another fierce battle. I shall observe the extent of your current prowess. Hey, Pika, must we converse in such a manner? Why is it just the two of us? Krillin retorted, turning to Pika with a hint of exasperation. The two figures clad in battle attire emerged, one with white hair resembling a bun, and the other resembling a lizard. If they are not Namekians, then what are they? Never mind that. Regardless, King Frieza has ordered us to eradicate all life forms on this planet. Upon hearing their words, Krillin's expression shifted to one of grave concern. We are certainly not Scions, yet their presence exudes a repulsive aura. Suddenly, the two beings ascended into the sky, with the lizard-like creature proclaiming, they are merely worthless trash. It seems they are ordinary travelers. Indeed, it would be utterly disgraceful if they managed to escape. Let us first obliterate that spaceship. Very well. The lizard raised its laser cannon, a formidable energy coalescing at its tip. A beam, as thick as an arm, shot towards the spaceship with such velocity that Gohan and Krillin were rendered incapable of reacting. What? Krillin could only watch helplessly as the energy wave obliterated their vessel. In an instant, Pika appeared above the spaceship, deflecting the energy wave with ease, and shouted at Gohan and Krillin, you two must cease suppressing your energy. Defeat these foes swiftly, or it will only become more troublesome later. Gohan, unleash your power. These individuals are not here with good intentions. Krillin and Gohan released their energy, radiating an overwhelming force. What? Their battle power! The two exclaimed in astonishment as the readings on the scouter displayed their might. Before they could utter another word, Krillin and Gohan materialized before them, each delivering a kick that sent the two adversaries flying. With a thud, the two extraterrestrials crashed into a lake. You two are far too lenient. They are not to be trifled with, Pika admonished them, raising one hand above his head, where a sphere of energy the size of a basketball formed. Remember, next time, you must eliminate these intruders. Go forth. Pika hurled the energy sphere in his hand towards the surface of the lake. With a thunderous explosion, a colossal splash surged forth, reaching heights of several dozen meters. Krillin and his companion observed as Pika mercilessly dispatched their foes. Why was it necessary to eliminate them entirely? Would it not suffice to merely incapacitate them? As the Piccolo landed beside Krillin, his expression grave, he slowly addressed them. Did you not hear what they said? They intend to annihilate all the inhabitants of this planet. In the distance, the detector of Sabo began to emit a shrill sound. Sabo, what is it? Frieza inquired nonchalantly. Sabo replied to Frieza, my lord. The scouts I dispatched have perished. Those individuals appear to be of unknown origin, capable of instantaneously augmenting their combat power, which vanished after defeating our two subordinates. Is that so? Curious. It shouldn't be Vegeta, Frieza mused. It is not Vegeta. Their combat power hovers around 1500. Frieza chuckled softly. 1500, while insignificant to us. They certainly lack manners. Let us eliminate them. When Frieza spoke of exterminating them, it was as though he were discussing the squashing of mere ants. Chapter 97. Filthy fireworks. Suddenly, Chi appeared before Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, It is time for us, the two sworn rivals, to settle our score. With a smirk, he observed Vegeta, relishing the moment. For too long, he had yearned to slay Vegeta but had refrained due to fear of Frisia's wrath, only managing to create minor inconveniences for him. However, the circumstances had changed. Frisia himself had commanded his demise. Vegeta raised an eyebrow and retorted, "You wish to battle me? Allow me to demonstrate the techniques I have acquired from Earth." Earth? What is that place? I have never heard of it. Is it some sort of desperate escape technique? Chewie scoffed, doubting that an obscure location could possess anything formidable. Given the Detector-S reading of Vegeta's meager power level, he believed victory would be effortless. Humph. It is the ability to manipulate my combat power at will. Just keep an eye on your detector, Vegeta proclaimed. This skill was acquired through intense life-and-death struggles on Earth. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Vegeta, and Chewie's detector indicated that his combat power was steadily increasing, suddenly matching his own. What? How is this possible? Chewie gasped, taken aback by Vegeta's ability to control his power at will, but what followed left him utterly astounded. Vegeta's energy continues to escalate. As Chewie observed the readings on the detector, he instinctively took 2 steps back, exclaiming, 19,000, 20,000, 22,000. With a resounding explosion, the detector shattered. Overwhelmed by the sheer power it had registered, leaving Chewie in utter disbelief. In the distance, the detector of Sabo exploded due to Vegeta's soaring battle power. What happened, Sabo? Asked Dodoria, noticing the explosion on Sabo's face. Sabo furrowed his brow and replied, "The battle power detector just indicated that Vegeta's power exceeded 22,000. It must be malfunctioning." Sabo was somewhat incredulous, as such devices had never shown signs of failure before. Is that so? Reaching 22,000 must indicate a malfunction. You're using an outdated model. Try mine. Dodoria's device was the latest model, unlike the old one that would explode if the power exceeded 22,200. Upon seeing the display on his own detector, Dodoria's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost, struggling to believe what he saw. "What does it read?" Sabo inquired. Dodoria, in disbelief, responded, "Could mine be malfunctioning too? This is the latest model. Vegeta's battle power has reached 24,000. The two were astounded, as this power surpassed both of theirs at that moment. Frisia, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "There is nothing surprising about it. Vegeta has been in combat and surely learned some new techniques on Earth. Even if his power is 24,000, the two of you together can handle him." Ha ha ha. Despite Vegeta's power reaching such heights, Frisia remained indifferent. To him, Vegeta was expendable. His resentment towards Vegeta ran deep. Vegeta's purpose for coming here must be the same as ours, to attain eternal life. Otherwise, he could never hope to defeat us. Vegeta has long disregarded us, acting on his own accord to venture to Earth without my command. Yet, he dares to openly betray me without the slightest strategy. Although Frisia once considered eliminating Vegeta due to warnings from his race about the Scions, he later discovered their battle powers were woefully low. Thus, he trained Vegeta to serve him, but now Vegeta had the audacity to betray him, a fate that none who betray Frisia would escape unscathed. Chewie, facing off against Vegeta, quickly raised a hand to stop him. "Wait. Vegeta, I have a brilliant idea. We can negotiate. I can assist you. I have long harbored discontent towards King Frisia. Together, we can defeat Sabo and Dodoria." Vegeta smirked maliciously at Chewie. "Do not attempt to deceive me. Your words are repulsive." Meanwhile, Chewie subtly gathered a sphere of purple light behind his back. "No, please. Trust me." He felt an increasing surge of energy coursing through him, solidifying his form. With his free hand, he pointed urgently behind Vegeta, exclaiming, "King Frisia? What?" Vegeta swiftly turned around, only to find an empty space. "Ahaha, what an imbecile. Prepare to meet your demise." Yaya. Chewie unleashed a powerful energy wave, channeling all his strength into a fierce assault against Vegeta. As he beheld the deep crater created by his attack, a bead of sweat trickled down his face. "Ha ha ha, how unfortunate. No matter how high your battle power, this blow will surely spell your end. This is my ultimate strike. Even if you are strong, you cannot survive it." However, he was startled by Vegeta's voice from behind, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Humph, you underestimate me. Such pathetic tricks are only fit for a fool like you." Vegeta regarded Chewie coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain. "How could you be so careless? Humph, foolish one. My strength has increased, and with it, my speed has also soared. Now, I am truly enraged. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, he witnessed Xiao-Yi enveloped in a purple aura, attempting to flee the vicinity. Where do you think you're going? With a swift motion, Vegeta transformed into a streak of blue light, racing towards Xiao-Yi, his speed far surpassing that of his opponent. In an instant, he stood before the trembling figure. I've been waiting for you, Vegeta declared coldly in midair. With a powerful punch, he struck Xiao-Yi in the abdomen, propelling him skyward. Hee. Vegeta shows no mercy. As he watched Xiao-Yi ascend, he extended his index and middle fingers, aligning them towards the rising foe. Suddenly, Xiao-Yi's form began to contort grotesquely, becoming unrecognizable. His entire body collapsed into a compact mass. With a resounding boom, his body erupted like a firecracker in the sky, blood splattering in all directions. What a filthy firework. Chapter 98. The terrifying Frieza. After vanquishing Xiao-Yi, Vegeta descended to the ground, deep in contemplation. It appears they are already aware of my movements. I can manage with Zarbon and Dodoria, but Frieza is far too formidable. It is said that without all 7 Dragon Balls, there is no effect. So I only need to find one. Once they gather the other 6, I will seize the opportunity to take them from them. If I can collect them all, I will attain immortality, thereby gaining the power to defeat Frieza. Once he is eliminated, I shall reign supreme. The entire universe will belong to me, Vegeta. As Vegeta contemplated his desire for immortality, the prospect of defeating Frieza filled him with optimism. In that open expanse, Piccolo addressed Bulma. Bulma, you should return to Earth now. Leave this to me and the others. Your safety may be compromised in our presence. Don't worry, you're so formidable. Why should I be concerned? Bulma was well aware of Piccolo's prowess. Even Goku had remarked that he could not contend with Piccolo, even tenfold. Everyone hide quickly. Someone is approaching us. Piccolo sensed an overwhelming malevolence, a force potent enough to annihilate an entire galaxy, and he swiftly urged Bulma toward a cave. Should a confrontation arise, he and Krillin would possess the means to escape, but Bulma was merely an ordinary girl, necessitating immediate concealment. With a whoosh, Frieza and his entourage soared into the distance, completely oblivious to Piccolo's presence. Krillin suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweat streaming down his face. They're gone. Bulma, check the dragon radar. What for? Bulma had only noticed a group flying overhead and had not fully grasped Krillin's words. They seemed to have already acquired 4 Dragon Balls. Krillin had caught a fleeting glimpse of Frieza's ominous aura, which had intimidated him, but he had also noticed them carrying the Dragon Balls. Trembling, Krillin addressed Piccolo and Gohan. Did you see that? The first one. His power appears immensely formidable. Fear was etched on Gohan's face. Krillin struggled to suppress the shivers induced by terror. That guy seems even stronger than Vegeta. It feels as though a mere glance from him could bind one eternally. The others are formidable too, but he stands apart. How could the Dragon Balls fall into such hands? A profound dread overtook Krillin. They had come here to gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect their comrades. Yet he felt wholly inadequate as a challenger. No, he felt even less than an ant before him. With a sharp slap, Piccolo struck Krillin and Gohan on their heads. Is this how easily you succumb to fear? It's one thing for you, Krillin, but Gohan, are you frightened as well? What have I taught you? This slap jolted both of them back to reality. You're right, but how do we prevent them from gathering the Dragon Balls? Krillin replied, unwilling to accept the situation. With them in possession, we stand no chance of reclaiming the Dragon Balls. Gohan bowed respectfully to Piccolo. I'm sorry, Master. I was wrong. I will strive to become a strong man from now on. Piccolo's admonishment had thoroughly awakened him. Have you all forgotten? Dragon Ball must be gathered in all 7 to summon the Eternal Dragon. Currently, they possess only 4, meaning 3 remain elusive. If we could secure just one, it would prevent them from invoking the dragon, Piccolo declared. He was acutely aware that the Dragon Balls on Namek differed from those on Earth. Mastery of the Namekian language was requisite to summon the dragon. Revealing this knowledge posed a dilemma. How could he justify his awareness of such intricacies? Clenching his hands, Krillin's face brightened with realization. Indeed, how did I not think of it? If we merely collect one, they can gather the remaining 6, and when the time comes, we can seize them, he proclaimed, reveling in his own brilliance. However, his expression soon soured as he pondered. But with their formidable strength, how can we possibly take them? Where their SA will, their SA way, Piccolo reassured them. Turning to Bulma, he said, Bulma, now you comprehend the might of our adversaries. You must return to Earth at once. We cannot guarantee your safety otherwise. All right, I understand. I'll head back immediately, Bulma responded, hastily retrieving her capsule spaceship and tossing it onto the ground. By the way, there's a Dragon Ball in that direction. Please remember to check it. I've entrusted the Dragon Radar to Piccolo. I will leave now, but do ensure your safety. I will bring Goku in 2 months. With that, she entered her spaceship and soared into the sky. Suddenly, a violet energy wave shot toward the spaceship, piercing it through. Bulma, Piccolo, and the others cried out, having let their guard down after Frisia's departure, unaware that danger was approaching. Damn it! Die! The laser emitted by the gun pierced through the alien's heart, hurtling towards the spacecraft. At that moment, the spacecraft was no longer capable of flight and was plummeting towards the ground. A white flame engulfed the Pikachu, piercing through the center of the spacecraft as it cradled Bulma in a princess carry, feeling her pulse and realizing that she was not dead, merely stunned by the aftershocks. Piccolo placed Bulma gently on the ground and addressed Krillin. Krillin, please take care of Bulma for a moment. Gohan and I will venture ahead to investigate. There is a Dragon Ball in that direction. Once Bulma awakens, kindly have her get in touch with Master Roshi. Piccolo and Gohan suppressed their energy, as they wished to remain unnoticed by Frisia. Little did they anticipate that, despite having instigated a butterfly effect, the overarching narrative would remain largely unchanged, causing them considerable distress. Pika and Gohan leapt forward, racing ahead. Inside the hospital on Earth, Goku, his body swathed in bandages, was diligently performing sit-ups, unwilling to squander a single moment of his training. Cough, cough. What are you doing, Son Goku? The chief physician entered, observing Goku's exercise routine, and cleared his throat to address him. You really should rest properly. When will you be discharged? I cannot fathom the extraterrestrial battles you engage in. But you are gravely injured and must heed my advice. The doctor pressed Goku down, insisting he lie back on the bed. Oh, you're still alive, Goku. Ah, Yachirobe. You've arrived. Chapter 99, The Namekians. Is this the one? Goku sat in a chair, pressing buttons on the device before him. Suddenly, he found himself aboard a spaceship, en route to Namek. Hey, where's Goku? The spaceship is gone too? Oolong and Puar rushed over upon hearing Goku had arrived, eager to see him. Doctor. Briefs looked skyward and remarked, he left in a hurry. Honestly, he didn't even say goodbye. Is there an emergency? Oolong grumbled, feeling slighted since he had come to greet Goku, only to find he had departed without so much as a word. Inside the spaceship, Goku marveled at the device before him, exclaiming, wow, this is incredible. Why is space so dark? Is it already nighttime? Gazing out into the cosmos, Goku was awestruck, as it was his first glimpse of such a sight. His intellect, though perhaps lacking at times, could not comprehend why the vastness of space appeared so dim, contrasting sharply with the bright skies of Earth. However, Goku was not overly concerned. No matter, I must begin training immediately. It will take 6 days to reach Namek, and I must surpass Vegeta during this time. He swung his arms, eager to immerse himself in rigorous practice, feeling stifled after over a month of inactivity. As Goku journeyed to Namek, Pika and Gohan navigated through desolate terrain. Gohan, remember to hold your breath. It would be troublesome if they discovered us. Pika instructed as they moved forward. Understood. Though their pace was not swift, they would nonetheless reach the village inhabited by the Namekians within a few minutes. Piccolo fell to the ground, extending his hand to halt Gohan's advance. Beneath that precipice, several formidable auras lingered. Exercise caution to avoid their detection. Pika perched on the edge of the cliff, gazing down at Frisia's minions. He recalled that in the original tale, Krillin and Gohan had rescued Dandy, also known as Dandan, in this very spot, a being who ultimately ascended to become a deity on Earth. Though not particularly powerful, his abilities were indeed commendable. Below, Dodoria, standing beside Frisia, noted a biological reading on the scanner indicating a presence nearby. What's the matter, Dodoria? Frisia inquired. Dodoria, indifferent as he glanced in Pika's direction, replied, it's nothing. I sensed a surge of energy over there, but it was not particularly strong, and it has since dissipated. It could merely be a small animal or an insect. Frisia's subordinates emerged from makeshift huts resembling cocoons, escorting 5 Namekians, who reported to Frisia, Lord Frisia, we have located 5 individuals. The others appear to have fled. With a smile, Frisia addressed the Namekians. Listen closely. I am Frisia, in search of your Dragon Balls. As far as I know, there should be 10 of you. Where have the others gone? The 5 Namekians consisted of 3 elders and 2 children, who remained silent in Frisia's presence. The 2 youngsters clung tightly to the leg of the eldest Namekian, gripped by fear. Not speaking, are we? Frisia's smile widened, and he coldly commanded his subordinates, eliminate them. The elderly Namekian, witnessing the weapons raised against them, felt beads of cold sweat form on his brow. He uttered a torrent of incomprehensible Namekian dialect. Frisia, with an air of undeniable authority, retorted, do not use that Namekian tongue. Speak in a language we can comprehend. The elderly Namekian regarded Frisia with a frosty gaze, asserting, the others are out working. Only we elders and children remain. Ha ha ha. If only you had been forthcoming with such honest answers earlier, Frisia chuckled. Now, continue answering my query. Do you possess the Dragon Balls? I believe there should be one in this vicinity. The Namekian shook his head, stating, we do not know about that. Hey, Dodoria, what did the second Namekian say before we killed him? He remarked, only recognized warriors are entitled to the Dragon Balls. Humph, how tiresome. Let us eliminate him to compel his cooperation. Frisia's voice dripped with malice, as the presence of these individuals stirred not a shred of bloodlust within him. Reportedly, spare me your nonsense. The elderly Namekian retorted, his forehead glistening with sweat, betraying his anxiety. There are 2 children here. They represent the hope of our kind. Another elder beside him chimed in, indeed. The other elders would not so readily relinquish the Dragon Balls. I have my ways to ensure their compliance. Sabo, let them witness. Frisia commanded his subordinate, Sabo, who smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, he appeared above a group of Namekians, delivering a powerful kick to an elderly Namekian, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Damn it, exclaimed another Namekian, raising his hand to conjure a sphere of golden energy. The one in the middle quickly cautioned, stop. He understands the gravity of the situation. If they provoke those individuals, survival would be out of the question. The lives of these elders may not matter, but there are still 2 children to consider. With a thunderous explosion, an energy wave shot toward Sabo. He chuckled, leaping gracefully to evade the attack, yet his subordinate, lacking such prowess, was struck and met his demise. Huh. Sabo retaliated with a single-handed energy blast, obliterating the defiant Namekian. The fallen Namekian lay on the ground, emitting wisps of dark smoke. Now, only the elderly Namekian and the 2 children remained. Frisia, grinning, addressed them. So what do you say? Will you behave now? The elder stepped forward, shielding the children behind him, and inquired, why do you seek the Dragon Balls? Frisia replied, it is merely a trivial desire. I wish to attain immortality. Upon hearing Frisia's words, Gohan turned to Piccolo and said, Master, Vegeta also seeks eternal life. Are they not allies of Vegeta? At this moment, Piccolo was also incensed by Frisia's actions. He recalled the overwhelming urge to eliminate Frisia that had surged within him while reading the original work. It is fair to say that Akira Toriyama had crafted the character of Frisia with remarkable perfection, rendering the subsequent villains rather lackluster in comparison. The elderly Namekian, with unwavering resolve in his gaze, addressed Frisia, stating, I would rather sacrifice my life than hand over the Dragon Balls to you. His eyes brimmed with determination, for he would never surrender the Dragon Balls to such a nefarious being. Should Frisia obtain them, the world, no, the entire universe, would descend into chaos. Ha ha ha. If that is the case, eliminate them all. Frisia commanded his subordinates. Zarbon looked at Frisia in astonishment. My lord, what about the Dragon Balls? Humph, after you kill them. Take your time to search. Dodoria, who had long yearned for a bloodbath, flexed his muscles and exclaimed, Ha! I've been eager to slay these green pests. In an instant, his pink form vanished from sight, reappearing with a claw piercing the heart of the elderly Namekian, purple blood cascading down his arm. Oh, there's nothing quite as exhilarating as killing, he remarked. Meanwhile, Dodoria's scouter detected 3 formidable power levels approaching from behind. Such strong energy, Lord Frisia, look. The elderly Namekian's face lit up with hope upon seeing his comrades return, realizing they could finally escape the clutches of that fiend. With a thud, 3 young Namekians landed on the ground, their faces contorted with fury as they glared at Frisia. They had overheard his sinister intent to annihilate everyone in their village from a distance. How dare you? You will not go unpunished. They seethed, their fists clenched in anger, eager to avenge their fellow villagers. Frisia turned to regard the 3 with a contemptuous expression. How bothersome. Just as the Dragon Balls are within reach, you choose to abandon your duties and come here to meet your demise. Unforgivable. How can the peace of Namek be shattered? The trio declared with fierce resolve. Frisia then instructed Dodoria. Dodoria, assess their battle power. Dodoria pressed a button on his scouter and scoffed. Heh, do not be disappointed. Their power levels are only around 1,000. We need not even intervene. The severely injured Namekian lay on the ground, observing the scouters on Dodoria's face. The only way he could assist his kin was by obliterating these devices to prevent further loss of life. Hee, Lord Frisia, leave them to us. Those with a battle power of merely 1,000, do they truly believe they can best us? Several of Frisia's minions emerged, their gazes ravenous like wolves spotting a lamb. Charge! Eliminate them! They shouted as they rushed forward. 3 Namekians unleashed a mighty roar, their energy surging as they transformed into mere phantoms, dashing towards the minions. With a flurry of 3 punches and 2 kicks, they swiftly dispatched the assailants. Dodoria, witnessing his subordinates' defeat at the hands of the Namekians, was taken aback. How could this be? He had anticipated that these warriors with a battle power around 1,000 would easily fall to his underlings. Not expecting such a dramatic turn of events. These 3 Namekians charged at Frisia's remaining minions, similarly dispatching them with 3 punches and 2 kicks. One, undeterred, charged at Zabon, seemingly believing him to be as feeble as the others. Seeking death. Zabon responded with a whip kick that sent the Namekian flying. Dodoria, what is happening? Were they not said to possess only a battle power of 1,000? Zabon questioned, turning to Dodoria. Glancing at his scouter, Dodoria, perplexed, replied, What is this? Their power level has reached 3,000. Suddenly, the Namekian who had fallen into the river emerged, unleashing a barrage of destruction upon the minions. The injured Namekian weakly raised his hand, gathering beams of light. With a mighty effort, he unleashed several rays that obliterated the scouters on their faces, then turned to annihilate the remaining devices. Zabon, in shock, realized the elder's intent was to destroy their scouters and shouted, He aims to destroy our scouters. Enraged, Dodoria declared, I will eliminate every last one of you. In a flash, Dodoria appeared beside the aged Namekian, bellowing, Your life is remarkably resilient. How will you survive once reduced to ashes? Die? A wave of energy erupted from Dodoria, obliterating the elder's upper body, his gaze fixated on the 3 young Namekians. I will only need 10 seconds for you, he proclaimed arrogantly, confident that his battle power exceeding 10,000 would make short work of these warriors around 3,000. The 3 Namekians, incensed by Dodoria's dismissive attitude, retorted, Do you truly believe you alone can conquer the 3 of us? Do you think you can defeat me? How amusing. Suddenly, Doria vanished, leaving the 3 of them searching frantically for his whereabouts. One of them exclaimed as a spiky, pink arm pierced through his abdomen, while another pink hand grasped his head and crushed it with a swift motion. Doria withdrew his hand, shaking off the blood, and delivered a fierce elbow strike to the back of another's neck, snapping it instantly. Doria opened his mouth wide, unleashing a golden energy blast that struck the last person, disintegrating him into mere particles in the air. What? Gohan gasped at the horrifying scene, utterly astonished by the overwhelming power of the rotund pink figure. He realized that should he confront Doria, he would stand no chance. Doria approached Frisia, eyeing the 2 diminutive Namekians before him. Frisia, should we eliminate them as well? They serve no purpose. Yes, let us dispose of them, replied Frisia. Understood, Lord Frisia. Doria moved towards the 2 children, his hands slowly extending as if to penetrate their smaller bodies. Dandy, Kark. The 2 children, terrified, clung tightly to one another, their eyes shut tightly in anticipation of their impending doom. Woe betide these villains. Gohan clenched his fists, his fury reaching a boiling point, causing his combat power to surge beyond its previous limits. Oh, splendid. Piccolo observed Gohan, sensing the immense energy radiating from him. Gohan propelled himself into the air, shouting, Stop this at once. Chapter 101. I am merely a passing scion. Remember me. Stop. Gohan ascended, his expression conveying to all present that he could endure no more. Doria turned his head toward Gohan, perplexed. Who are you? An accomplice? At that very moment, Gohan appeared before him and, with a resounding kick, struck Doria in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Pika followed Gohan as he descended, his cold gaze sweeping across the surroundings, filled with immense fury. The fallen Dodoria shouted in anger, Who are you, you villain? I came here to deliver a beating. Gohan, consumed by rage, was momentarily blinded by his emotions. Had it not been for the sneak attack, he would never have been able to take Dodoria down. Dodoria rose and charged at Gohan, exuding bravado. Gohan crossed his arms to block Dodoria's punch, yet the immense force compelled him to retreat. It turned out that Dodoria was merely a fa-ade of strength. His bravado was unsubstantiated. "Let us see how you can defeat me," Dodoria declared, landing a punch that pushed Gohan back, realizing that Gohan's power was inferior to his own. Without hesitation, Dodoria lunged at Gohan once more, this time summoning all his strength, intent on obliterating him. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy struck Dodoria, sending him soaring through the air. He landed with a furious glare directed at Pika, his temper flaring after being ambushed twice in one day. "Who are you?" he bellowed, his fury palpable. As Piccolo observed Doria's flustered demeanor, he couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle. "I am merely a passing scion, so remember me." "What? A scion? Aren't there only Vegeta and Nappa left? How could another one emerge?" The revelation of Piccolo's self-identification as a scion left them all astounded. "Teacher!" Gohan exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he realized his mentor had just saved him. Frieza cast a glance at Gohan before addressing Piccolo. "Your strength appears commendable. Would you be interested in working under my command?" Having only just encountered Piccolo, Frieza audaciously initiated a recruitment proposal. Was he not concerned that Piccolo might turn against him? The answer was a resounding no. He was supremely confident in his own abilities and did not believe anyone could surpass him. Piccolo, observing Frieza's brazen attempt to recruit an adversary in front of everyone, felt a twinge of exasperation. "I apologize, but I have grown accustomed to a life of freedom and do not wish to serve under another. Therefore, I must decline your offer," Piccolo replied with a smile. Frieza's eyes narrowed, a glint of menace flickering within them. "Oh, you refuse my personal invitation to serve? It seems you are lacking in respect. Doria, Zaban, eliminate him." "Yes, Lord Frieza." Doria and Zaban advanced toward Piccolo, particularly Doria, who was eager to stretch his muscles, relishing the opportunity to avenge the recent affront. Piccolo shrugged his shoulders and shook his head, saying, "To engage in a life-and-death battle over a mere disagreement is truly troublesome. Gohan, take those two little Namekian children and flee swiftly. This is not a situation you can resolve." "Yes, master," Gohan exclaimed as he scooped up the two Namekian children and soared into the sky. Frieza, observing Gohan's escape, coldly remarked, "Dream on if you think you can flee from me." With that, he raised a finger and shot a beam of purple energy towards Gohan. In a swift motion, Piccolo ascended into the air and deflected the energy beam with one hand. Addressing Frieza below, attacking an opponent from behind is not the act of a true hero. "Oh, how amusing. Truly fascinating." Frieza laughed heartily, his interest in Piccolo piqued. "Fool." Dodoria and Zarbon charged at Piccolo, their fists poised for a simultaneous strike. Upon seeing their attack aimed at him, Piccolo swiftly evaded, landing gracefully below. The two adversaries, realizing their assault had missed, frantically searched for Piccolo's whereabouts. Pika dashed forward with a single footstep, positioning himself behind Doria and Sabo, whispering to them, "Farewell." Two waves of energy, akin to shotgun blasts, erupted from Pika's hands, their range limited solely to the space before him. The two men were sent sprawling like kites severed from their strings, plunging directly into the lake and transforming into two illustrious figures drenched in water. "Hey, Frieza, are your subordinates truly this feeble? If there's nothing of interest, I shall take my leave. I have quite a number of matters to attend to." Pika sensed that Gohan had returned to their temporary gathering spot and wished to extricate himself. Yet the most formidable obstacle remained, the formidable Frieza. Frieza, observing Pika's blatant disrespect, merely chuckled, unfazed, and replied, "They are indeed not my strongest fighters. Should you choose to join me, you would have the opportunity to battle alongside many powerful individuals." "What do you say?" "Ah, this puts me in a rather difficult position. Allow me a few days to ponder this, and I shall provide you with an answer." Pika was taken aback by Frieza's unexpected amiability. Frieza nodded, smiling as he responded, "Very well, take 3 days to contemplate, and return with your decision. Then it is settled. I shall take my leave now. Farewell." With that, Pika soared away in the opposite direction of their gathering place, executing this maneuver to confound the enemy and obscure the location of his allies. As Piccolo soared through the air, his gaze remained fixed upon Frieza's direction, a sense of trepidation gnawing at him. He feared that Frieza might renege on his word. After all, In the original narrative, Frieza was notorious for his treachery, having repeatedly struck against Goku, who had previously spared him. Emerging from the water, Dodoria and Cyberman approached Frieza with deference, inquiring, "Lord Frieza, are you not concerned about allowing him to escape?" Frieza replied, "Rest assured, this fellow will not flee so easily. A Scion values his dignity above all else." Yet unbeknownst to him, while Piccolo was indeed a Scion, he harbored the essence of a human from Earth, a realm where he struggled to comprehend the innate nature of humanity. Gohan, suppressing his energy to the utmost, refrained from running, choosing instead to walk slowly. "Are you two all right?" he inquired. The two Namekians exchanged glances and shook their heads, responding, "No, we are fine." "Excellent. You need not worry. We shall surely vanquish those villains. For now, come with me to my location," Gohan urged, leading the two small Namekians toward their gathering place. In Chapter 103, The Death of Dodoria, a gleeful Dodoria exclaimed, well, boy, it is a pleasure to see you again." His laughter echoed as he set his sights on Piccolo, ready to avenge his past grievances. "Dandy, you should take cover. I will handle this. I shall exact vengeance for your kin," Piccolo assured Dandy, having long harbored a desire to eliminate Dodoria for the atrocities he committed against the elderly and the innocent. However, at that time, Frieza's presence had restrained him from taking action. Such audacity! Dodoria sneered, unleashing a golden energy wave as thick as a thigh, which hurtled toward Piccolo. "Humph! A mere parlor trick." Even the lowliest of insects yearned to shine. In a flash, Piccolo appeared before the energy wave, swiftly raising his hand to deflect it with great force. Accelerating forward, he positioned himself directly in front of Dodoria and unleashed a powerful kick that struck Dodoria squarely in the face. The impact was so tremendous that Dodoria crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. "How can you possibly spark my interest with such weakness?" Piccolo mocked. Though he could easily dispatch Dodoria with a single blow, he sought to unleash his pent-up fury, desiring to inflict as much suffering as possible before sending him to the depths of despair. With a swift motion, Piccolo landed in front of Dodoria. Seizing him,